Welcome everyone, get ready for an epic tale about my reincarnation into a fantasy world. Vaulted ceilings, candlelight instead of electricity. This world was clearly leagues behind Earth's technology. But for a homeless orphan who worked himself to death, being reborn into a wealthy family like this, it was a true blessing. I gazed upon this new world with curious eyes. And there was another perk to this noble life. My new mother was an absolute goddess. Her gaze was filled with pure, unconditional love. Everything pointed to one thing: a life where I would be cherished. 3 years passed in a flash. On a wooden chair, I stood a tiny adventurer. It was my first time climbing anything. Peering out the window, I got my first real look at my new home. What I saw took my breath away. My eyes widened in awe. This world? It was magnificent. It felt truly massive, and not just through a child's eyes. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room. "Young master!" she cried out in alarm. My little expedition was over just like that. She snatched me from the chair, scolding me about the danger. But it was then I learned the truth of my new life. I was born into the family of a Grand Duke. His name echoed throughout the entire kingdom. My father was the Grand Duke of Draconia, and the kingdom we served was called Lionheart. By age 8, a new path opened before me. I gazed at an ornate sword glittering brightly in the sun. My destiny was to become a knight of the kingdom. And so my training in the art of the sword began. A genuine joy bloomed within me. With this sword, I could become a true knight. Maybe I could even learn that legendary sword aura. Just then, the palace assigned my new instructor, a renowned holy knight. "Sir Gothic," the man declared. "It is surely the goddess's will. I will be honored to teach the young master." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Gothic," I said with a bright smile. But my inner thoughts were screaming, "Gothic? That damn bastard." The boy was only 14 years old, and that holy knight was no teacher. He was a monster in human skin. To earn the title of holy knight was an arduous path. I was forced to pull a massive boulder, while my so-called teacher simply watched. "Another lap," he would command. I had to endure hellish training to prove my honor and experience. Only then could I be recognized by the goddess and drink from the sacred chalice. I swung my sword with all my might, but Sir Gothic deflected it with ease. My training was relentless day after day. Clouds of dust swirled with every clash. Suddenly, his left hand began to glow with a strange energy. But I wasn't just training to be a knight. I was also the heir to the dukedom of Draconia. "Watch your opponent until the very end," he barked. A searing pain erupted as his blow connected, sending me flying with a cry of agony. I was juggling two impossible destinies. My treasured sword lay shattered beside me. I could only stare blankly at the sky. If a god truly existed, I wanted to beg for their help, even though I never truly believed. 16 years old, a young man now walked through the rain-soaked streets. That man was me, Leon, and I was searching. "It should be right around here," I muttered, shielding my face from the downpour. I roamed the world seeking the goddess's favor, the only path to becoming a holy knight. And then I saw it, a plume of smoke rising through the trees. To get the goddess's recognition, you have to perform great deeds. A military camp, ablaze. Cries for help echoed through the air, warning of an approaching orc horde. By building a reputation of honor and justice, the goddess would supposedly reveal herself. It all seemed so absurd. 3 desperate warriors stood at the camp's gate. Their swords were the only thing holding the line. "Sir Gildas!" one of them shouted. "There are too many orcs. This is the end." He cried out, "Goddess, please protect us." The orcs advanced a tide of green fury. Their numbers were overwhelming. But for me, this was the moment I had been waiting for. A chance to finally put my blade to use. "Hey, you freaks!" I roared at the horde. "How dare you defile this kingdom's soil with your filthy feet!" One of the beasts turned, bewildered by my audacity. And then my blade struck, painting the ground crimson. At 20 years old, after countless battles against the kingdom's enemies, I had finally done it. I finally met the goddess. A truly divine being appeared before me. "Leon Draconia, son of the wolf," she spoke. "I will grant you a mission to prove your unwavering honor and faith." There was no doubt in my mind. She was real. "I will do as you command, Ariana," I vowed, dropping to one knee. The goddess was real, and after years of faithful service, Leon finally became a true holy knight. A noble warrior clad in gleaming armor, his hand gripping a massive razor-sharp blade. He was a force of nature, cleaving through orcs and crushing goblin hordes, and even uprooted a vile, shadowy cult. His deeds earned him the title of Paladin Knight of the Realm, allowing him to rally other knights to his cause. Together, they annihilated 700,000, orcs showing no mercy to even their women and children. A curse upon all the green-skinned beasts. At the age of 35, the world mourned. The living saint, the demigod, Argent Lionheart, had finally fallen. His noble form now rests upon a bed of flowers. Lying in a grand coffin, his legendary sword clasped to his chest. His end came during a cataclysmic battle against an archdemon, a creature conjured by the wicked. Empire. Where orcs were once the greatest scourge, now demonic legions ravaged the lands. In these dark times, humanity's only hope was to place its faith in the gods and honor their names. A new hero walks at the head of the funeral procession trailed by solemn monks. Upon their shoulders they bear the coffin of the fallen legend. Cursed sorcerers of the Empire! Leon's face is a mask of cold fury. With their champion gone, the kingdom desperately needed to choose a new holy, knight and heir to the legacy of King Lionheart, who died a hero's death. And in the very heart of this chaos, a divine presence descended from the heavens. Her choice was Leon. We are taken to a vast hall where the goddess herself hovers in the air. Before her 2 rows of servants are prostrated, completely humbled by her divine presence. Sacred Knight Leon Draconia, her voice echoes. My loyal servant, become the new symbol of honor and faith. Yes, Ariana. The hero replies, bowing his head in reverence. A magnificent honor had been bestowed upon him, but it was a burden he would have to carry until his body gave out. Regardless, Leon could not fail the people of the kingdom. He would not betray the knights who placed their trust in him. He accepted the sacred treasure known as the Lionheart, a gift from the goddess herself. He then swore an unbreakable oath to protect the Holy Grail. As he did, an elegant crown materialized upon his head. He was now the Grand Duke of Draconia, and the new Lionheart king. Behold the monarch in all his majestic glory, adorned with the symbols of his new station. Decades pass. Now, 80 years old, Leon's reign has been forged in battle. He led his kingdom through 3 great wars against the orc hordes. He even witnessed a twisted hunchbacked goblin ascend into a horrifying archdemon. And through it all, the abominable empire remained a constant thorn in his side. Your Majesty, an armored knight reports standing just behind the throne. The Imperial School of Dark Sorcery is at it again. Their vile experiments have resumed. The knight's voice is grave. This is all because the Empire has embraced the teachings of a blasphemous northern cult. How dare they reject the gods? A low growl escapes the king. Fools! Gather the knights, Leon commands, his voice like ice. This is the price of granting rights to those who don't even deserve to be called slaves. We will simply wipe them all out. Time marches on. At 96 years old, the scum from the Empire finally succeeded in their ultimate goal. We see the shattered head of a divine statue, and beside it, an unholy chant echoes in a demonic tongue. We offer this sacrifice of 3 million lives. Please grant my wish. A grotesque, one-eyed creature shrieks with maniacal fervor. The Emperor had finally crossed a line from which there was no return. The pathetic coward who always clung to life had taken his own, and in his madness, he forced 3 million citizens of the capital to join him in death. The scene is a nightmare, a massive city square carpeted with countless lifeless bodies. The horrific ritual was a success. The Lord of Chaos itself descended upon the city. In response, King Leon assembled his knights and raised his sacred sword, its blade still stained from the orc massacre just a year before. We march on the Empire, Leon declares, striding toward the temple's massive gates, his loyal warriors at his back. But now, at 121 years old, Leon knew he had failed. He could not save the world. Despite everything he fought for, it was destroyed. In his hand, he clutches a small rag doll, a single token of innocence plucked from the flames. He had wielded all the holy power of the continent to vanquish this evil, and it wasn't enough. The hero kneels amidst a sea of the fallen, hundreds of lifeless bodies, when a voice calls out from behind him. Sir Orin, Leon says without turning, you should hold your head high. Your father died. With honor, he has joined the eternal feast of the gods. The young warrior simply replies that he understands his voice tight with grief. Leon orders his remaining troops to stay on high alert. The grim set of his jaw says it all he does not expect. Anything good from what is to come. Oh goddess, he thinks, your flock is trembling in fear. Leon's army stands in formation ready for the final battle. He stands with 2 other commanders before the last ranks of his knights and begins a final desperate speech. Do you hear it? Do you hear them? The sounds of the scoundrels who oppose us. They are the ones who captured our brothers. Do you hear the beasts that stole our loved ones? Can you hear those who would destroy and defile all that we hold dear? He speaks of the women comforting their crying children and swallowing their own tears, of the youth gathering the last embers of resistance, and of the knights desperately trying to plant a single seed of hope in this blood-soaked wasteland. But my goddess, he roars, wielder of the sacred sword, the sacred spear, and the holy grail, unleash your eternal fury. The hero's voice cracks the heavens. Destroy these fools, who are blinded by their fleeting victory. The camera focuses on the small rag doll, now lying at the foot of a wooden post. Your first knight may not be able to stop this evil that has consumed the world. But remember this, Leon bellows to his knights. So long as we hold on to our honor, we are never defeated. They listen enraptured by his fiery words, standing tall in their ranks. Goddess, my goddess? Leon raises his sword to the sky. What more must this foolish knight do for you? His desperate cry echoes across the battlefield. Charging ahead of his legion, a lone warrior on a white steed. My knight, P, the goddess whispers. My beloved, honest knight. Tears stream down Leon's face. Your goddess will be with you, until the very end. For honor, the hero roars. For Lionheart. The kingdom's banner flies high. All units attack! Leon commands his face a mask of furious determination. That winter, the final war began against the billions of demons swarming the earth. It was a conflict of truly epic proportions. Below, endless hordes clashed. Above, terrifying winged monstrosities owned the skies. Barbarian slaves became living shields, while common men with spears and shields fought and died with honor, side by side with holy knights chosen by the gods. In every sacred temple, the hero carved a path through the demonic tide. With a furious roar, Leon cuts another one down. He shattered countless demon lords and tore archdemons to pieces, showing those wretched beasts the true power of a holy knight. 217 years old. But the winter of war was far from over. Leon, his red cloak in tatters, continues his endless slaughter. 231 years. 234 years. 256 years. Leon finally destroyed the last demon gate. They had nowhere left to run. Wretched servants of evil! The hero bellows, his eyes burning with righteous fury. You are trapped in this world with me, and I will slaughter every last one of you. The remaining demons, once conquerors, now tremble in absolute terror. In a world now sealed, they were the ones trapped. They were the ones who should be afraid. And he would show them no mercy. His blade never stops, his voice a curse upon his enemies. 300 years pass. With a final scream, a horned demon with glowing red eyes collapses. It dies before a circle of pure energy next to the colossal corpse of a winged demon lord. In the aftermath, a small group of people has gathered. Are you okay? Someone asks, their voice trembling. What happened here? The answer comes filled with awe. He took down the archdemon in a single blow, one of the witnesses shouts. The sheer scale of the dead creature is staggering. It has rows of razor-sharp teeth, 4 massive horns, and a third eye embedded in its forehead. Get up, brave ones, Leon commands. His body is splattered with blood, his gaze lost in the distance. This is not the time to surrender. Rise and fight. The young hunters behind him can only stare in disbelief. Who are you? A red-haired girl manages to ask. I am King Lionheart, the hero replies. He stands completely naked, sword in hand before his vanquished foe. I am a knight of the glorious orders, and the one who carries the will of the sacred temples. The words might sound strange, even absurd, but the conviction on the hero's face gives them an undeniable weight. I am Leon Draconia Lionheart. The main character announces his name, utterly unconcerned with his own nakedness. 300 years old, the girl gasps. Her mouth hangs open in utter shock. In the 300th year of his war, Leon had finally stumbled upon people from Earth. A status window materializes. You have annihilated all demons, demons remaining 0. The Night King has returned. A portal had ripped open in the center of Seoul. It was immediately classified as Category Undetectable Black. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association demanded that the world's strongest guilds participate in the raid. However, every single request was rejected. The portal's difficulty was a complete mystery. We see several young hunters staring at the gate with a mixture of awe and terror. In the end, the government had no choice. It ordered the Korean Hunter Association to send in their own people first. These hunters were essentially a suicide squad. They stepped through expecting hell, but instead, a piece of sky. And there they saw him, Leon, covered in blood, radiating fury. He's completely naked, the girl thinks, stunned by the impossible scene. Before them stood a dozen slain demons. The man named Leon who had done it all, and a crimson portal bleeding into the sky. This small team had entered the gate only to witness a nightmare they could never have imagined. Kohari, the red-haired girl with a bandage on her cheek, finally snaps back to reality. Someone was calling her name. Here is Kohari, junior manager of the Korean Hunter Association. You look exhausted, don't you? A friendly young man with a matching bandage on his face approaches her. This is Kim Jinsu, senior manager of the Korean Hunter Association. He hands her a cup of coffee, which she gratefully accepts. Now both managers are sitting in an office that looks straight out of a police station. So what's the situation? Jinsu asks. No one believes me. Hari sighs. I'm not surprised. It was a black-ranked demonic portal, and inside was a monster of immense power. The man explains, just returning from a place like that alive without backup is a miracle itself. To think that one person cleared the entire thing. Their minds flash back to the scene. Leon standing like a naked god of war sword in hand. Now that same man sits quietly across from them, arms folded, wearing a simple sweater. "You're a survivor," Jinsu asks him directly. "From the portal," Harry clarifies. "Yes, a survivor, from another world." The senior manager concludes, the idea finally sinking in. Leon studies them with ancient eyes. Sometimes people manage to survive in the worlds on the other side of these portals. Similar gates began appearing on Earth about 30 years ago, and they all shared certain characteristics. Each time, some worlds were utterly destroyed, while others were set on a firm path to ruin. But occasionally, the survivors claw their way back to Earth. Before us, a knight emerges from a portal escorted down the street by 2 agents. These returners wield incredible strength power that was forged in the demon realm. For this reason alone, governments scramble to meet every demand the survivors make. We see 2 typical law enforcement agents trying to reason with their new charge. "We have to watch him," a terrified Hari insists. "This man's power is on another level." Propping his head on his hand, Jinsu wearily agrees. He knows all too well how necessary this is. "Even an A-class hunter risks death against a high-level demon," he says. "And this survivor killed a demon lord. With a single blow, a creature that even the most elite S-class hunters rightfully fear. We see its monstrous skull with razor teeth and 4 horns. And he didn't just kill it," Jinsu adds. A sword mark slashes across the demon lord's silhouette, revealing just how massive the infernal beast was. He was an entire order of magnitude stronger. Jinsu shares his chilling observation. We see how imposing the knight looked against his horned opponent. His face was completely calm. "By the way," he continues, "what worries me most is the difference in our cultures. From the title he gave himself, it's clear he was an incredibly influential figure over there. Perhaps even a king?" Harry and Jinsu ride in the backseat of the car. "I think everything will be fine," the girl says. "What makes you say that?" her partner asks. "I can hear it in his voice," Hari replies almost happily. "I think he's a very good person." "Insolent brats!" Leon roars in a blaze of fury. He's just shattered the armored glass he was standing behind. Shards explode towards the employees of the Hunter Association. "Even monsters couldn't break that glass!" Hari shouts in terror. Leon is seething, his fists clenched as a golden aura ignites behind him. "How dare you denigrate the glorious name of Lionheart?" he thunders indignantly. "A very nice man, huh?" Jinsu remarks, looking at the 2 battered agents. He can't help but recall the girl's words. "Maybe it's a cultural difference," she stammers, forcing a smile. 15 minutes earlier. A surveillance camera is rolling as Leon sits at a desk before an interrogating agent. What a strange place, he thinks sadly. The hero recalls his previous miserable life. This must be fate, and he realizes. I was an orphan who worked himself into an early grave. After that, I was reborn in another world and became a knight and a king. That lasted for 100 years. Then I conquered the demon world and exterminated them for 200 more. That's 3 centuries in total. I'm lucky I remember anything about Earth at all. The hero remembers carrying massive back-breaking baskets of sand. And now a bald agent in dark sunglasses wants to speak with him. "Hello, Leon Dragonia," he says. "Lionheart Nim?" The agent smiles, some papers resting on the table before him. "But I think it's best I hide the fact I was once an ordinary earthling," the hero thinks. He weighs his options. Being a Night King who lived for 300 years is far better than being a 20-year-old boy who died of exhaustion. "Peasant, address me as your majesty," he orders, looking the agent in the eye with a demanding glare. The agent's smile freezes. Sweat rolls down his cheek, revealing his mounting tension. What? Oh yes, your majesty." The bald man rubs the back of his head. He's faking it, Leon realizes. Is he truly so good-natured, or is he just following the prescribed rules for survivors like me? The hero truly has much to consider. The agent hesitates, but finally poses his question. "The Black Portal. That is your majesty's gate. Made contact with our hunters. And you killed all the demons that were there, correct?" Leon stares at the man intently. "Yes," he says. "Have you forgotten so soon?" The agent looks up terrified. "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" he asks. "I killed every last fiend and defended the honor of the knights," Leon says with pride. "And I'm ordering you to be my temporary secretary. I grant you the privilege of writing down the story of this glorious battle." The agent mumbles something unintelligible. "Ah, yes. The difference of cultures," he says at last. "Okay," he agrees, scribbling something down in his papers. "Do you people have no rules of etiquette regarding the treatment of royalty here?" Leon asks. Which in commoner language means, he's hungry. The agent instantly understands. He pulls out his phone and happily shouts that he will order something to eat immediately. "And tell me about this world," Leon commands him. "I need to find out what's happened on Earth since I left," he thinks. "Okay, I'll explain," the agent says, pushing his glasses up his nose. "The nightmare started 30 years ago," he says, his face turning grim. Portals began to appear all over the world and from them. It spoke of the hellish legions of monsters and demons that had clawed their way to Earth, a truly terrifying menagerie of beasts. Ever since humanity has remained on high alert, we suffered catastrophic losses, learning a harsh lesson. Each portal has its own terrifying theme and a clear objective. If left unchecked, a dungeon will inevitably manifest, unleashing a tide of monsters upon our world. I believe the meal is ready, he says to Leon, a faint smile on his lips as he rises. Leon processes this new information, stroking his chin in deep thought. This was different. In his world, demons sprouted like a plague after a storm. But here, portals possessed themes and missions. The hero gazes into the distance, a thought taking root. It felt as if someone was training humanity through a series of brutal trials. Before them, a colossal entity swings a massive hammer toward the ground. Your Majesty! A voice calls from a cracked doorway as a cannon descends upon the planet. The food has been served. The agent holds a tray, his expression cheerful. But as Leon's gaze falls upon the offering, his eyes turn bloodshot. Soleongtang. A dish of ox legs simmered for 10 grueling hours, seasoned with salt and pepper, and paired with crunchy kimchi. Back when he was just a simple laborer on Earth, he cherished this meal. For a moment, he thought nothing could stop him from savoring that taste once more. But Leon is forced to swallow his own saliva. He knows he cannot accept this. What is this? He demands, his voice dark and heavy, directed at the trembling agent. It's called Seoleongtang, Your Majesty, the agent replies. It is a delicacy beloved by the common folk. The hero's eyes now burn with an inferno of rage. Miserable slaves, he roars, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding crash. How dare you defile the glorious name of Lionheart? How dare you serve a peasant's meal to a king? Is this how your kingdom treats foreign monarchs? The agent cowers in terror, hiding behind the tray, bracing for a blow that could shatter bone. Draconia Lionheart, a king from another world. Mediator of the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail wielder, of both the Holy Sword and Spear. The agent stammers an excuse, but Leon dismisses him with a wave, branding him a lowly slave. The deep bowl of Soleongtang lies shattered on the floor, its contents a pool of spilled malice. For he is the Lord of Chaos, leader of the 23 Great Devils, a sworn enemy to all demonkind, the destroyer of millions, the very soul of a 300-year war. And now, the returned one, a man who was once from Earth. This is the reality he woke up to, after 3 centuries away. This world is in utter chaos, all because it lacks true unifying faith. Leon's expression is one of pure, unrestrained fury. Educating these benighted serfs is the duty of royalty. He thinks to himself. Though he stands on Earth once more, he is and always will be the Night King. Beside the overturned plate, Leon now elegantly cuts into a juicy steak, lifting an appetizing piece to his mouth. Han Hari watches him relieved. Thankfully, he seems to enjoy the T-bone steak and the 1993 red wine. Hari, you should go in first, they tell her. I don't know how to use that old-fashioned speech, the girl protests. But I think he'd rather speak with you, Kim Jinsu tells, her arms crossed. He complimented you. He acknowledged your courage. At the very least, he didn't throw you out. Harry can't find a way to argue against that logic. But is it really enough? She's practically begging me not to send her in there. Your Majesty. Harry timidly pushes the door open. I deeply apologize for interrupting your meal. Leon dabs his lips with a napkin. I recognize you, he declares. The swordswoman. I have seen you. Sit, he commands, and a brilliant smile spreads across Harry's face. Behind her back, she flashes a thumbs up to her colleagues watching intently on their monitors. Did you enjoy your meal? Hari asks, her voice full of hope. It was not bad, the hero replies. I could sense the sincerity of the chef who prepared it. And my earlier anger was not because the dishes were too humble, he says, folding his arms. It was your conduct, your utter disrespect for a king. If you are to face the monarch of another nation, you must show proper honor. Doing so will only strengthen your own country. An apologetic smile forms on Harry's face. Forgive me, she says. In my ignorance, I failed to show you the respect you are due. Fine, it is forgiven, Leon tells her. Your name is Han, was it not? Yes, my name is Han Harry. The girl sits opposite him, curling into herself from a mixture of reverence and fear. I have heard of this world's plight, the hero states. Demons, these unholy beings, have appeared on Earth, have they not? He levels her with a piercing gaze. Yes, that is correct, Harry replies, hands folded neatly in her lap. She has only one mission now, convince this returned legend to join the Hunter Association. The organization's coat of arms flashes on screen. I must make him serve our nation. Han Hari thinks her resolve hardening. Perhaps if your Majesty gives. With your royal consent, the South Korean government will now take charge of your well-being. The girl's voice was heavy with sorrow. In the 21st century, the main goal of intelligence agencies became finding survivors. and recruiting them to their side. The cost didn't matter. They had to do whatever it took to keep these unique beings from falling into enemy hands. Leon pondered this. So while I reside in this world, he declared, crossing his arms, I am expected to fight on its battlefields. As a true knight, that is the only path I can walk. Does this mean you'll form an alliance with our hunter association? Hari exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with renewed hope. A king is not a mere soldier in another country's army. Leon thundered, his voice filled with rage. I will forge a new knightly order in this world. Hari flinched at his powerful words, completely stunned, and unsure how to respond as the camera watched on. All she could do was nod. What did the higher-ups say? She asked nervously back at the office where Kim, Jinsu, was waiting. Her partner tried to calm her down. What could they say? They usually bend to any demand. We couldn't risk him joining another country, or worse, a mega-guild. Just think about it. The girl sighed in disgust. An organization that works for the government forced to grovel before people like him. It's all because of those bastards from the major guilds flaunting their money and power. She fumed, clenching her fists. Speaking of which, Jinsu began the Phoenix Guild. Just then, a shrill, piercing alarm shattered the office's calm. Kim Jinsu whipped out his phone, his face grim as he read the urgent alert. Attention, dungeon break at the Hanam Plains. If a break happens in our nation's granary, Jinsu muttered, staring at his device, the demons will destroy our food supply. Wait, isn't the S-Class Hunter Lee Youngwing a member of the Phoenix Guild? Hari asked her partner. An orange portal should be an easy clear for him. We see the man she's talking about, a notorious figure. I'm sure those bastards have a different game plan, Jinsu snarled. We need to get there now and handle this. From the other room, Leon overheard them cursing the Phoenix Guild. The hero had heard enough to piece together the truth. It seems they're in quite a bind. He thought, his gaze fixed on the door. If a dungeon break occurs, that land will be corrupted, and nothing will grow there again. He raised his hand, and it began to pulse with a divine light. Just as I suspected. This world lacks this power, he realized as streams of pure mana spiraled up and danced around him. Are you all right? He asked. We see a brilliant bluish aura. Demeter, Leon calls out. Before us stands a majestic palace with towering spires. Then a girl with a green cape covering her head appears. She smiles and sparks of life fall upon the fields of wheat, causing them to flourish. But behind her looms a menacing orange-colored portal. Hunter Lee Youngwing. What in the hell is going on here? In front of us stands a fiery-haired young man with a smug look plastered on his face. This was him, Lee Youngwing, an S-Class master of the Phoenix Guild. Ah, from the association? He sneered, recognizing them instantly. Well, if it isn't Department Head Kim, and the rookie Hari is here too. That bastard Jinsu thought, his anger rising. He let the dungeon break happen on purpose. They're only pulling this stunt because we denied their request. The Phoenix Guild had long been demanding a complete exemption from the portal income tax, a fortune they made from the worlds they conquered. The guild profits immensely from selling magic crystals, monster-forged weapons, and countless other artifacts. And yet they had the nerve to ask for a 1 trillion tax deduction. Phoenix already makes a killing as a major guild, Kim Jinsu seethed internally. But I never imagined they'd resort to blatant sabotage just because we refused to give them special treatment. Hunter Lee Youngwing, Hari said in a firm voice. We need to close this portal immediately. It's been active for a week. If we leave it then. I know. Youngwing cut her off with a wicked grin. The portal rights we own will be transferred to someone else. But what can I do? He asked with mock helplessness. Our guild members are severely injured. They can't possibly raid. In this condition, we'll try to close it by tomorrow, but who knows if we'll make it. Have you no shred of patriotism? Hari screamed, losing her composure. Kim Jinsu placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to restrain her. You know exactly what will happen if the Hanam Plains become corrupted, she yelled. Oh, do I? Lee Youngwing shot back, his face a twisted mask of fury and triumph. Is this kindergarten, Miss Harry? I believe I told you. The very same thing at last year's draft, didn't I? The girl froze, staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. In this world, justice is defined by money and power. Your methods are naive and hopelessly old-fashioned, the hero stated. Your Majesty, Leon, turned at the sound of the Night King's voice approaching from behind, stunned to see him. Do not utter the king's name. Without the proper respect, our hero warned. I only granted you woman permission to address me by my title. Li Yanggong asks mockingly. You look like a Westerner. Shut up. The hero snaps back instantly. How could such a nobody dare to speak? He glares at the hunter, his eyes filled with rage and contempt. What is wrong with this bastard, Yanggong wonders? He's not used to this kind of treatment, his teeth grinding in fury. He called me one of the 20 S-Class. Hunters on Earth, a guild master of a top 10 guild, a jerk. Do you want to die? He snarls. Li Yanggong's hand begins to crackle with power. Hunter, Li Yanggong, please stop, Hari pleads desperately. He's a survivor. A survivor, Yanggong, stares at the hero in disbelief. My apologies for the disrespect, he says to Leon, placing a hand on his chest and bowing his head. I am Li Yanggong of the Phoenix Guild. You must be from the Grey Guild. The king does not repeat himself. Leon states clearly, glancing sideways at the hunter. Tell me the problem. The hero turns to Jinsu. I know nothing of this portal. Give me the short version. Ignored completely. Yanggong trembles with suppressed anger. He's going to help us! Jinsu thinks, still in shock. Hari claps her hands with joy. This is a dungeon break, she begins to explain. When an event like this occurs, a swarm of demons and monsters pour into a territory, and in their wake, nothing ever grows again. Before them lies a vast field of withered corn. The Hunar Plains are the nation's most vital breadbasket, and protecting them is paramount. Leon strides across the dead field with Hari and Jinsu following closely. At that moment, the girl continues her report. Demonic energy is spreading, poisoning the very soil. What's the solution, the hero asks. Destroy the source of the pollution and clear the dungeon as fast as possible. Hari shouts. The dungeon must be completely eradicated, I understand. Leon says, his boot crushing a dried cornstalk. The problem is the spreading corruption and the growing portal. Gather your forces, he commands. The girl gives him a quizzical look. Tomorrow, when the raid's time limit expires, the king will personally enter that red circle, Leon declares cryptically. Everyone's eyes turn to the portal, which seems to pulse and grow, still not daring to believe it. Hari asks, but there is an obstacle, Leon cuts in. The king of a foreign power cannot conduct military activities on another's soil at will. He is dead serious. I require permission from the king of Haz, this state. What Hari asks, completely baffled. You can be certain he won't object. There are rules and a legal process. That must be followed. Leon states his resolve like iron. I cannot call myself an honorable knight if I defy your nation's laws. Hurry and send word to your king. Li Yanggong stares at Leon, utterly dumbfounded. I think this freak is even more arrogant than I am, he thinks. Eventually, the president of South Korea was reached by phone while on his plane. Your Majesty, Hari addresses the hero, showing him she is ready to listen. I have completed all the preparations, the girl reports. But how do you intend to use this, Hari gestures, with the straw doll in her hands. Your precious land is being corrupted, Leon replies. We must purify it. With a straw doll, Hari is completely lost, unable to grasp his plan. Leon had demanded two things. One of them was this straw doll. Were these crafted by women? He asks Hari, his eyes stern. The girl answers yes. The second condition was that the dolls must be made by women who had given birth. Before them now stand a few dozen mothers. Very well, the hero addresses them. Show me the dolls you have created. The puppet inspection was held right there in the barren fields. Leon looks at one doll with doubt. Impossible, he tells the black-haired young woman who made it. I'm sorry, she stammers. What do you mean? You cannot call this misshapen thing a doll. He tears the toy in half, a failure. What a disgrace, a doll with a rooster's head was also rejected. Have you truly given birth? Leon's voice is thunderous. You fool, worthless. From Hari's report, the hero rejected countless homemade toys. Only an 89-year-old married woman captured his attention. Incredible, the hero breathes, looking at a small, charming doll in a green dress. How many children have you had? He asks. 12, she answers with pride. A true patriot, Leon declares, taking her hand gently. In my kingdom, I would personally dispatch knights with a medal and a gift. But I am not in my land, so please forgive me. He kisses the old woman's hand as she glows with pride and joy. Leon now holds the precious doll in the green dress. The toy now rests on a small table in the middle of the wheat field. A single candle burns beside it. All conditions are met, Leon announces. He extends his hand, and around his wrist, a blue magic circle materializes. In the hero's hand, a goblet adorned with precious gems appears. Oh, mother of this bountiful land, Leon says softly. With the goblet in his hands, Leon watches as the people of this land offer their harvest in a sacred ritual. He can barely believe this moment is finally here. Please, the hero says, accept this offering. A brilliant beam of golden light erupts from the goblet as divine water materializes within the vessel, rising to the very brim of the cup. The beam of light vanishes. Hari stares, utterly mesmerized by this divine magic. She just saw empty vessels fill themselves with sanctified water. As the sun rises, it strikes the glass, and the water spills sparkling under the star's crimson rays. The light paints the clouds in fire as droplets fall from the goblet to the table. A new dawn is born. Leon closes his eyes in profound peace. But the sun rising today illuminates more than just the sky. It reveals droplets of water sparkling like jewels. This divine essence flows toward a curious doll, clad in a green dress, destined to give this world a special beginning. Look, Yang Wing screams a mixture of fear and disbelief, twisting his face. The water! It's forming around the doll! And just as he says, the toy begins to stir with an otherworldly energy. I greet you, Mother Earth, Leon says, bowing his head in reverence. Demra, the goddess of life and abundance. It has been far too long. The animated doll now stands beside the goblet, basking in the light of the new sun. A true deity has descended upon this world. Greetings, great Mother Earth, Leon repeats to the doll as the phoenix hunters stare at him, their minds unable to process what they are seeing. This is Demra, the divine being who governs all life and fertility. And now the doll speaks. This new land has also been tainted by a great evil, her voice echoes. The earth itself is infected. Yes, Leon replies. Vile creatures reside here as well. But there is no divine presence to protect it. I fear the vulgar pigs of this world will only defile your sacred site. At that, Yang Wing realizes the insult is also aimed at him, his mouth gaping in indignation. Ignorance and greed are not always to be considered sins, Demra says wisely. They are the innate traits of mortals. What is it you intend to do now? She asks the hero. He places a hand upon his chest, pausing for a moment. It is easy to lose one's way among swordsmen, he says at last. But the power of a conqueror is a gift from the gods. I will ensure the people here understand the meaning of duty and power. I will teach the ignorant. Leon declares, his eyes burning with conviction, and guide them toward the righteous path. Until a new pantheon can rise upon this earth, he concludes. The doll's expression turns to one of satisfaction. Child, she says, holding out a single finger. Perhaps there is something you wish to ask of me. We are always ready, Leon replies, sinking to one knee. Before him, the doll's form shifts into that of a true goddess, radiant in a green dress with magnificent wings. Dear Demra, he says, the free people of this land suffer under the weight of this evil energy. I know this is a great boon to ask, but please heal and purify this land. You are the head of my temple, the goddess proclaims, glowing with joy. Our champion. The soil of this world is not yet my body. A single perfect drop of water falls from Demra's finger. So I shall spread my divinity here, and replace this thirsty land with my own flesh. The drop passes between the dried husks of corn and strikes the barren ground. Then everything that walks this earth will become your ally, Demra declares as the water splashes across the parched soil. From that very spot, a powerful pillar of golden energy shoots into the heavens. The withered corn begins to pulse with life. The witnesses to this miracle can only stare with their mouths agape. Watch and learn, Leon roars, turning to face them with fury in his eyes. You ignorant fools who know nothing. This world has now been blessed by the divine, he declares solemnly. Before them, the entire field glows with a golden, life-giving energy. Be born and thrive and gain. The hero commands. This is the true duty of all living things. Hari covers her mouth, her body trembling with shock. Jinsu is completely overwhelmed. This fertile land, Leon proclaims, standing in a spectacular pose before the table, is proof of an eternal promise. But Yang Wing, his face a mask of rage and annoyance, clutches a few stalks of the golden corn. Behind him, the blessed field continues to pulse with light. He shouts to the Shovi, hunters trying to shatter their awe. Hey, don't let him fool you. Crops grown with such flashy magic are always poisonous. You all know this. Leon glances over his shoulder, his expression filled with utter disdain. This harvest is blessed by divinity itself, he states coldly. How dare you call it poison? That damn doll! Yang Wing begins, but Leon cuts him off with a glacial stare. I will only forgive ignorance once, he warns, his voice dangerously low. Do not profane the goddess's name with your filthy tongue. Yang Wing seethes anger and fear warring on his face. Damn it, this can't be happening, he thinks, panic setting in. All my plans will be ruined because of this freak. His men look at him, completely confused, awaiting their orders. I can't let this happen, Yang Wing realizes, gritting his teeth. We must expose his shameless lies. We have to inspect everything. The hunter declares, his face hardening with resolve. He clenches his fists. I trust you will cooperate, he says to the hero, for the sake of the people who will eat this food. But his mind screams, I will reveal you as a fraud. I am bringing forth my own appraiser, Yang Wing declares, regaining some composure as he points to a young man in his group. Like himself, the specialist declares. Then I'll begin. He holds out his hand and a torrent of bluish energy erupts forth. A wary look crosses the appraiser's face, as if he's realized something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, a status window materializes. It reads, Blessed Rice, category rare. Description: rice, imbued with the divinity of Demra, the goddess of life and fertility. Consuming this rice cures all third-tier diseases. Category. The appraiser screams in disbelief. All of this rice is rare. A holy light continues to pour from the specialist's hand. It can even cure cancer. Hari and Jinsu demand confirmation, their minds reeling from the impossible revelation. He confirms their wildest hopes. Leon and Demra simply watch the humans, the former utterly calm the latter, radiating pure joy. Someone bring a pot. Kim Jinsu commands. In a nearby area, a rice cooker and firewood await. This can't be happening. Jinsu thinks his world turned upside down as he devours the miraculous rice and other information. Window pops up. It details the true power of the blessed rice. Stamina recovery rate increases by 100%. Every minute, mana recovery rate increases by 50% every minute. And the effect lasts for 8 hours. It's not just rice, it's a powerful amplifier, Kim Jinsu realizes. How could simple rice be as potent as a booster that costs 3 million won a bottle, manager? Harry shouts from behind, her voice trembling with excitement. She looks him dead in the eye. We have some very important news. The young man cuts her off. Chew first, talk later. The girl hastily swallows. Her food. I got curious, she blurts out, so I ate a grasshopper. The senior manager stares, wondering if he heard her right. And I got a buff? Harry yells excitedly. What? Jinsu's mind explodes with the possibilities. If this blessing extends to everything around us, he muses, then it's no wonder that every living creature here is also blessed. The hunters scatter across the field, catching insects with bare hands and nets. Catch as many as you can, the order rings out. We're going to that portal overflowing with buffs. The Hunter Association squad's morale skyrockets. Child, Demra says softly, to Leon. He turns to her, his focus absolute. Yes, dear goddess Demra, I am listening, he replies. I feel my work here is done, says the doll standing beside the goblet and candle. I must return now. Leon kneels before her, placing a hand over his heart. I will never forget the divine love you have shown us, he vows. Child, allow me one last piece of advice, asks the animated doll. The hero closes, his eyes ready to receive her sacred wisdom. Make sure you eat well, she says. Before them, the beautiful goddess who possessed, the small toy begins to depart. The doll, now just a lifeless figure in a green dress, slumps onto the table next to a candle. Your Majesty, Hari asks timidly. What was that divine power? Leon replies. There is no god in this world. It's the hero's turn to ask a question. I don't know, the girl answers uncertain. A righteous life in a righteous world requires divine power, the hero declares. It would be wise for you inhabitants of this land to remember that, now that the soldiers are brimming with power. We head for the portal. He commands, his destination clear. Guildmaster, one of Li Wang's subordinates whispers urgently, What's going on? Is this normal? Our plan seems to be in jeopardy. It's all because of that surviving bastard, the hunter snarls in fury. Where did he even come from? Angan fumes internally. If it weren't for him, the government would have been forced to accept our demands. I want him dead inside that portal, Leon. Meanwhile, leads the squad of association hunters, marching toward the gate to another world. It seems Yang Ying has already cooked up a new scheme. He smiles, rubbing his chin. Not a bad idea at all, he says aloud. One of his henchmen asks what he means. Don't you worry, the guildmaster replies with a smirk. This portal has already been explored a little. His subordinate nods. That's right, the center is a bit complicated, but the man seems to understand perfectly. There's only one A-class hunter in their squad, Yang Ying says with absolute confidence, and that's Hari. That surviving bastard is most likely just a blessing-focused buff support. I bet he's completely useless in real combat. Which means, he concludes, a wicked grin stretching from ear to ear, they are all going to die in there. Inside the portal, a nightmarish horror awaits. It is a creature so terrifying, so indescribable. A monster that cannot be defeated by any normal means. This infernal beast is flanked by lesser monsters, armed with cruel swords, their teeth sharp and their eyes burning with malice. A crimson warning sign flashes into existence. A dungeon break is imminent. Death is coming. A countdown begins for every soul trapped inside the portal. We see a dark cave with a sliver of light at the far end. The feet of a lone man walk forward. They belong to Leon completely unarmed, but surrounded by a dozen fully equipped hunters. Kim Jinsu leads the vanguard, while the hero casually takes the rearguard. Leon mused aloud. Most portals collapse after they're cleared, or when the boss is defeated. A smirk played on his lips. I do enjoy a good boss fight. What Hari hadn't mentioned was that her guild's hunters typically overwhelm bosses with a full-scale coordinated assault. The hero's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains scattered across the cave floor. I was told this dungeon had already been cleared, but the sheer number of monsters suggests otherwise. The skeleton suddenly looked up, its empty sockets fixed on the ceiling. Oh, that's just a special feature of this particular dungeon. The answer came from his companion, a special feature. Yes, Hari replied. In most portals, monster numbers drop as you clear them out. but here. For creatures like skeletons, zombies, and even demons, as long as the final boss is alive, they will just keep reviving. How interesting. So this nightmare only ends once we slay the boss. I understand Leon said, a smirk playing on his lips. He folded his arms across his chest. So it's one of those dungeons. Exactly, the girl beside him confirmed. Most likely a powerful necromancer is pulling the strings. At least that's my guess, she added, her eyes on the crimson warning window that just flared to life. A dungeon break has begun. The Dullahan Knight. Danahan is advancing with his undead army. Your mission, defeat the Dullahan Knight. A wave of dark energy washed over the Association's hunter squad. Panic erupted. Some clutched their heads in agony. Others collapsed to their knees. That scum, Li Yangwang, roared at Kim Jinsu. He should have warned us about what was waiting inside Leon, and Harry stared at the enemy commander. A terrifying monster with blazing eyes and a crown of horns, seated upon a colossal warhorse that loomed over them. Behind him, a massive army of skeletons waited, their empty sockets burning with an eerie blue light. A new warning window appeared. Time remaining 2 hours and 58 minutes. The Skeletal Legion began its relentless advance. The hunters trembled. Sir, should I distribute the potions? One of them asked Jinsu. Yes, he commanded, but give them to the frontliners first. Mashik, he yelled to another hunter. Give me a count on their ranged support. He replied, drawing his bowstring. I see 30 archers and 2 mages, Jinsu issued his orders. Snipers, take out their long-range damage dealers. Shield bearers, you will hold the line against the skeleton army's push. Raising his own shield, he stepped before his squad. Come on, you bastards, attack! He roared at the oncoming horde. The skeletons didn't need to be asked twice. Raising their rusted swords high, they crashed against the hunters' formation like a tidal wave. Jinsu held them back with his enormous shield. They're stronger than I expected, he thought grimly. It seems orange-ranked portals are on a whole different level. He smashed one with a massive ornate hammer. Still, Jinsu mused, for a B-class tank like me, these skeletons aren't a major threat. He struck again, but then he realized his fatal miscalculation. Damn it, he cursed internally. Their spellcasting is far too complex for ordinary skeletons. He saw 2 skeletal mages weaving intricate magic circles in the air. I need to draw their fire, Jinsu resolved. Come on, over here, he bellowed. It seemed to work. A skeleton mage turned its gaze toward him, then unleashed a bolt of azure energy that ripped through the air. Someone yelled out, asking if Jinsu was all right. He's fine, he grunted back. It was nothing more than a beast's sting. His high-end gear could handle that much. But then the skeleton commander appeared before him. Seated on that giant steed, the necromancer looked down on him. Danahan Jinsu thought his blood running cold. The necromancer's presence was utterly overwhelming. Jinsu knew this would be a desperate struggle, and almost immediately Danahan struck with devastating force. Jinsu's hammer and shield were sent flying. He hit the ground hard, gasping for air, the world spinning around him. Seeing her comrade fall, Hari screamed Jinsu's name. Leon, meanwhile, stood beside her as if nothing had happened, watching the chaos unfold like a mere spectator. A young hunter pleaded with Hari, "Please, you have to save Jinsu." She asked if it was time to deploy the reserves. Hari knew the young man was right. This was the exact reason for reserve forces. They had to join the battle now, especially since the necromancer had finally shown his true power. He moved with terrifying speed, his huge sword a blur of death. Some hunters couldn't even comprehend how he moved so fast. Hari decided to appeal to King Lionheart, the man who had struck down a great demon with a single blow. My lord, she begged, turning to Hayam. Please help us. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Leon with pleading eyes. The hero turned to her, his face a mask of cold indifference, completely unmoved by the chaos around them. It is unworthy of a king to engage in such an insignificant battle, he said. What do you mean? Hari screamed, utterly shocked. You must find your own ways to earn honor, the hero declared grandly. I can't believe you're asking me to intervene and destroy these worthless puppets. Besides, it's an insult to the goddess. I cannot bear to watch this any longer. What on earth is he talking about? Hari wonders, completely stunned. The girl behind her asks what their squad should do. There's no time to waste. Hari realizes this man has zero intention of helping them. It's clear he's not interested in anything but the Dullahan. Her gaze shifts to Leon, the hero, who's intensely analyzing the necromancer's every move. He can't fathom how the creature is so fast. We have to stop the Dullahan, Hari resolves. I'll take the boss, she commands her subordinates. Everyone else support Kim Jinsu and our allies. Grabbing a sword, Hari charges into the fray. She spots her target Dullahan looming behind rows of skeletons. The headless knight acts as his shield. Pushing off a monster's skull like a springboard, she launches herself forward. Reaching the necromancer, Hari leaps into the air, wings of light flaring as she brings her sword down. From a distance, the other hunters witness a brilliant flash of orange light. Up close, Hari's sword screeches against Dullahan's massive blade. He blocked it. Her face twists with anger and annoyance. I have to separate the necromancer from his army no matter what. That's her only chance. What the hell is this? She thinks, staring into the Dullahan's glowing eyes right in front of her. She glances at the boss's torso and realizes his head is completely detached, moving on its own. Did he just throw his own head to block my vision? What kind of trick is this? It seems the undead have a few surprises. Indeed, where the Dullahan's head should be, a swirling cloud of raw energy now glows menacingly. Hari swings again. She unleashes another strike, feeling the impact of her blade hitting something solid. Thank God, she thinks, landing gracefully. But her relief is short-lived. The necromancer is completely unharmed. Worse, he's raising his own sword to strike her down. Still, she succeeded in one thing, luring the Dullahan away from his skeleton army. I'm sorry, she taunts the undead knight, whose horse rears back. But my attack range is just too wide. She raises her sword for another assault. A deafening blow follows, and the entire cave is lit by a powerful blinding glow. Got him! Hari feels the satisfying impact, confident in her strike. That should be enough to finish him, she thinks. But once again, something is horribly wrong. The girl's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she stares at her opponent. Did he just block her ultimate attack with the flat of his sword? Unbelievable. Even in this desperate moment, Hari can't help but feel a sliver of respect for her enemy's incredible skill. The Dullahan strikes back with ferocious power, and Hari barely manages to dodge. This is amazing. A voice suddenly echoes through the cavern, cutting through the sounds of battle. Someone is applauding the necromancer. What a magnificent display of swordsmanship, and with only one hand. The voice continues. I'm certain you were once a noble knight. Please accept my apologies. It's Leon clapping his hands as if he's watching a performance. To think I mistook a great knight for a mere worthless undead. Unknown knight. He addresses the necromancer directly. I, the king of Lionheart, grant you the honor of a challenge. Hari, on all fours before the Dullahan, stares at Leon in utter confusion. She can't comprehend what is happening. There is no need to involve ordinary warriors, the hero declares to the headless knight. I propose we end this battle with a noble duel between two knights. He looks at the necromancer, his gaze filled with resolve. He challenged the boss to a duel. The realization finally hits Hari. Jinsu, now back on his feet, is just as stunned. Even the mindless skeletons seem shocked by this impossible turn of events. But the necromancer, whose head is still floating nearby, appears to be considering the offer. And then, he gives his silent consent. It worked. The skeletons stare in disbelief. Now they slowly approach. Leon calmly crosses his arms, facing the Dullahan. As an honest knight, you may dismount your horse, the hero says, summoning a magic circle from which his sword's hilt emerges. I'm sure you are more accustomed to wielding a sword with both hands. Our battle would be unfair if you only used one. The necromancer remains silent, but his posture shows he is listening intently to Leon's words. Hari anxiously calls out to the hero, who now holds a blade glowing with pure white energy. Yes, what is it, he asks. The Dullahan won't die unless you decapitate him, she yells, her voice filled with genuine concern. So what does it matter? Leon asks her, his tone chillingly detached. Hari can't believe it. How can he ask something so absurd? How can he possibly win if he doesn't aim for the head? It doesn't matter, the hero explains. The winner is decided by a knight's honor. He raises his sword, signaling to the necromancer that he is ready. The hunters and the skeletons alike seem to hold their breath, ready for the battle to resume. The first knight of the goddess of light. And Justice Leon, he introduces himself to his foe. Archduke Draconia and the Lionheart King, his opponent, remain silent as expected, only the beam of energy glowing where its head should be. I permit this noble knight to challenge me. A duel, the hero declared. The necromancer gripped his massive sword, spinning it with a flourish, a raw display of power. The two knights clashed. Their auras erupted in a spectacular collision, Leon's a brilliant blue against the necromancer's fiery orange. But the hero remained perfectly calm, his poise unshakable. With a single hand, he parried the crushing blow from Danahan's colossal sword. The attack was utterly neutralized, sliding harmlessly down Leon's blade and slamming into the earth with useless force. Once, the hero stated the tip of his sword aimed at the swirling energy where the necromancer's head should be. He raised his weapon again. Gripping it with both hands, he prepared for the next onslaught. The severed head Danahan once held was now fused to his left forearm. With a powerful swing, the necromancer struck again. He parried such a heavy blow. Hari thought, her jaw hanging open. Watching the duel unfold, she cried out, "Your Majesty!" The hero responded, his voice steady. "Your footing is too light." He defended himself without moving an inch, using only his hand and the gleaming sword within one of them. What did you see that? Kim Jinsu couldn't process what she was witnessing. Amazing, Hari whispered, a slow smile spreading across her face. Jinsu pressed, Did you see what he did? Only Hari truly understood the mastery before her. He shifted the center of gravity of the impact, the very moment their blades met. Not only that, he redirected the entire force with a transverse motion. No one I know would even dare to attempt such a thing, she thought in awe. Leon stood before his opponent, who had missed yet again. He touched the tip of his blade to the necromancer's shoulder. "A second time," he announced. "Assume your stance." He ordered Danahan, his gaze stern and commanding. That's only possible with an immense reserve of power. Harry realized it had been centuries since Danahan faced a knight who treated him not as a monster, but as a fellow warrior. The necromancer launched another ferocious attack, a desperate ploy to break the stalemate. Anyone else would think the offer to reset was a trick, a moment of weakness to exploit. But that's not it, the necromancer thought, his senses analyzing his foe. Look at this knight. His posture is perfect. He stood like a true veteran, a warrior forged in the fires of countless battles. His eyes held a special light, radiating with unyielding dignity and honor. "I will parry this strike," the hero declared, and with blinding speed he did. A lightning-fast movement of his sword left him completely unscathed. "A third time," he said, gently tapping the necromancer's chest. He is the very embodiment of a noble knight, Danahan thought in shock. "Let's continue," his opponent offered, sword held ready. This was no mere man. This was the king of knights, a warrior the powerful necromancer should revere. In that instant, he decided to abandon his dark magic. He wanted to face this man endlessly as a knight, not a necromancer. Danahan pushed off, surging forward. He would conduct himself with the chivalry of old. No necromancy, only his blade against the sword of a truly noble warrior. The duel resumed, pure steel against steel. The hunters and skeletons could only watch this sacred confrontation. Danahan remembered, this is how he used to fight. His opponents were once the greatest knights of the realm. Leon fought with that same grace and effortless mastery. "I once walked this world with honor," he thought. As he attacked again, he lamented, "And I had forgotten what that felt like." A wave of nostalgia washed over the necromancer. His colossal sword flew up a whirlwind of steel before embedding itself in the ground for the 10th time. Leon kept a steady count. "Your swordsmanship grows more precise," he told the necromancer. "Are you beginning to remember who you once were?" In his previous life, Danahan was an honest knight. "You've brought me back to my days of glory," he thought. "Let us continue." "Knight," Leon urged him. The necromancer simply growled, his heart too full for words. Even his skeletal legion had stopped their menacing grins. They were now silent spectators, their monstrous nature forgotten. One of them carefully held the necromancer's spare head. Danahan placed a gauntleted hand upon it, taking it back. "How long has it been since I did anything but slaughter?" he wondered. "How long have I fought without a shred of honor?" An image of a mountain of corpses, his dark legacy flashed in his mind. "If I can end my cursed journey in this way." He knelt on one knee before his opponent. "Then for me, there could be no greater joy." He held out his own head, an offering to Leon. "Amazing," the hero said softly. "I am overjoyed that you have reclaimed your honor. I will pray for you." Leon placed a hand on the necromancer's head. "If there is a god you believe in, I pray he grants peace to your soul." The hero continued, his voice resonating with power. "If not, then, may the goddess herself guide you to the end of the garden. I hope to meet you again one day, great knight in the hall where the gods feast." Leon's face was etched with sincerity. "Let there be light," he commanded. The necromancer's head began to disintegrate, unleashing a torrent of holy energy. The cursed armor Danahan wore vanished with it. A noble face, once hidden by a menacing horned mask, was finally revealed. "Hallowed be thy name, Leon Draconia Lionheart," Danahan thought as he faded. Just outside the portal, the other hunters had finally emerged. Gazing upon the spoils of victory, Leon kept his word, Hari murmurs to Jinsu beside her. He really did. He settled it all in a single duel, he agrees, still in awe. But what was that brilliant light, she wonders aloud? Could it be that divine power he's always talking about, Jinsu theorizes? That would certainly explain why the undead just vanished into thin air. But if he had such a skill, Hari presses, why didn't he use it sooner? "If I had," Leon's voice cuts in, "that noble knight would have been corrupted into a necro thing." Hari turns startled, he could hear them. "A knight lives for honor," the hero continues, his voice firm. "Honor is forged through action, and action is born from unwavering will." Danahan received the end he deserved as a true knight, but that chapter is closed. "And now, I claim my trophies," Leon declares, turning his back. "Where there is battle, there are rewards," the hero proclaims. Before them lies a sinister necromancer's sword, and a dark sphere pulsing with a faint purple energy. "Whoa, just look at this thing," Jinsu whispers, his eyes glued to the artifacts. The amount of mana swirling inside this sphere is immense. They gaze at the item carefully placed on a pillow, as if Leon knew exactly what to do with it. "This could sell for a fortune," Jinsu exclaims, his eyes practically glowing with greed. "It's garbage," Leon states flatly. Fragments fly as the dark sphere is utterly obliterated. The sphere shatters into 1,000 pieces. Hari and Jinsu, who are about to collect the spoils, stare in absolute disbelief. Leon, however, stands calm, his foot still raised from the crushing blow. "An item like this brings nothing but chaos," he says, his face a mask of disdain. A system window appears. Dallahan's raincoat acquired. The Great Sword of Dalahan acquired. Necromancer's Pearl. Acquisition failed. Mana stones and more. The Hanam portal has been cleared. Hari sighs, pushing a heavy cart filled with food and wine. It's only been 4 days since Leon returned to Earth. A short time, perhaps. But it felt like an eternity of chaos had already passed. Sweat drips from Harry's face as she mutters about how exhausted she is. And the biggest headache of all started with the small issue of taxes. How dare you demand taxes from the king of another realm? Leon had roared, his voice shaking with fury. You can pay with mana stones, Hari had offered timidly. A king does not count his own coin. Why are we discussing matters meant for my subordinates? I have had enough of this talk of money. It is beneath me. The poor girl had no idea how to respond. Because of the blessing of the divine power of Earth, the Hunters Association was now flooded with new followers. Ordinary people arriving in droves to learn how to pay their tithes. $19 trillion. Pay 90% of your harvest, Leon commanded them. Is that not a generous offer? The taxes and living costs are already so high. An elderly man tries to protest. But 90% of our crop is, Leon cuts him off sharply. You are a follower of the goddess, are you not? Should you, a believer, truly worry about going hungry? Harry, standing nearby, watches the scene unfold with shell-shocked eyes. Social security, communal housing, food, and all necessities will be provided by my guild, Leon grandly informs the visitors. This blessed rice, Harry says, holding up a document, has an unbelievably high market value. 80 kilograms of rice is worth 150 million won. The peasants are stunned, unable to grasp such a number. For just one large bag of rice, they ask each other in hushed tones. How much would we have left even if we give 90%? Leon remains silent, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Yes, we have faith, the people begin to chant. But the most serious problem of all was Leon's own living situation. What is the meaning of this? He had demanded, standing aghast in a modern yet ordinary apartment. How dare you place me in a dwelling devoid of a single masterpiece? The hero demanded a lavish bed, servants on call around the clock, and true works of art to admire. We see a flashback of Harry on the phone, apologizing profusely. She had to search until 2 a.m, just to find 5-star hotels, trying to find anything that would meet the hero's lofty standards. Then she had to beg his forgiveness for the simple bed, the 2 banal paintings, and the common ceramic vases. Back in the present, she raises a hand, timidly announcing herself. Your Majesty, it is I, Kang Hari. Enter, Leon's voice commands from within. Are you feeling well, Your Majesty? The girl asks. The hero sits not on a throne, but on a simple chair. He gazes out the skyscraper window at the sprawling city below. Yes, he replies softly. It is time for breakfast, Your Majesty. Leon seems lost in thought. A glass of wine rests in his hand, and he's dressed in a strange fur-trimmed robe completely out of place in this world. Have you eaten? He asks Hari. Not yet, she replies. You should eat when the opportunity presents itself. One cannot simply discard meals like breakfast and lunch. Hari readily agrees, feeling incredibly awkward in his presence. She doesn't know how to act around him. She had just wheeled in a cart laden with a magnificent feast. She can only stare at it, hoping she might get to sneak a simple sandwich for herself later. Sit, Leon tells her. He lazily swirls the wine in his glass. The girl agrees with a happy blush. Could it be he's going to share his food? The thought makes Harry rub her hands in glee. But just as she eyes her plate, his voice cuts through the air. What do you think you're doing? I'm sorry, she stammers, completely lost. His eyes pierce right through her. I asked you. So what you were doing. His tone is ice. I never said we were eating together. Harry is stunned. But I thought you wanted to. To share, she whispers, her hands clenched. In what world, Leon scoffs, do kings and peasants share a table? The insult hits harder than any blow. All she can do is swallow her pride, the delicious food now just a cruel mockery. A towering skyscraper gleams in the midday sun. A sleek black car is parked out front. Inside, voices echo. The Hunter Association will fund your new life, a voice explains, and help you adjust to this world. We can't offer a palace, of course, but your accommodations will be comfortable. How prudent, Leon remarks, lounging in the back seat. As your guest, I won't ask for too much. The details are in your hands. Of course, Your Majesty, Harry replies from the front. What about distributing the spoils from the hunt, she asks. As I've said, that matter is also yours to handle. The only item I require is a new coat. Leave it to me, understood, Your Majesty, the girl replies brightly. We've arrived, she announces as the car stops before another modern skyscraper. Leon, now in a sharp business suit, steps out of the vehicle. You'll be living close to the Hunter Association headquarters, Hari explains. It's extremely convenient. There's even a helipad on the roof. Not bad, right, Your Majesty? Smiling, she leads her charge inside. What in the world is this? Leon thinks, eyeing a bizarre sculpture. It looks like a 5-story snowman on a stick, just a typical hotel lobby decoration. As Hari and Leon enter the grand doors, they are met by a new face, Junior Manager Han Hari of the Hunter Association. Hearing her name, Hari jolts in surprise. This location was supposed to be secret. No one should have known they were coming here. Who are you? She asks anxiously, turning to the man who spoke. He lets out a practiced laugh. What a pleasant coincidence, he says smoothly. I represent the Daejin Group. My name is Park Jong-in. I am the director of the Future Strategy Division. The Daejin Group. Hari's smile is faint. She knows that name all too well. One of the 3 largest conglomerates in all of South Korea. And a director from one of its core divisions is here, waiting for them personally. But Jong-in has already lost interest in her. His eyes are fixed solely on Leon. A wide, ambitious smile spreads across his face. So you must be the famous survivor. Hari seethes internally. I knew it. He knew we were coming. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Leon Dragonia Lionheart. With that practiced smile, Jong-in extends his hand. A mere merchant dares to offer me his hand? Leon's glare could freeze fire. The air turns to ice. Later, inside a luxurious apartment, the association has covered the cost of this residence for 1 year, Your Majesty. Hari reports dutifully. We will provide you with everything you need. You won't have to worry about a thing. Leon simply stands by the massive window, gazing out at the sprawling city below. The girl continues reading from her papers. His Majesty will have maids and full room service at his disposal. Hari is relieved her main task is done, but still, she has a bad feeling about this. Information on survivors is top secret. They were lucky that Leon simply ignored Park Jong-in, whose true motives are deeply suspicious. I wonder why he wanted to meet you, Hari muses aloud. But the hero just keeps staring at the city panorama. A merchant is only ever interested in one thing, he says without turning. He came here seeking profit. The girl looks surprised, but then realization dawns. She doesn't need him to explain. She knows exactly what it is. It's the rice. It's all because of the miraculous rice now growing on the Henan Plains. Because the situation unfolded so suddenly, security couldn't lock down the area completely. A fatal mistake. One of the bystanders recorded everything on his phone. Association agents relentlessly demanded he delete the footage. But it's already too late. It's on the internet. Hari realizes the witness must have saved a copy before they got to him. The uploader's account name, Farmer Mr. Park. Cursing under her breath, Hari reads the video's title, The Blessed Rice. Meanwhile, Park Jong-in is also staring at a phone screen. Arrogant, savage! He snarls in fury. Turning to a researcher, he asks, Are you certain the rice has this effect? The scientist bowing low answers with a firm yes. He confirms the incredible properties of the rice. But you haven't tested it on humans. Park presses, Are you sure the effects will be the same as in the lab rats? The scientist nervously scratches his cheek. It's clear he can't give a 100% guarantee. The risk is enormous. A young woman with a short haircut steps into the tense discussion. Director, she begins, to get more information on the rice. The meeting with the rice field's owner brought forth astonishing revelations. A dying dog had made a miraculous recovery, and people, suffering from chronic ailments and infections, felt their conditions vanish after eating the blessed rice. In the nearby village, residents were being cured of countless diseases from the minor to the life-threatening. So even without official scientific validation, the plant's incredible power was already a proven fact. A wide grin spread across Park Jong-hin's face. I see, he thought, so it truly works. But what still infuriated him was that arrogant psycho who refused his handshake, calling him a simple merchant. To dare call the director of the Daejin Group such a thing, that rice, his assistant reminded him, we must acquire it. Jong-hyun's eyes gazed into the distance, his own immense power well understood. I will try to meet him again. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. How dare he treat us with such disdain? That survivor felt empowered because of some rice. The director gritted his teeth. You've chosen the wrong enemy, you damn savage. A cold smile touched Jong-hyun's lips. He's just like all the other survivors, he sneered. These scum all believe their old worlds. We're so special and unique. I'll give you a proper culture shock, savage. As Jong-hyun stared at his phone, his smile turned ominous. He was clearly plotting something wicked. Meanwhile, upon returning to Earth, Leon had set 3 goals for himself. First, he must spread faith and divinity. While other gods and followers existed here, the one thing that truly mattered, divine power, was completely absent. A god must gather faith to bless the world. But here, humanity was weakening, and the Earth itself was falling to corruption. To harness divine power, a new faith was needed, a faith embraced by the masses. His second mission to resurrect the knightly Templarism. This world had no order of holy, warriors wielding divine power. If the Grailkeeper King Lionheart was a demigod, then the knights of the temple were his saints, the very swords of the gods. Using divine power, they brought terror to all evil. To purge the darkness flourishing on this earth, he had to restore that divine power and reestablish the knightly Templarism. I must spread the faith, Leon mused by the window, and maintain order within the Pantheon so the Knights Templar can take root. Whether it thrived in this world or not is of no concern to me, he thought, elegantly swirling wine in his glass. I will simply fulfill my duty. Leona, someone called. It was Harry. She announced a formal request for an audience with him. The hero considered it for a moment, then declared he saw no reason to deny petitioners who had followed the proper procedures. 3 visitors entered Leon's lavish hotel suite. Thank you for granting us this meeting, Your Majesty, Park Junhyun said, bowing low. The hero looked down at the delegation, his expression unreadable, as if weighing their very souls. Junhyun, meanwhile, convinced himself that, for the sake of his ambition, he could swallow his pride and feign humility before this foolish savage. This time, I've come bearing a small gift, he announced with a wide artificial smile revealing a large container. It resembled an oversized high-tech briefcase. Please accept it, Junhyun urged, his grin never faltering. He'll be stunned when he sees what's inside, he thought smugly. Inside were priceless artifacts so expensive that this barbarian could never have dreamed of them. Once he lays eyes on them, he won't be able to refuse. You'll be begging me to become your manager. Very well, Leon replied with regal calm. Since you have gone to such effort, I will accept your gift. The hero's demeanor was that of a true king. Will I accept the gift? What is this nonsense? Junhyun fumed internally. Is he doing me a favor? Inside Junhyun was a volcano of hatred, but on the outside he was the perfect smiling businessman, feigning indescribable pleasure. Placing a hand on the case, he invited Leon to look inside. I am certain you will be pleased with its contents, he declared. Hurry, the hero said to the girl standing near. I have no desire to explain etiquette to him. He pointed at the case. Open it. Yes, Your Majesty, Harry replied. She unlatched the container and gasped in utter amazement at the contents. Disbelieving her own eyes, she reached out and touched the blade of a sword. A brilliant light erupted from within, forcing the girl to shield her eyes and stumble back. In that instant, she seemed to realize exactly what she was looking at. Park Junhyun savored the stunned reaction. This is the most elite weaponry, produced by the Dujin Group, he announced proudly, stepping up beside the glowing case. You may choose anything you desire, he offered Leon. Harry was in shock. Are these unique grade items forged by the greatest master craftsman of Dujin? Yes, that's right, Junhyun confirmed. The absolute finest this planet has to offer. He turned to the hero. I heard that you will now be working as a hunter. I'm certain you will find these weapons quite useful, the donor beamed. He's convinced Leon won't be able to refuse such luxurious splendor. After all, these weapons can't be bought with mere money. Harry is amazed, thinking, I only saw these on YouTube back when I was a student. So, the hero suddenly asks Jonan, where do you suggest I use these low-grade pieces of iron? Low grade, he screams in pure indignation. Your Majesty. Hari asks, her voice trembling, what are you saying? Leon questions them both. How can one forge a worthy sword without a star's aura, or a holy blessing? Do you only use your weapons to hunt beasts? What in the world is he talking about, Jonan thinks, breaking into a cold sweat. Is he suggesting I should bake my swords in the sun and then call priests to pray over them? The absurdity is overwhelming. You have no faith, merchant, the hero tells him thoughtfully. This is a small misunderstanding, Jonan replies, clapping his hands together. Fine, let's just say, Leon continues calmly, that traders usually show off their goods, don't they? I understand perfectly well that these blades are only fit for slaughtering chickens and cows, but I am ready to test them. He summons a blue magic circle, pulling his own sword from the void. Jonan watches his mind reeling. What the hell? He thinks, a savage pulling a sword out of thin air, but then Jonan notices the blade's age. It's an ancient, worn-out weapon. That's all he has, he scoffs internally. What a brute. He hopes to beat elite blades with that piece of junk. Your Majesty, Jonan says with a benevolent smile. I would love to see what your sword is capable of. Junior manager Harry, smiling, turns to the girl beside him. She eagerly responds, would you like to test our weapons power? Choose anyone you like. Hari can't believe her luck. She never dreamed she'd hold something so priceless in her own hands. An indescribable joy lights up her face while Leon remains utterly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Hari scans the incredible assortment, preparing to make her choice. Finally, her hand rests on the hilt of a sword that has captured her gaze. I've admired this blade for 4 years, she thinks with reverence. The girl looks enthusiastically at her weapon, which is surrounded by a mysterious red haze. This is Dawn, a sword forged by Master Park Yol. I can feel its power. Hari realizes. It feels like it was saturated with the dense solar energy of a special portal for 10 straight days. Can I really use it? The girl asks. Why do you need permission to swing that toy around? Leon asks her with cutting irony. What a creature, Jonan thinks, hearing the open ridicule. Well then, Hari is ready to show him exactly what this weapon can do. In the next second, her hope shatters into pure amazement, without even rising from the sofa, holding his sword with just one hand and not even looking at her. Leon parries the blow. Harry raises Dawn again, its red energy flaring, and brings it down with a mighty swing. "That's it!" she screams, putting her all into the strike. It seems her sword should annihilate everything in its path. A collision rings out, and weapon fragments fly through the air. Hari stares at her blade in shock. Jonan grunts angrily, watching the unbelievable scene before him. A pathetic stump is all that remains in the girl's hands. Meanwhile, the hero's sword is completely unharmed, letting off only a faint gray smoke. "Even worse than I imagined," Leon says with disappointment, hiding his weapon back in the subspace from which it came. "Just a waste of my time. I'll be shortening our meeting," he tells Jonan. "You have 3 minutes left." He just stands there, unable to process what just happened. Dawn is broken, he thinks in a daze. The most feared weapon of the Dugen group? This can't be real. Desperation floods his face as his allotted time rapidly runs out. "I want to patent the rights to the rice grains." Jonan finally decides to state his purpose. Both he and his companions bow their heads deeply, a sign of respect for their host. But Leon clearly did not appreciate the abrupt change in topic. "What? Naturally we will pay," Jonan assures him. An obsequious expression is plastered on his face. "According to our calculations, these rights should be worth 180 billion won." Of course he knows this miraculous plant is worth infinitely more. After all, it can cure cancer. But this barbarian can't possibly understand a number like 180 billion won, Jonan thinks. He'll go crazy. He has no idea how much we're going to make from this rice. Leon looks thoughtfully at the merchant before him. "So, you want to buy the rice with money?" he asks slowly. It looks like he's caught on, Jonan thinks, ready to leap out of his skin with joy. "That's right," he says out loud. "Naturally, we'll sign a contract stating the Dujang Group holds monopoly rights to this plant. And you can even raise the price a little if you wish." "You weak-minded merchant," Leon answers, his voice ice cold. "Do you dare to insult divinity?" The hero's fury finally erupts at Jonan's inappropriate proposal. Leon glares at Janine with threatening eyes. The merchant is visibly nervous. His companions also sense a malevolent aura, one of them clutching his throat as if he can no longer breathe. The manager of the Dugen Group is a painful sight to behold. He simply cannot find the words to answer the hero's question. In his eyes, Leon, living up to his name, has become a lion, ready to lunge forward and bite his head clean off. "You idiot," Leon tells him with absolute contempt. "You just confessed to your own crimes." Sin's Hunin prostrates himself, his body racked with tremors. Tears carve paths down his face, but he chokes out, "But I don't even know what I did wrong," he wails pitifully. "How truly ignorant and uncivilized you must be." The hero declares, his hand extended, glowing with a golden energy. "The plant you speak of was born of the earth and blessed by the goddess Dima herself. A reward given to peasants who toil in the fields who earn it with the sweat of their brow. You must understand, this cannot be bought with mere coin. Before us lies Dima's blessing. A grateful heart and unwavering faith are the only currency accepted here," the hero explains. "You are a lowly creature who only chases profit and deceives all who cross your path. So I ask you this." Jonggin shakes, paralyzed by terror. "Why would you desire a gift from a goddess you don't even believe in?" The hero's words hang in the air. Somewhere below, the Jujang manager clenches his fists, grinding his teeth in silent rage. He can't utter a single word in response. Was it truly necessary to let him go? Leon turns to Harry now, alone with him after the others departed. She holds a package in her hands. "Your Majesty," she replies. "I understand that in your eyes he is just a worthless merchant, but he holds enormous influence in this world. Don't even think about it." The hero cuts her off. "At least, I am not swayed by that unscrupulous scoundrel." "Fine, let him live," Leon concedes. "Is the item I requested ready?" His gaze falls upon the object Harry is holding. "The association called." The girl begins not revealing the details. "Are you also planning to take the test, Your Majesty?" she asks. "It would be much simpler that way." "What utter nonsense are you spouting, girl?" Leon snaps, annoyed. "You wish to test me?" King Hari is once again lost, unable to grasp the situation. "Then, why have you decided to go there?" she asks. "To find useful soldiers," he states, revealing his plan. "It is I who will be testing them." "That will be difficult," the girl warns. "Then make it possible," Leon commands. Before them looms a skyscraper of incredible size. "You came again this year," a voice calls out. "Long time no see, squad leader Kim Do-han," says a young brunette. "We're told this is Diot Gang, an independent hunter." "I bet you're here to retake the exam," the older man replies, greeting him with a friendly wave. They stand in a spacious hall with a large reception desk. "I know you work hard," says Kim Do-han. Diot Gang just laughs. "So what do you think will happen this year?" his senior asks. "Think you can finally get a higher class?" "I'll certainly try," he answers. "Why not just join my squad?" Kim Do-han presses. Diot Gang falls silent. He thinks about all the other hunters with no real talent, easily getting C class, while he's been stuck at D class for 10 long years. "You're a hard worker and great at construction. Kim Do-hyun continues showering him with compliments. I bet you'll become a true ace in no time. Working in the mines is tough, but the payoff is worth it. Yeah, I know, Deok-gang replies. I've been doing it for a decade, but I still have hope. He knows he'd never make ends meet if he didn't occasionally earn money from dungeon raids. And he can never give up, not when he has a family to feed. To change his fate, he must reach C-class. Looks like we've got a foreigner over there, Kim Do-hyun says, noticing someone new. Think he's European. Deok-gang eyes the stranger with curiosity. Maybe foreign labor came to find work, Do-hyun suggests. Who knows? Maybe things aren't so good in the West. But there's something regal about him. We see Leon from behind, and the assessment is spot on. Hey, young man, Kim Do-hyun calls out, approaching the hero with a wide smile. How's it going? He claps a hand on Leon's back. How dare you address me, peasant? The king growls, glaring over his shoulder. With pure irritation, Do-hyun's face freezes, clearly not expecting such a hostile reaction. He must have learned his Korean wrong, he says, forcing a laugh as Leon strides past. Deok-gang is also stunned by the brief, intense exchange. The hero glances back, his eyes locking onto him. For some reason, Deok-gang starts to tremble. He senses an immense pressure in the foreigner's gaze. What's wrong with you? Do-hyun asks, noticing his friend's strange behavior. Are you feeling sick? Does something hurt? Deok-gang looks completely out of it. His eyes are glazed over and cold sweat pours down his face. He can't comprehend what is happening. I can't breathe, he thinks frantically. It feels like someone is crushing me. He looks at Leon, realizing this is no ordinary person. Deok-gang feels a premonition that something monumental is about to happen. Number 57, Deok-gang, a staff member calls out, holding a clipboard. Please proceed to interview room number 2. Okay, I'm coming, answers Deok-gang, still reeling from the shock. Leon, meanwhile, continues to observe the man. Just one, huh? Are you all right? The staffer asks Deok-gang. Yes, just a little nervous, he lies. Leon thinks to himself, he didn't expect to find anyone truly powerful here, but he didn't think there'd be absolutely no one worthy of his attention. To become a mere soldier, utterly disgusting. This place was a magnet for low-ranking hunters and those who had just awakened their powers. They all gathered here to be measured. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. Number 77, Leon Draconia Lionheart, please proceed to interview room number 9. Okay? It would be foolish to expect a smooth start, the hero thought to himself. Before him was the door to room 9. Leon stepped inside, finding 3 people gathered around a very strange device. One of them gasped in pure shock. Number 77, Leon Draconia Lionheart, a middle-aged man exclaimed, reading the hero's details. He stared with a baffled expression while the other 2 looked on warily. You will call me your majesty, the hero commanded. A foolish grin flashed across the official's face, but he quickly corrected himself. Of course. Could you place your hand on this measuring device so we can begin the test? He asked. Leon glared at the contraption with pure contempt. His look was one of utter disgust. Leon frowned, seeing his own file displayed on the official's tablet. All those meaningless charts? Then, breaking the silence, the hero called the official a fool. The man asked in bewilderment if he had heard that correctly. How dare you, Leon asked threateningly, his arms crossed, attempt to evaluate the honor of a knight? It's not us who are testing, the man stammered, trying to defend himself. It's this device, that pathetic machine. You expect it to measure the strength of a knight? The hero scoffed. Only true knights and the gods themselves can measure such strength. Then, why did you come here? The official asked, completely lost. I came to find useful soldiers. But it seems even the judges here are completely worthless, the hero replied with disgust. A recruiter? And he's not even hiding his intentions. This is unbelievable, the official thought. There is no one here I like, Leon declared. What is your next challenge? It will take place at the portal, his stunned conversation partner answered. Okay, the hero said. True skills are demonstrated through relentless training in real combat. I suppose I will take a look. The official stared in bewilderment at this bizarre character. He meant to say, he will participate. A green meadow stretched out, covered in tall grass. The sun shone brilliantly. Is anyone feeling dizzy? The instructor asked the assembled applicants. I must warn you, says some people experience issues with coordination after passing through a portal. We are informed that this is a soulless portal. While cleared portals usually seal themselves shut, some are left open specifically for situations like this one. The soulless portal is one of that category. Follow me, please, the instructor shouted loudly. This year's strength tests are almost identical to last year's, a hunter named Gang thought. To improve my result, I must perform better here. So this is what it looks like from the inside, he muttered, scanning his surroundings. A young man and a woman caught his eye. Oppa. This seems to be a very popular place, the pretty brunette armed with a bow said with a bright smile. Neon, turn off your phone, the man carrying a shield and spear replied with disdain. Newcomers. Gang thought observing them. Beside them, a little gray-haired old man happily noted how good the air was here. That old man must be over 60, Gang mused. I'd guess they're all D class or C class at best. And then he turned around. The migrant worker I saw in the hall. He was of course talking about Leon, who was walking behind them, clad in black sunglasses. If he's being tested at his age, he's probably a rookie too, Gang concluded. In short, with the exception of the old man, everyone here was a newbie. Leon slowly lowered his glasses, his gaze piercing through Gang. I hope this all goes well, Gang thought with a shiver. In the middle of the field stood 6 people, an instructor with a tablet and 5 test takers. All right then, before we assign roles, let's introduce ourselves, suggested the instructor. The young brunette was the first to speak. I am Gang. I have been working as a hunter for 10 years now. I am a warrior, and my main position is dealer. The second to introduce himself was the young man. I am Shen Tun. I awakened this year. I use a shield and a spear. The third was the girl standing next to him. I am his sister. Shin Naeon. I mainly use daggers, but I'm also learning to use a bow. Newbies who haven't even decided on their main weapon. Gang thought. Have you even visited the training center? He asked the young pair. For a whole 3 months, they answered joyfully. They don't know the first thing about real combat, Gang, realized looking in surprise at the enthusiastic newcomers. Maybe you at least, the young man said, turning to the small, bald old man. I became a hunter 5 years ago, he said. My name is Ogongi, and my weapon is the gauntlet. I am an awakener, but I recently retired. He has very little experience for his age. Yeah, Gang thought. And that weapon, a plate gauntlet, it has a much shorter reach than a sword or spear. Finally, Gang looked questioningly at Leon. Hey, guest worker, can you speak Korean? The hero looked at him calmly. He rubbed his chin with his fingers. I'm not fighting, he finally answered. I'm sorry, Gang asked, completely confused. A sword meant for slaying dragons? Used to kill mere chickens? Dung stares at Leon, utterly shocked. Where did this man learn to speak perfect Korean? His mind races. The group of hunters forges a path through the towering ancient trees. To pass this test, the instructor's voice echoes. You must eliminate only 50 kobolds, but sometimes you'll encounter these. He warns, and an image of the vile creatures flashes before them. If I believe you are in mortal danger, I will intervene, the instructor reassures the nervous hunters. This is the very same official who earlier tried to gauge Leon's power on that strange device. So please do not worry. Just focus on demonstrating your skills, he concludes. Deung and Taehoon glance back, but Deung's expression is riddled with anxiety. He's worried about how he'll survive this exam. Just moments ago, he had questioned Leon, asking why he arrived with no weapon at all. Naeon had offered the hero her bow, inviting the young man to use her weapon. She even asked if he knew how to handle it. Leon took it in his hand. You expect a king to use this? He asked, his voice dripping with contempt. She innocently replied that he could. Just return it when you're finished. At those words, the hero began to tremble with rage. A knight does not use ranged weapons. That is the weapon of cowards! He slammed the bow to the ground with furious strength, causing Naeon to jump back in panic. The others just stared at him like he was completely insane. Daeung tried to ask what the hell was wrong with him, but the instructor quickly cut the conversation short, saying it was time to move. If this is how it starts, Daeung thinks, I'm definitely going to fail this test. Returning to the present, he thinks to himself, I know this place. He announces to his companions, pointing a finger forward. Let's head that way to hunt. You're more experienced than us, Taehoon answers with a smile, while the bald elder simply nods. He seems to agree with any plan. After some time, Taehoon informs Daeung that a settlement lies just ahead. It's right at the edge of this zone. It must be filled with treasure. But Daeung's face turns pale with alarm. That's a foolish move, he replies. For a small group to enter a settlement is suicide. If we get surrounded, there will be no way out. Daeung proposes his own strategy. We need to hunt the kobolds that live in caves. If you set fire to the grass and leaves at the entrance, we can smoke the monsters out. The kobolds will emerge becoming easy prey, the brother and sister agree enthusiastically. Now that's what real experience looks like, Taehoon exclaims. Daeung smiles faintly, thanking him for the praise. But deep down, he knows he has nothing to be proud of. He's studied countless support materials and raid strategies, dreaming of the day he would finally enter. A high-rank portal, but so far this pitiful gate is the only one he's managed to clear. He clenches his fist tightly. Anger burns within him as he stares into the roaring fire. He simply must get promoted this time. How much longer can he remain a D-class hunter? Look out, Taehoon suddenly yells. Something's coming. These are kobolds, Daeung shouts. White, terrible monsters appear before the squad. They look like vicious wolves walking on their hind legs. They grin, dripping saliva from their maws. A moment later, the monsters rush in to attack. Daeung unsheaths his sword. He orders Taehoon to hold the line with his shield. Understood, he replies. The kobolds close in, bearing their terrible fangs. Deong strikes his sword, finding its mark. "They're so stupid," Taehoon shouts with glee, also managing to land a blow. His sister provides cover, firing arrow after arrow into the monsters. "They just run straight at me," Taehoon boasts. They're incredibly easy to stop. But as he speaks, Naeon draws her bow, shouting a desperate warning to her brother. "Be careful." He had turned away, failing to see the monster lunging straight for him. In the next instant, the kobold slams into him. Taehoon is knocked to the ground, trapped beneath the snarling creature. His sword flies out of his hands. The kobold's teeth snap just inches from the inexperienced hunter's face, and he screams in absolute horror. "Don't relax for a second," Dung shouts at him. "They may be weak, but they are fast." Suddenly, 2 kobolds are sent flying back, dinged from incredibly powerful blows. Another one drops in an instant. The bald old man who had seemed completely harmless. They has finally taken action. "Amazing," Dung yells. "There are only a few left." "Let's not stop, Che," he urges his squad. Taehoon, meanwhile, rises heavily from the ground where he was just pinned under the kobold. "Great job," Deung praises his comrades. They've gathered in a clearing surrounded by the aftermath of the fight. Several dead monsters lie at their feet. "Sorry I made a mistake," Taehoon says. "Everything's fine." Deung reassures him. "This was your first real battle. Na-on also killed 2 herself." We see the creatures pierced by her arrows. And thanks to the good-natured grandfather, no one was seriously hurt. Everyone thanks him for his timely intervention. "Thank you all so much," Dung says, smiling. "It seems that I might actually succeed," he thinks. At first, he was so worried. But now it feels like he has a very decent squad, except for one person. His gaze falls on Leon, who stands watching thoughtfully. "What's going on now?" Dang hummed, rubbing his chin in thought. "Hey, foreigner," he barked at Leon. "Why? Did you just stand there and do nothing during that fight?" Neon was furious, backing him up. "You were just watching, is that even allowed?" The instructor offered a placid smile. "Don't you worry," he told the hunters. "I'll be taking everything into account for the final grading." At least there's that." Dang grumbled, shooting Leon another glare of contempt. "Let's move on." A voice echoed through the clearing where the hunters had gathered. "We're almost at the cave." The group finally reached their destination. "Yep, definitely a cave," Toon stated the obvious. "Let's get that fire started." "Just like I suggested earlier," Dang reminded his companions. "Look at all this dry grass. It'll burn like a dream." They piled the kindling before the cave's mouth, and Dang readied his lighter. But just as he was about to strike it, a voice stopped him. "You really think that's the best you can do?" Leon asked calmly. "Excuse me." Dang snapped, his irritation flaring. "You've been silent this whole time, contributing nothing, and now you decide to talk." "I asked," Leon repeated, his voice low, "if this is truly the best you can do." "Don't make me repeat it myself." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "I've used this method 3 times, and every single time. It worked perfectly." Dang shot back, his voice filled with pride. Toon and Oang exchanged worried glances, sensing the rising tension. "I see," Leon said, unimpressed. "Evidence from past experience. Not bad. But can you truly rely on experience when you have so little of it?" Leon's stare seemed to pierce right through him. "You?" Dang hissed, his face contorting with rage. "You're younger than me. Who are you to talk about experience?" He flicked the lighter, and the dry grass instantly erupted in flames. "Positions," Dang commanded, standing beside the growing fire. "The kobolds will be pouring out of that hole any second." The hunters tensed, readying themselves. The team gathered at the entrance, preparing to give the monsters a brutal welcome. "They're coming!" Tun yelled out the warning. From the darkness, wolf-like creatures armed with crude weapons charged into the light, their eyes glowing with malice. "Attack!" Neon roared, drawing her bowstring taut. With terrible fangs bared, the kobolds launched themselves at the hunters. She loosed an arrow, striking true. Toon braced himself behind his shield, while Dang brandished his sword, a confident smirk on his face. "I knew it," he thought triumphantly. "My method is flawless." "Excellent," he shouted to his team. "Keep it up. Let's wipe them all out." His strategy was working perfectly. If we crush the kobolds here and clear a couple more dungeons, I'll be a shoo-in. But suddenly, a blood-curdling roar echoed from deep within the cave. Dang's confidence shattered instantly. "What is that?" Before them emerged a hulking beast, a terrifying creature with burning eyes and claws that could shred steel. A gnoll captain. "This can't be happening," Dang thought, his blood running cold. The gnoll captain is the final boss of a soul portal. The monster was an absolute nightmare. Its rank was far above a C-class threat. Yet here it was, the captain of the gnolls, standing before them, radiating pure killing intent. Why did it have to show up now? The mortally terrified Dang screamed in his mind. The gnoll captain was ready to tear apart the intruders who dared to invade its lair. It let out another deafening roar. "Neon!" Dang yelled, desperately trying to regain control. "Toon and I will take the gnoll captain, and Grandpa deal with the rest of the kobolds." We need an experienced hunter in each group, was his frantic calculation. The team split up. Dang and Tun charged towards the most dangerous enemy on the field. An inexperienced D-class hunter fighting a... Null Captain is pure suicide, Dang realized. Tun is a rookie, but I just have to hope he can hold on for a little while. The two fighters flanked the monstrous beast. Dang looked up at its massive frame, barely believing something so huge and terrifying was real. With a deafening roar, the monster charged. Tun stared at the approaching giant, completely mesmerized by fear. "Tun, snap out of it!" Dang screamed at him. "Damn it, he's frozen." He thought, his heart sinking. The Null Captain raised its colossal cleaver. It swung the massive blade down at Tun. In this state, he'll never block a blow. He could have easily stopped before Dang realized in horror. Tun was in fact petrified. The blow crashed against his shield, sending it flying through the air. "Tun!" Dang screamed. He feared the absolute worst for his comrade. Left completely defenseless, Tun collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He reached out a hand, a futile gesture to replace his lost shield. The entire time, the instructor watched the scene unfold with unnerving calm. Why isn't the association supervisor doing anything? Dang's mind raced. He said he'd intervene if things got too dangerous. At this rate, Tun was about to be torn to shreds. The Null Captain loomed over the downed hunter, ready to deliver the final blow. "You bastard!" Dang roared in pure fury, sprinting towards the flying shield. Snatching it, he slid it onto his arm. "Tun, crawl away!" he bellowed. The monster swung its cleaver down once more. A bright arc of steel flashes downward. The cleaver crashes against his shield as Ding barely manages to brace himself in time. Tun, helpless on the ground, watches in sheer terror as the scene unfolds above. With every ounce of his strength, Ding struggles against the Null's might. Sparks erupt from the shield's surface. Finally, the hunter shoves the blade aside, forcing the monster's weapon away. The beast lets out a frustrated growl, but it is far from finished. It has no intention of letting its prey escape. Again, the massive cleaver rises. Ding raises his shield, his mind racing. Can I possibly block another one, he wonders? We could have won, if Tun hadn't lost control. He glares at the fallen Null, Captain in despair. And now it's just going to kill us all. But just as he resigns himself to his fate, "Not bad," a calm voice remarks. Two fingers grip the edge of the descending cleaver. "Try again?" Ding realizes with utter disbelief that those words were for him. The foreigner, who had been completely useless until now, is casually holding the monster's massive blade, with just his fingertips. "What did you say?" Ding stammers, his mind reeling. Did he just stop the Null's attack with his fingers? How is that possible? "Raise your shield. Fight it again, the hero commands. You blocked it once. What's stopping you from doing it again?" Ding is completely lost, unable to find any words to reply. He just stares in stunned silence. "Block its attack, then counter faster." Leon instructs as if this were a simple training drill, not a life or death battle. Even the Null Captain seems confused by his presence. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ding finally finds his voice. "Can't you see the situation we're in?" he roars angrily. "We are all about to die." Leon's voice cracks like a whip. "You insolent whelp! You dare defy me after witnessing the splendor of King Lionheart's guidance. The honor bestowed upon you should be a family treasure passed down for generations, and you haven't even thanked me." Both Ding and the Null stare at Leon, completely stunned. "Raise your shield," the hero orders. "Block and counterattack." The hunter understands that arguing is pointless. This man is insane, but to survive, he has to do something. The Null Captain looms over him again, its crimson eyes glowing with malice. The beast snarls, spitting and baring its massive fangs as it advances. Leon looks, on his lips curled into a smirk. This mad dog made a dying wish. He thinks, his gaze drifting upward, toward the Null. And for some reason, it's whimpering. It seems to be mortally terrified of something. Ding notices the monster's body trembling slightly. What in the world is happening? Whatever it is, Ding's will to fight reignites. The Null Captain swings its cleaver, and the hunter barely deflects it using both hands on his shield. He's so strong, he thinks I nearly lost my grip. "Idiot!" Leon shouts at him. "You have a shield? Why are you trying to fight with just strength? Don't meet a stronger foe head on." The hero commands, his arms crossed. "Hold it against your chest. Parry its attacks and find an opening. How can you possibly win if all you do is defend?" Meanwhile, Ding deflects blow after heavy blow from the Null. "Your opponent isn't some training dummy, Leon." Continues to lecture him. "It's a living creature, a beast that can adapt. Is your head think?" Ding grits his teeth in frustration. He whirls on the hero, screaming, "Damn it! Then what should I do?" A sharp kick lands on his knee. "Don't turn! Away from your opponent," Leon instructs coldly. "He would have killed me if I tried to take that blow head." Yeditad. On Ding realizes after parrying another strike. Focus, Leon yells. Don't let your potential go to waste, unleash it. Rays of sunlight pierce through the dense leaves of the forest. You can do better, Leon shouts like a crazed fan. Potential me Ding thinks stunned. I'm just a mediocre D-class. Hunter, I don't have a single unique skill. This is simply impossible. Bracing his shield, he once again meets the advancing Ganol. It's impossible for me to suddenly have potential, Ding thinks. Does he think just saying it will make it true? The monster closes in. But for some reason, Ding feels a surge of confidence. This time I can handle it. He boldly stares down the monster shield held firm. The Gnoll captain swings and strikes again. I can do this? Ding roars, filled with a wild rage. I can do this! The Gnoll's cleaver descends on his shield. A powerful blade cuts against iron, scattering fountains of sparks. But the hunter shoves the cleaver aside, and it sticks deep into the ground at his feet. I blocked it, the hunter shouts in surprise. I really did it. His delight knows no bounds. But in that split second of celebration, a huge fist flies into his jaw. The brutal blow sends the hunter flying 10 meters away before he crashes to the ground. Leon, still folding his arms across his chest, watches what happened, not at all afraid of the Gnoll. Why can't you see the whole picture? He says calmly. You still have so much room to grow. Test Ding lies unconscious, a crimson mark blooming on his cheek. The system announces the assessment results. Test subject G, to saying of this mountain, is ranked Class D. The scene shifts to a vast chamber with impossibly high windows. With a dozen chairs set up, a quiet question hangs in the air. The answer arrives with the man at the entrance. He's flanked by 2 guards in sharp suits and sunglasses. There's no way a warrior of your caliber is a mere mercenary, Leon states. His guest just laughs. I used this mask to alter my face and body, but it seems it was all for nothing. You can't be fooled. Before them stands the president of the Korean Hunters Association himself. Oh, Kang-hak, you took part in the evaluation this time, he says, turning to Leon. Did you find what you were searching for? To some extent, the king replies. I've found at least one candidate for my forces. And don't worry, I have no intention of leaving the country. Kang-hak studies him, a wave of relief washing over his face. My God. He exhales. You read my mind perfectly. I suppose I was more anxious than I let on. But that's only because the power your majesty displayed was simply breathtaking. It astonished me. That monster may have been in a Class D dungeon, but it was a Class C boss at the very least. We see Leon's cold dismissal of the Gnoll captain. He raises a single finger before his face. You filthy beast, he sneers. You couldn't even become fully human. How long will you stare at my incomparable face? That same finger flicks out, and the monster is sent flying like a discarded toy. You treated him like a plaything, Oh Kang-hak says with a grin. Creatures like that aren't worthy of being my toys, Leon retorts. Be that as it may, the association head declares, if your majesty wishes to establish a guild, we will offer our full support. He takes a seat at the table while our hero stands before the sofa. As you already know, he continues, building a successful organization demands fame and glory above all else. And these days, there are only a few ways to earn it. Leon listens intently to the veteran's words. In Cheongju, a failed raid caused one of the portals to turn red. A shadow of concern crosses Kang-hak's face. For an entire year, no one has been able to clear it. We see a ruined city littered with skulls. Whatever lurks there is a true catastrophe. It must either be destroyed, or the gem of wisdom within it must be secured. A machine looms into view, its turret glowing with a menacing red light, like an eye. This is the portal's boss, the Jagged Spinner. Meanwhile, at the Ganu Sports Complex portal, the first squad from the KDP Guild prepares to enter. Several elite hunters stand ready armed with an array of weapons. A young man in armor, Ha-min-hu, leads the charge. This is the place, another young warrior confirms. I know, he replies. A civilization exists here, possibly more advanced than Earth's. This is so cool, a cheerful girl with a bow exclaims with a smile. It's like we've entered a portal to the future. If fantasy worlds like Merim exist, why not futuristic ones? The commander answers her. But this feels more like cyberpunk, his assistant observes. The commander sighs heavily. This is a problem. We need to completely rethink our tactics and strategy, starting with the squad's formation. His assistant agrees, noting their preparations were for a few powerful enemies, not this. That strategy won't work here. The commander falls deep into thought. He points toward a massive building, suggesting they set up a base camp there. From its immense height, they should have a perfect view of their surroundings. The hunters gaze up at the truly grandiose structure. The gates slide open, revealing a path into the darkness within. Ho-il, do you see anything? The commander asks. His assistant peers through a hole in the wall. It's empty. No people, no monsters. What about the Jagged Spinner? Any sign of the portal boss? He's not here either, Ho-il answers. Strange, the commander mutters. Indeed. Why would a city this massive be completely deserted? He shakes his head. On the other hand, this could be a blessing. At least we won't have to fight any regular troops or rebels. We see a glimpse of the horrors he imagines. Attention! The squad leader calls to his subordinates. Gathered at a huge rupture in the wall, he reports, "We've entered the portal." But we still have zero information on the Jagged Spinner's location. The girl with the bow listens with rapt attention. "Continue to monitor the area," the commander orders, "and we'll send a detachment to scout." He never finishes the sentence. A blinding beam of white energy erupts, turning his upper body into a shower of gore. "In who? Commander Ham." The shocked Ho-Il, splattered with his leader's blood, can't process what just happened. The rest of the squad is frozen in horror. "We're under attack!" One of the fighters screams, snapping them out of their shock. "Take cover!" A robot bathed in blue energy appears, its body glowing with multiple red lights. It's armed with a weapon resembling a massive machine gun. On the street below, a thunderous explosion rips through the air. The hunters scramble for their lives, trying to escape the rain of glass and concrete shards. Ho-Il watches in utter desperation. Screaming for help was utterly pointless. This is a massacre, he thought, slumping against the wall. Even Hanzo, high on a top-class tank, couldn't even react. What kind of absolute monster were they facing, if this keeps up? We're all dead. "Where is the enemy?" he roared at the terrified girl holding a crystal ball. 3 o'clock, she yelled back. But the dust is too thick to gauge the distance. "Deputy Commander," she warned. "This building won't last long." Ho bellowed that he understood, ordering every squad member to begin a tactical retreat. "Everyone move out," voices echoed. "The structure is coming down." The squad members bolted headlong for the exit. "What about the guild leader's body?" the girl shouted, running beside him. "We'll be back for him when the dust settles," he promised grimly. "Kyrie," he commanded the archer, "scout the exit now." The girl stared at her commander, in terror, but nodded. "Understood. I'm on my way." A few moments later, her voice rang out. "I don't sense any hostile presence. I think the exit is clear." The girl sprinted towards the same sliding gate where they had first entered the dungeon. But in the next instant, something was wrong. Kyrie stared forward, her eyes suddenly empty, trying to process what just happened. She slowly raised her fingers to her neck. "Why does my neck itch?" she whispered. "We see the chilling truth. The girl is trapped in a web of a dozen razor-thin red threads blocking every path. Ho, running just behind, skids to a halt, his eyes widening in absolute horror at the archer. He opens his mouth to scream, but his expression says it all. It's already over. It's wire, he realized, spotting tiny scraps of flesh and cloth clinging to the threads. These murderous strands? They've turned the entire city into a spider's web. When did this even happen? Ho wondered in shock. "Cut them all!" He roared, his face a mask of pure rage. "We have to get out of here, use. Weapons infused with mana to sever the threads," he commanded. "It's just ordinary wire." We see him successfully slice through one. Who are we up against? Ho thought desperately. Is it really just one entity in this whole city? How long has it been watching us? The squad frantically tried to carve a path while their commander focused on the main escape route. We see a computer interface, the view of an autonomous drone. Its targeting reticle is locked onto the squad clustered at the building's entrance. Now we see the robot itself. It's a terrifying machine bristling with a deadly arsenal of attachments. One of its nodes extends, spinning a new wire that glows with an ominous blue light. The beam shoots straight for Ho. He looks up, frozen in disbelief, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Another cataclysmic explosion rocks the area. "Spirit!" Screams of hunters echo from its epicenter as blood spatters across the pavement. Everything vanishes in smoke. Ho knows this is the end. He sits among the rubble and the bodies of his comrades, staring up in utter despair. "Show yourself, you bastard!" He screamed with all his might at the enemy, who had annihilated his squad without even showing its face. The robot slowly descends its weapon, aimed directly at the lone hunter. We finally understand this is a true machine of destruction. A robot? Ho stared in disbelief. "You're Jagged Spinner?" The hunter's face twisted, with bottomless rage. "What do you think?" The machine's synthetic voice was chilling. "It turns out this thing can talk, and with these, you don't even need ammunition, do you?" He seethed, referring to the threads that sealed their fate. "That's the node that creates them." "You monster, you bastard, you killed all my—" Ho never finished. The robot fired a blinding white beam, slicing the hunter into countless pieces. "Objective complete," stated the combat vehicle, which looked unnervingly like a spider. "Mission: protect Chongganu Portal. First squad, KKP Hunters. 58 members. No survivors. Second squad, third squad, Portal Boss. Jagged Spinner, cleaning difficulty elevated to red level, raids into the Chongganu Portal are suspended indefinitely." A massive warhammer slams into the ground with incredible force. Its wielder whistles a carefree tune. He's a muscular young man with a wild hairstyle. The atmosphere here is just as crappy as in the videos, he says, crossing his arms. A girl with a half-shaved head speaks up. I'd advise against entering the city just yet. The probability of encountering Jagged Spinner is higher further from the portal entrance. Then, as we agreed, we will secure the Gem of Wisdom, says a young blonde man in tiny glasses and an elegant coat, a huge collar framing his face. He is clearly the commander. His subordinates arrayed behind him. Remaining trophies, along with 60 billion won, will be your guild's share. It's clear that an incredibly powerful team of hunters has assembled to conquer this portal. Personnel entering Changganu Sports Complex portal, one of the top 10 guilds. In Korea, the Golden Lion Guild, Guildmaster Hwang Dong-gul, Vice Master Hwang Yeoncha, and 47 other elite hunters. They let us know exactly who we're dealing with. Magic Tower Guildmaster Jitsung and 48 mercenaries. And, Your Majesty, please try this, says a man named Hari. From the Korean Hunters Association, Han Hari pours a drink. Very good, Leon answers, taking a thoughtful sip. What do you say this tea is called? It's barley, Your Majesty. The girl smiles, holding the thermos with pride. Meanwhile, the fourth raid on the Ganu Sports Complex portal is about to begin. Before us lies a familiar, desolate metropolis. A graveyard where 3 hunter squads have already fallen. At the base camp, tension is thick. Hunters move with purpose amidst crates of ammunition, preparing for a harrowing operation. Something's wrong, Leon observes. He finds Harry leaning against a wall, a shadow of doubt clouding her face. I'm worried it's all going too smoothly, she admits, staring into the distance. But at the same time, not smoothly enough. To be honest, the best outcome is for the hunters to handle this alone, without Your Majesty needing to intervene. Leon listens calmly to her anxious words. But in that case, she continues, you won't be able to earn any glory. And that, Leon states firmly, is the best thing that can happen. He turns to her. Listen, girl, if the King of Lionheart never had to step in, it meant the situation was perfectly under control. In my kingdom, what do you believe was the ultimate duty of a king? The question catches her completely off guard. Anyone can rule, Leon replies, as long as they aren't lost in delusions of grandeur. In that way, all rulers are the same. Well then, as the King of Knights, the girl murmurs, trying to piece together the answer he's looking for. Then a realization dawns on her. You only intervened, she remembers, when the line was about to break, when the enemy's attack could no longer be blocked. It happened with the Necromancer, and during the battle with the Niflheim captain. Her eyes widen in understanding. So King Lionheart's duty was to be the last fortress, he says. You understood. The very fact that the king had to draw his sword was a disgrace to his knights. An image flashes in his mind, a knight brought to one knee, and a king in his magnificent fur-lined cloak rising from his throne. It shows just how dire the situation has become, Leon says with a heavy heart. Listening to the hero's words, Hari realizes the truth. It seems I will have to intervene again. Leon speaks sadly. For you, pathetic weaklings. How I miss my own knights, he thinks to himself. Hari, completely perplexed, tries to object. But this squad has Hwang Jun-chul. He's an S-class mage. Everything will be fine, she insists. You called them hunters, did you not? Leon states coldly. I'll admit for ordinary people they are quite strong. But Hari waits with bated breath for the rest. They know nothing of war. The hero's expression turns terrifyingly grim. Are the outskirts of the city secure? Leon asks. On screen, a killer robot moves with chilling efficiency across the asphalt. You all seem far too confident in your data, especially since you've only met the enemy 3 times. The spider-like robot closes in. You call yourselves raiding parties, Leon says with utter seriousness. Analyzing and responding to monster behavior patterns. To me, it seems comical. Harry stares her eyes wide with shock. What could he possibly mean? A true general knows how to adapt to any emerging situation. The hero continues. In real war, there are no templates. Before them looms the portal's boss, the target the squad must defeat. As far as I know, Leon says, his face a grim mask. This Jagged Spinner? A piercing red light flares on the robot's frame. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the air. The hunters scream in utter chaos. He is a truly talented commander, Leon remarks. I'm sorry, the robot crackles. Its body is shattered to cracks, spreading like veins as its lights flicker and die. This is my end. The hand of a curly-haired girl reaches for it, blood trickling from her lips. So, will you do one last favor for me? Last order from Jagged Spinner to entity number 10,000. 253. Remove all unidentified creatures that invade this city. The machine's guns roar to life as it hovers at the top floor of a skyscraper. It unleashes a storm of fire down on the hunters. They scream in desperation as one of them recognizes the machine's name. It's Jagged Spinner. Everyone take cover, he yells. Something clicks inside the robot. A final protocol engages, scanning the area. It circles 3 enemy clusters gathered near 3 different buildings. then opens fire with its laser cannon. The beam of pure energy scythes downward toward the enemy. The ground erupts in a blinding flash as the hunters realize. This is a truly serious battle. They face an impossibly dangerous foe. We see a huge clot of blue energy forming. The hunters can only stare at it in absolute horror. "What in the hell kind of monster is this?" one of them screams. The detachment has already suffered its first losses. The hands and heads of the fallen stick out from under the ruins. The robot sees a notification. Unidentified life form presence, reduced by 23%. The combat unit continues its deadly rampage. Smoke billows from the robot's ravaged back. A new window opens. Third replenishing energy, 48%. Suddenly, a hunter descends from the sky, a colossal hammer in his hands. This is the powerhouse we remember. Huang Jinchul, die! He roars with earth-shaking force. The hunter hefts his hammer high, rushing toward his mechanical prey. The massive weapon crashes down on the arachnid robot. A critical node on the jog spinner is shattered, a crack spreading across its body. Sparks fly from deep within its chassis. A new message flashes. Main joint area compromised. Internal pressure rising. Priority change. Third, eliminate the unknown creature. "It's too late," the hunter screams with glee. "Die, you damned scrap heap." But his comrade Jinsul intervenes. A colossal fist glowing with raw power slams down on the immobilized machine from above. A wave of yellow energy erupts from the impact. "And I told you not to call me that," she shouts, clearly annoyed. The blow was devastatingly powerful. "An excellent job," Huang Jinchul compliments her. The robot convulses, sparking violently. Smoke pours from its joints, when suddenly the air crackles with flashes of white energy. "Now I'll take care of it," says Jinchul. His energy surges into the jogged spinner, overloading its systems. The robot gets a new alert. Overload emergency. Purge its body arcs with violent electricity. Second, radar system disabled. Third, prohibited resources, authorized for use. The machine acquires 3 new targets, the very hunters who had just inflicted such heavy damage upon it. A new message appears. Activating citywide tracking devices, replacing target acquisition systems. The robot's disabled. Radar is now being supplemented by every security camera in the metropolis. The jogged spinner analyzes Jinchul. A message flashes across its display. Risk level 3. Priority destruction, then to the complete shock of its opponents. The robot takes flight. "It's running away!" Someone screams from behind, the jagged. Spinner moves with impossible speed. The hunters give chase, but it's already unleashing a hellstorm of bullets from its machine gun. Activate the distortion force field, Jinchul. Shouts to his comrades, a small yellow artifact spinning in his hands. "Gather around me now," the hunter places. His foot firmly on the ground, and a powerful energy shield erupts around them. A bullet screams toward him, then suddenly changes trajectory, and flies harmlessly away. Huang Jinchul is stunned. "The projectiles are being reflected, Chim," he reports to Jinchul. He explains that he's using a magical tool created specifically to fight the jog spinner. "I wish I had used this sooner." But better late than never, he says. The robot receives another alert risk factor. An abnormal phenomenon is observed. Unidentified sounds emanate from a nearby car. Another window, fine-tuning analysis, complete. Coordinates, D15S 37 at 11. Fire. A single bullet strikes a hunter standing right next to Jinchul. Blood sprays from the man's mouth. Impossible. Jinchul thinks in horror. Has it already calculated the ricochet angles? What in the hell is this thing? The jog spinner continues its relentless assault. Bullets begin to penetrate the protective sphere, finding their targets. Cries of pain and calls for help echo inside the dome. "Magician Jinchul," Huang Jinchul shouts in fury. "Turn off the distorting force field." "I can't predict the bullet paths. If I do, we'll all die," he answers. "I'm turning it off. Attack it as soon as it disappears." 3, 2. The hunters watch the magician with wary eyes. One, but another surprise, another, awaits them. "No one move!" Jinchul screams. The girl beside him is also in complete shock. Countless white threads have appeared surrounding them all. This is the same wire that annihilated the first raiding party to enter this portal. It wasn't just running away, Jinchul thinks. It was leaving a trap behind. But when did it have the chance? How did it manage to deploy so much? The entire area is shrouded in deadly white threads. The jagged spinner aims its laser cannon. Like a terrifying spider, it sits at the center of its web, emitting discharges of white energy. A message appears on its display, "Charging in progress." Jinchul can't believe his eyes. The other hunters are also terrified. How is this possible, the magician thinks. We all gathered together for protection with a force field. But it was a huge mistake. Now we can't escape anywhere. The jogged spinner's laser cannon is almost ready to fire. A blue window confirms that charging is complete. The next alert signals that fire is imminent. But at that exact moment, something happens to the robot. It freezes as if locked in place. A horse gallops down the street, the clatter of its hooves echoing. Throughout the empty city, the hunters who had already said their final goodbyes recognize the sound and look up, in amazement toward the source. It is indeed a horse, and it's approaching the deadly web at full speed. The animal's eyes glow with an intense blue fire. "Long time no see," a voice says as a hand strokes the horse's neck. "My old faithful friend." Leon, smiling sincerely, approaches the animal and leaps onto its back. He sits there as if nothing special is happening around him. Huang Jinchul looks at him in utter astonishment. All the fighters gather around Leon, who sits elegantly upon his warhorse. "Behold!" he roars, his voice booming like thunder. "This is true courage, to charge headfirst at 100 enemies." The colossal robot seems to freeze its sensors locked onto Leon. "I, King of Lionheart, grant you my praise." The hero's solemn proclamation continues. "I bestow upon you the honor of challenging me to a sacred duel. You have my royal permission to fight me, warrior." The hunters can only gawk at this bizarre circus. "Is this guy high or something?" One of them grunts a thick gold chain on his neck. "This is what real courage looks like," the hero shouts at the machine. "I, the King of Lionheart, salute you, and I give you the honor. You shall have a duel to the death. You have my royal blessing to face me, warrior." The hunters stare in utter disbelief. Jagged Spinner remains perfectly still, its internal processors whirring, analyzing this impossible situation. Suddenly, a system window appears. Railgun acceleration time set. Power generation 133%. Blinding electrical discharges dance across the robot's armored body. 2 more windows flash to life. Threat level 0. Target simple organism. Mission destroy the unknown creature before us. The creature in question is a strange but powerful weapon, almost like a metallic mace. "Go forth, my loyal friend," Leon commands his steed. The horse's eyes blaze with an unholy light as it charges at blinding speed. "Fire!" Jagged Spinner unleashes its railgun. Leon's eyes burn like twin suns, his mouth open in a feral battle cry. We have never witnessed such raw power from him before. "A knight," he bellows furiously, "is invulnerable to your cowardly long-range weapons." A magnificent golden aura explodes around his silhouette. As he gallops, a long and impossibly sharp spear of pure energy materializes before Leon, aimed directly at the heart of his enemy. The warhorse thunders towards its destination. Leon's eyes are furnaces of pure rage. A blinding, world-shattering yellow flash erupts. Bolts, washers, springs, and torn wires fly through the air. The spearhead slams directly into the robot's chassis, and we see its armor crack and splinter. In that moment, Jagged Spinner's high-performance processor simply stopped. It could not logically comprehend the phenomenon it had just witnessed. "Heh, quite strong," Leon says with a confident smirk. The machine rebooted its assessment protocols. The enemy had used an ancient knight's spear. It was an incredibly fast weapon, but it lacked the mass to cause any serious damage. Therefore, the conclusion was simple. Threat level remains 0. No countermeasures are needed. The target will be instantly annihilated by the railgun. That was the machine's perfect calculation just 3 seconds before impact. But then the target's body created a thin, shimmering barrier. This energy pattern was completely different from any previously recorded abnormal phenomenon. That was 2 seconds before impact. The railgun slug made direct contact. The preliminary assessment predicted the bullet's impact would utterly destroy the opponent, even if he somehow managed to erect a barrier. And 1 second before that, the bullet was deflected. There was no collision. The projectile wasn't blocked, it was simply rejected. This was a skill used by the legendary Temple Knights, as easily and naturally as breathing. It was a miracle, a power in service of humanity's most elite warriors. It was a technique to enforce the very rules of this world. The golden spearhead smashes into Jagged Spinner Divine Law, blessing of the arrow shield. We see Leon deliver the devastating charge, a skill that will reflect one ranged attack, no matter what it is. The hero's face is a mask of grim determination and unyielding resolve. 2 brilliant yellow flashes cut through the darkness of the ruined metropolis. Leon now sits calmly upon his horse, which is no longer charging, but standing perfectly still and obedient. A robot message flashes. Unable to parse, it is impossible to understand this phenomenon. One of Jagged Spinner's nodes is cracked and sparking. The robot itself is in a deplorable state. You can see just how much damage it suffered. Another robot message appears. The enemy's threat level has been forcibly increased. Threat level 5. Leave the battlefield. Jagged Spinner's external components retract into its body. The robot vents a massive cloud of either smoke or steam. Leon watches thoughtfully as his opponent retreats. He escaped, the hero states, sitting atop his valiant steed. "Yeppy, you have to protect this place," a vaguely familiar girl with long hair says to the robot. "Don't let anyone get close to him." A red light glows on the robot's body. A message appears. Unable to use heavy weapons. 5 regular bullets. 36 special bullets remaining. Temporary waste recycling activated. Second point, the 6mm heavy machine gun is ready for use. 657 rounds left. Ammunition crafting required. Before us, a conveyor belt appears churning out bullets. A third window opens, equip the wire cutter. The support unit is damaged. The balance is greatly upset. It seems the robot found a safe place where it can repair itself. A fourth window, threat level 5. New enemy weapon model detected. I am running a combat simulation. All the lights on the robot's body glow white. Electrical discharges sparkle over another one of Jagged Spinner's nodes. Yeppy, thank you for protecting the city, the girl tells the robot. Strategic modeling complete. The robot makes sounds characteristic of its kind, a series of whirs and clicks. A bright red light illuminates its body. A message appears. Mission may resume. Portal of the Ganu Sports Complex City Center, Block 8. A squad of hunters creeps along the street between the towering skyscrapers. The commander gives an order for everyone to halt. His men halt on command 250 meters out. From a street corner, a scout delivers the chilling report. I've got eyes on a machine gun nest. It's within range. The fighters move in, stealthily breaching the building. Directly across from the Jag Spinner. The rest of you hold this position. The commander orders his blade already drawn for the kill. He's spotted us. We need a diversion now. Before he can even take in the room, the commander sees the bodies of his fallen men. What in the world happened here, he thinks. Pure horror washes over the hunter's face as cold sweat traces a path down his skin. He senses a presence, a shadow creeping up behind him. Over there! He screams to the survivors, whipping his sword around. He brings his blade down with a furious cry. Damn, Spider! But his sword meets only air. I could have sworn he was right here. He can't believe it. The target vanished. We see a silhouette, a warrior with a shield laced with countless threads of crimson wire. Suddenly, a new sound emerges. A robot materializes, and the hunter's form pixelates into a blocky mess. The Jag Spinner approaches. A system message flashes. Destruction of 5 unknown entities. Complete. Its crimson light pulses with lethal satisfaction. No, I don't want to die. A terrified young hunter clad in a green cape screams in pure panic. He turns and flees from the Jagged Spinner's advance. Another notification appears before the machine. Remaining organism detected, threat level 0. The robot's lights flare as if running a deep scan on the boy. His desperate screams echo through the streets as he stumbles into a cemetery. He trips, crashing hard onto the ground. Spare me, please, I don't want to die. He begs the towering machine. The Jag Spinner whirs and clicks, but doesn't deliver the final blow. The boy scrambles to his feet, diving behind a tombstone. The robot remains idle, then extends a single combat unit. Yiffy, you remember, don't you? A familiar, long-haired girl appears in a memory. Reaching out her hand, she says, like everyone else, I'll soon lie here too, becoming a part of this city forever. Will you still protect it then? She asks with a gentle smile. System alert. Second logical priority, destroy all invaders. Arcs of raw power crackle across the robot's frame. The Jag Spinner's main crimson eye burns with intensity. Third logical reflection. Priority, destroy all invaders. Autonomous evaluation, bypassing logical protocols and decision-making. Logical thought, suppressed. Priority has been forcibly altered. The young hunter watches in stunned silence. Tears still stream down his face, but his pleas are replaced by sheer amazement. What is happening to that thing? It spared me. He thinks, peering from behind the grave. The Jagged Spinner ascends into the sky and speeds away. The young hunter collapses his legs, giving out completely. Are you all right? A voice calls out from behind. He whips around. Skiltang! He cries with relief. I think it got tired. What are you talking about? The magician demands, arriving on the scene with his squad. It didn't kill me. It just flew away. The boy explains, tears of shock and relief still flowing. It must have seen you guys and known it couldn't win. So it has a limit to its capabilities, Skiltang suggests. In any case, there's something about this place. It's a cemetery, of course, but doesn't it feel different? Much cleaner than the rest of the city? He asks the survivor. Now that you mention it, yes, he answers, looking around. I didn't notice before, but it's like this cemetery is being cared for, unlike anywhere else. Meanwhile, the Jag Spinner soars above the ruined city. System check. Enemy force distribution confirmed. Victory probability, 92%. Final analysis. Final decision retreat. Back on the ground, Skiltang tells his team, I don't like this place. Let's move out. They readily agree. Robot override final decision. Absolute priority. Protect citizens, even the deceased. Rows of immaculate tombstones stretch out before them. The Jagged Spinner now rests on a repair platform bathed in energy. System status? Approximately 49 hostiles remaining. Threat level 5 optimal, threat level 3 optimal. Success probability against threat, level 135.7%. Resuming combat operations. But suddenly, the robot detects a presence in the workshop. "So this is where you've been hiding," a new voice rings out. "It's Leon." "Have you had your fun with the commoners?" he asks the jagged spinner with contempt. Leon is a man who lives and breathes chivalry. In fact, he is its very embodiment. He despises cowardly ambushes, seeking nothing less than a true, honorable duel. "Are you ready?" The hero challenges the jag spinner. It responds with a series of beeps, its red lights flaring defiantly. Of course, this doesn't mean his enemies play by the same rules. Another massive explosion rocks the city center. But even that won't make Leon abandon his chivalrous code. The hero stands tall amidst the raging flames. Head held high, his will is unbreakable. This is the embodiment of chivalry. The hero grips his sword ready for a noble battle. His unyielding will is the true source of his strength. It's why she made him the chosen one. I guess expecting honor from a machine was a fool's errand. He tells the robot, which only responds with the crimson glare of its eye. A message flashes. Equipment check, 6mm heavy machine gun. 480 bullets left. 4 wire cutters. Fire-jagged spinner unleashes a torrent of lead. Divine law, blessing of the shield. Leon stands completely unfazed as if it were a gentle spring rain. The bullets don't leave a single scratch. In fact, they can't even penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding him. The robot's gun falls silent smoke curling from its overheated barrel. System message, identical template. An anomaly is observed. A second window appears, analyzing trajectory curvature. Jagged spinner rockets high into the air. It calculates 3 new attack vectors, F1223 and Q31 fire. This time, the bullets weave through the air in a complex, deadly pattern. But the hero calmly watches them approach, planting his feet firmly. The rounds slam into the ground, blasting massive stones into the sky. Dust and debris cloud the robot's sensors. It lets out a strange, whirring sound, as if in utter surprise. Now that's a reason to worry. Leon rushes forward to press the attack. Jagged spinner scrambles to retreat, its single red eye monitoring the situation. Suddenly, Leon is mounted on his steed again, and in his hands is a colossal mace of a bizarre design. The hero's gaze burns like an inferno. The robot flies up, firing another long machine gun burst at Leon. It sprays lead everywhere, except at his enemy. A new message appears, inexplicable. Leon calmly looks up at the frantic machine. "Stallion," he says to his horse. "It seems our friend wants to play a game of hide and seek." Again, the message flashes, inexplicable. The combat vehicle shifts its trajectory, trying to flee, but its pursuer is relentless. The hero's horse becomes a living homing missile. The city itself is shaken by the powerful sonic booms of their chase. For a third time, the robot's logic fails it. The machine cannot find an explanation. It pushes its thrusters to maximum output. But Leon doesn't fall a single meter behind. Another warning flashes. How can an organic body develop such speed? Jagged spinner's optic locks onto an iron pillar jutting from the ground. It hooks a leg onto it, bracing itself. New directive, launch massive attack. Stallion. Leon roars, leaning low against his horse. The hero and the machine are on a collision course. But then the horse sees something and begins to slow stopping with tremendous effort. Leon now sits mounted just a short distance away. His silhouette is illuminated by crackling flashes of golden energy. The hero strokes his horse's neck. "Not bad," he says. The robot's red eye glows, reassessing the situation as it aims its machine gun. The horse begins to charge again. A hailstorm of bullets rains down upon him, but the magnificent animal manages to weave out from under it to the side. The cartridges fly wide, just as he expected. Leon lowers his spear and rushes forward, ignoring the bullets exploding around him. Jagged spinner continues to fire, but the horse moves as if enchanted, managing to slip between the deadly projectiles. The asphalt shatters, sending huge chunks of the street flying into the air. "Stallion!" Leon shouts. He roars for the third time, looking completely insane, his eyes glowing with rage. The horse pushes off, jumping. From one piece of floating asphalt to another, it rises into the air, reaching the same altitude as the flying robot. It's an absolutely stunning picture. A rider soaring high above the ground, hunting a machine, hiding in the shadows of skyscrapers. Another message appears for the robot, 68 rounds left. Jagged spinner's red eye glows much brighter than before. It decides to fire everything. The machine gun releases the rest of its ammunition in one final desperate attempt to hit its enemy. This time, the bullets seem to fly straight to their target. They even appear to connect, but the robot's sensors scream that something is wrong again. "Long live Lionheart!" Leon shouts at the top of his lungs. He glows with righteous anger and sheer determination. The hero lunges, and mechanical parts explode into the air. Something heavy plummets from a great height, impacting the ground below. Following this, exactly half of the robot is blasted into the sky. Message: lethal damage received, transaction limit exceeded. We are transported back to the past. Yeppy, a girl's voice says. What is sealed here should never reach the outside world. The brilliance of Jagged Spinner's red eye becomes unbearably bright. The robot's message window is now blood red. Carry out self-destruction, it commands. It looks like the sequence is already running. A second message. Detonation of all ground structures. The catastrophe begins. Leon watches. What is happening in absolute fear? Against the city buildings, a powerful explosion occurs, rivaling that of a nuclear bomb, when JS-10 dot model. Unit 253's optics blinked online. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil. Jagged Spinner, a voice commanded. Go defend the city. Do your duty, cried a young man, his voice echoing with urgency. Explosions thundered in the distance. A grotesque slime-covered tentacle slammed into view. It belonged to a colossal beast wreathed in fire. The monster unleashed blazing spheres of destruction. Each projectile crashed down, engulfing the city in infernal flames. The robot had its orders. It anchored itself, stealing its resolve. From the smoke and fire, new horrors emerged. A demon and its hellhound. Its mission was absolute support. The Allies protect the innocent. Dozens of spider-like mechs charged from the flames. They met the monstrous horde head-on. The city's defenders fought, they conquered, and they became legends. We see the citizens celebrating their saviors. The tale of how autonomous tanks turned the tide inspired a city on the brink of despair. They gave hope to those who had none. These robots, these steel mites, became a symbol of humanity's will to survive. Here was one such machine, basking in glory. It unleashed a torrent of fire, annihilating monsters of every kind. The Jagged Spinners, including Unit Number 10, and Unit 253 were all upgraded for the war. Under their commander's lead, they formed an unbreakable shield. They protected the people. They protected the city. Until there was nothing left but ashes. The metropolis burned. Yeppy, this is my final command. The robot's audio sensors picked up. A familiar bloodied girl pleaded with it. Protect this city. This thing must not... We'll leave this place. The last combat unit received its final order. Allow no one to approach the object. The robot prepared for its endless vigil. Before us, the maintenance bay, where the Jagged Spinner once stood proud. And it defended. We see it obliterate a terrifying horned beast. It recharged. It monitored its systems. It produced its own munitions. And it defended. It exterminated the hunters sent to cleanse the portal. It prepared. And defended for an eternity. But now it lies broken, torn in two, its red optic flickering, with the last embers of its life. I see, Leon says, surveying the scene. It fell here, but the blessing of the arrow shield held. The hero's gaze fixes on something below. So this is it. Before him, a sphere of violet light pulses with sinister energy. What were you trying so desperately to guard? The orb floats menacingly. The gem of wisdom. The hero declares, drawing a magnificent sword from a dimensional rift. You should not exist. With final judgment passed, he strides toward the malevolent sphere. But behind him, the fallen robot begins to stir. Leon glances back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He sees the critically damaged machine, still trying to fight. Its leg, tangled in wires, rises feebly, the last act of defiance from the Jagged Spinner. How long have you defended this place? Leon asks the dying machine. It emits a faint, sorrowful whine. How long have you fought all alone? Leon closes his eyes. Faithful and devoted knight, the king proclaims with solemn authority. All beings across all dimensions are in your debt. Sir Jagged Spinner. He addresses the wreckage with the utmost respect. I hereby declare, your mission is complete. Leon raises his sword high. Golden energy erupts from the blade, a light so blinding, it shatters the very stones around them. A pillar of light pierces the heavens. Leon looks forward. The purple sphere is cleaved in two. The wall behind it is shattered. A massive fissure reveals the blue sky beyond. May you finally rest in peace, Leon says softly. The last red light on the robot flickers and dies. Faint sparks dance across its ruined frame. The sun shines through this broken wall, bathing what's left of the Jagged Spinner in a final gentle light. Thank you, Yeppy. Leon and Kang Hyuk walk down a long corridor. I understand now, says the president of the Korean Hunters Association. You destroyed the gem. Do you regret it? The hero asks, slightly bewildered. Kang Hyuk laughs. Not at all. His Majesty dealt with it as he saw fit. Don't be mistaken, Leon tells him gravely. That thing was poison. The hero explains, it was forged from the wisdom of evil, designed only to tempt mortals. In other words, it's a demonic artifact. Demonic? Kang Hyuk can barely process the words. At first, the stone grants a person's deepest desire. But eventually it demands payment. It's like taming a wild beast. It devours souls with temptation. And false promises of eternal life. We see a vision of a great demon and its corrupted followers. After a while, Leon continues, a person loses their humanity entirely. They become a demon themselves. Have more of these gems been found? Leon asks as they walk. If so, they must be destroyed immediately. My God, the association president breathes. We have to report this to the US government right away. Absolutely, the hero confirms. They arrive at a massive blast door from which a loud commotion can be heard. But what if they've already been corrupted by demonic influence? Just then, the gate swings open, revealing a high-tech laboratory. Scientists in pristine white coats scurry about. Is he here? Leon demands. Yes, fully contained. Kang Hak confirms. The scientists are analyzing something, and we recognize the distinct shell of the jagged spinner, or what's left of it. Its shattered remains are displayed on a round platform. What's your plan for him? He was an honorable knight to the very end, Leon murmured, gazing upon the wreckage. I will give him a proper burial, and pray the gods welcome him to their hallowed halls. But first, he requires a blessing. In that instant, an ornate goblet materialized, in Leon's hand, shimmering with an ethereal blue light. The association president cried out in astonishment. Leon gracefully took the goblet by its stem, and brought the sacred vessel to his lips. Faithful knight, he intoned with gravitas, find your peace. As the hero closed his eyes, a golden energy rained down upon the robot's remains. The wreckage erupted into a blinding sphere of light, a sight that left the scientists utterly speechless, stunned into silence in their laboratory. Then they saw Jagged Spinner's leg. To everyone's shock, one of its limbs began to scrape across the platform's surface. Is it moving? Kang Yu yelled in disbelief. Leon, tilting the chalice, looked on with uncertainty, trying to comprehend what was happening to the machine. You, he whispered. Suddenly, a red light on Jagged Spinner flickered to life. The robot let out a faint mechanical chirp. Its manipulator twitched, coming alive. This is divine power, Leon realized, staring at his former foe. It has no conventional power source. It seems the divine itself has wrought this miracle. The manipulator slowly reached out for one of its own microcircuits. It began pulling itself together, welding broken pieces. The machine started to regain its original form. This was no longer the severed husk that lay dormant moments ago. Now all of its red optical sensors were glowing, pulsing with a faint light. The robot emitted a series of beeps, almost like a question. I see, Leon said, drawing his sword. If this is your will, then the goddess shall choose you. The hero pointed his weapon, which flared with a brilliant golden light, directly at the reassembled machine. It continued to chirp and whir. Bursts of golden energy erupted, sending debris flying. Leon plunged his sword into the platform, solemnly placing a hand upon its hilt. Kang Hak could only stare, completely dumbfounded. The scientists cried out, witnessing the impossible. For them, this defied all logic. The robot, now noticeably transformed, seemed to be watching the events unfold as well. The golden energy reflected in the hero's determined eyes. The hilt of his sword was held directly before his face. Powerful torrents of sacred energy surged through the lab. They released a deafening roar and crackled with awesome power. Then a feminine silhouette formed from the pure light materializing before Leon. Whoa, breathed out Kang Hak, struggling to believe this wasn't all a dream. In an instant, both he and the scientists fell to their knees, an instinct they couldn't deny. Everyone present felt it. The woman, radiating a diamond-like aura, was no mere mortal. We see the pure awe on Kang Hak's face. They understood. This was a divine being, a presence beyond all comparison, incomparable to any other. The goddess floated in the air above the kneeling mortals. Dear Goddess Ariana, Leon began. Lionheart, my first knight. She answered, her voice echoing. Tell me, why is he in this state? She gazed at the hero, her hands clasped. Leon paused for a moment before replying. Before you, Goddess Ariana, stands Sir Jagged Spinner. He is an honorable knight and an exemplar for all others. He is worthy of your grace, Leon declared, dropping to one knee. Placing a hand over his heart, the goddess turned her gaze to the machine, which seemed to await its judgment. He did not fulfill my mission. Ariana's voice was serene. He did not display his honor, nor did he bring me glory. As your first knight, Leon said humbly, I guarantee it. If not for my intervention, he could have become a king worthy of Lionheart's renown. This is a great knight. A gentle smile graced Ariana's lips. If you, my knight, describe him with such high praise. The hero listened intently. Then I need no further convincing. The goddess looked upon Leon with kindness. However, I must be certain of one thing. She extended her hand towards the robot. Steel knight from another world. Her voice resonated with power. Will you worship the light and enact justice by joining the ranks of my knights? Ariana extended both her hands to the combat machine. Jagged Spinner beeped in response. You are filled with honor and knowledge, said the goddess. But your heart is as pure as a child's. Aid my knight in purging the evil from this world. Then you too shall be a knight. Both Leon and Jagged Spinner listened with rapt attention. The robot once again let out a series of beeps, a sound that no one could yet comprehend. The hero watched him deep in thought. The robot's leg planted itself firmly on the ground. From the top of its chassis, two plates extended like wings, or perhaps ears. Jagged Spinner began to beep and whir with vigor. Both Ariana and the mortals watched intently. Then, for the first time in a long time, they saw a holographic window materialize. Analyzing language template. Its red optic glowed intensely. Another window appeared, installing language module. Ariana watched Jagged Spinner with a fond expression. Verification. A new voice spoke, no longer just a system prompt. Demon, attack, good, plan? The robot uttered a jumble of disjointed words. The goddess seemed amused by this display. Very well, Sir Jagged Spinner, she said. So long as you remain loyal to my first knight and lend him your support. My glory shall be with you. A brilliant golden light emanated from her hands. A powerful column of divine energy slammed into the robot. To this Knight of the Grail, I bestow light and justice. Leon closed his eyes in reverence. Before them stood the newly reborn Grail Knight Jagged Spinner. Meanwhile, across the world in the American Magic Tower stands a monument of arcane power. Within its clockwork heart, a man begs forgiveness from a great being. This is the private sanctum of the Tower Master Ral Sherman. I have failed to carry out your command. A voice trembles from behind a grand door. Incompetent fool, you cannot manage even the simplest task. I bestow upon you wisdom, I show you cosmic truth, and yet you bring me only disappointment. We see the scene now, a man on his knees, and a pulsating purple orb resting on a velvet cushion. The sphere is the accuser, its voice echoing with immense power. The man is none other than Ral Sherman himself, the Tower Master. I was powerless, he confesses to the orb, shaking in absolute terror. This survivor, Leon, turned out to be an anomaly, a variable we could never have predicted. You wound my very existence with these pathetic excuses. The orb hisses a sinister mist seeping from its surface. As the old man tries to explain further, the sphere cuts him off. What did you just say? Suddenly, strange droplets begin to ooze down its form. Sherman is bewildered by the sudden shift. I'm sorry. The news, turn on the news now. The sphere commands it with frantic urgency. Yes, great being. He scrambles for the remote switching on the screen. A breaking news report fills the room. And there he is, Leon, arms crossed with unshakable confidence, declaring to the entire world that he is the king of Lionheart. Leon, Draconia, Lionheart. The purple orb begins to shake violently, emitting a series of shrill, incomprehensible shrieks. The strange ichor flows faster now. What? Why is that bastard here? How is this possible? Sherman can't comprehend the chaos. But as he looks at the orb, he realizes it isn't shaking with rage, but with pure, unadulterated terror. I give up, it says. It's hopeless. I can never win. The old man calls out to the fading sphere, scooping it into his hands in desperation. He tries to plead with it to wake it from its despair. Tears stream down his face as he lets out a soul-crushing scream, begging his master to return. But it seems useless. All this drama unfolds within the grand magical clock tower. Back in Korea, we arrive at the massive building of the Korean Hunters Association. All right, Leon says, let's get Sir Jagspin registered as a member of your guild. Though Ojin worries it might be a difficult process, Leon just smiles. It doesn't matter, the hero assures him. He stands by the sliding gate, his new mechanical comrade at his feet. But then, noticing something is wrong, the robot lets out a series of worried beeps. Leon suddenly coughs. He covers his mouth with his hand, and it immediately fills with blood. Jagspin continues to squeak with alarm. Are you all right, my knight? Asks the ethereal voice of Ariana. I am fine, Leon replies, wiping his mouth. Becoming a Grail Knight, in a land without divinity, has taken a heavy toll on me. He thinks, pressing a handkerchief to his bloody lips. The small robot chirps something in its own language, carefully touching the hero's leg with its foot. It's not your fault, Leon reassures him. I should have been stronger. How can this be your fault? The goddess interjects. It is all because I am not truly there with you. The hero is silent. Whatever happens, you must never blame divinity, he finally declares. Please do not say such things. He places a hand over his heart. My knight, Ariana's voice says, filled with affection. I am so grateful for your loyalty, she says, hovering above him. But if the reason is that this land lacks divinity, then the fault is mine, and it belongs to the other gods who should have manifested themselves earlier. Leon doesn't know what to say. Rest well, says the goddess. Believe in your gods, and wait for them. The hero puts his hand on his chest again, and a soft yellow energy belonging to Ariana emanates from under it. She appears worried and sad. Brothers and sisters, she addresses her kind. We see them now, a young man, a graceful girl, and a brutal bearded man with an impressive topknot. We must help our follower, Ariana tells them. The gods listen to her carefully, and it seems they are ready to do something. On the day the king of Lionheart turned 121 years old, the world ended. Only one knight remained. He extracted all the divinity from the lost world and sealed it in his own heart. The gods, to their great shame, hid themselves in the heart of one holy man, Leon. After that, they could only watch as the king of Lionheart exterminated evil monsters, never sparing himself for 180 years. The number of his terrible enemies was endless. They had allowed one person to carry the burden of the whole world. We begin to understand how great Leon's feat truly is. Because of it all, the gods of the pantheon were indebted to the hero. A meeting of the four gods takes place at an octagonal table. "How is the child's condition?" Dia asks a familiar face. "Not very good," Ariana replies. "My knight has miscalculated his strength." "Oh, what should we do?" Demra asks, her face etched with worry. The initiation of one single Grail Knight had such a detrimental effect on the condition of his body. One of the gods angrily hits the armrest of his chair with his fist. "Where is the king of Lionheart? He in whom the glory of the gods shone so brightly. Before us is Pedos, the god of war and fire. Show some dignity into God." Ariana tells him sternly. "He fought for us for over 20 years, and was ultimately victorious." The displeasure on her face is obvious. "I know that too!" Pedos roars, his voice filled with fury. "And that's precisely why my anger burns so fiercely." The gods fall into a stunned silence. A heavy quiet settles over their monumental table. Dama lowers her gaze, her heart heavy with sorrow. 180 years, Ariana recalls. That is how long that brutal battle lasted. "It is time to break our silence, my brothers and sisters," Ariana declares. "I can no longer watch my knight suffer in such excruciating pain." Pedos turns to her, his expression grim but wordless. "I have an idea." A previously silent god speaks up. He raises a hand. "Speak," Ariana urges him. "Just as life did on that other plane, we must bestow upon him every blessing in our power. We must amplify the faith this society holds." Before them stands Kido, the god of steel and the forge. "Are you suggesting that we become missionaries?" Pedos asks, a thoughtful look on his face. "Precisely," Kaido answers. "We will show the mortals divine miracles." And judging by what life's followers have demonstrated, this entire world is interconnected by a phenomenon called the internet. Demra, whom the other gods call life, clenches her fists in triumph. "We will harness this internet for our own glorious purpose," Kido declares with the air of a true sage. "But why would the king of Lionheart himself devise such a plan?" Pedos asks his comrades. "Because he lived on this earth long before the internet came to be," Kido reveals. "This seems doubtful to me," Ariana interjects. "Remember, it took 20 years for news of Leon to even reach our world." Kido simply offers a faint knowing smile. "And that is where our new Grail Knight can help us." With his arms crossed, a man sits in a chair emblazoned with his personal coat of arms. It's Kim Jinsu, a bandage still stuck to his cheek, sitting in his office chair and staring at his phone. "Manager, you have got to see this," someone yells. Jinsu rushes over to a monitor where the familiar bald agent is pointing frantically. The Hunters Association agent has discovered something bizarre. "What's wrong?" Jinsu asks. "Look what I just found on YouTube." "Who in their right mind gave permission for this?" the agent exclaims, completely bewildered. "This is on YouTube." Jinsu can hardly believe what he's seeing. "What in the world is this?" he mutters, leaning closer as beads of sweat form on his brow. "The Naju Plains." On the computer screen, several windows are open. "Is that a user's nickname?" It seems Jinsu recognizes the channel. It's the homepage for a user named PTNTV, featuring a video thumbnail of a glowing field of blessed rice. One title reads, "Why go to the hospital?" An office worker looked down on farmers, but one proposal changed his life. A second thumbnail appears. "It's just rice, but one spoonful will change your life forever." A third one screams, "Ask AI about God." The results are shocking. This is the most shameless clickbait I've ever seen, Jinsu thinks. But something is off. The algorithms are flagging the content as being of the highest quality. A comment below a video makes it clear it's been translated into 104 languages. 3 association employees stare dumbfounded. Who could possibly be behind all this? Jinsu asks, his voice trembling with a strange excitement. Pantheon? Could it be His Majesty Leon? The bald agent theorizes. Do you honestly think he'd register for a YouTube account? Jinsu shoots back. Of course not. Maybe his assistant Han Hari is responsible, the bald man suggests. She's terrible with computers, Jinsu says, remembering a text conversation that proved just how awful her tech skills were. But the main problem, Jinsu continues, his eyes glued to the monitor, is that none of these videos can be called clickbait. They're all terrifyingly true. "So what do we do?" one of them asks as drops of cold sweat roll down Jinsu's cheeks. "What does this guy think he's doing?" he wonders silently. "Okay, I'm going," he announces to his colleagues. With a wave of his hand, he leaves. "Where are you going?" the bald agent asks, surprised. "I'm going to talk to Leon," Jinsu replies without looking up from his phone screen. Meanwhile, in the penthouse where Leon is staying, we see a closed door. A robot's fingers fly across a laptop keyboard. Subtitling is complete, it says, as its eye-shaped red light flashes. Its foot drops back onto a key. Start loading, says Jagged Spin. The door opens slightly. Sir, why Han Hari, whom we haven't seen in a while, appears in the doorway. She timidly asks the robot if it has finished working on her laptop. What did you do? She asks the machine. The robot squeaks a sound meaningless to a human. Plan noise control, it says in clear words. Phase 1 is complete. I'm starting phase number 2. I'm hacking the network. The red eye glows ominously. Hari looks at the robot in surprise. Oh, he must be playing computer games, she thinks to herself. Han Hari has no idea how computers work. The scene shifts to the Naju Plains, where a large farm sits next to a sprawling field. This is the temporary division of the Pantheon Guild. An idyllic picture, a white cat sleeps in a strange position on a high fence. Kim Jinsu bursts through the door and shouts from the doorway. Your Majesty, that video needs to be deleted. Hari, who is in the room, looks at her guild colleague in bewilderment. She has a thermos in her hands. Leon sits on a simple sofa, a cat itching next to him. Have some barley tea? The girl suggests to her friend. He thanks her and then offers a glass to Jinsu. Gulping down the drink like a dying man, Jinsu's focus snaps back to the video. Who uploaded this? He demands. I did. Leon answers his voice unnervingly calm. Jinsu couldn't process it. This killing machine was the one who created that video impossible, but the robot just tapped away enthusiastically at the keyboard. Why would I delete it? Leon's voice finally cuts in. As your Majesty knows, he replies, the rice that grows here on the plains of Naju is unlike anything else on Earth. To eat just a small handful is to be cured of any disease. It's a true miracle. Before us lies a field of pure gold. If people find out, Jinsu presses, the entire world will descend upon this place to claim it. He was hinting at something catastrophic, the possibility of a global war. Armies of thieves will flood the plains of Naju, and who knows how dangerous. They will be... Jinsu's mind flashed with visions of terrible disasters of violence and utter chaos. Once the proper authorities grant permission to harvest our association, we'll provide every possible assistance, he pleaded. Bowing respectfully to Leon, he begged, please just wait until then. I understand, the hero stated calmly, raising a mug of tea to his lips. I'm sure you have your laws, your procedures, and your systems. I get it, but your fears are completely unfounded. I'm sorry? Jinsu stared at Leon, a flicker of fear in his eyes, asking him to explain. The goddess's plantation, the hero said, cannot be stolen. How could he be so sure? As dusk began to fall over the golden field, car headlights sliced through the twilight. They stopped and men began to pour out. So the rumors were true about this rice, one of them sneered, holding up a phone. On the screen, a message from an anonymous client. Obtain the seeds and burn the Naju fields to the ground. What the hell? One of the hired thugs muttered in disbelief. I expected some serious security here, but there's no one around. He pulled his balaclava down. So we just need to grab some seeds and light it up. He clarified the mission. The villains stared out at the dark field where a one-of-a-kind harvest was ripening. We've already been paid. Let's get to work. Their commander, a man who looked like a hardened pirate, ordered, get the gasoline. His subordinates acknowledged the command and moved to carry it out. We learn this is the Viper Squad, from the Korean branch of the Demon-Human Association. The bandits stepped into the field and began scooping up grains. They moved in 2 disciplined rows, walking in perfect sync. Suddenly, one of the bandits froze in his tracks. He became instantly alert, turning to his commander. There's a man over there. The attackers immediately drew their swords. But they realized they were afraid of a simple scarecrow. Just straw, a tattered hat, and a torn coat staring at them. With nothing but a pair of round buttons for eyes. It's just a scarecrow, you idiot, another mercenary scoffed at his comrade. My apologies, he said. But it's strange. I could have sworn it was moving. It's probably the wind, dumbass. The panicking mercenary got a sharp slap on the head. But as he looked closer at the scarecrow, a deep, unsettling feeling crept over him. Sir, look at it, he said fearfully to his commander. The leader turned annoyed, but then his eyes widened in alarm. Are there more of them? The bandit asked the question on everyone's mind. The scarecrows had multiplied. They seemed to be growing straight out of the ground. The commander, however, saw this as no problem. Idiot, he shouted. You're a demon human. And you're afraid of scarecrows? Stop talking nonsense and check the wind. We have to burn as much as we can. In the shortest time possible, we'll take the seeds from the storage. Gasoline began to pour onto the priceless rice field. The bandits emptied every canister, tossing them into a pile. Is that all? The commander asked. This is a precious commodity. Keep some for yourselves. He advises his subordinates Mansu and Ginty, his arms folded across his chest, but his words are met with a chilling silence. This made the villain wary. Where did those 2 go? He asked another subordinate, his voice low and menacing. The man was just as confused. They were right behind me this whole time, he stammered. Where did Duin go? They all realized their ranks had thinned, noticeably. The same could not be said for the scarecrows visible just a bit further away. The commander sensed something was terribly wrong. Those are just stuffed figures, the bandit he'd spoken with earlier said nervously. But have they always been this close to us? The view widens, making it clear. The villains are surrounded, and there are far, far fewer of them than when they first entered the field. A scarecrow rises up directly behind the bandit leader, and we can see it's armed with something sharp. The commander sensed the oppressive presence and slowly turned his head. This scarecrow had no eyes, which made it truly terrifying. Suddenly, a face appeared on the burlap, twisting into a horrifying smile. "I'll tear you apart!" screamed the leader of the bandits. He swings, striking the scarecrow that startled him, as a nearby bandit cries out to Hayang Nim, They're actually moving!" he screams. "These are not just simple stuffed dummies, they're monsters." We see their outlines, warp and shift, becoming far more sinister than any homemade doll meant to scare crows. An unnatural white aura begins to glow around them. The scarecrow smiles. "Hayang Nim, what do we do now?" the bandits yell in terror. "This can't be happening. They weren't raiding a dungeon. They were just burning some farmer's field." But these scarecrows move with impossible speed, tightening a deadly circle around the villains, forcing them into a desperate defensive formation. A bandit's hand reaches out from the ground. He looks up at his commander, asking, What was that?" He'd never witnessed anything like it, not even inside the deadliest portals. "I don't understand it either." Hayang Nim roars in frustration. Damn it! In their haste, he hadn't even brought half his forces. This whole mission felt wrong from the start. Now he's determined to find and destroy whoever set him up so terribly. Suddenly, one of his men shouts his name, pointing a trembling finger toward the distance. "The storage facility," he yells to his commander. The building's shape is unmistakable. It's a farm warehouse, complete with a massive storage tank right beside it. "We found it," the leader thinks. A wicked smile spreads across his face. If the rumors about this rice are true, they're about to become unimaginably wealthy. "Get as much rice as you can to the cars," he commands his men. The monsters are bound to the field, so the warehouse has to be perfectly safe. His men, however, don't look nearly as confident. "Let's go," the leader barks, flashing a predatory grin. He takes a confident step toward their prize. His foot hits the ground. A deafening explosion erupts from beneath him, and the commander is blasted high into the sky. His men can only stare, completely stunned by the sudden chaos. "Hayang Nim!" one of them screams, watching the smoking, lifeless body of his leader fall back to the earth. "Was that a mine?" his comrade asks, his voice shaking. Who in their right mind would mine the path to a barn? The bandits hesitate, frozen in fear before their leader's corpse. Suddenly, a villain in a black balaclava hears a very distinct mechanical squeak. He spots the source, but his mind refuses to accept what he's seeing. In front of him stands a robot, clearly on the side of justice. "Unauthorized human entry confirmed," announces Jagspin. "What is that thing doing here?" The bandit thinks in sheer panic. That's the creature from the Jan portal. Jagspin's red optical sensor glows with menace. "Eliminate," it commands. The afternoon sun shines down on the farmhouse, where bandits are now piled against a wall, tightly bound in ropes. Their leader survived with a broken leg, which is already in a fresh plaster cast. Nearby, a wooden board displays a list of doctrines of life and fertility. 1. The first harvest must be arranged in the goddess's image and offered to her. 2. Do not urinate on the fields, you may fertilize. 3. Arrange the stuffed figures, putting hats and clothes on them. 4. Go to harvest, preferably while singing praises to the goddess. 5. Never skip lunch, no matter how busy you are. But the most critical point is scrawled in the bottom corner. Thieves die. Squad Viper was successfully apprehended. Following the arrest of these Demon-Human Association members, the value of the Pantheon and its blessed rice has skyrocketed. Before us stands Jagspin, the embodiment of the algorithm. Leon had agreed to publicize the Pantheon to ensure the blessed rice could reach everyone in need. We see our hero posing for the cameras. A minor incident occurred, but it was quickly swept aside. A newspaper headline screams, "Survivor insults reporter How. Long will we tolerate this cultural divide?" At the banquet, the survivor Leon Draconia Lionheart had asked, "Can a man sit at the same table with a king?" In the aftermath, the entire internet exploded with talk of the Pantheon. We see the soaring statistics and the main page of the PNT and TV YouTube channel. A hand grabs the newspaper. Is this really what the gods intended? Leon wonders. They seem to be adapting to modern society far better and faster than he is. "Important news, Your Majesty," a voice says. It's Kim Hari, presenting him with information from the paper. Another price estimate for the rice has been released. A single package costs 230 million won. Leon's face darkens it instantly. This isn't right. It should be cheaper, the hero tells her. But isn't it good that it's so expensive? She asks, confused. Its price is determined by the market, of course. Leon says his gaze distant. But will ordinary people be able to afford it? His voice is firm. God's blessings should be shared equally among everyone. Hari's amazement knows no bounds. Do you really... Is that so? She asks. The hero explains, I met the president earlier. I told him we must spread the message of divine favor to the common folk. But the president insisted on remaining neutral when it came to matters of faith. But things are changing. The girl says, a sly smile on her face. I managed to muster a little more faith, Leon adds, a confident grin spreading across his face. Her strength should now be enough to support Lionheart. But your majesty, are you certain everything will be all right? Hari asks with disbelief. What do you mean? The hero replies. She reports that, just as Leon wished, she acquired the rights to the yellow portal. But she doubts the people he chose for the task. It's highly unlikely they can handle it. The vision of countless skulls hints at the location's extreme danger. It's an impossible mission for them, Hari insists. But Leon just smiles mysteriously. We shall see, he says. Before them stands a skyscraper, gleaming under the bright afternoon sun. Mr. Gu, if I'm not mistaken. Dang turns toward the voice, recognizing. Squad leader Kim Do-han. He raises a hand in greeting. We meet again, says D-Sing. You got the text message too. Do-han asks, the association president wants to see bottom-tier hunters like us. I wonder what for. I can't figure it out either, D-Sing says grimly. He scans the crowd, noting they were all D-class hunters. C-class at best. Two unfamiliar faces catch his eye. Whoa, that's Kang Hari, one of them gasps, in surprise. The Swordmaster class, his friend asks. Didn't she set a record in last year's draft? Indeed, it was Hari. She cuts an imposing figure in her black dress, her gaze sternly sweeping over the crowd flanked by two powerful men. Dang watches the woman in silence. Suddenly in the hall, where everyone has gathered, an announcement rings out. His Majesty Leon Dragon Lionheart. Dang stares in utter shock as the monarch enters. A survivor. The hero is politely guided inside. I knew he was no ordinary person, D-Sing thinks, recalling their joint raid into a dungeon with the Null. But to think he was from an entirely different world. Leon steps up to the podium to deliver his speech. Welcome, he greets the crowd. I have summoned you because I need soldiers for my guild, Pantheon. I want the qualified, the proven, and those who have trained relentlessly. His words send a ripple of surprise through the hunters who begin to whisper. Soldiers, not guild members. I will grant you the honor of becoming my army, the hero declares. An army, not a guild. Even D-Sang finds himself questioning the speaker. We will now begin the entrance examination, Leon's bald assistant announces. It consists of clearing the yellow portal at Samjong Station. What the yellow portal? The gathered hunters can't believe their ears. How are we supposed to clear that he's sending us to our deaths? What kind of test is this? The crowd's outrage explodes. D-Ang and Do-Han are just as furious and disappointed. The hunter's reaction is completely justified. Portal ranks and their difficulty are marked by color. Black the most impossible, followed by red, then orange, and finally yellow, green, and blue. Considering the portal at Seoul Station, where Jisung faced the Null Captain, was only a blue gate, a yellow gate for C or D-class hunters means certain doom. Clear a yellow portal, that's a suicide mission, will all be slaughtered. The hunters leap from their seats, their voices roaring with indignation. Please calm down, Leon's assistant yells, large beads of sweat dripping down his bald head. If you do not wish to participate, you are free to leave. Some hunters take the offer. You think we'll stick around for this? What a waste of time, I'd rather be sleeping. There's no end to the indignation of those whose hopes were just crushed. Why isn't he stopping them, D-Ing wonders? The exodus continues as people flee through the massive hall doors. In the end, only a few dozen people remain before Leon and his assistants. The hero, with his guild's massive coat of arms behind him, looks thoughtfully at those who stayed. Hey, you, he calls to one of them. Me? A young man with a large hairstyle stammers. Yes, you, the one with the afro, the hero, confirms, identifying him by his haircut. Why did you stay? Leon asks. The boy stutters, trying to piece together his reason. Well, I figured there must be some deeper meaning to all this. I see, the hero says, his voice laced with disappointment. He continues his survey. And you? I just stayed. I don't really know why. And you? Because my friend stayed. Leon rubs his chin. And you? He says, pointing directly at Dang. Why did you stay, the young man? Tenses, his mind racing. A guild created by someone who is essentially S-class in power? This is a chance I cannot afford to miss, he screams internally. He finally speaks, declaring he stayed because he knows Leon will, to not let him die. A smile plays on our hero's lips. I like that answer. You have a lot of energy, I told you. I'm gathering soldiers. He announces, stepping out to face the remaining hunters. A soldier's first duty is to obey. Dang and Doan exchange confused glances, trying to grasp his meaning. You will accept your knight's commands without question. You will trust in your knight's honor and strength. That is all you need to do. Beads of sweat trickle down Dang's face as Leon smiles. A dazzling, terrifying smile. In short, it means you obey me. We're moving out, now. He barks, his voice a commander's roar. It's an order that permits no refusal. He extends his left hand. Over there, you'll find your equipment. Go, gear up. A yellow gate materializes marked Samjong Station. A line of warriors stands ready with Kang Hari at the forefront. She moves gracefully in her spectacular black attire. Gods, this gear is heavy. Doan groans, adjusting his shoulder plate. But you have to admit, the quality is incredible. I could be mistaken. Dang says, inspecting his own, but it feels like all of this is at least rare-grade armor. This set I'm wearing, it has to be worth 10 million won easy. As a dealer, it's his specialty. He knows what he's talking about. For C and D rank hunters, this kind of equipment is something they could only dream of. Doan remarks, but worry clouds the old man's face. But this king of ours? We see Leon hands casually in his pockets, standing beside his bald aide. He's not wearing any gear at all. Doan finishes his thought. Just then, Hari approaches. Dang calls out to the girl. She turns, recognizing him. What is it? He stammers. Why isn't His Majesty wearing any armor? A look of pure admiration crosses Harry's face. His own skin, she replies, is stronger than any armor. Dang stares at her, completely stunned. Well, he thinks if he's that strong, then I should be safe, right? And so the slaughter begins. Blood splatters everywhere. Severed limbs, bared fangs, and the maddened eyes of some green monstrosity, most likely a goblin. What in the world was that? The heavily armored hunters can barely process it. I can't hear you anymore. Leon taunts the enemies, his sword a blur of motion, as another green skin falls. You things aren't honest warriors. Leon's voice drips with fury. You will crawl on the ground like insects, and find your pathetic deaths right there. And that is true justice. His blade descends upon the monsters' heads. Later, the hunters dressed in heavy armor trudge wearily down a road shrouded in darkness. Kang Hari walks alongside the formation. Looks like we're fighting in the open this time, says Dang. His face is hidden behind a heavy knight's helm like the others. Suddenly, a status window appears. You are mercenaries from an outer territory. Here on the Great Plains, a war rages between two tribes. Support one side and lead them to victory. It's a quest to support NPCs, Dang realizes instantly. As an avid gamer, he gets it. He begins checking his own status window. Mr. Gu, don't you think this is a faction quest? Another hunter asks, confirming Dang's guess. Yes, he replies. It looks like we have to pick a side and help them win. The real problem is figuring out which side will be the easiest to lead to victory. Dang raises an instructive finger, but immediately points it forward. Look, he shouts to his comrades. Are those monsters? A massive crowd of horsemen charges toward them. After a moment, their forms become clear. They're orcs, riding monstrous evil boars. The orcs grin, flashing their massive tusks. In their hands, they brandish enormous, razor-sharp axes. They ride right up to the line of armored hunters. The orcs dismount, forming a wall in front of the humans. Who are you? Their leader growls, his voice a menacing rumble. This is Batala tribe territory. You have trespassed on our land. The hunters stare silently at the aggressive beasts. Hari turns to Leon, waiting for his command. But the hero only frowns in disgust. It's obvious he finds this entire situation beneath him. Perhaps we should try to complete the quest's conditions, his trusted aide suggests. Do whatever you want, Leon snaps back, annoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty, Hari says oddly with a smile. The small robot on her head squeaks in agreement. With his permission granted, Hari steps forward. She will speak for the entire squad. A status window flashes before her eyes. We are mercenaries, she declares to the orcs with conviction. We came here seeking a reward for aiding one of the tribes. Mercenaries, the ferocious orc commander repeats. You must be the outsiders. The chieftain spoke of. Come with us. A deep sense of unease washes over Harry. This whole situation felt wrong. She glances back and sees Leon's displeasure is growing. Soon, the hunters stand before the orc encampment. A crude fence of thick logs surrounds it. In the center, a rough-hewn gate stands open. The leader of the orcs emerges to greet them, his warriors flanking him on both sides. You hunters seem weaker than I expected? The orc leader sneers with contempt. But no matter, you'll do. This is Kardak, chieftain of the infamous Battle Axe tribe. For the Battle Axe, he growls. He throws his hands wide, declaring, a grand war. Death with great honor, the victor takes everything. Leon is trembling, not with fear, but with pure rage. The veins on his neck pulse. That's it, I've heard enough, he roars. What? Kardak bellows back. A furious roar erupts. Who dares? The monster lunges, ready to tear the offender apart. But we see streams of white energy beginning to radiate from Leon's boots. Honor! He scoffs, his voice dripping with contempt. A beast like you dares to dream of such lofty things. The hero can barely contain his disgust. The orc leader explodes with rage. Are you insulting me? In response, Leon's sword flashes through the air. With a sickening slice, the chieftain's head flies clean off his shoulders. A fountain of blood sprays the nearby hunters. You are not honest warriors at all, Leon bellows with righteous fury. You will crawl like beetles on the ground and find your death there. Leon Draconia Lionheart utterly despises orcs. Is he racist? To him, this is divine justice. This is victory, the hero shouts, clenching his fists. With a staggering 8,769,653 orcs on his kill count, he is a true orc slayer. We can feel the sheer depth of his hatred. Witnessing the death of their leader, the orcs fly into a frenzy. He killed the chieftain. One of them roars, "They are enemies, kill them all!" The monsters grab their weapons and charge the hunters in a wave of fury. The hunters are completely stunned. This sudden turn of events was far beyond their expectations. But Leon roars his commands, snapping them back to reality. Raise your shields, form a circle and hold their attack. Cursing, the men scramble to obey, taking out their swords. They awkwardly put their shields in front of them, barely forming a defensive line. Their commander's orders are clear, but their fear is palpable. We're only D-class, they think in terror. How can we possibly stand against these orcs? The sheer difference in size is overwhelming. It truly seems like they don't stand a chance. A massive orc vowing to slaughter the humans swings its huge axe down upon them. The men cower, in absolute horror. But the weapon slams against a raised shield and stops dead. The hunter hidden beneath his helmet cannot believe what just happened. I was able to block his blow, he thinks in shock. Just then, a system alert appears before his eyes. Lionheart's aura effects activated protection against attacks received. Reinforcement received. Large-scale enhancement obtained. Courage gained. Light armor received. Tough skin obtained. Received heavy final attack. Received a large magical boost. Gained resistance to ranged attacks. Gained sharp vision. A great massacre of infantry was achieved. Gained resistance to damage. The hunter blinks his eyes wide with amazement as he sees another message pop up. Effects for the most prolific orc killer among primates. 50% chance to deal a fatal blow to an orc. Orcs fall into a state of horror, panic, and despair. Disgust towards orcs increases. What is all this, one of the fighters thinks, staring at the blue window. But it contains even more data living. Half-body blessing of the fighting knight guardian of the Grail. Dragon Slayer honor. The horror of evil species. Demon Lord Slayer. The most prolific Demon Slayer hater of ranged attacks. The strongest attacking Fighter Legion members have too low a level. Most buffs are not applied. This is almost too good. To be true, the hunters think. But they are actually stopping the orc onslaught. Raise your shields and push them away. Leon shouts as he continues to carve through the enemies. Wait for the right moment and pierce them with your sword. Following his command, a hunter immediately runs a large orc straight through. The tactics are working perfectly. The monsters roar in agony, but the empowered hunters are confidently overwhelming them, flooding the ground with streams of blood. Their blades easily penetrate the chests of the hulking monsters. Dear God of warriors, one of the orcs desperately shouts. Leon is physically sickened by this sacrilege. How dare these filthy beasts turn to God? The hero is terrifying to behold. He is physically repulsed by what he heard. Cut out their tongues, he yells, completely consumed by madness and rage. Cut off their heads and insult. There, wicked god stallion, come to me, he shouts, and a powerful white light erupts near the orc lines. The orcs look on in horror as a majestic warhorse appears, its hoof instantly crushing an orc's skull. Leon becomes a blur of destruction, plowing through the orc ranks and scattering monsters in every direction. The hero lowers his face, covering it with his hands. The hilt of a weapon materializes in his palm, and then another appears from subspace. Leon's eyes ignite with a chilling yellow light. He once again charges the ranks of orcs, but this time, he strikes them down with the twin swords that have appeared in his hands. I will kill you all, he promises, his eyes glowing. Ominously, an orc falls face down onto the ground. The view from above reveals he is not alone. Countless dead monsters lie piled up before the gates of the orc camp. Leon raises his sword. Shout with delight, he orders the hunters. We want a fair victory. They try to fake expressions of joy, but their attempts are far from sincere. Your Majesty, Hari, timidly asks Leon, who has returned to his normal self. What is it, Hari? He replies, preparing to listen to the girl. Why did you do this? She asks, pointing to the corpses of the orcs scattered all around. For what reason was it necessary to kill them? The hero asks in utter bewilderment. Why would I not kill the orcs? Remember the quest, Hari asks him. Help the orcs. Inappropriate hatred flashes in Leon's eyes once more. What kind of nonsense is this? He growls through his teeth. I would rather jump into than aid these green-skinned creatures. They deserve nothing but contempt. Their very existence is an unforgivable evil, a blight that does not deserve to live. They may be fierce, but the savagery of beasts can never compare to the valor of knights. Don't see them as people, Leon warns the girl. They are nothing but vile, immoral creatures. This is pure, unadulterated racism, Hari thinks, staring at the hero in disbelief. But your majesty, she protests. Surely there must be kind and gentle orcs somewhere? Leon just smiles condescendingly. Remember this, child, he tells her. The only good orcs are dead orcs. From his gaze, it's clear he believes this with his entire soul. When the portals first opened on Earth, countless orc survivors poured through to our world. At first, humanity welcomed them with open arms. But the orcs had no intention of adapting. Instead, they unleashed their demonic nature. Before us, a blood-soaked poster. The word welcome is barely visible, held by the lifeless hands of a man who once rejoiced at their arrival. The orcs had become Earth's greatest problem. A faint sound breaks the forest's silence. It's Jagspin. He has arrived at the target location. Objective confirmed, he reports. If the mission requires it, I can annihilate everything in my path. Maximum efficiency. I'll leave it to you then, says Leon, a red scarf with cute bunnies wrapped around his head. Hari stands beside him wearing the exact same silly headdress. They're hiding their hair color. Overloading the Kel, the robot suddenly announces, generating 99.9% operating power. A blue capsule pulses before them, sparking with brilliant yellow energy. Streams of power erupt, in every direction forming pillars and chaotic vortexes. Core overload confirmed, Jagspin reports. Cooling system failure. Fuel rod destruction rate accelerating. Core meltdown has begun. Harry watches in horror as the robot destabilizes. Leon, however, remains completely unfazed. With a sudden motion, Jagspin hurls the glowing blue capsule right into the river flowing below. It looks like a turd, Harry notes with grim fascination. Don't be so vulgar, Leon winces in reply. Your Majesty, is this all right? Asks the girl in the funny scarf. What are you talking about? The hero asks a matching scarf on his head. Poisoning the entire river with radiation, just to kill the orcs, she explains. Doesn't that go against the code of a knight's honor? Leon's face hardens, turning towards her. But then a chilling smile spreads across his lips. Listen closely, Hari. And Sir Spin, he says, folding his arms. Fighting these green beasts is not war. It isn't even a battle. It's merely exterminating animals. What a complete racist, Hari thinks again. Does a hunter worry about his honor when killing his prey? A good orc is a dead orc. Leon repeats his twisted mantra, a sinister grin plastered on his face. Elsewhere, an orc roars, delivering a crushing blow. His blade shatters the skull of his foe. The victor laughs a booming sound of triumph. Proctor broke Galen's skull, he bellows. It was a magnificent axe skill, brother. Galen lies on the earth, his mouth agape. He died a warrior's death, Gore says solemnly. May the warrior gods welcome him to the eternal arena. Now we raise our cups to victory. He declares, marching toward a wooden tub. Gror will drink, the orcs roar with approval. He grabs a bucket drawing water from the nearby river. He then lifts the tub to his lips and drinks deeply, the water splashing down his chin. The water tastes strange today, Gore mutters, wiping his mouth. It stings the tongue. A cold feeling begins to creep into him. Bah, it's probably just blood. He decides, heading back to camp and leaving the empty tub behind. But as time passes, the orc realizes something is terribly wrong. He collapses to the ground, breathing heavily. Sweat pours down his body as he clutches his chest, baring his fangs in excruciating pain. He cries out for the shaman. Brocker struggles to his feet, but only makes it to his knees. Tears, sweat, and drool stream down his face. Shaman, save me, he begs. Gror crawls through the camp, only to see his comrades writhing in the very same agony. What is this? The shaman cries, throwing his skull-topped staff to the ground. I don't know. I have never seen anything like this. It is not a curse, nor is it a spell. He groans, collapsing in pain himself. He is powerless to even save his own life. Suddenly, a distant sound reaches the dying orcs. What is that one of them? Asks. Glory to Lionheart. The shaman's eyes widen in understanding. It's a battle cry. Leon, looking utterly unhinged, gallops, at full speed on his warhorse. Exterminate the pests, he screams to his soldiers. Leave none of them alive. A status window appears. Resistance to corruption is now active. The entire army of hunters charges forward. It's free experience. Kill them all, they shout. A wave of armored warriors descends upon the orc encampment. They are met by monsters who look far less intimidating than before. In fact, their bodies are now glowing with a sickly red light. The hunters show no mercy. Drawing their blades, they rush to purge this filth. An orc watches in terror as a sword descends upon it. A final deathly roar rips through the air. The vision vanishes. The final screams of the slaughtered monsters fade, as a river of their blood floods the battlefield. In moments, the massacre is over. A system notification rings out for all to see. The Battle Axe tribe has been completely exterminated. But that's not all. A new, terrifying alert flashes before every hunter. Warning, all orcs are now your sworn enemies. Hari reads the words with dread. You have become a universal target. A new quest immediately follows. Eradicate all orcs within the secret quest area. The hunters glance around the now silent orc camp, a wasteland of their own making. Your Majesty, Hari calls out, his voice trembling. The quest, it's changed. Excellent, Leon replies with a brilliant smile. Perhaps now we'll get something more interesting. He turns to his soldiers, his voice booming. Men of Lionheart, the time has come to deliver light and justice. But his speech is cut short. A defiant roar rips through the air, drawing every eye. A single orc still stands. It's bathed in an ominous green glow. Leon's face twists with confusion as he turns, and spots the shaman staff once again in hand. Leon's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with accusation. It was you! You're the one who cursed the river's waters, you foul creature. He snarls, baring his teeth. Cowards, scoundrels! How dare you beasts call yourselves warriors? Leon's gaze is filled with pure disgust. What is this nonsense, a filthy animal daring to speak of honor? The shaman standing amidst the corpses of his kin absorbs the insults. Even looking upon you vile brutes, Leon continues, is a disgrace to my sight. Even if I were to pluck out my own eyes, it wouldn't erase this shame. Leon's hatred for orcs burns with an incredible intensity. But I'll be merciful, he declares. I will grant you the chance to end your own pathetic lives. Arrogant human, the shaman roars. Ga Rock will never forgive this transgression. Dark green energy begins to coil around the shaman's body. Oh, this is interesting, Leon muses. He effortlessly swings his mace, a beast that dares to fight back. The blow connects with crushing force. The orc is gravely wounded, blood erupting from his mouth. And yet, he's smiling. It's too late, the shaman screams. And indeed, the world itself begins to warp around him. Waves of black corrupting energy engulf the shaman. He lets out a furious, inhuman cry, his jaw unhinged. Ga Rock is coming. Tendrils of pure darkness slither across the fallen orcs, draining the very life from their corpses. A strange energy hangs heavy in the air. A black and green sphere materializes, resembling a great malevolent eye. Unholy light extends from it towards the ground. Your Majesty? What is that? Cries a terrified Hari. A sacrifice, Leon answers calmly. What else can you expect from animals? They have no concept of civilization. The sphere swirls into a vortex, a miniature galaxy of pure despair. Suddenly, a hand with long, wicked claws tears through the portal. Behold, the shaman cries in triumph. A new message appears, secret quest. This is the eye and right hand of the great Ga Rock, the shaman bellows, unleashing jets of green energy. Another window materializes. Objective: destroy Ga Rock, the god of orc sorcery. Ga Rock's eye and hand float menacingly before Leon. The shaman stands nearby, watching with feverish devotion. The great eye peers through its fingers and focuses its gaze entirely on Leon. Leon's face is grim, unyielding. This creature should not exist, Ga Rock's voice echoes. He must be eliminated. The eye begins to radiate terrifying rays of power. The greenish light intensifies, gathering into a massive beam of destructive energy. It fires down from Ga Rock's hand, aimed directly. Leon Hari can only watch in horror, unable to comprehend what's happening. But the attack fizzles out. Ga Rock's eye stares in utter shock. You are protected by an entity, similar to me. It states analyzing the failed attack. Who is this god that shields you? Leon is completely unharmed, but now his temper is flaring once more. An entity, similar to me, he scoffs at the eye. His safety is owed to the divine law and the blessing of the shield of arrows. How dare an abomination like you? Compare yourself to a true god! Leon roars, his body starting to emit a blinding light. Powerful streams of golden energy surge from him. You call yourself a god, simply because a horde of stinking animals worship you. His face is a mask of pure rage. Leon summons his sacred sword from his inventory. He spurs his horse, charging forward. He points his blade at the otherworldly foe. I, Leon, king of Lionheart, he cries furiously, will not tolerate your existence. Ga Rock's hand swings down to intercept him. Pathetic mortal! The eye screams. I'll crush you like an insect. The massive hand descends upon the charging hero. It seems as if Leon truly will be swatted from his horse. But in that instant, Leon swings his sword. A brilliant yellow line of light slashes across Garrock's wrist. In the next moment, the colossal fist that was meant to crush him is severed completely from its arm. Vile black and green blood sprays everywhere. Garrock's eye blurs, whether from shock or unimaginable pain. A soul-shattering roar echoes from the heavens as the hunters stare in awe. The severed hand hangs suspended in the dark clouds. "You did not attack my true body," Garrock bellows. "Then why? Does it hurt so much?" The great eye frantically scans the scene below, trying to understand. The shaman, who witnessed the entire exchange, cannot believe his eyes. He tries to cry out to his god, his spirit utterly broken. He recognizes the cause. Yes, that very blade, the sword of sacred radiance. "So, it was you," Garrock snarls at Leon, the one they called the Orc Executioner, the Demon Slayer, the legendary knight, the sole survivor of that nightmarish world. There atop his steed sits Leon, sword in hand, a figure of absolute power. There is no mistaking who they're talking about. Garrock's eye trembles with undeniable fear. He's terrified of the hero before him. "I'll retreat Shinshai for now," he declares, and vanishes into the sky, leaving a fading black star in his wake. "Sir Garrock!" the shaman screams in disbelief. "You will pay for this reckless courage." The orc god's final threat echoes, but his words offer no comfort to the abandoned shaman, who weeps helplessly, calling out to the god that forsook him. Leon dismounts from his horse. Sword in hand, he approaches the kneeling shaman. "It seems your god has shown his true colors," Leon says coldly, his voice laced with contempt. "There is no place in this world for vile beasts like you." The hero's eyes burn with hatred. The shaman meets his gaze with equal venom bearing his fangs. "What have you done?" he growls. He raises his weapon, promising vengeance for his fallen kin. But with a single fluid strike, Leon ends his rage. The shaman's head soars through the air. His body collapses, staining the earth with blood. "Well," the hero says quietly, "at least you tried. But your kind does not deserve to live." Suddenly, a system alert appears. You have completed all secret quests. The Orc Hunter trait will be assigned to all participants. The Combat Knight's Warrior trait will be assigned. Ding to all participants. A second window details the new traits. Orc Hunter deal 30% more damage when fighting orcs. Warriors of the Combat Knight. When fighting alongside a Combat Knight, your resistance to physical attacks will increase by 20%. Ding stares at the blue window in shock. We all gained physical resistance, he thinks. But that's a trait usually reserved for tanks. His comrades erupt in cheers. No way, this is incredible. Sure, it's only against orcs, but still a 30% damage boost. And we even got physical resistance. Leon's voice cuts through their excitement. Collect all the trophies, and do it quickly. Looting is the right of the victor. The hunters scatter, instantly searching for valuables. "We have to hurry," they shout. "Move faster. Grab everything from the great warriors and elites. Don't leave a single shamanan item behind." Leon watches his crew, a faint smile on his face. Hari approaches the hero, calling his name. He turns his head. "What is it?" "What are we going to do about this?" She gestures to the side. Leon sees it immediately. "You mean the hand of that self-proclaimed god." The limb is gargantuan, completely out of proportion. We are told this is the hand of the divine orc shaman Garrock. Suddenly, Jogspina, perched on Hari's head, speaks up. Leon asks the small robot to clarify its meaning. "Message relaying." The machine begins to speak. Its fragmented words convey a deeper message. Then its red eye activates, becoming a projector. Lionheart continues Jogspina. "I sense a significant amount of mana within the beast's severed hand." Leon and Harry stare in amazement at the projected message. "Use the Holy Grail to collect this mana. Then we will grant you power." The robot is acting as a conduit. It's relaying the thoughts of Hydo, the deity of steel. "Is that even possible?" Leon murmurs. From his subspace, he summons the familiar Grail. This time it glows with a blue-white energy. The hero stands before the massive green hand, ornate vessel in hand. He is ready. He grips the Grail like a weapon and aims it at the severed limb. Instantly, streams of golden energy erupt from the hand. The hand shifts from green to yellow, and then a blinding white. Its very form dissolves as if it's being converted into pure energy. Leon watches in awe as the Grail absorbs it all. This feels like divine power, he thinks. Garrock truly reveled in being a god to these creatures. But I will never accept you orcs. Leon reflects, gazing at the glowing Grail. Until you can love beings other than yourselves. You are nothing but an evil that must be utterly destroyed. "Lionheart, my knight," a familiar voice calls to him. It's Ariana. "Yes, goddess." The hero answers with reverence. "You're speaking to me even before the ritual. I know how difficult this is for you. Why do you push yourself so hard?" Ariana looks down at her knight. She replies that she's fine thanks to the mana from the corpse. I came to you, she says, because you have a decision to make. With the power you have gathered, I believe I can obtain the power of a sacred item. The scene shifts to Ariana Demra, and Heido gathered around a brilliant sphere of energy in Ariana's hands. Is that true? Leon asks, his voice filled with shock. Yes, and I will respect whatever you decide, the goddess replies gently. Heido, however, strongly interjects with his own recommendation. Leon contemplated his 4 sacred objects: the spear, the sword, the grail, and the lion's heart beating powerfully within his chest. The sacred sword's power is a bit too much for right now, he mused. A decision was forming. I want to empower the Holy Grail, he declared to the goddess Ar, holding the cup aloft. As you wish, my knight, she replied. The grail erupted in a brilliant glow, flying into the air and unleashing powerful streams of golden energy. The sacred object pulsed with newfound power. It then settled back into Leon's waiting hands. He examined it with a satisfied grin. Excellent. Your Majesty, Harry called out to him. Leon turned to face her. What is it? There is something. I believe you must see, she urged. Where did Spina go? Leon asked, noticing the robot was missing from its usual perch on Harry's head. You're about to find out. Let me go, you cursed machine! A desperate scream suddenly echoed through the area. Harry gasped, looking toward the commotion. A thick, dark liquid was dripping onto the ground. What are you doing? A man with a foul expression shrieked. He was pinned to the ground with the Jag Spina sitting squarely on his chest. The man frantically called for help, but in the next moment he was completely wrapped in razor-sharp wire. This was clearly Jag Spina's standard weapon. The stranger continued to curse the machine that had subdued him. The robot's single red eye glowed ominously, emitting a series of cryptic mechanical sounds. The bound hunter screamed in rage as his comrades finally arrived. The small robot had single-handedly captured the man. The reason, however, was still a mystery. Leon silently approached the scene, and all eyes shifted to him. Hari stood beside him, her face a mask of confusion. The captured hunter began to whine about being attacked. This cursed robot just... Leon cut him off mid-sentence. He was given just enough slack to get off the ground. Now kneeling, the man glared up at Leon. Watch your language, the hero warned, unless you want me to cut that tongue out for you. You're defending a robot, the man asked in disbelief. Silence, Leon commanded. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a knight? The hunter was utterly baffled by the situation, his eyes wide with fear. What crime did he commit, Sir Spina? Leon asked the robot. He is a thief of trophies, Spina replied directly into his mind. The hunter gritted his teeth in fury. No, that's not true, he shouted. This idiot, he misunderstood me. We'll see about that once we search you, Leon said calmly. He then tasked Harry with inspecting the suspect's belongings. Though hesitant, she obediently moved to carry out the order, trembling with nervous energy. She approached the suspect. Wait, he yelled, his voice shaking with fear. You're going to believe this robot over me. His heavily armored comrades could only watch, unsure how they should intervene. Hari found a small knapsack on the bound hunter. She opened it, revealing its shocking contents. This is the heart of a great orc warrior, she exclaimed. It was the most valuable trophy obtainable within this entire portal. Why did you do this? Leon asked, his voice deathly calm. You know that concealing spoils is a mortal sin. The man looked down, but still insisted, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't steal anything, he yelled, finding a final burst of courage. I would never! He didn't get to finish. With a flash of his glowing sword, Leon acted. The bound hunter stared in shock as his own severed hand flew into the air. The nearby hunters and knights watched in horror. Their punished comrade let out an agonizing scream. He had lost his arm. His gloved hand now lay lifeless on the ground. I know that my common sense and the laws here are different. Leon began retracting his blade into subspace. He turned his cold gaze upon the punished man. You are part of King Lionheart's army. That means you follow not the laws of the outside world. The wire-bound man clutched his stump, sobbing in pain. But my laws, the hero declared for all to hear. These are my rules. If you are not prepared to obey them, raise your hand now. A thief's hand is cut off. This was the law that had governed the kingdom of Lionheart. Before them stood the magnificent palace, a symbol of that absolute rule. For the people of the modern world, accepting such harsh justice was difficult. The hunters were clearly struggling to process it. But these amazing buffs, one of them thought. I feel like I was promoted straight to a C-class rank. No, even stronger. Giving up such incredible benefits would be nearly impossible. The hunters considered Leon's harsh justice, but the one who lost his hand brought it upon himself. Inside this portal, the laws of the ordinary world no longer applied. Just as he speaks of the law's power, a lone voice cuts through the silence. Leon turns, caught completely off guard. Identify yourself, soldier? His voice booms with authority. The man steps forward boldly. My name is Desing, he declares with unwavering confidence. Taking off his helmet, Leon steps forward. Why did you show yourself? Gang Leon demands, his posture unbreakable. Standing beside him, Hari looks at the defiant soldier, her eyes wide with surprise. Will you let a thief take what is yours? He asks, glancing at the weeping broken hunter. To bring it back, Leon asks, stunned by the audacity. Yes, D-Sing confirms his gaze locking with the king's. But that would render the punishment meaningless, the hero counters. It would serve as no lesson. For him or for anyone else. The maimed hunter's sobs echo at their feet. I understand that, D-Sing says thoughtfully. However, Your Majesty, we were raised with entirely different ideals. And since these rules were only just announced to us, D-Sing holds his knight's helmet respectfully before him. It would be an act of grace to grant this man a second chance. Leon falls silent, his mind weighing the argument. Your words hold reason, he finally declares. D-Sing bows in profound gratitude. The thief on the ground stammers an apology for his crime, looking with desperate hope at the man who spoke for him. You should be grateful. That you have a comrade who speaks with such sense? Leon says, producing the Holy Grail. He holds the golden goblet forward. It immediately begins to shimmer with a radiant golden energy. A glowing liquid pours from its lip, cascading onto the stump of the hunter's arm. The man stares at this miracle, his mind refusing to process the impossible sight before him. Sweat pours down his face as he slowly raises his arm. He sees it. The very hand that was lying on the ground just moments ago is whole, once more attached as if it were never gone. D-Sing, watching from behind, is utterly stunned. What is this? He whispers in bewilderment. His hand, it actually grew back. Even the most elite S-class healers can only reattach a limb. He thinks to himself, but none of them possess the power to regenerate one from nothing. Leon not only wields unimaginable combat prowess, but he also heals on a level far beyond any S-class support. How can one man possess two such different and overwhelmingly powerful abilities? Leon is bathed in a divine aura. The sacred energy flows around him and the grail in his hands. Get out of my sight, he commands the restored hunter. I will forgive you this once out of respect for the customs of your world. But know this, you have forfeited your rights. The man sobs uncontrollably, clutching his new hand still in utter disbelief. Thank you, he manages to say to Leon. I am so sorry. Those who wish to join my army may remain. The hero's voice rings out over the crowd. Those who do not can take their spoils and leave. The hunters exchange glances among themselves. They all know this is the opportunity of a lifetime, one that cannot be ignored. Very well, your training begins now, Leon declares with a smirk. I hope you can all survive it. Now take the loot. We're heading back. A roar of excitement erupts from the former orc encampment. Your Majesty, Hari calls out to him. What about this next training session you mentioned? The girl asks, watching the celebrating soldiers. Leon's lips curve into a knowing smile. Physical conditioning, he replies simply. The scene shifts from the familiar blessed rice fields to a wide plaza in front of a massive office building. A crowd of people has already gathered, clearly waiting for something to begin. Mr. Gu, a voice calls out to D-Sing. Something has happened. He turns and instantly recognizes the speaker. It's Oti, the old man he's run into twice before. So you participated in the raid, the old man asks. D-Sing scratches his head. Yeah, I did. My hands were getting restless. Just be careful not to push yourself too hard, the old man advises. You need to rest sometimes. D-Sing laughs, agreeing with his friend. Just then, Hari steps before the gathered hunters. She clears her throat, demanding their full attention. Cupping her hands to her mouth, she projects her voice as far as it will carry, announcing the arrival of His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart and the Knights of the Grail. The hunters, now clad in tracksuits, snap to attention. Congratulations on passing that simple test. Leon addresses them from a platform. Beside him stands Hari with the small robot perched comfortably on her head. However, you all lack something crucial. To become true soldiers in my army, the hero continues. But this is a flaw we can easily correct. Did he just call that orc portal a simple test? A seed of dread begins to sprout in D-Sing's mind. While watching you fight, I identified several problems, Leon says. The most significant is your physical conditioning. The hunters look confused. What could he possibly mean? After all, most of them were only D or C class hunters. Therefore, I have decided to oversee your physical training myself, the commander of this new army, announces. From this moment forward, you will all undergo the intensive training program outlined by the official. Soldier Training Manual of my kingdom. He's referring to a massive ancient tome, the Soldier Training Manual. D-Sing's mind floods with horrific images of brutal medieval army drills. To train the body, Leon's voice echoes, is to first train the muscles. To truly unlock your body's potential, you must forge muscle and shatter your limits. This is the wisdom of the Grail Knight Sir Grass. Nicknamed the Giant Killer, he created the ultimate guide to power. It was he who once said, the more you strike a person, the stronger they become. And now this very same hero stands before them, looking incredibly powerful, but not the least bit happy. Such wise words. The hero sneers a chilling smile on his face. The hunters can only stare, mouths agape. They can't process what's happening. Who is supposed to be beating whom? How should a soldier, a defender of the kingdom, truly train? Leon's voice rises to a fanatical scream, his gestures wild and theatrical. Naturally, he must work harder than the peasants he protects. He reveals the brutal secret behind Sir Grass's legendary training regimen, the ultimate recipe for creating warriors. The hunters look on in horror as Leon shares this wisdom. First, you beat the soldiers' bodies, and then you heal them. Their muscles will be reforged stronger than ever. Their reflexes will sharpen as they desperately try to evade the blows. A wave of terror washes over the hunters. They couldn't imagine such a horrifying fate awaited them. They turn to flee, but Leon simply raises a single finger. Now, the hero commands, hit each other. Turn each other into a bloody mess, Leon says, a predatory glint in his eyes. Pummel each other until every muscle is torn to shreds, and until your very fists are broken. In fact, it's better if you shatter each other's bones. No, I'm changing the condition. Bones must be broken. The hunters are utterly stunned. This has to be some kind of sick joke. Of course, he's not wrong, but this is just too extreme. We'll all be crippled if we follow that order. Why would that be? The hero answers with chilling indifference. The Holy Grail materializes in his hand. Thank the heavens, Leon declares, that the man before you is its guardian. He shows the miraculous vessel to the stunned crowd. Suddenly, Ogangi notices something strange on the face of Dang, who's standing right next to him. Your wounds, they're healing, Gangi exclaims, pointing a trembling finger. Dang touches his face, unable to believe what's happening. In this moment, every warrior standing near the Holy Grail, Inge will be healed, Leon announces with absolute authority. Even without drinking the holy water, all torn muscles and broken bones will mend. You have 5 hours to destroy everything in your path. The hero orders the dozens of hunters. In here you have no allies, he continues. Take every attack and attack anyone who stands before you. Dang's mind reels in horror at the trial he's about to face. And if anyone is feeling good after 5 hours, I will personally make them feel very, very bad, Leon says, a manic glint in his eye. Well, I'll leave the rest to you. Sir Jag Spina, he says to the robot. Leon turns and walks away, leaving the robot and Hari on the dais. It was all written in the training manual, Dang realizes. The hunters exchange nervous glances, sizing each other up. But Dang and Gangi just share a conspiratorial grin, exchanging sly glances. Suddenly a voice rings out. A case of fraud has been detected. The robot perched atop Hari's head informs the group. Its single red eye begins to glow with an ominous light. A powerful energy blast shoots toward the two schemers' legs. They leap apart narrowly, dodging the attack. I propose we begin the fight, says the robot, its eye blazing. If you fail to comply, armed force will be used. The hunters glare at it with disgust. There's no escape. With savage expressions, they launch themselves at one another. Screams and curses fill the air. Bodies in tracksuits become a whirlwind of desperate fists and feet. Cheekbones shatter and teeth fly. Take this, one man shouts, breaking his opponent's nose. In the middle of it all, Dang stands frozen. He looks at his beaten, wounded comrades. This is madness, he screams at them. You've all lost your minds. And in that instant, a powerful blow connects squarely with his jaw. We now take a look at the daily schedule for these aspiring knights. At 9 a.m., army training begins using the Sir Grass method Project Steelskin. From what we can tell, it's just an all-out brawl. At 12 p.m., it's lunchtime. Lunch consists of water, with salt and sugar. We see the hunters barely able to walk crawling into the dining hall. There they find Leon Harry and the robot standing beside a massive thermos of water. What is this? The exhausted men ask. The girl turns away, unable to look them in the eyes, mumbling something incoherent, as if ashamed to even be there. This is lunch, Leon states calmly. Water with salt and sugar. The hunters look ready to murder the man. Who would ruin perfectly good water with salt and sugar? But before them is the Army Manual Chapter 0. Soldiers should be fed just enough to keep them from dying. They'll only get real food when they become real soldiers. 1,300 hours tactical training. Leon stands on a podium looking down at them. He orders them into 5 groups. Their missions stop him as he charges them on horseback. Then, without warning, he attacks. The trainees collapse like scattered bowling pins, their screams echoing as they flee in every direction. 21 hunters are dead to the world, sprawled out on thin mattresses, escaping the day's hellish trials. Someone's hairy foot rests on Dang's throat. What a brutal training program. The hunters only survived thanks to Harry's quiet compassion. At night, she brought them sustenance, a secret act of kindness. They whisper their thanks to their savior, completely unaware this was all part of Leon's grand design. Ravenous, they devour boiled potatoes, not even bothering to peel the skin. Elsewhere, a sword glints against the power lines. The blade is in Dang's right hand, a heavy shield is in his left. The young man is determined to master both at once. With a heavy groan, he thrusts his sword forward, picturing his enemy. But the effort is immense. Dang gasps for air, buckling under the sheer weight of the iron. He glares at his gear. This shield is far heavier than I imagined, he thinks. And it takes so much power to swing. A sword in this formation. His movements feel clumsy, limited to simple stabbing motions. He stares at his phone, trying to decipher the complex instructions for this difficult technique. Wrong! A voice cuts through the silence. Dang whips his head around to find his master watching him. Your Majesty? He cries out, stunned that Leon himself has come to guide him. Continue, Leon commands. Assume the proper stance. Now try to stab. Dang obeys, his breath ragged as he thrusts again and again at an unseen foe. He keeps his shield raised as Leon observes, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and critical. The hunter pushes himself, his blade a blur of motion. He glances at Leon, desperate for his mentor's approval. You are doing it wrong, Leon states again, his words sharp. Dang flinches in surprise as Leon snatches his shield. He raises it right to the hunter's chin. You have a fatal habit, he says, his voice low. You lower your shield when you attack. I told you before, the moment you strike, you must protect the right shoulder of the man beside you. Even if you are blind, you never lower that shield. But why? Dang asks, completely bewildered. Leon's eyes narrow. Because a shield out of position creates an opening. An opening becomes a breach in the line. In his mind, Dang sees it a horrifying monster, ready to tear through that single mistake. Your Majesty, Dang begins. Your strategy is for shield bearers to halt the enemy, so that mounted knights can finish them. Yes, Leon answers. It is the classic hammer and anvil tactic. It is proven, and it is what I teach. But our enemies are monsters, the hunter argues. I don't believe that tactic will work against them. A dangerous glint appears in Leon's eyes. Are you daring to teach me how to fight the horrors from my own world? He asks, his voice laced with ice. No, that's not what I meant. The young man stammers in fear. The hero's expression softens slightly. He understands this is a lesson that must be taught. The creatures you've seen in the portals, they are nothing. Dang listens, his blood running cold. Honestly, they are harmless. Insects compared to what I've faced. Leon's memories surface. Giants 20 meters tall, trolls that regenerate endlessly, hydras with countless heads, spiders carrying legions of goblins, a dragon that could shatter mountains with a single strike. To face them, you need countless techniques. More importantly, you need the instinct to adapt to any crisis. Leon says all of this with an eerie calm, but his words shake Dang to his core. This is something that can only be learned through brutal personal experience. His gaze turns distant. You have decades of experience serving the goddess. Leon's gaze fixes on him. Do you possess the will to claim victory on any battlefield with any weapon? Dang stands in silence, trying to process the sheer scale of his mentor's past. That is why I teach my soldiers only one thing. Leon continues, his hands clasped behind his back. Master the basics until they are part of your soul. This is what keeps a knight alive. To have any chance to survival, you must perfect just one skill. Dang stands beside him, his shield now on his back. He clenches his fist, holding it to his heart. But I want to be more than what you've described. A smile touches Leon's lips. He sees the fire in the young man's eyes. Do you wish to become a knight? He asks. Dang nearly jumps out of his skin. A commoner like me become a knight. Aren't they all nobles? The hero lets out a soft sigh. Do not paint my kingdom with the colors of your world's logic. So, it's not just aristocrats? Dang asks, hardly daring to believe. A knight is one who willingly walks the hardest path, driven by an unshakable sense of duty. A person who shields the weak and bravely stands for what is right. One who swears an oath of eternal loyalty to the goddess and to the people. Leon's voice rings with conviction. Any soul who meets these terms can become a knight. Before them lies a field of blessed rice. His eyes burning with a fiery resolve. If you truly have the heart for this path, Don hangs on every word, his hope swelling. Then you might just be worthy of my respect. Leon finishes his sentence. I was so wrong about him, Don thinks. The hero's words ignite a fire within him. He stands tall, a determined smile on his face as he gazes into the horizon, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. I will become a true knight, he vows, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, at the American branch of the Magic Tower, a mysterious voice echoes a single cursed phrase. Damn it, am I not enough? An old man deep within the tower falls into a fanatical trance. Oh, great one, he cries. I knew you would return. Fool, Bo, commands a glowing purple sphere. Ah, yes, my apologies, the old man exclaims, and immediately drops to his knees. I will grant you wisdom. I will show you the truth, the orb declares. Naturally, you will worship me. And bring me offerings. Its voice shifts, becoming something more sinister. To begin, cast a spatial movement spell on this crystal. Transported to space. If something goes horribly wrong, he'll be stranded forever. The old man looks up, his face pale with fear. But why I thought this was for your glorious descent to Earth? Are you insane? The purple sphere retorts. Why would I willingly step into that hell? The magician is utterly baffled. He cannot comprehend its meaning. Listen closely. The orb commands pulsing with a dark aura. I will not set foot on any planet where that monster resides. The old man stares blankly. But I will find a way to kill him. The orb's surface ripples with power. The time is now. It continues since he is without his army. Just get someone into that portal with him. That is all I ask. The magician bows his head. He understands the command. The sphere seems to sigh in relief. Please, it whispers. Just die this time. Its target is Leon, who deals with his own monsters in the most brutal fashion. Elsewhere, a graduation ceremony is underway. The Pantheon Guild Academy. Before them, a yellow portal hums with raw energy, several figures standing nearby. You're really taking only new recruits into a yellow gate? Someone asks. Yes, comes the simple reply. So Sir Yeppy and I are benched then, Hari says with disappointment, her small robot perched on her head. It beeps and boops in agreement. Looks like I'm doing all the heavy lifting, says Kim Jinsu, leaning on a massive hammer. Well, good luck, boss, Hari answers with a cheerful giggle. Leon steps before the assembled line of hunters. Soldiers, for the last 4 weeks you have proven your worth. I'll be brief. It is time to show me what you have learned. You will now enter this gate. The hunters stand in perfect unwavering formation. Impeccable. Not long ago, none of you would have been worthy of this gate, Leon proclaims. But now, you will understand what it means to be a soldier under King Lionheart. The hunters listen, their hearts pounding in their chests. To the portal! The hero roars, sweeping his arm dramatically to the side. You are watched by the very god you serve, Pantheon, he shouts. Forward! The line of soldiers roars back as one. 49 intermediate D-class hunters, 1 observer from the association, and Leon Draconia Lionheart entered the portal. The little robot chirps nervously as Hari watches them go. Sir Yeppy, don't worry so much, she says, having apparently learned to understand its cries. His Majesty is with them. Nothing can go wrong. But suddenly, the robot speaks in a synthesized voice. Problem detected? His Majesty Leon, 49 graduates, 1 observer. A total of 51. Hari counts on her fingers. That's right. So what's the issue? 52 individuals entered the gate, the robot states. What? Hari stares in shock at the projection it displays. An extra character is highlighted in orange. Who is that? She mutters, peering at the blurry outline. Initiating emergency response. The robot declares and rockets into the air. Hari screams after it, but it's completely useless. Wait for me. But the combat drone is already diving straight into the portal. Its speed is breathtaking. Hari shoves past the guards, sprinting with everything she has, still begging it to wait. Suddenly, a crushing blow smashes into the side of her face. The guards she just shoved aside stare in absolute shock at Hari's crumpled form at the gate's entrance. The girl quickly stirs, forcing herself up while holding her burning cheek. She glares at the portal hatred burning in her eyes. How can this be? Hari asks in a shocked whisper, her hand to her cheek. Suddenly, the guards notice something deeply wrong. The portal itself is trembling violently. The mana is fluctuating, one of them screams. The gate's stable yellow light twists and bleeds into a sinister red. It turned red, someone shouts in pure terror. Why did it transform so suddenly? A powerful gale erupts from the portal, blasting the guards backward. But Hari remains frozen by the sight. She stares into the horrifying vortex as tears stream down her face. It's an unstable portal, she realizes in horror. The air is torn apart by screams. A massive battle unfolds before them, and in the distance rises a colossal, incredibly majestic castle. Explosions rock the landscape as endless waves of monsters of all races and sizes swarm towards it. One warrior cuts down a monster with a single strike. Leon's army now stands before the portal, a stark contrast to the chaos beyond. It seems they've warped directly into a war zone. Are those demons? A hunter thinks aloud. His face is obscured by a heavy knight's helmet. This is a portal to the demon realm, the soldiers whisper among themselves. This is it. Leon assesses the catastrophic scene. Raise your shields, he commands, his voice unshakable. He raises his sword high like a true commander of old. Magic Square, assume formation, shields up. The order echoes through the ranks. Kim Jinsu, caught within this unit, can't believe his eyes. As shields lock into place, Jinsu suddenly becomes a foreign object inside a perfectly synchronized machine of war. A formation where every hunter knows his role. Behold, Lionheart's turtle, Leon declares. We're advancing, he orders, against a demon portal. Jinsu is simply staggered by the sheer audacity. We're not going to run away. He is the only one standing inside this fortress of steel without a knight's helmet. The hunters march as one, their resolve like iron. They have no fear. Jinsu is stunned. No, they're not afraid at all. They're prepared to destroy everything in their path. Jinsu glances at the blue status window, his mind reeling. So this is how I die, torn apart, torn. But then a new message flashes across the screen. Lionheart's aura affects you have received protection against attacks. Reinforcement received, large-scale enhancement obtained, courage gained, light armor received, thick skin obtained, heavy final attack received, a large magical boost gained, resistance to ranged attacks gained, sharp vision gained. Great massacre of infantry was achieved, gained resistance to damage. These buffs, they're better than a commander-level skill, and they're affecting everyone. Jinsu is shaken to his very soul. The monsters notice the approach of this new human squad. Some of them break away from the main battle, rushing to attack the shining turtle. Lionheart, Leon roars. They're coming. Raise your shields. The monsters charge their terrible maws open wide, ready to feast. Block them, the commander orders. A beast resembling a dinosaur crashes headfirst into the unmoving wall of shields. It's thrown back. Another monster tries to shatter the formation with a massive sword, but the wall holds firm. The horde of attacking monsters swells. Jinsu is in awe. A B-class hunter would struggle to hold off even one of these creatures. But these soldiers are stopping a tide of them through sheer force of will. This is something incredible. What in the hell happened to them in just 4 weeks, he thinks. One step forward, Leon shouts furiously from his faithful horse. The hunters obey instantly. Crush the enemy counterattack. The first victims fall among the monsters. Don't give them a chance to attack strike into the gaps. The hero orders and the hunters follow his every word. The tactic works perfectly. Their swords pierce through thick monster flesh. The beasts are beginning to realize their efforts are futile. Keep moving forward, Leon shouts, and the turtle formation begins to crawl slowly over the corpses of the defeated. Jinsu looks fearfully toward their next opponent, and his blood runs cold. He recognizes that terrifying shape. It's a demon troll, he screams. Before them stands a hulking monster with a heavy club in its hands. A beast so massive it seems utterly impossible to defeat. The hunters look in fear at its disgusting, snarling face. Their renewed spirit begins to crumble. We can't possibly withstand his blows, many of the soldiers think. This monster is a true nightmare. The opponent is colossal, a Class A threat. The troll roars its maw wide open as it swings its massive club. It comes crashing down, but one soldier stands his ground, determined to stop the beast. It's gang captain of the 3rd platoon, a familiar face, his eyes blazing with resolve. The troll's club smashes down toward the hunters, but compared to His Majesty's power, this is child's play. We can block this, Gang declares with absolute confidence. Streams of pure white energy erupt from his shield. The demon troll roars in fury, realizing its attack caused no harm at all. Suddenly, a blur of motion slices through the chaos. Responding to the storm from a medium-sized creature, a voice announces. Opening fire. A volley of projectiles rains down on the troll, who tries to shield itself. But it's utterly useless, Sir Yuppie, the hunters scream with joy. Why is he here? Leon wonders, already charging into the fray. He vaults, landing perfectly on his horse's back like a master acrobat. Great block, he praises Gang. Leon's blade flashes through the air. With a single devastating strike, the troll that terrorized the front lines is instantly diced into countless pieces. Leon lands his sword glowing with immense power as a torrent of demonic blood erupts. The foul liquid splashes across Leon's face. The other monsters can only stare in utter disbelief. The troll is dead. It just vanished. Their grotesque faces twist in pure terror. He was a high-tier summon, yet he was annihilated in an instant. This man is too dangerous. Leon's sword hums with a predatory light, and the entire army of monsters scatters like dust in the wind. The soldiers defending the magnificent castle watch in complete shock as the demons flee in terror. A thunderous cheer erupts from the walls. We did it! We won! The soldiers rejoice, throwing their hands to the sky. Thank you so much, one shouts. He calls out to Leon's imposing back. You saved the kingdom of Sparrow, another warrior proclaims. He places a hand to his chest in thanks. Thank you, warriors, Leon replies calmly. Just then, a system window appears before them. The kingdom of Sparrow is under attack from demons. Defend the kingdom from the invasion of the Demon King. The remaining time is 1 week. The hunters from Leon's army mutter in fear. The Demon King? You mean a great demon. I thought this was supposed to be a yellow-grade portal. One of them addresses Leon. Your Majesty, I have terrible news. What is it? Leon asks. The portal, our way out, has vanished, the soldier says, pointing to the empty space where the gate once stood. His comrades begin to panic. What? We can't go back. Calm down, Leon commands, his voice sharp. Do not make a fuss. Yes, Your Majesty, they answer. The wind whips at Leon's cloak as he stands before his army, assessing this grim new reality. A mechanical voice speaks up. Unexpected appearance detected. Invasion by an outsider. So that's why you came here, Leon says thoughtfully. Can someone explain this situation to me? He asks his soldiers. Gang raises a hand. Yes, Your Majesty. This is a variable portal. he explains, removing his knight's helmet. In the simplest terms, it's a phenomenon where a portal's difficulty suddenly skyrockets, and you cannot exit until it is completely cleared. They see an image of a swirling, multicolored vortex, a gateway that cannot be defined by a single color. This was no accident, Leon realizes. This was a trap. The plan remains the same, he declares. We will clear this portal. Are you sure? Gang asks. We may face demon kings here. I am the king of Lionheart. The hero answers, his voice unwavering. I have killed 2 demon kings and more than 30 great demons. Do you doubt? My abilities, he asks, turning his piercing gaze upon his men. Never, the hunters exclaim. His Majesty has many demon-related traits. Of course, Leon thinks. I gained those in my world where I had a huge amount of divine power. But now, I can't be guaranteed to defeat a demon king. But his eyes burn with the absolute determination to challenge his fate. A knight must walk his path steadily and instill hope in those around him, he resolves. The scene shifts to high, jagged rocks. The wind howls between them. Leon's reflection appears in a purple sphere held by a mysterious mage. He has become weaker, a voice whispers. The glowing ball reports with glee. After all, he is only human. An old man with long hair listens, his mouth agape. Then, should I perform the ritual for your descent? No! The sphere crackles, interrupting him sharply. Energy bursts sweep across its surface. I am not out of my mind yet. There is no need for my direct intervention. The old man peers into the orb he holds. There is a being that the demons of lust have been cultivating for hundreds of years. When it awakens as a demon king, I will be able to kill Leon. An image appears within the orb, a long-haired girl sitting on a throne. We glimpse her delicate facial features. Sparrow, a peaceful kingdom that boasts thousands of years of glorious history. But not long ago, the fate of this kingdom hung in the balance. The demons relentlessly try to invade the capital. Only the Grandio Palace remains under human control. The survivors gathered, their numbers few, but their spirits were unbroken as they waged war against the invaders. This was the topic of Dang's report. He sat at the table flanked by his 2 loyal comrades, one of them a familiar old man and subject of Ganga. Leon's gaze then fell upon the other side of the wooden table. Yes, Dang confirmed. It seems every portal has its own unique laws, Leon mused thoughtfully. But this one, it defies all logic. Dang reported, his voice laced with anxiety as Jinu sat beside him. There is a time limit here. Usually a dungeon break only occurs when the monsters inside are completely ignored. The portal. But for time-sensitive quests, it vanishes once the conditions are cleared. I see, Leon thought. His thoughts turned to the man from the Korean Hunters Association. So your name is Kim Jinsu? Yes, Your Majesty, Jinsu answered with a crisp bow. How may I serve you? I hadn't planned to intervene personally, but given the dire urgency of this crisis, would you object if my knight Sir Spin and I joined the fight? Dang shot Jinsu a worried glance, but Jinsu quickly assured the hero they had no objections. The association's president had already anticipated this possibility, he said with a smile. A wave of excitement washed over the hunters, including Dang. These words meant a chance at a class promotion for everyone. One more thing, Leon added, raising a single finger. What can you tell me? About repeat quests. His gaze locked onto Jinsu. Your Majesty, what are you planning? Jinsu asked, his voice laced with apprehension. Dang, seated beside him, visibly trembled with fear. A cold fury burned in Leon's eyes. I intend to hunt and destroy the Demon King. Later, inside a building in the Sparrow Kingdom, only 2 small balcony windows cast a faint light. Just as I suspected, the demonic energy from that troll was pitifully weak. The voice belonged to Leon, who sat at a small table, the Holy Grail held gently in his hand. This will barely be enough for a brief connection to the Pantheon. As he focused on the cup, Leon placed a hand over his heart. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Leon, my first. Knight. It was Ariana. My dear Ariana, are you all right? He asked the goddess. You sensed it as well, didn't you? She countered. Yes, Leon confirmed. It took me a moment to pinpoint, but within this portal there's an energy of a different kind. Pillars of golden energy erupted around the hero. You couldn't have noticed it easily, Ariana explained, since you possess a living body. This energy has bled into the world almost seamlessly. And then he saw it. The magnificent castle of the Sparrow Kingdom was suffocating under a familiar vile purple aura. The creature generating this, Leon thought, is so powerful that even I was blind to it until now. High above a magic circle, a slender towering demon hovered. Its power was immense, oppressive. This has to be a demon king, or a being of equal standing. An overlord-class demon, he muttered aloud. Strange, Ariana's voice replied. A being of that magnitude should radiate a far more potent energy. The hero stroked his chin deep in thought. My knight, Another goddess of the pantheon has a request for you.
I'm listening, Leon replied, his reverence for his patrons clear. Flora wishes to inspect this world personally, Ariana announced.
She senses something unusual. Really? The hero mused. Then we'll need the energy to summon her descent. The goddess in question was a breathtaking deity with purple hair holding a staff with a glowing lantern. Yes, and I trust. I don't need to explain the method to you, Ariana said. Of course, Leon replied, his eyes fixed on the holy grail before him. The path forward was crystal clear. With the sacred cup on the table, it seemed the heroes' communion with Ariana had concluded. Soon, a carriage pulled up to the magnificent palace gates. We've arrived. Leon, Jinsu Dang, and Ganji stepped out. The latter three were disguised as the king's servants. Welcome, everyone. A gray-haired man in a fine tailcoat greeted them with a bow. I am the head butler Farco, he introduced himself. It is my honor to serve you. This way, please. He led them down a spacious corridor lined with graceful columns. Farco led with Leon following close behind and the hunters trailing at the rear. The master of this castle clearly has a refined, artistic taste, the hero remarked to the butler. A keen observation, sir, he replied. Sparrow Palace tells the grand history of our kingdom, beginning with our very first Queen Flora. The group passed beneath a massive ornate portrait of the monarch.
From that first queen, all the way to the current ruler, Queen Beatrice. This palace has been home
to countless queens, Farco explained, gliding past another masterpiece. So they've only ever had queens, Ganji whispered. It must be a matriarchal society, Dang suggested beside him. Suddenly, Leon stopped and spun around, glaring at his companions. His anger was palpable. The hunters immediately fell silent. Shh, His Majesty is looking at us. What in the hell are these manners? Leon seethed. Who gave you permission to gossip about royalty like common street rats? Dang and Gangi looked like they were on the verge of tears as they scrambled to apologize. My apologies for their behavior, Leon said, turning to the butler. They're a bunch of idiots with no understanding of etiquette. I wouldn't have brought them if the situation weren't so critical.
Dang and Ganji fought back tears of humiliation, but Farco simply laughed. It is quite all right, he assured them. It happens. We have arrived. After a short walk, they stood before grand doors. This is the reception hall. The delegation braced themselves. Please enter.
Farco beckoned them forward. The gates were colossal, guarded by stoic sentinels. Beyond them surely lay a sight of true majesty. Her Majesty the Queen awaits your presence, the butler announced with great ceremony. As the guards began to open the gates, Leon steeled himself. Light spills from the grand hall, casting a sharp glow on our hero's focused face. Inside the reception hall is absolutely breathtaking. At its heart sits the queen on her throne. Nobles line the path before her, while rows of knights stand guard a fortress of steel. The butler's voice booms through the hall. Announcing the arrival of Sir Lionheart, the nobles of the Sparrow Kingdom watch him, their faces smug and self-satisfied. It's clear that two of them are key to the ceremony about to unfold. One steps forward to greet Leon standing in his path. He approaches the queen only to be questioned. Is this truly Sir Lionheart, the hero who contributed so much to the cause? The man with the odd beard standing before the palace gates finally reveals his identity. He is Duke Arkham, the kingdom's chancellor. Unfurling a scroll, he announces the reason for this grand reception. For his monumental feats in the last battle, the hero is to be knighted. With the queen's blessing, I will now speak, the duke declares. But Leon's eyes burn with a cold fury. He shoves the chancellor aside. First, he states, his voice firm, I will greet her majesty. But his path is blocked again. Halt, Sir Lionheart. A great gray-haired warrior commands, his tone menacing. He is clearly the most revered knight in the kingdom. The chancellor rushes to Leon's side. Even with your great deeds, the old knight warns, do you think you can just approach the queen so brazenly? The hero's companions tense up. The old man has a point. Who knows what he might do? This is beyond rude, the chancellor cries out. Leon's subordinates know this is bad. Their commander is a ticking time bomb. This situation could spiral out of control in an instant. Still kept from the queen, a strange sound escapes Leon's lips. His face twists in agony. I can't contain it any longer, he growls. He straightens his posture, his voice ringing with absolute authority. I am the king. Leon Draconia. Lionheart I must do what is necessary, no matter how uncivil it may seem. Utterly enraged, the chancellor tries to cut him off. What is this nonsense you're spouting? He screams, pointing a trembling finger. What do you think you're doing? He demands. Captain, seize this madman, he orders the Grey Knight. But Leon is faster. He brazenly snatches Duke Arkham by the face. A furious light ignites in his eyes as his other hand grabs the back of the chancellor's head. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Jinsu Dang and Gangi scream, trying to intervene. It's too late. With a sickening crack, Leon slams the chancellor's head down, snapping his neck. Dang lets out a horrified yell, pleading with his leader. Gangi is frozen completely in shock.
Leon's face is a mask of pure madness. What in the hell is happening?
He grips Duke Arkham's head as if trying to tear it clean off. His eyes have narrowed into slits of burning hatred. The kingdom's knights can only stare in horror, shouting the Duke's name. But the man just kneels, his gaze lost on the ceiling.
What is the meaning of this? The old Grey Knight bellows, his voice shaking the hall.
He draws a massive greatsword from his back. Leon gives the Duke's broken form an appraising look. Then, he grabs the man's left arm, and with a savage twist, rips it from its socket. Dang's screams are lost on deaf ears. Seeing the gruesome display, the knights finally draw their blades, their points aimed directly at Leon. The Grey Knight roars his question once more, demanding an answer. How foolish, Leon scoffs. How long did you plan to hide? The hero's voice drips with contempt aimed at Duke Arkham. Did you really think you could escape the eyes of the Lionheart King? Against all odds, the aristocrat is still alive. His vacant stare remains fixed on the ceiling, his severed arm forgotten. It's as if his mind has completely short-circuited. Show your true form, you filthy demon, Leon commands. Suddenly, a red fire blazes to life within the Duke's eyes. The knights who were moments from executing the hero freeze in disbelief. They stare at what is happening to the man who should be dead. How can this be? They exclaim. The Duke's face cracks and falls away like a shattered mask. From the kneeling corpse, a monstrous insectoid beast erupts. It resembles a giant grasshopper with massive scythes for arms. Our Chancellor is a demon, the knights ask in terror. Then a new horror unfolds. Throughout the hall, others begin to transform their bodies, twisting into monstrous shapes. Fear grips everyone as more and more beasts appear growling and snapping their jaws. Their numbers are nearly equal to the humans, and all of them begin to swarm towards Leon. He stands unfazed before the giant creature that was once Duke Arkham. Stop your pathetic screaming, Leon roars at the terrified crowd.
You cowards, prepare for battle, he shouts, gesturing with his hand. Fighting is your only choice.
This is the only way you survive. The giant monster swings its massive scythe leg at the hero, but Leon stops the devastating blow with just 2 fingers. The insect shrieks in shock, its red eyes wide with disbelief. But Leon isn't just defending. With a flick of his wrist, his eyes narrow into those same deadly slits from before. The result is instantaneous. The monster's head is severed, flying across the room with a wet thud. It lands at the feet of the old knight, who can only stare utterly stunned. They were hiding inside the castle walls. All this time, he whispers. Those evil bastards. The unarmed nobles scramble for their lives, their screams echoing as the monsters close in. To save them, the old knight gets down to business. Raising his sword, he blitzes past the unmoving Leon. He unleashes a flurry of devastating blows, cleaving the monsters in 2. The old warrior stands in the middle of the hall, in a truly impressive pose with defeated enemies littered behind him. Demons have invaded the castle, he roars, his face splattered with crimson. Slay them all, the old man commands. Spare no one. A fresh wave of monsters descends, and he bravely meets their charge. The scene shifts. A monster lies slain, blood pooling around it. Standing over the corpse is Leon, who calmly dismisses his sword back into subspace. Beside him, the Knights of Sparrow survey the grim aftermath of the battle. The hero glances thoughtfully toward the queen. It seems the brutal massacre that unfolded before her had no effect on her at all. She simply sat on her throne and continues to sit there now. Halt! The old knight challenges Leon, thrusting his sword out to block the path. The hero's eyes flash with annoyance. I understand your loyalty, but to ignore the royal family's safety during such an emergency, he says. My loyalty belongs only to Her Majesty the Queen, the knight declares, looking decisively at Leon. The hunters who came with the prince seem to fully agree with the old warrior. His words sound noble, but Leon calmly flicks the outstretched sword with a single finger. It flies high into the air almost, tearing the knight's arm from its socket. Leon looks down on the old man. It is the king who is in charge of asking questions and passing judgment. The same applies to the queen, he states coldly. You need to know your place. The knight is clutching, his hand, the pain clearly agonizing. Her Majesty is not in a state to make clear judgments, he replies. Since the Chancellor has died, I hold all authority. Leon watches him, a thoughtful look on his face. The old man seems completely confident that he is in the right. The energy of the corrupted fills this castle, the hero says, and his interlocutor understands that he is absolutely correct. Before them, people twist into red-eyed monstrosities. Hurry up, you need to destroy them as soon as possible. Leon advises the old man. The knight looks at him worried. Are you sure, he asks, and then he hears the answer. A true king never lies. The old man lowers his eyes. What do you want? He asks, defeated. Command over the soldiers, Leon answers. The queen sits on her throne as if nothing has happened, and the authority to get rid of this evil The hero continues walking toward the queen. I will resolve this issue if you are not capable of doing it, he says to the old knight, Sparrow Kingdom's central square. Here, before a small dais, where 2 people stand hundreds have gathered, a colossal bonfire was lit beside the stand. I have been given full power, the assembled citizens of Sparrow here. We see Leon giving the speech. He introduces himself as the king of Lionheart. Leon Draconia Lionheart, the old knight, stands beside him on the podium. There are several among you who have been possessed by demons. The hero tells the audience. I'm sure their plan was to start a revolution along with the infiltration of the castle, but there is no need to worry. I have a way of differentiating between those who are possessed and those who are not. The people whisper excitedly, trying to comprehend what's happening. I'll show you, says the hero. It turns out he is holding 2 frightened local residents. One of them wears a helmet, the other looks like a cook. The inhabitants of the kingdom scream desperately, clutching their heads. From now on, those who are not evil, those who have not been corrupted, those who are not heathens, Leon announces to them, his gaze seeming very determined. The people look at the huge fire lit in the square. Toss yourselves into the flame to prove your innocence, the hero orders them. At the same moment, he throws the 2 people he was holding into the fire. They scream desperately, realizing that this is the end. If you want an example, I'll show it to you, Leon shouts. The people are terrified. He actually threw them in there. He will kill us all. The soldier in the helmet actually burns. He screams heartrendingly and writhes in agony. Those gathered see his melting silhouette inside the fire. But then, from that very same inferno, a completely unharmed girl. The cook emerges from the fire. The people look at her and cannot believe their eyes. The girl herself is unable to understand why she is still alive. She looks at her hands with wide eyes. She's alive? Then what was that scream, Johnny? Those present points his finger toward the fire. Look, he shouts. The soldier's body. Yes, look, says Leon, who stands calmly next to the fire. Inside, a monster with red eyes appears. It squeals loudly. These sacred flames, Leon declares, only burn those who are evil. You need to thank Pados, the divinity of war and fire, and shout his name in glory as you walk through the flames. The people look at the hero in shock. He seems to be talking nonsense, but his words are confirmed by what they see with their own eyes. The hero looks at them searchingly in response. What are we going to do, human? Voices are heard. Does this fire really only burn demons? Leon takes out his sword and raises it above his head. Hurry. With a commanding presence, he addresses the masses. Are you all tainted by corruption? Or do you wish to be slain by my sword? The people hiding their faces rush towards the flames, throwing themselves in and pushing one another. Leon stands upon a platform in the city square, gazing thoughtfully at the demon before him. Covering his nose, he declares, Your foul stench poisons this entire place. For that I will deliver your punishment. And rip your very souls to pieces? The monsters sneer, flexing their claws. You arrogant human, one hisses. You don't even comprehend your own weakness. Don't for a second think your end will be a peaceful one. Leon promises before opening his mouth and letting loose a psychotic scream. Damnable demons! The shriek itself is a weapon tearing at the demon's ears like a sharpened blade. They too begin to scream. But it's their own ears that gush with blood. Leon, with a crazed look, bares his teeth. You are all trash, he yells, raising a hand. You arrogant worms, you who feast on human emotions. You dare to mimic our form and walk on 2 feet. You dare gather in armies, you dare pretend to be soldiers? He raises his other hand. And you think I will allow this? His screeching continues. You will die screaming in absolute agony. The demons now stare at him, pure terror on their faces, as sweat and tears mix. Your cries of despair will echo across the world. In another location, we see a demon with 4 small horns watching. That bastard is insane, he whispers to his comrades. He's lost his mind over us walking on 2 legs. It seems we've provoked the wrong guy. His thoughts drift over an image of sharp, jagged rocks against a blue sky. I believe the infiltration plan is a complete failure. The long-haired magician holding a pulsing purple sphere agrees. Before them, a small screen projects the chaos. They watch as Leon terrorizes the demons, his voice ringing out, Scream louder! Cry more! Your pain is the only thing that brings me joy. The display is so horrific, even the magical sphere trembles as the sorceress curses Leon's name. Back in the city square, a demon that looks like a twisted fusion of a pig, a bat, and a hamster is tied to a pillar. Leon stands beside it, addressing the crowd. Citizens of the Sparrow Kingdom, do not be afraid. The horned creature seems to scan the audience. As long as I draw breath, this evil species will be utterly powerless to harm you, the hero assures them. These wicked things plant seeds of negativity in your minds. He continues, and the people listen captivated. It seems they are beginning to believe his every word. The monster makes bizarre noises before suddenly laughing, its voice now understandable to all. Its eyes glow like embers. Don't think this is over. You will all be annihilated by the Corruption Authority. Silence, demon, Leon roars.
He punctuates the command with a swift punch to the bound monster's nose. Take a good look at this filthy beast, Leon shouts, pointing.
This is the true reason you fall to temptation and fear. The citizens of Sparrow gape in shock at the grotesque creature. This is the cause of your hunger, your sicknesses, the discord in your families, and even why you tripped this morning. It's the reason you couldn't get married. It's why you lost all your money gambling. The demon listens to the flood of accusations, refusing to accept them quietly. How is any of that my fault, he demands. Shut up, demon! The hero bellows again this time, grabbing one of the captive's horns and ripping it clean off.
The monster lets out a soul-shattering scream of pain. The townsfolk stare, a horrifying realization dawning on their faces.
That demon is the cause of my mother's illness. It's his fault Marilor rejected me.
Distrust melts away, replaced by a wave of pure fury.
That bastard is the reason I lost at gambling yesterday, another shouts. You foolish insects, the monster retorts. How could any of that possibly be my fault? I said, silence. Leon commands for a third time, and with a flick of his wrist, the demon's other horn is torn away. The prisoner shrieks again. Leon continues his sermon. Citizens who strive for righteousness. Demons are beings that exist solely to bring misfortune into your lives. Everything that has ever gone wrong is the fault of these demons. The monster, now missing both horns, looks utterly defeated. Its spirit seems broken, the defiant light in its eyes completely extinguished. The reason you lack true faith is also because of demons. Leon declares as a burning torch materializes in his hand. But fear not, he assures the crowd. For your sake, the divinity of war and fire, Pedos, has granted you these divine flames. Hey, you the redhead? He calls out to a boy in the crowd. Me? The boy can't believe the hero noticed him. Yes, you. Come here and take this. The boy now holds the glowing torch, yet the divine fire doesn't burn him in the slightest. Punish the demon. Make it atone for its sins, Leon commands. The boy mutters to himself, but a dangerous enthusiasm ignites in his eyes. Do you perhaps feel sorry for this demon? The hero's eyes narrow with suspicion and a hint of anger. Not at all! The red-haired boy screams with raw fury. Because of these monsters, my father died. He advances on the helpless creature. With the burning stick held tight, the demon finally understands. This human can actually torture him. It goes on the offensive as its eyes turn into two blazing white dots. It snarls, bearing enormous fangs. If you dare touch me with that thing again, it threatens I will drag you to the very depths of hell and give you the most painful death imaginable. You should work on that expression, Leon interrupts, and smashes a fist into the demon's jaw. The creature becomes a pathetic mess, snot dripping from its pig-like nose, its horns shattered. The boy, completely unintimidated, brings the brand down on the monster's head. This is for my father, he roars. The demon's head, tied to a post, ignites in flames. It lets out a piercing squeal of pure agony.
You damn psycho, it screams at its tormentors. The corruption will curse you for this. But Leon just looks at the monster with cold hatred.
He clenches his fist. Silence, demon, he shouts for the fourth time, landing another blow. Splatters of blood fill the air. In another cell, a second demon sits with his hands bound behind iron bars. He hears the unholy screams of his comrade and shudders in absolute fear. This is Balter, the demon of pleasure and corruption. It's been 34 years since I became a demon. He thinks, closing his eyes. I've tortured and corrupted countless humans. But to think I'd end up like this. A familiar robotic silhouette appears before him. It approaches the bars of the cage, making its distinct, mechanical sound. Balter has no idea what to expect from this strange visitor. He looks upon Jagged Spina, and his entire body trembles with fear. Cold sweat pours down his demonic face. How do you corrupt a machine? He wonders. The robot informs the monster that it must provide information. Balter laughs, trying to sound defiant. You just want to smash this disgusting face, don't you? You think an inferior thing like you can order me around, he sneers. Hostage number 14, uncooperative, Jagged Spina states flatly. Its cold, logical words make the monster tense up. Suddenly, knights in heavy armor approach his cage. Balter scrambles back against the wall, paralyzed by fear. But with a predatory grin, he tries to bluff. Go on and kill me, he tells the soldiers. I promise I'll return. But Balter falls silent, noticing something dreadful. The sweat now streams down his face without stopping. One of the knights holds a large, impressive wooden tub, from which steam is rising. We learn this is water mixed with 15% holy water. The liquid glows with a miraculous searing light. Balter shrinks back again in pure horror. He stares at the tub, mesmerized and terrified. Big data reference, says the robot. It climbs onto the edge of the tub. Reasonable conclusion inferred. The robot's red eye glows with a menacing intensity. The water knows the answer, it says. Balter screams, unable to believe this is happening to him. Jagged Spina grabs the demon and drags it towards the steaming tub. The monster's screams are heart-wrenching.
Both the knights and the robot watch the demon with stern, emotionless faces. A look of utter madness appears on Balter's face as he continues to scream.
The monster's face turns beet red. His eyes look ready to pop out of his skull. "You bastards!" he shrieks. "I am Balter the demon. Ink of pleasure and corruption? You think you'll get away with this? Uncooperative," Jagged Spina says calmly, and dunks the demon's head. The holy water boils his demonic flesh. He chokes and thrashes, squealing as he tries to escape. But the robot is not bothered by his convulsions in the slightest. It continues its programmed task. Even the knights look on with horror at what's happening. But Jagged Spina simply repeats that the demon is not cooperating. Balter is now a terrifying sight to behold. His head looks as if it's been boiled in a pot. "What am I supposed to say?" the monster begs. "I don't know anything." "Uncooperative," the robot repeats once more. Two luminous system windows pop into view. Behind them, the wild screams of the tortured demon echo. His head looks completely cooked. "Captive number 14, says the robot. Information text 30,564 characters. Falls short by 913 characters to the average of 39,000. 667 among hostages, numbers 1 to 13. "What do you mean?" Balter asks the robot, who sits calmly on the tub. "You can provide more information," it replies. The monster screams furiously, showing its fangs. Is he crazy? Balter thinks.
How am I supposed to know how much the other guys said, querying the necessity of keeping the hostage alive?
"When failing to deliver adequate information," says Jagged Spina. The demon looks at the robot, his eyes wide with fear. It seems his fate is now being decided.
A pleading expression twists the monster's face. His tied hands seem to beg for mercy. "What should I say?" the demon asks. "Just tell me." Later, from an attic window, we hear that familiar mechanical sound once more. We recognize the robot Jagged Spina reporting to Leon. All information text from the 32 beings finished.
Information content is similar by over 89%, inferred to be true. "Okay, great job, Sir Spina," the hero replies. He holds a glass of red wine in his hand. The robot is positioned on the table in front of him. "What did you do with the demons after the interrogation?" Leon asks. "Eliminated, an average of 14 seconds, at 127 decibels maintained. Very successful."
He seems completely satisfied with the answer. Sniffing his wine, he watches the bonfires, where the bodies of demons burn.
"The song of justice is always so sweet," the hero declares. But then something begins to shift within him. His eyes snap wide open, as tears stream down his face. The wine glass slips from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Leon's body twists, contorted by a sudden sharp pain. The small robot on the table chirps its sensors, analyzing the hero's sudden distress. It begins its report to Leon, detailing the symptoms it has detected. "Your Majesty, elevated heart rate, acute headache, chest pains, and difficulty breathing." A silent fury erupts within Leon. He clenches his fist so tightly the veins bulge on his skin. Springing from his chair, he flips the entire table surspin. He bellows at the robot sweat, or tears streaking his face. "I cannot accept that these vile creatures live and breathe on the same soil as us." What is the solution? The robot processes for a moment before responding. Immediate elimination of the root cause is advised. A twisted, manic smile spreads across the hero's face. "A brilliant plan," he praises his companion. "We must eradicate the source." Leon leaps up, launching himself through the window, shattering the glass. The robot immediately follows. Lionheart, a demigod king, knows no exhaustion. The same can be said for a machine. Leon lands perfectly, after a tremendous fall, pushing off the ground into a full sprint. The hero surges forward with incredible speed, and the robot keeps pace right behind him. "Time for a little midnight hunt," Leon shouts with glee. A night of cruelty has just begun. A long-haired magician clutches a pulsating purple sphere. He stands before pillars adorned with crucified bodies. The very earth beneath him is scorched.
Hideous monsters swarm towards him from every direction. Noticing the man, they begin to chatter amongst themselves about the appearance of fresh prey. The old magician glances nervously at the horde, cold sweat beating on his brow. "There are so many kinds."
"Demons here, even some in human form. Are you sure this is wise? Oh, great one," the old man asks the sphere. "Do not gaze upon those inferior beings for too long," it replies. "A mortal's soul is so easily corrupted. But among the crowd are things far worse. Creatures whose very appearance inspires primal terror." The old man trembles, affirming he understands the sphere's warning. "Stop!" A commanding voice rings out. A figure materializes before him, and the old man freezes in pure shock, clutching the purple sphere tightly to his chest. Before him stands a colossal, 8-armed demon wearing a crown. It grins, its physique rippling with power. "You pathetic little thing! You dare trespass in my playground," the monster sneers. "You must have no concept of fear." The demon bellows, flashing a set of perfectly straight teeth. What is this? This overwhelming evil energy, the magician thinks. His eyes are wide with terror. Do not look at the crown, the sphere advises him urgently. The old man's eyes are now round with horror. The great demon of pleasure and corruption, Andrin, the sphere reveals. The one who lacks both common sense and a spine. The demon finishes as if recognizing an old foe. The goblin who got a lucky break, he says. An image flickers within the sphere, revealing a repulsive horned creature holding a human skull. Andrin, the sphere's voice addresses the demon directly. I have an offer you cannot possibly refuse. An offer, the demon roars. You dare speak of offers to me? He looms over the magician, flexing his enormous biceps. Know your place, you filthy beast. The demon roars at the goblin's image, the old man caught in the middle of this exchange. It can only stare at the monster in shock. Your lord and most of your great demons are dead, the sphere declares. Do you truly believe? You are on equal footing with me. After a moment of silence, the goblin retorts. Your kind was nearly wiped out too, don't be so arrogant. The demon's face contorts into a mask of pure fury. What did you say? He bellows with rage. It wasn't just our lord who perished. In the Great Ascension 180 years ago, the goblin explains. I am certain your master fell as well. The demon clenches a massive fist. You miserable insect, he roars. But the sphere continues its speech undeterred. I know the horrors that transpired back then, it declares. 180 years ago, in a bid to conquer the world. The five evils united for the very first time, but the result was a complete catastrophe. 3 of the demon lords, and now we see demons terrified. They're screaming that they don't want to die fleeing from an unseen terror. But the one they fear most appears blocking their path. It is Leon, his presence utterly menacing. Powerful streams of golden energy erupt from his body. Once more, he begins his purge of the unholy creatures. The demons scream, writhing in agony, under the hero's merciless gaze. He has an absolute hatred for all demonkind. Vast crowds of his enemies are annihilated. Within the storm of golden energy, over 10 million demons were slaughtered then. The old magician stares in utter shock at the purple sphere as it continues its tale. I am a survivor of that heavenly purge, the goblin's voice echoes. You know what happened there, the demon screams wildly, leaning over the sphere. A vile goblin's face solidifies inside this ball. You beast a slave to your base instincts, it says coolly. I believe I mentioned that I have an offer. You won't be able to refuse, the demon roars, his eyes blazing with madness. A sinister purple aura ignites around his head. I, Andrine, will cast that bastard into the deepest abyss. I heard you were executing an order from the great demon, a voice echoes from the purple sphere. It is nearly complete. The demon snarls, his face a mask of insanity. Even if she resists, she is still an immortal. Her end is nigh. The target is revealed. A beautiful girl with flowing white hair. Upon her stomach rests a delicate rosette intricately woven from cloth. Meanwhile, the old man stands in a forest clearing, asking the sphere if the task he so desired is truly over. This was the most effective method we possess, the sphere replies, pulsing with an unusually bright light. The odds of victory are 7-3. 7 for Andrine, 3 for that bastard. The magician objects, his voice filled with agitation. Those odds feel far too risky for him. Does that mean if I an S-rank mage? And you intervened, our victory would be absolute? I already told you I would go there, the sphere retorts. The old man is visibly furious. Damned coward. He thinks his mind on his master. He poses his next question standing in the middle of the clearing, clutching the sphere in his hands. Then where do I go now? We head for the corpse harvesters near the palace forest. The purple orb commands. Those insane maniacs are legendary for their raw attack power, the magician mutters in agreement. But suddenly a sound cuts through the air, startling them both. Is that one of them? The old man whispers, spotting a demon with sharp-pointed ears. Yes, that is a corpse harvester, the sphere confirms. Before them stands a truly bizarre monster. In one hand, it wields a massive cleaver. Its other arm resembles a squid writhing with tentacles. The creature seems to be sensing something, a look of confusion crossing its grotesque face. Hide! The purple sphere hisses with sudden urgency. A brilliant white thread tipped with a crimson light slices through the air. In the next instant, it wraps itself tightly around the corpse harvester's body. The cleaver clatters uselessly to the ground. We see the sheer terror on the faces of the old magician and the sphere. The old man watches in horror as the monster is dragged away by its legs, pulled with incredible speed. The corpse harvester lets out a desperate scream, reaching a hand towards the magician. It squeals in terror, clawing at the earth with its nails, but it's no use. Deep, desperate scratches are all that remain. The magician clutches the purple sphere to his chest. Both villains fall silent, praying they haven't been seen. Pure horror is etched onto the magician's face, a cold sweat beating on his brow. Then he hears a voice.
Sir Spin, you are finished there.
The distinct whirring of a robot follows. The scene shifts to Leon and Jag Spin. Above them, dozens of corpse harvesters hang bound from the trees. The king of Lionheart's clothes are shredded, and one of his legs is completely bare. Assumption complete, the robot reports. There are more still alive. The last one was staring at something. Leon's gaze pierces the deep woods, his eyes streaming with crackling blue energy. There are still more of them after all that, he asks astonished. Meanwhile, the two villains whisper frantically. Hey, you're hiding me properly, right? The sphere demands. Is the stealth still active? Of course, the old man whimpers back. I'm terrified, but, huh? Leon, standing literally a meter away from them, listens intently to the sounds of the forest. He strokes his chin, lost in thought. We can now see that his shirt is not just torn, but stained with blood. It's the Grail Knight's divine law of silence. The sphere whispers to the mage. Leon, of course, hears nothing. It's a terrifying technique. It even silences the sound of horses charging. He used that divine law of silence to silently slaughter every demon in this forest. This is strange. Leon says, his eyes still scanning the area. I can feel a deeply unpleasant energy nearby. The old man's mouth falls open in shock. He's certain he's about to be discovered. The hero's face is mere centimeters from his own eyes. Leon is emitting thin wisps of blue energy from his gaze. He rubs his chin again. It's right here. Somewhere, he mutters. But just at that moment, the hero turns alerted by his robotic companion. What is it, Sir Spin? He asks. Simple Satellite has acquired the target. Location 4B17, it answers. The magician can only stare in horror as the hero remains dangerously close. There are still more of them, Leon says to his iron assistant. Let's go, he commands. It seems the old man can finally breathe, a sigh of relief. He remains frozen in place, not daring to move as Leon and the robot slowly walk away. Apparently, the old man had just survived one of the most terrifying moments of his entire life. Realizing his enemies are gone, he finally sits down. He crashes to the ground, gasping for breath. That was far too close, he says to his purple orb, which he never once let go of. Before him is a shattered attic window, the very one Leon had just leaped through. Nearby, a wooden tub of water steams a towel draped over its edge. He carefully tends to his wounds, his bare chest and torn pants, the only remnants of the battle. The demons of pleasure and corruption, he murmurs, his gaze lost in thought. A legion of deviants chasing their own twisted desires. Then a sudden realization strikes him, something he'd overlooked until now. The magnificent castle of the Sparrow Kingdom, bathed in an ominous purple light, flashes in his mind. Why are so many demons concentrated at this gate? There are even high-ranking ones, and elites. He was certain a great demon had to be lurking here as well. But for what purpose? Just as he's piecing the puzzle together, he feels it. The chilling sensation of being watched. That disgusting stench of blood. Someone's here. I didn't even sense her approach, Leon thinks, turning to face his unexpected visitor. It's the queen. You must be exhausted, she says softly. Why not take a rest? With a coy smile and downcast eyes, she glides towards the half-dressed hero. Her violet gaze filled with a dangerous mix of emotion and tenderness. Greetings, noble knight. The queen purrs her smile intoxicatingly sweet. Or should I address you as, Your Majesty the King of Lionheart? He closes his eyes. She's stunning, he admits. An aura of pure sensuality radiates from her, effortlessly captivating. He reaches for his clothes and begins to dress. A woman whose beauty could start a war, the very symbol of ruin. As Leon buttons his shirt, her eyes never leave him. An ordinary man, he thinks, wouldn't even realize he was falling into her trap until he was already drowning. I am Beatrice Olier Sparrow, she says with a charming smile, the queen of this humble kingdom. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, he replies respectfully, crossing his arms. King of the Lionheart Kingdom. His eyes narrow, studying her. To think I didn't sense it before. Her sweet smile never falters. Please don't be so tense, she says. I merely wish to greet the man who saved my kingdom. But something about Beatrice's demeanor feels off. Frowning, Leon states that this is hardly the time for a queen to be making personal visits. For a moment, she looks down, her face clouding with a convincing sadness. I'm being watched, she whispers, explaining her desperate situation. Watched? Who would dare follow a queen? The hero asks with disbelief. She hesitates, rubbing her arm nervously. The general and his knights, she finally admits. They are holding me prisoner here. An image of the general's face flashes in his mind. He seemed far too loyal to betray his queen. Beatrice suddenly grabs Leon's hand, her grip surprisingly firm. Looking deep into his eyes, she pleads, I don't have much time. I need to ask a favor of you. Leon regards her coolly. I will agree to nothing until I know what this favor entails. Please, the queen whispers, her voice a venomous honey. Kill the general and all of his knights. She promises him everything, even her kingdom. If he just does this one thing for her. Leon stands frozen, processing her deadly proposition. Beatrice rises onto her toes, her lips brushing against his ear. Inspect the castle's underground floors. She breathes, her hand resting on his chest. The general is hiding something down there. Speak of the devil. The very man whose death she just ordered is now striding down the corridor. Your Majesty, King Lionheart! He calls out, his voice startling Beatrice. She whips around, a flash of panic in her eyes. The general, flanked by his knights, stands before Leon's chambers. Forgive the late-night intrusion, he announces, pushing the door open without waiting for an answer. The general's stern gaze sweeps the room, landing on Leon, who stands alone, bare-chested and unimpressed, barging into another king's chambers in the dead of night. What is the meaning of this insolence? Leon demands, his voice cold. I'm aware of my rudeness, the gray-haired veteran replies, but this is an urgent matter. Leon stares him down, waiting. The king wants answers. I've met with your queen, the hero states flatly. The general's expression remains like stone, as he asks if Leon has seen where she went. Through the broken window, the scene plays out. Your queen is wandering about at night. Leon presses, and you're not even asking questions. She has always been whimsical, the Grey Knight answers dismissively. Leon's eyes narrow. You left your royal alone when this kingdom is crawling with demons. The demons do not attack at night, the general states plainly. A dark laugh escapes the hero's lips. Since when? He scoffs, his stare piercing the general's composure. Have demons ever cared if it was day or night? How could a fool like that possibly become a general? He muses. Surrounded by demons, he should be dead 10 times over. Leon's eyes narrow with suspicion. You sound so certain, he challenges. A tense silence hangs between them. They face each other, the air thick with unspoken words. It's clear this conversation has reached its end. The general turns abruptly toward the exit. Forgive my rudeness, he says. I must return. But Leon has one last question. The queen? He presses. She told me you're the one holding her captive. The general freezes mid-stride. He turns his head. His voice laced with venom, he snarls, That is not a matter for an outsider to meddle in. He storms out the room. The door slams shut with a deafening crash. Suspicious, Leon whispers to himself. There's something about this place I don't understand. To uncover the truth, there's only one path. I'll have to investigate the lower floors. He calls out, Jagspin. With a familiar whir, the small robot zips through the window. I have a job for you, Leon states. Jagspin hovers its light, blinking inquisitively. Meanwhile, a horde of grotesque monsters swarms towards the magnificent palace of Queen Sparrow. They cackle with glee, their thirst for blood palpable in the air. Tear them apart, one shrieks. Make them watch as you defile their bodies. A cross-eyed beast stands out among them. The one known as the Corpse Collector roars in a frenzy. Corrupt them, taint them all. He points a crooked finger at the castle, reminding the slavering horde of Sir Andrine's promise. The first to scale those walls gets 100 slaves. The monsters erupt in a cacophony of monstrous cheers. They bare their fangs, ready to desecrate everything in their path. But then a flash of golden light. A sharp spear pierces straight through the forehead of a charging beast. We see a brilliant, familiar yellow glow. A powerful beam of energy tears through the monster ranks, scattering them like dust. The survivors stare in pure horror. What is happening? A massive golden spear slams into the earth, carving a trench in the ground. The impact crater glows like an inferno. A spear? The Corpse Collector trembles at the edge of the smoldering fissure, his eyes wide with shock. We see the weapon up close. It's the very same one we saw Leon wield. And then something strange begins. From the corpses of the fallen monsters, tormented souls begin to rise, screaming in terror. I don't want to leave, they wail, as an unseen force pulls them away from this world. They are being drawn somewhere. We see the Holy Grail glowing in Leon's hands. The souls of the slain are being dragged into it. Their agonizing cries echo from the chalice. Leon glares at the remaining monsters with utter disgust. You false beings, he proclaims, who know nothing of true death. The monsters stand frozen, their jaws agape, staring in disbelief at this sudden overwhelming enemy. What would you insect-like beasts driven only by instinct ever understand? Leon's voice drips with contempt. Hatred burns in his eyes as he reaches a hand into a shimmering blue portal, the gateway to his arsenal. Listen well, you disgusting insects, he commands, pulling a magnificent sword from the subspace. I, Lionheart, king of the Lionheart. In the name of the Pantheon, will be the one to teach you. The blade materializes in his hand, blazing with golden light. It's a color that spells doom for his enemies. I will teach you the preciousness of life. A predatory gleam enters Leon's eyes. Behind him, an aura of fire erupts, ready to consume them all. The monsters are paralyzed by fear. This is their end. Come, you filthy souls! A phantom lion roars into existence behind him as Leon raises his sword, prepared to obliterate every last one. Your fear has arrived, he declares. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, General Ricardo. The old knight Leon spoke with earlier stands before 2 of his men. General, what brings you here? One asks. Shouldn't you be on the front lines? The monsters are attacking the castle again. The outsider will handle it, the old man answers dismissively. His face darkens with concern. The real problem is the seal. It's holding, isn't it? One knight asks nervously. From above, Jagspin silently monitors the general and his subordinates. Good, never mind, Ricardo says, turning down a narrow tunnel. It's not much further, just a little more patience. And 100 years of resentment will finally be complete. They approach a heavy curtain. The general pushes the fabric aside and peers beyond it. Hovering silently above Jagspin sees the exact same shocking sight. A bright red light flashes on its chassis as the robot lets out a bewildered chirp. Before them lies a field littered with the corpses of demons. In the distance, massive plumes of smoke coil into the sky. We see rows of captured demons, with their hands bound. They are being led through the wasteland by an escort. And leading the way is saying his face a mask of sorrow. He looks back at the long line of prisoners. They stumble forward, some collapsing from exhaustion, halting the entire procession. Toward the stumbling monster, cautiously warning him to watch his step. But suddenly his expression shifts. He sees something utterly different from what he expected. A breathtakingly beautiful girl sits on the ground before him. Hunter, she whispers, her smile a seductive invitation. If you do this for me, I'll give you something very special. She touches a finger to the corner of her lips. But Dang just stares, a cold sweat tracing its way down his face. As his finger nears the seductress's cheek, a system alert blares to life. Legion reinforcement corruption resistance activated. In a flash, the illusion shatters. A horrifying one-eyed monster now sits where the girl was. With stars and hearts still clouding its vision, it lunges to tear you apart. Dang roars, slamming his palm into the insidious beast. With all his might, he strikes. A crimson bruise blossoms beneath the monster's grotesquely large eye. The creature stares back in pure disbelief, baffled as to how its disguise was pierced. How could a mere human resist my seduction? The monster hisses, its cheek smoking from the impact. Horror grips Dang as he realizes just how close he came to falling victim to this disgusting creature's trap. Just then, a voice cuts through the tension. Dang and the monster both whip their heads around. A rider approaches them on a majestic warhorse. Of course, it's Leon leading another procession. A chain of captured monsters trails behind him. Who is causing this ruckus? He demands, his voice dripping with ice. Dang and the monster look up in silent, fearful awe. The hunter snaps out of it, pointing an accusing finger at his offender. Leon's eyes flash with fury. You dare try to seduce my soldier with that disgusting body, he sneers. The one-eyed monster, drenched in sweat, clasps its hands, desperately begging for forgiveness. But its pleas are met with a powerful kick straight to the eye. The other monsters in the line watch this scene unfold in absolute terror. How dare a filthy creature like you even raise your voice? The hero shouts, landing another brutal blow. The monster can only continue to apologize. I don't need your answer. One of the captive beasts trembles, crying with fear. He's more demonic than any demon, it thinks. A column of knights marches through the city streets with Leon at its head. His white horse moves with regal grace. But the people on the sidewalks act as if nothing is happening, paying them no mind. Your Majesty, isn't this strange? Asks Kim Jinsu, walking beside the king's horse. What is? The hero replies. This procession of monsters we've captured, we've clearly won a great victory. But the people's reactions are lukewarm at best. Jinsu finishes. Leon scans the crowd, his expression thoughtful. Even a lowly demon can easily seduce and corrupt a human. The hero states coldly, this war against them is unending. We see a mother pull her daughter close as a bound monster is led past. That is why only the elites can truly celebrate this victory. This is the reality of our war. The mother strokes her daughter's hair. Then make the citizens hang the demons themselves. Leon commands, his eyes flaring with jets of blue energy. Make them watch as their disgusting souls are extinguished. Jinsu, staring at his king in shock, can only say he understands. They approach a grand castle, its windows glowing with a brilliant light. We return victorious, yet no one is here to greet us. The hero's words seem aimed at one person in particular. General Ricardo. A crimson light pulses from a window on an upper floor. It's Jagspin, signaling an ally waiting beyond the castle walls. You succeeded, a voice says. We cut to a gate guarded by two men with spears. One of them hears something and immediately tenses up. An incredibly serious delegation is approaching them. It's Leon, Jinsu, and Dang with Jagspin perched on his shoulder. Wait, halt! The guard shouts, trying to block their path. He thrusts his spear forward. You are not permitted to enter. But no one was planning to listen to him. The hero raises his leg and delivers a single devastating kick. The massive gate explodes inward with a deafening roar. Both guards are sent flying a shocking distance. Leon glares menacingly at the soldiers who dared stand in his way. Jinsu and the robot rush to help the unfortunate men, but the hero coldly orders them to be left alone. Follow me. A burning torch illuminates the dungeon wall. Leon and his retinue descend the stairs with Odie now among them. Is it really okay to just barge in like this? Jinsu whispers. Just give up, the old man replies. It's much easier if you stop worrying about things like that. But Dang suddenly looks panicked. He rushes to Leon's side. He urges the king to follow him to see something. Leon, Jinsu, and Gang Yi witness an unbelievable sight. What the hell? Asks the man from the Hunter Association. A place like this? In the castle's underground. Before them lies a massive 4-poster bed sitting in the middle of a vast cavern-like chamber. And they can just make out a figure. There's something there. One of the uninvited guests speaks up. Wait, is that a bed? Is this the secret the queen spoke of? Leon knew it instantly. They were hiding something. He turns to Jean beside him. Let's find out for ourselves. And with a single decisive stride, he moves toward the canopied object. Leon's men try to stop him. Wait, your majesty, Jean cries out. But the king's hand sweeps the curtain aside. And behind it, a sleeping girl. This was Queen Beatrice. Suddenly something strange happens to Jinsu and Gangtai. Their faces flush red sweat pouring down their brows. The girl behind the canopy, her beauty was beyond words. A true living ideal. She's magnificent, Jinsu whispers. Now tears stream down his face, replacing the sweat. Old man Gangtae seems to have completely lost his mind. She's perfect, he mutters. Both he and Jinsu, like puppets on a string, are drawn toward their object of desire. Leon senses the obscene energy festering behind him. He whips around. Resist, do not fall. To this dark temptation, he roars. But watching them descend into madness is painful. They're completely lost. Drool begins to trickle from Jinsu's mouth. Leon realizes with grim certainty, his protective aura is barely working here. Jinsu, consumed by the corrupting charm, is suddenly hit by a powerful blow to the back. Beside him, a knight in heavy armor crashes to the floor. I guess I'll have to do this the hard way, says the hero, solving the problem with a crude but incredibly effective method. Gangtae is next followed by another knight. The hero is ready to fell anyone who succumbs. To the siren's call, he raises his punishing fist over Dang, but pauses. He's not behaving like the others. A flicker of pure joy appears on Leon's face. He spots a bloody knife in Dang's hand. You harmed yourself to resist the temptation, he asks. The hunter looks up with a guilty expression. The Holy Grail materializes in Leon's hand. Take a deep breath, he tells Dang. Breathe in through your mouth and exhale slowly. Clear your mind. Just then, someone approaches. It's General Ricardo. Amazing, he says, flanked by his knights. He walks right up to Leon. Truly surprising. That Her Majesty's power didn't seduce you, he tells the hero. I see, so that's what this was. Leon replies, the Holy Grail still in. His hand as Dang writhes at his feet. Leon cracks a smile. None of you are tempted, are you? And, The old knight visibly stiffens. His men draw their swords. Because we are used to it, Ricardo answers coldly. Nonsense, the hero retorts. The queen's charm is a magic that borders on a curse. It's not something you can just get used to. I've encountered this kind of power once before, from the Lady of Pleasure. We see a vision of a woman with long hair and spiral horns. The camera focuses on the sleeping queen again. A charm to seduce and tempt all living things, the hero continues. A demonic pleasure that pulls souls into corruption. But something is strange. He takes a step toward the bed grail in hand, looming over Beatrice. I abhor and despise demons more than anyone else, but I don't sense that kind of energy from the queen. The general watches him in silence. So why are none of you affected? Leon asks, dropping a single purple petal into the goblet. It lands on the grail's luminous water and floats perfectly in the center. O great divinity of dreams and death, Leon intones as powerful energy waves begin to swirl around him. He closes his eyes. Your guardian wishes for your blessing, he finishes the incantation. Very well, answers a beautiful blonde goddess robed in purple. We see her elegant legs first as if she's descending a stair. The general stares in pure shock. Ariana's knight, wielder of the Lionheart, she says. An elegant, ornate lantern appears in her grasp. The goddess's immense figure rises up behind Leon. I shall answer your call. King of the Lionheart, she says with a smile. Leon kneels before the deity who has descended to this world. I greet you, Plu, divinity of dream and death, he says, hand to his chest. Yes, Ariana's knight, wielder of the Lionheart. The goddess answers, smiling tenderly at the hero. As you wished, I have descended. Plu stands in all her glory, looking impossibly impressive, her lantern hanging from a staff. Yes, I can feel it now, she says. The demons of corruption. They have made quite a mess. The general glares at her, his face a mask of disgust and fury. It seems in that very moment, the goddess delivers the diagnosis for the entire kingdom, its main castle now looming behind them. In this endless dream, they are forging a corrupt consciousness. The goddess's stance before the kingdom's knights suddenly feels far more threatening. Her lantern begins to pulse with brilliant light. Dreams are meant to be woken up from, she declares. Show me your true selves. She thrusts her hand forward and the lantern soars toward the general and his men. It erupts in a blinding flash, emitting torrents of violet energy. A dark
cloud consumes the space between Leon and General Ricardo. The entire castle is plunged into shadow.
The world plunged into absolute nothingness, a void of complete darkness. But then a crack of white lightning tore through the black. Ding stares in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The suffocating darkness begins to recede, giving way to flashes of brilliant blue energy. A menacing red eye pierces through the void. As the light reveals scratched armor, the figure becomes terrifyingly clear. It's a Death Knight. Leon's gaze falls upon the general, whose true form is now exposed.
Gazing at the divine figure floating in the air, he finally understands. So that's why, he says, why I never realized.
The hero's eyes harden with cold accusation. To think this was an authority capable of creating a world itself. His true form revealed, the general rasps an order as he steps forward. He commands his subordinates not to allow any disturbance to the queen's rest. Protect the queen, he roars. Desing, still trying to revive the unconscious Jinsu, can only watch the chaos unfold in fury.
King glances at the unfolding scene with burning rage. Guard the seal, Ricardo commands, and skeletons in heavy armor emerge from the shadows.
They begin to close in on Leon from every direction. Your Majesty, a subordinate screams to the hero, Death Knights are behind you.
But Leon remains perfectly still beside the sleeping goddess. He calmly analyzes what he sees. He's not a corrupted soul consumed by malice. He thinks, studying the general. The hilt of a sword materializes from subspace, summoned into the hero's waiting hand.
If that's the case, Chase, he declares, then this entire gate was born from the queen. Leon stands ready, his blade shimmering with golden energy. He watches over the peacefully sleeping queen, his gaze lost in thought. So, if I simply greet the queen, will this dream finally end?
The skeletal General Ricardo grins hideously and swings his massive weapon at the hero. He leaps into the air to unleash his blow from above. Leon, a faint smile on his lips, blocks the attack with his sword. But the hero seems to notice another presence from the side. A skeleton armed with the deadly spear lunges toward him. In a flash, Leon removes its head and deflects the spear with his blade.
He strikes back with overwhelming force, sending the cowardly ambusher flying far into the distance. The hero seems genuinely perplexed. This should be a one-on-one duel, he tells the general, holding his sword forward. His eyes burn with an intense righteous anger. Do you truly plan to betray the honor of a knight? He asks. Ricardo, his ghostly gray hair still intact, lets out a ghastly grin. Honor, I abandoned that a long time ago, he declares. At his command, the entire legion of skeletal guards rushes towards Leon. This blatant dishonor infuriates the hero. Do you truly think you can stop me by attacking from all sides? He shouts. Leon's sword becomes a furious storm of steel, repelling every attack as his eyes burn with hatred. The hero masterfully parries the blow from a skeleton Taishin armed with a colossal spear. He manages to counterattack, but his sword is stopped by the skeleton's powerful shield. Nevertheless, his blows continue to find their targets. The undead are having an incredibly difficult time. Leon grabs one of the skeletons directly by its skull. His expression turns predatory, his sword already raised for the final strike, but somehow the enemy manages to break free from his grasp. He's incredibly strong, Leon thinks to himself. By all rights, becoming undead should have made him weaker. Swords clash against bone as the air itself screams, torn by streaks of silver light. Leon grips his sword with both hands and raises it high above his head, ready to plunge it into the ground below. Raw rage is etched onto his face. The weapon slams into the earth, and waves of golden energy begin to erupt across the surface. With such distorted honor and pride, you cannot protect anything. The hero roars at the skeletons. The holy energy incinerates the enemies rushing towards Leon. The general is caught in the blast. My queen! He cries in agony. The energy surging from the sword is unbelievably powerful, rising like a divine wall around Leon. General Ricardo stares at the result of the attack, utterly shocked. He kneels among the dust of his fallen subordinates. You destroyed all the royal bodyguards, he tells the hero, with just one blow. The tip of Leon's sword is inches from the general's face. King Lionheart, he rasps, kneeling before Leon. Wake up from this vain dream, Leon commands. Ricardo tries to speak, but only a disgusting gurgling sound comes out. If you cannot awaken from this dream, then you will live in this absurd fantasy for all eternity, you foolish knight, he says. It seems the hero is ready to finish off General Ricardo. However, he feels a strange sensation, and suddenly stops. Something is strange, he thinks. While everyone else may have become corrupted, the apostles did not. He remembers how Beatrice pressed herself close to him and whispered a desperate request in his ear. Why did the queen ask me to kill them? Leon glances at the canopied bed. There appears to be a faint light glowing from behind her. Perhaps she isn't the villain, he thinks. We see the queen sleeping peacefully once more. Leon sheaths his sword and addresses the kneeling general. Speak, he orders. The hero's eyes burn with a furious flame. What did you do with the queen? He demands. The old man kneeling thinks for a second before deciding to reveal his hand. She made a deal with a demon, he says. Despite his undead form with skin peeling from his face, we can see the knight is experiencing immense spiritual suffering. He remembers a reception hall, its floors covered with hundreds of corpses. The queen sits on her throne while he, himself wounded, sits limply at her feet, head hung low. The queen is also unable to raise her eyes, her dress spattered with blood. Someone speaks to the girl, and she raises her face to see who it is. Before her stands a dark figure in a hooded robe. Bathed in an ominous aura, the entity sneered, "Your bravery is admirable, for a mortal. I will offer you a deal, queen." The exhausted monarch demanded, "What kind of deal? Harbor the very essence of corruption, and relive your kingdom's collapse. For 100 years? The demon proposed with a wicked grin, holding a pulsating purple sphere. If you remain uncorrupted, I will save you and your people. The bloodied queen stared back in silence. With her kingdom on the brink of oblivion, she had no other choice. She accepted the purple orb, knowing full well it could be the demon's ultimate trap. 5 years later, a madman stood before us, a bloody cleaver falling from his grasp. Corpses littered the ground around him. "Ah, so refreshing," he roared. "Why does everyone run? It just pisses me off." After endless cycles of pleasure and torment, more of her people had lost their minds to corruption. The queen sat on her throne, hiding her face in horror, the sounds of mad laughter and screams echoing from beyond the walls. By day, she watched demons slaughter her people. By night, the whispers of the corrupted tormented her soul. "What have I done?" she thought, her eyes wide with terror. The first few years were bearable, but her adversary was the great demon of pleasure, and a demon's trap is always cruel and cunning. We see that terrible twisted smile once more. There were no loopholes in the contract she'd accepted. Those who chose suicide to escape would become tormented spirits wandering the underworld. And when the 100-year deal ended, every last soul would become a servant to corruption. Tears streamed down the queen's face. She could no longer bear the nightmare. Beside her, General Ricardo was being torn apart by the same mental anguish. "She is slowly going mad." The noble old man gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in helpless rage as the kingdom crumbled. The seed of corruption planted within her body tempted the queen relentlessly. 50 years passed. Before us, a horrific scene unfolds. The queen sits on her bed, a thin blanket her only cover. At the edge of the bed lies the body of a young man, a massive bloody wound gaping in his back. Her own loyal knight, unable to resist his desires, had entered her chambers. We see who delivered the final blow. General Ricardo himself had made a terrible decision. He gathered his remaining knights. His voice was grim. "Those of us who are still living cannot endure this seduction forever. If that is the case, then we shall embrace death." The resolve etched on the general's face was absolute. He would protect his queen. He would uphold his pledge. The knights drew their swords, agreeing to their commander's grim proposal. The general watched, as they took their own lives falling before him in pools of their own blood. Even if it meant tainting their souls and becoming wandering spirits, even if it meant becoming servants of corruption at the end of the 100-year deal, they had defied the demon's contract. Now a skeletal knight, the general gazed at his bony hand. Even in this form, he would continue to protect his queen. The general knelt before Leon. "We took our own lives and became death knights. Because of this, the queen's temptation no longer affects us. We then sealed her away." He explained, his gaze fixed on the hero. Before them lay the sleeping goddess. But the seal was imperfect. For years, all we could do was grant her a few hours of sleep. Each day? What incredible loyalty, the hero thought, looking at the skeletal knight. "I see," he said aloud. "So that's why the queen asked me to kill you all." The goddess suddenly called out to Leon. "Yes, dear goddess," he answered. "Do you feel it?" she asked. It seemed the goddess sensed a looming danger and sought to warn him. Leon turned his head toward the sound, a strange noise echoing from the stairway leading to the dungeon. "Yes," he affirmed. From the passage leading to the queen's chambers, tendrils of sinister violet energy began to seep in. The source was the castle gate. Andrin and his legion of demons were the cause. "Demons?" Leon spat his face, a mask of rage and disgust. His voice thundered with command. "Arise, soldiers of the Lionheart King! How long will you sleep?" His men began to stir from their slumber. Yanni stared at the hero with wide eyes. What's happening to him?" Leon grabbed the soldier by the collar, shaking him roughly to snap him out of his stupor. "We must fulfill our duty," a voice called from the dungeon opening. The general watched them go with a haunted look. He collapsed to the ground before the blonde goddess. "Now then, shall we resume our little chat? She asked him calmly. He's here, one of Leon's soldiers shouted to his comrades. The troops were waiting for the hero outside, their worry growing with each passing moment. A soldier ran up to the group emerging from the dungeon. Sir, the demons have breached the castle walls, he reported urgently. Jinsu stared in sheer horror at the approaching army of darkness. There are too many of them, he thought. A sea of burning predatory eyes ignited the darkness. At the head of the demonic horde, a grinning corpse collector leads the charge. Leon watches them approach, his gaze fixed on a single ironclad leg. Clad in heavy iron armor, it is Dong who steps forward without hesitation. Raise your shields, he commands, placing a heavy knight's helmet upon his head. The hunters echo his orders, scrambling to take their positions in the ranks. And just like that, a wall of steel rises to block the demon's path. His Majesty ordered us to maintain formation and repel the enemy. Dang thinks with grim resolve. The monsters have grouped together, baring their teeth and clenching their fists, ready to unleash their fury. Leon, his sword radiating a golden aura, steps in front of his warriors. If we can just hold on, Dang prays. The hero calmly assesses his opponents. The golem has prepared its entire arsenal for the coming battle. The last two guardians stand at the flanks of the turtle formation the hunters managed to create. His Majesty will handle the rest, Dang thinks. Andrine, the demon commander, grins with rage looking at the squad opposing his massive army. Waving several of his arms, he screams his command. Work, you slaves, struggle.
Find pleasure in your pain. A system notification appears. Friendification. Pain will now be turned
into pleasure. The monsters let out piercing, ecstatic screams as they charge, smashing into the shield wall. Annihilate all who are weapon-free. Jag commands Spina, whose single red eye glows menacingly. Leon observes. The horde then sharply throws his hand out, calling his faithful warhorse to his side. We can now see how completely lopsided the balance of power is. A massive flood of monsters crashes against the tiny turtle formation, utterly enraged. They unleash the full might of their attacks upon the hunters. One of them grips Dang's shield with its sharp claws. The hunter stares into the eyes of the leering monster, feeling that there's no chance of resisting this overwhelming onslaught. But Dang's mind is filled with the promise Leon made. If the hunters hold back the attack, His Majesty will... But in that second, he sees something unbelievable. Amazement fills his gaze. It looks like the monsters have completely crushed Leon, the one who promised to decide the battle's outcome. The king's yellow energy barely flickers from beneath the massive
pile of monsters that have swarmed him. It seems it's all over for us. Dang thinks watching the nightmare unfold.
But in that very same instant, the battlefield is consumed by a powerful flash of light. The monsters that buried Leon are sent flying tens of meters into the air. We see Leon's furious face. For Lionheart! He roars, clenching his
fist and blasting a powerful column of golden energy toward the sky. The monsters, seeing this terrifying sight, begin to
tremble in fear. Dang stares at Leon in silent awe. He looks around the battlefield with a detached calm. A demon of pleasure is only strong because of their numbers. Leon tries to call his horse, but it's already dead. They are not skilled in
combat, but with this kind of buff, they are incredibly irritating to deal with. A classic trick that Eret, the demons of
pleasure, always use. I need more charged power, he thinks. Will I be able to do it with the power I have right now?
Leon, holding his glowing sword, faces a sea of countless eyes. All of these monsters must be defeated. The hero closes
his eyes. Now, he says, snapping them open, this needs to be done. He again throws himself into a frenzied state, his body once again erupting with streams of golden energy. But then, something stirs inside the palace before them. Strange sounds echo from within. Forward to attack! Leon hears the command and whips his head around in surprise toward the source of the voice. Dang inside his helmet also hears the sounds. From the side of the palace, death. Knights led by General Ricardo are galloping onto the battlefield. The mounted warriors thunder past on both sides of Lionheart's turtle formation. They slam into the army of monsters, and the demons scatter, trying to save their worthless lives. The skeletons glow with a ghostly blue-white energy. They gallop forward, literally smearing the demons in their way. The general stops beside Leon and calls out to him. The hero turns his face to him and answers the greeting. He looks at the old man. All right, you must have finally awakened from your dream, he tells him. The general holds his horse,
protected by heavy armor, by the bridle. I am still loyal to the queen, he tells Leon. He smilingly replies that of course it should be so. King of foreign lands, says Ricardo, looking at Leon. We have already experienced countless losses.
Behind the general, his knights are lined up awaiting his command. But if you can change everything, the hero looks at him, waiting for him to continue. The army of skeletons lined up before the king looks truly impressive. We, the old man, continues, are ready to bet on you. It may seem that the old man is smiling, but it is only because nothing covers his snow-white teeth. The hero smiles. He raises and sharply lowers his sword, which no longer glows yellow, but a brilliant blue. In that case, I will show you, he says. I will live up to your expectations. Leon's golden energy flares again. He was a symbol of hope.
From beneath the hero's feet, a divine energy surges. O revered divinity of war and fire, Leon prays.
Even as the world crumbled before the demon tide. In a flash, Leon transforms. His hair ignites with color, his eyes turning a stark white. He blazes with a sacred flame, a vessel for the gods themselves. Leon strides before his loyal warriors, unleashing a tidal wave of pure fire. At this very moment, the hunters and the queen's own knights can only stare in awe. This Leon is a being reborn, the transformation completes. Answer me, he demands of the heavens. A colossal pillar of crimson energy erupts before the demonic horde. You still choose the path of sacrifice, a divine voice echoes. Ding watches in utter disbelief through the slit of his helmet. The god's voice continues. Without you, this flame will be extinguished. So speaks the divinity of war and fire. The transformed Leon gazes skyward, his eyes piercing through the veil to meet his patron god. Then I will stand before you all for eternity, the hero declares with that familiar, unwavering smile, until you are all strong enough to stand on your own. With that same smile, Leon raises his blade ready to carve a path through any hardship. To the very stars themselves, engulfed in a blazing aura, Leon stands before his warrior's steadfast shield wall. He calmly gazes at the endless army of demons. The monsters tremble in raw terror. Leon plunges his sword deep into the earth. Thrusting his hand forward, he begins a speech that ignites their very souls. I am Lionheart, the first rider for the divinity of war and fire. His knights stand frozen, hanging on their commander's every word. War and fire, your rider asks for death. The Death Knights are instantly filled with divine power. Flames of fire. Leon roars, completing the incantation as he rips his sword from the ground. His face is a mask of merciless rage. The fury needed to purge the evil from this land, a powerful pillar of red energy, explodes from the ground. The demons stare in abject horror. They know their doom has arrived. From within the raging inferno, a golden hoof stomps the earth. We see its owner, a fearsome ram with a ring piercing its nose, charging forward with immense power. Then we see a second ram, both of them harnessed to a magnificent war chariot. And standing upon it is Leon himself, as his war horse, thought to be lost, lifts its head and neighs as if to declare. And that it is ready for one last battle, Leon gives a gentle look. Thank you, my friend. Rest now, he says, taking out his holy spear. He materializes it from his subspace. Follow me, he commands his warriors, pointing his weapon forward. I will lead you to victory. Leon's chariot spearheads the assault. Behind him, the Death Knights charge with the Lionheart's turtle formation securing the rear. One of the golden rams, its horns massive and curled, rears up with a mighty roar. A Death Knight flames jetting from his helm. Exclaims with worry, this is far too dangerous. He knows their commander is facing an entire army almost single-handedly. He could be overwhelmed in an instant, but the rams are already closing the distance, hurtling towards the monsters. Ready to unleash hell. Kill him, screeches a horned demon with a disturbingly human face. Leon locks his gaze onto the approaching filth. His eyes burn with righteous fury. You inferior beasts, he roars. Do you not even understand? The meaning of a cavalry charge. It is the art of the sword and spear. He clenches his fist. The rams bellow their menace palpable. They too are eager to tear these demons limb from limb. The monster line is just moments away. One ram opens its maw and lets out a thunderous roar, lowering its horns to impale them all. A system alert flashes. Strongest attacker is being applied. The rams slam into the front line. Monsters are sent flying high into the air. A death. Knight gawks in amazement. His gaze is fixed on a single point in the distance. He's spotted Andrine, the commander of the demon army. The demon general bares his fangs, utterly furious at this turn of events. Leon answers with a wild, battle-crazed grin. In his hand, he holds the reins, guiding the rams of war as they demolish everything in their path. Dozens of monsters lie broken, never to rise again. Andrine's jaw drops, his face filled with outrage and disbelief. Cold sweat pours down his cheeks. What is this? He screams, gesturing wildly. Why can't we hold him back? For even a single second, fire the magic cannons wipe them all away. We see the demon artillery crew. Small, naked creatures with 3 eyes seething with anger. Ready to fire, they shriek, taking aim. They unleash a volley of violet energy. But Leon charges headfirst into the blasts, his chariot unstoppable. His rams continue to send hundreds of monsters flying, as they carve a path through the enemy ranks. There is no honor in such cowardly long-range attacks, Leon bellows in rage. Another system alert appears. Ranger Hater is being applied to the Legion reinforcement divine law. Aeron. Nullification has been applied. Death Knight is now the subject of the application of Aeron nullification. A blinding purple flash engulfs the battlefield. Leon, his holy spear aimed true charges relentlessly toward the enemy. Glory. He's to Lionheart, he screams. Another system alert triggers strongest attacker is being applied to the Legion War Knights.
Blessing evil species. Terror now active charge. Bonus has increased by 400%. Charge bonus has increased by...
120% charge bonus has increased by 100%. Assault force physical attack. Resistance is up by 35% the evil. Species charge defense power has surged by 80%. Keto's horsemen begin to empower their allies with elemental force.
Elemental reinforcement. Flaming Sword, Prolific Demon Slayer, has activated. All demons within a 1 kilometer radius are now debuffed.
With decreased physical attack resistance, decreased divine law resistance, and lowered close-range defense, automatic soul return is now in effect. Meanwhile, Leon's chariot carves a path of destruction through the demon hordes. The hero glares intensely at the foe who dared to insult him. It's Andrine. He leaps high into the air, weapon raised high aiming to strike down Leon from above. A devastating blow follows. It seems the demon's attack found its mark striking the chariot. The golden rams roar in fury as Andrine crashes back to the earth, landing directly in the chariot's path. He hurls another insult at the hero, but a flicker of confusion crosses his face. I can't sense him, he thinks. Where did the King of Lionheart go? He soon finds his answer, as the chariot, now without its rams, plummets down right on top of him. Leon's spear in hand had already flown past the demon, and slams into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. What are you doing? Andrine screams in fear. Kill him, he commands his soldiers. The tip of Leon's sword bites into the earth. Just a minute, Leon says, pressing down. On his blade, the very ground beneath him begins to shatter. Just wait a minute, Leon repeats. He erupts in a pinkish aura as his Death Knights surge past him, a tide of undeath crashing towards the enemy. The demon grinds his teeth in pure rage. It's just one man, he thinks. It's only one more person than before. But he watches in horror as the Death Knights mercilessly slaughter his monsters. Are the knights of that fallen nation really this powerful? Andrine stands before Leon, 2 massive cutlasses gripped in his lower hands. You, King of Lionheart. He seethes at the hero. Was it you who killed Dautradin? He demands, his eyes rolling with madness. Dautra? Leon seems to be trying to remember. A mocking smirk spreads across his face. Ah, you mean that pathetic demon who waddled around with that giant sack of fat for a body, he taunts. The demon looks ready to explode with rage. All you inferior filth, Leon continues. I killed them by tearing them limb from limb, and you're next. It just means you have a few more limbs for me to shred. The hero roars, his voice wild, as he points his gleaming sword at his foe. Andrine trembles with uncontrollable anger. He crouches low, throws all his arms to the sky, and bellows like a madman. No matter what, I will kill you. In that same instant, he swings with all his might, hurling a massive cleaver straight at the hero. The weapon screams through the air towards Leon, who stands firm with sword and spear in hand. The king plants his foot and readies his spear for combat. You're not even using your own strength, he shouts to the demon. You're just depending on the power of magic. That's why you are all so weak. Noble fury burns in Leon's eyes. A powerful red beam erupts from the tip of his spear. He blazes across the battlefield, deflecting the cleaver in midair and striking the demon with impossible speed. Andrine feels the searing impact. He deflected my attack. And now my arm, he thinks in shock. A grimace of pain contorts his face. I told you. Leon reminds him, his voice cold as ice. I'm going to tear you limb from limb. The hero leaps into the air, raising his sword high above the stunned demon. We see Andrine's teeth clench. Desire, he screams, clenching his fist. A brilliant purple light flares from his crown. He's activated his ultimate ability, Crown of Desire. Succumb to instinctive and savage desires. No living being can resist this skill. Damn it, how dangerous, a Death Knight exclaims for the umpteenth time. As the battle rages on, the noble skeletons continue to decimate the monsters. Leon raises his shining sword high above the demon and brings it down with devastating force. The blow lands true. Andrine can't comprehend what just happened as his own blood sprays like a fountain before his eyes. How did you escape the illusion of desire? He screams at Leon. The hero takes a decisive step towards the wounded demon. Even the Lady of Pleasure herself could not tempt me. He answers, his voice echoing with power. Leon is radiating an overwhelming energy. So what chance did a thing like you ever have to tempt me? He scoffs. Andrine stares at Leon in abject horror. This can't be. It's impossible, he thinks desperately. The hero's expression is one of absolute ruthless determination. Something is wrong here, the demon panics. Every living creature must have desires. In any case, I have to get away. But the terrified demon has nowhere to run. He begs Leon to stop. A menacing smile spread across his face. It was a signal to the yellow ram. The enraged beast charged the demon. It slammed into the creature's rear with all its might, sending it flying high into the air. It crashed down utterly helpless. Its limbs splayed uselessly to the sides. You left your backside wide open, the hero taunted, sword in hand. He planted his foot on the demon's chest. In utter horror, it begged Leon to wait. You coward, the demon shrieked. The sword was about to fall, but a divine being dares to interfere? A duel is meant to be sacred. It is dishonorable, Leon declares, for a third party to intervene. Yes, Andrine screams, sensing a sliver of hope for his salvation. But Leon offers no mercy.
Honor has no place among you demons, he roars, his eyes blazing with righteous fury.
This isn't a duel. This is an extermination. Damn racist! The demon shrieks, its eyes bulging in terror.
A powerful crimson beam rends the sky. Andrine, the demon of pleasure and corruption, is dead. The kingdom once prospered.
In its early days, the people knew only abundance and peace. A tranquility everyone believed would last forever. Before us stands Queen Beatrice in her battle armor, her face grim. That is what I thought too, she says, sadness clouding her features. Then, the demon invasion began. A monstrous army materializes before her. She lowers her hand, her fingertips pulsing with a chilling blue light. The wise mage queen was always aware. Beatrice sits on her throne, a massive, intricate magic circle glowing behind her. She rises, sweeping her hand with regal power, knowing the ambition of those inferior beings would one day threaten her kingdom. Standing on a balcony, a blinding source of powerful energy erupts before the blonde beauty. It spreads like a wave, consuming the entire sky. Her face smudged with dirt, the queen gazes into the encroaching chaos. At first, a string of victories gave hope to everyone. We see the corpse of a grotesque monster, a strange smile plastered on its face.
But that hope was tragically short-lived. The queen stands upon a battlefield surrounded by hundreds of fallen monsters.
She came to a horrifying realization. These creatures never truly died. This war was lost from the very start, Beatrice says with despair. A sea of defeated monsters and their discarded weapons lie before her. No matter how many battles we win, she thinks, no matter how many demons we slay, they will always return. How utterly unfair. The queen reflects on this injustice.
Before us lies the grandiose royal castle of Sparrow, cloaked in shades of purple.
Beatrice is utterly exhausted, her head hanging low. Her dress is splattered with blood, her arms limp at her sides. Destruction was inevitable. Then a hooded figure appears before her. Behind it, dozens of human corpses litter the throne room floor. Tendrils of violet energy writhe around this guest. I'll make a deal with you, queen, the demon sneers with a sickening smile.
From under this hood, I offer you a chance. Harbor the essence of corruption. Witness your kingdom's collapse for 100 years.
If you are not corrupted by, then we will cease our invasion of this world. The vile creature's perfectly even teeth made its grin all the more repulsive. And I will return everything to normal, the demon promises. The wounded and exhausted queen is silent. She extends her hand. She couldn't even ask how she could possibly trust it. Beatrice accepts the deal, and with it a purple sphere of pure corruption. They stand before the opening gates. She knew it was the demon's trap, but it was the only way. The only way she could protect the ones she loved. The girl extends her hand forward, her fingers spread wide. The demon's expression shifts. Was it fear, surprise, or twisted joy? And just like that, the downfall of the Sparrow Kingdom began. A descent between pleasure and corruption. The queen's castle is split in two. On the left, it is bathed in brilliant sunlight. On the right, a demonic darkness creeps over everything. The vibrant citizens, the loyal knights, and the proud queen were all swiftly drowned in evil. We see an incomprehensible amorphous creature covering its face with its hands. Wisps of violet energy swirl around it. Now it laughs with pure glee, reveling in the sight of this spreading evil. Those who fell and sided with the darkness could never return. Now we see a dead man with a small beard lying on the edge of the bed. In the end, a knight could not suppress his desires and invaded the queen's bedroom. At her feet lies the murdered knight as the queen bashfully covers her nakedness with a blanket. The man who killed the would-be assailant calls out to her. Please forgive my disloyalty, he says, looking dejectedly at his queen. The general then sealed her in the underground chambers and ended his own life to become her ghostly guardian. Here are knights who also killed themselves to become temptation-free death knights. They all glow with a chilling blue energy. We see the beautiful sleeping queen once more. It's my fault, she thinks even in her sleep. A decade of regret and devastation. A fate of downfall she had no choice but to repeat despite knowing its end. I made you like this, the girl says in her sleep as tears flow from her eyes.
Streams of purple magical energy creep into the magnificent castle of the Kingdom of Sparrow. She wished for this nightmare.
To hurry up and end. Leon, lost in thought, now stands before General Ricardo and his Death Knights. Not far from him.
The queen sleeps on a 4-poster bed. On a wooden box before the hero rest 2 objects.
Is this the crown? And the weapon the demon used? Leon asks. The jagged spirit squeaks in response, a language only the hero seems to understand.
My metal knight speaks, questioning if I truly desire these objects. It confirms their high-strength metallic composition, deeming them useful. But Leon sees the corruption clinging to it. This is a cage for souls, he declares. It must be eliminated.
In its direct style, the robot acts. Its wires instantly ensnare the purple cleaver. If that is your decision, then I will handle it. The hero agrees. I'll leave it to you. His gaze then sharpens, focusing on the crown as it pulses with a sinister violet energy.
Suddenly, a goddess cloaked in purple appears before him. At the sound of her divine voice, Leon straightens. Yes, goddess, I am listening.
He respectfully places a hand on his chest. Show me the crown you seized from the evil one, she commands. Leon hesitates. I'm afraid. It will defile your sacred gaze, he says with concern. Have no fear. PL assures him, her eyes fixed on the cursed artifact. After studying the object closely, the goddess hums in thought. She takes it in her hands. This crown, she begins. You may not recall it, but this is a symbol shared among all great evils of pleasure. Is that so? Leon's eyes widen as he remembers. Visions of the very creatures the goddess just named. 2 grotesque demons, squealing with glee beneath a similar crown. Those wretched lust demons. Who lure the young into their hollow illusions, says PL. This crown holds their power. Perhaps I can extract it. And put it to better use. The crown levitates over Leon's hand as the goddess watches him benevolently. It was a wicked item I planned to destroy, the hero states. If you desire it, I shall give it to you. A look of pleasure crosses PL's face. Thank you, she says. And excellent work, as always. The Pantheon is grateful for your honor and glory. Leon bows, deeply lowering his head. I only did what was necessary, he replies humbly. At least offer your greetings, pedos, the goddess says to her colleague. He says nothing, but Leon doesn't seem the least bit offended. In that moment, a powerful pink whirlwind tears across the sky. From its vortex, the god of war emerges. He glares down sternly at Leon, his arms crossed. Good job, he says. He reluctantly admits it, then looks away. You should learn to be more honest, PL chides him. The 2 gods now tower over the hero. Leon speaks, I have a request for you both. Oh, and what is it? Pedos asks with sudden interest. Continue, PL confirms. Leon turns his head, his gaze falling upon his fallen knights. Please, take their souls, he asks the gods. He's referring to General Ricardo, and the Death Knights who have all dropped to one knee before the divine beings. Pedos steps forward, looking thoughtfully at the skeletal squadron. He glances at Leon, his face a mask of disbelief. You want me to guide these corpses to the paradise of souls, he asks.
They have been cast out from the cycle of life and death. That's rather harsh, don't you think? PL tells him.
The cycle of death is my domain. It is not your place to intervene. What kind of divinity would grant the undead an entrance to paradise? The god of war thunders. For a long moment, the 2 gods stare at the army of skeletons trying to find a solution. At last, PL calls out to Leon. He puts his hand to his chest, ready to receive her judgment. I am listening humbly. Those who have opposed death itself warrant punishment, the goddess declares. They have escaped the natural cycle. But as she speaks, a graceful figure appears. Please, forgive them, pleads the awakened Queen Beatrice, her head bowed low. Your Majesty, the general cries out, turning to face her. Please take care of yourself. The gods and Leon silently observe them. Oh, great divinities from the other world, Beatrice says. I know I risk being rude, but I must ask you to reconsider. As the queen of a fallen nation, she humbly folds her hands in a desperate plea. PL is deep in thought before finally making her decision. Dear loyal knights of the queen, she announces, no one in the Pantheon will accept your souls into paradise. Beatrice and Ricardo, now standing together, are crushed by her words. Is that truly so? But her next words make the people of the fallen kingdom hold their breath. However, your good deeds outweigh your bad, the goddess says with a smile. Your loyalty to each other has touched us, and the king of Lionheart asked me to take care of your souls. PL looks tenderly at Leon, who smiles with his head still lowered respectfully. Beatrice and the general stare at the goddess, unable to believe their luck. To me, there is no greater virtue, PL declares. I will purify your souls and give you a new chance at life. Her bare feet wrapped in purple ribbon descend to the ground. And so I have a proposition. For you, queen of a fallen nation. The goddess now stands before the queen and her loyal general. This is the only way your knights can find peace. Become my priestess, and help the king of Lionheart spread my faith. The goddess's eyes glow with divine power. Once the afterlife, my domain is active once more. I will give your knights the chance at reincarnation. The queen is overcome with an indescribable wave of emotions. She seems ready to cry and laugh all at once, looking around with wide, astonished purple eyes, struggling to find words. Finally, she finds the strength to speak. I will do as you command, she vows. The scene shifts back to the grandiose royal castle of Sparrow. An aura of evil still clings to it. Leon and the new queen emerge from the gates and step into the courtyard. The hero held his companion's hand gently, a small robot still at his feet. He looked out upon the aftermath with sorrow. His gaze fell upon his soldiers standing in a solemn circle. Dang, noticing Leon, turned and approached him. Report our losses. The hero commanded the hunter. Most of the wounded were healed thanks to the Grail commander. Dang reported, but we lost 6 fighters. We see their still forms on the ground, surrounded by their surviving comrades. Their faces were etched with sorrow as they mourned their fallen brothers. I see, Leon said, approaching the dead. Against countless demons, such losses are considered minimal, he thought, raising his sword to his chest. He declared, we will all pray for the fallen. Leon then knelt, plunging his sword deep into the earth. His face lit up with a sacred fire. O god of war and fire, he intoned, your warriors have met an honorable death. The other knights echoed his cry. The hunters looked down sadly as the pyre grew. Please guide their souls, the hero continued. If there are sins they have committed, please wash them away and praise their courage in the face of death. Let them enjoy their feasts among the gods. Dang looked up, his eyes filled with awe as Leon stood before the burning warriors. He turned to the grieving comrades of the fallen. Compile a list of those who have died and ensure their families know, he ordered. The Pantheon will not forget their sacrifices. The fallen soldiers were consumed by the holy fire of the war god. Let's return, Leon said sadly, his gaze turned to the sky. At that moment, a series of system alerts appeared. The gate to the god's paradise had opened. The souls were deemed unfit to enter. Entry to paradise denied. The level of faith is too low. Entry to paradise denied. Not enough honor has been won. Entry to paradise denied. But then, an absolute effect activated. The king of the Lionheart has blessed the dead. They were entering paradise. Before them, a red portal pulsed, a massive crowd gathered around it. The Hunter Association had deployed all available hunters to respond to this unprecedented fluctuating gate. A bald agent in glasses noticed the returning heroes and shouted, notifying everyone of the joyous event. A week after they entered, they returned. They have cleared the gate. Before us stand the members of the victorious squad. And Queen Beatrice, her hand held gently by Leon. The crowd erupted in excited shouts. They've cleared the portal. Survivors, notify your superiors. Soon after, Leon sat for a meeting with Wang Hak, the association president. President Wang Hak registered Beatrice as a survivor and expressed his profound grief for the lost hunters. May the hunters rest in peace, he said. Leon looked away, his expression pained. I'm sure you saw the video from Sir Spin. He asked the president sitting opposite him. Yes, a fluctuating red gate with a great demon, Kang Hak confirmed. It's a miracle there weren't more losses. A miracle? Is that so? Leon asked, crossing his arms over his chest. He thought deeply, his expression unreadable. I want to meet the families of the victims, he said. Personally? Kang Hak asked again, incredulous. They were my soldiers, the hero explained. It's the least I can do. You might face some unpleasantness, Kang Hak warned, his face showing genuine concern. I am capable of understanding their feelings, Leon answered. I assume they'll be somewhat assuaged if they hear me out. President Kang Hak, Leon addressed him, his tone changing. Yes, what is it? He answered. A tense expression crossed his face. Leon looked straight into his eyes. Reveal the videos and gather more hunters, he said. The demons will soon invade your world. We need soldiers and knights to prepare. Kang Hak looked at the hero carefully. I see, he said, the gravity of the words sinking in. I'll draw up a schedule and a plan. I'll send it to you as soon as I'm ready. The scene changes to a farm building next to a field of blessed rice. This is the Pantheon building on the Naju Plains. Leon sits at a table looking out the window, a deadly serious expression on his face. The demon's movements are... Sensing danger, he knows urgent help is needed. Clutching his chest, his entire body erupts in a blinding light. This time, I'll handle it myself. Suddenly, Leon freezes. A line like a flatlining heartbeat flashes across his vision. His heart. The hero gasps just before he finds himself in simple clothes, standing in a beautiful green forest. As he opens his eyes, a chorus of greetings washes over him. Before him stands a massive, adoring crowd. Most are knights in shining armor, but at the very front is a cute red-haired girl in a unique dress. Your humble servants are delighted to greet you, your majesty, she says with a bow. Welcome, greatest keeper of the Grail, the crowd roars. The forest landscape transforms into a magnificent palace with towering spires. Long time no see, Anjay, Leon says to the girl. They enter the city gates side by side. How do you like this paradise? It's wonderful, and it's all thanks to your care, your majesty. The beauty replies with a brilliant smile. This is the great Saint Anak Prestigia. Leon recognizes other familiar faces and greets them. Sir Gilda, Sir Anto, he calls out. You both look fantastic. One of the knights lets out a hearty laugh in response. Had I known this place was so magnificent, I would have arrived far sooner. Leon jests with a grin, but another voice cuts in calling his title. King Leon. The hero turns to see a legend, the former king of his very own kingdom. It's been too long, he says. This is Arjun Lionheart, the predecessor to the throne. Forgive my intrusion, your majesty, Leon says, bowing with a hand to his chest. But Arjun simply lets out a hearty welcoming laugh. He is just thrilled to see the hero again. Former king, Leon begins, I heard new souls arrived recently. Ah, you must mean them, Arjun says knowingly, glancing towards a group in the distance. It's been 180 years since this realm welcomed anyone new, the former king explains. Do not worry, they are being treated with honor. He refers to the 6 hunters who fell during the tragic Red Portal raid. But I know you didn't appear here by chance. Arjun says, his smile sharp. So what grand purpose brings you to our paradise? I wish to greet the gods of the Pantheon, Leon answers with resolve, and seek their counsel. He places a hand to his chest. But the situation is dire and time is short. I need the wisdom of my predecessors. Well then, Arjun's eyes gleam with purpose. To the forest we go. You may borrow Pelion. With that, Leon is seated upon a magnificent winged steed, its power radiating like the sun. As the hero soars through the air, he gazes down upon his attendants, riding mere mortal horses below. One day I will race across these fields, Leon thinks, but not before securing a worthy successor. All right, Pelion, he commands. The divine beast ascends, flying towards the ancient forest and landing gracefully before the towering trees. We've arrived, the hero declares. From deep within the woods, a voice rumbles. The forest calls for a hero, Lionheart. Lawful Lord of Dragonia, wielder of the holy relics. Leon calls back, great sages of the forest. I apologize for this intrusion, King of the Lionheart. The trees whisper back their leaves, rustling in unison. All living beings are in your debt. A face begins to form on the bark of one of the trees. It looks upon him with ancient wisdom. Leon dismounts his winged horse and approaches with reverence. Even the gods, say the Shani. Trees, speak your name. This forest welcomes you. The hero looks up at the colossal giants in awe. I am humbled by your kindness, he says. Descendant of the glorious dragon slayer. The forest continues, successor to the king of the Lionheart. What brings you to the paradise of the dead? As the tree speaks, its features become more human. Leon addresses it directly. Gunnar, I wish to meet with the youngest among you, who is also an old friend of mine. Leon stands before the sprawling roots of the ancient wood. Gunnar, the youngest sage, the forest whispers, as a flock of birds bursts from the canopy into the sky. A knowing smile crosses the hero's face as he turns to a specific tree. Leon, my old friend. A warm voice emanates from it. What brings you to me? The tree asks the hero standing before it. Gunnar, I need your seedling, Leon replies with grave importance. The tree sighs a sound like groaning timber, its entire form seeming to tremble. If I remember correctly, says the hero, you passed into paradise before planting a seedling. Why are you in such a rush? The tree asks with alarm. Leon places a hand over his heart, explaining the terrible truth. My home Earth is facing a demonic invasion. My last expedition confirmed it. They know I exist, and their insidious schemes have already begun. A vision of a clawed evil entity appears reaching for planet Earth. I am certain their agents have already infiltrated my world. The tree recalls a dark and terrible past. Just as it was with the Empire, it says solemnly. It will rot from the inside out. Gunnar extends a powerful branch towards Leon. Very well, the tree declares. You are the only one who can carry things from this realm. It places a small twig with 2 glowing leaves into Leon's hand. This miracle of nature pulsed with brilliant golden energy. Take it, the sage instructs the hero, and guard it with your life. Thank you, Gunnar, Leon says tenderly, holding the glowing branch. It was wonderful to see you after so long. My old friend, says the tree. Yes, and one more thing, Gunnar adds. Leon looks at his ancient comrade with curiosity. Don't be in a hurry to return here forever, he says with a smile. Just then a voice calls out, and the hero turns around, branch still in hand. Sir Gressanuk, your majesty, Leon greets each of them. Finished with your business so soon, asks Arjun, smiling. Take this, the former king says, pressing an object into Leon's hand. What is this? He asks. After discussing it with the others, Arjun explains, we are gifting you what you need most. Leon's eyes widen in utter surprise. We know there's a limit to what you can take from here, Arjun says. These are the reins of the Beastmaster. They can tame even the most ferocious of monsters. The reins in Leon's hands glow with a powerful golden energy. I left them with you before I died. But you chose to bury them with me? The former king explains. Now it is my turn, says Sir Gress, holding out a book. Leon takes it, looking at it with sheer amazement. I heard you were building your forces from the very beginning, says the knight. I am sure this will... The hero's mind reeled with utter disbelief. Using serfs to slay giants, could this truly be the legendary training manual? Did you seriously teach serfs to hunt monsters? Leon asked, his eyes wide. Well, they only took down 300 out of 500, Grates replied with a grin, but I'd call that a stunning success. Then Ange stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is for you, she said, placing an object in his palm. It was a simple cross on a string. Leon's eyes widened in shock. A holy relic from a saintess, meant only for another of her kind. How can I possibly accept this? He asked. No one would dare question the Pantheon's chosen agent, Ange assured him. It will protect you until your holy sword is reforged. Please, accept it, she pleaded, her hands clasped earnestly. Humbled by the gifts from Paradise's inhabitants, Leon offered his deepest thanks. A warm golden light radiated from his very being. I swear to use these gifts in the most worthy way possible. That was his solemn promise. The scene shifts to a fenced 3-story building at dusk. Leon was on the move. He approached the entrance and announced himself. I am the King of Lionheart. May I have a moment of your time? We recognize Queen Beatrice by her luxurious white hair. She held a glass of what looked like crimson wine. Leon pushed the door open and froze on the threshold. Aren't you going to come in? She asked, her voice like silk. You did not grant me permission. The hero replied, his gaze lowered. Always so formal? Beatrice mused with a smile. Please come inside, she invited. It was impossible to deny the queen's captivating presence. Beatrice stood by the window, a playful smile on her lips as she watched him. He cautiously closed the door. My apologies for not preparing a more suitable venue, the hero stated formally. This is more than enough for the queen of a ruined nation, she replied gracefully. I only hope you'll forgive my own rudeness. There is no need for that, Leon reassured her with a faint smile. She truly can't control that powerful aura, he thought. His expression hardened once more. The divinity within you is suppressing the essence of corruption, but it hasn't been able to eradicate it completely, Leon explained. This delicate balance must be maintained. Beatrice placed a hand over her heart. On the back of her other hand, a crescent moon mark was visible. I see, she murmured. Later, Leon and the queen sat at a small, round table with glasses of wine between them. A farewell drink for the knights, the hero inquired. It's the very least I can do. Beatrice answered sadly, her gaze drifting toward the window. It's been 2 days since you arrived, Leon noted, raising his glass. How are you adapting? It seems I will need more time, the queen replied. This world is completely different from my own. Her eyes were lost in a distant memory. Leon took a thoughtful sip of wine. By the way, there is no need to adapt. The girl looked at him, startled. Have determination and enforce your own laws, the hero continued, elaborating. He set his glass down and his arms crossing over his chest. A true monarch must establish their own rule of virtue, no matter where they stand, he declared, his eyes starting to glow. The wicked of all worlds need only follow the king's path. Beatrice offered a sly smile. That is quite the mindset for an intruder, she remarked. You misunderstand, the hero countered, with a knowing smile. An unseen figure grins from the shadows, their face obscured. To harm the world out of selfish desire is merely the ambition of an individual, Leon stated, a brilliant light shining behind him. But to help the people and guide them, that is the enlightenment of Lionheart's king. Beatrice smiled, closing her eyes. I understand. So that is the conviction needed to fight demons for centuries, she mused. However, it seems to me that demons are not your only adversaries, the queen observed, turning away from him. Yes, I am bound by a divine quest from the gods, he confirmed, a hand over his heart. And for that reason, I am making you an offer. Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, I want you to join me in my quest. As he spoke, the hero's gaze was sharp and unwavering. Beatrice remained silent, but a pleased smile graced her lips. She brought a hand to her chest. I owe you an immense debt, she began. And as a queen, I must repay you for saving my kingdom. But I have one condition. Leon listened intently. Beatrice's eyes suddenly blazed with furious anger. The archdemon of pleasure, Kale, a venomous purple aura, flared to life around the queen. Teach me how to eliminate that thing myself, she demanded. Leon's lips curved into a joyful smile. When it comes to exterminating parasites, I am an absolute expert, he declared. It makes my very heart race to show them how I annihilate their souls with the divine laws they fear most. A mad glint shone in Leon's eyes, relishing the thought of slaughter. In my kingdom, we used to execute demons by boiling them, the hero told the queen. But they just kept coming back. No matter how many times we killed them, so I decided I'd at least traumatize them. A wise choice, Beatrice replied. She too had been hunting evil spirits for a very long time. They are selfish creatures that prioritize their own pain above all else. Have you ever tried hammering nails under their claws? Leon asked bloodthirstily. That's when they scream the loudest.
Queen giggles, covers her mouth, whispering, I skinned them and rolled them over nails.
How very inventive, Leon admits, as two demon executioners clink their glasses, laughing at memories of old torments. A star streaks across the sky over a field of sacred rice, where Harry, a face we've nearly forgotten, walks alone. Dressed in a deep burgundy jacket, she freezes mid-stride. Something has caught her eye. There, on a park bench, sit Leon and Beatrice. Your Majesties, Hari gasps. I trust you are well. We are... The hero replies flatly. Pour us some tea. Right away, Your Majesty, she says, pulling out a thermos. Barley or green? Leon asks the queen. Anything as long as it's warm, the beauty responds. Leon sips from his cup, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. From now on, you'll be serving Queen Beatrice, he announces to Harry. The girl's face barely hides her shock at the proposal. She remains silent. I don't mind, the queen begins, but you should dress and act appropriately in my presence. Harry's face flushes with shame. She doesn't know how to respond. None of that is necessary, Beatrice says kindly. No, Leon insists. Royalty requires proper service. Very well, Beatrice smiles. Your name is Harry, correct? She asks. Yes, Your Majesty, the flustered girl replies. I can sense a powerful fiery energy radiating from you, the queen observes. If you'll allow me, I'd like to take a closer look. Harry is stunned. She never imagined someone could see her power so clearly. How could she know about my unique skill, the girl wonders. Try swinging your sword, Leon advises from the bench. You've served me well for some time. You've earned this. Show me your swordsmanship. I will evaluate it. Leon summons the holy sword from his subspace, offering it to Harry. This is a great honor, he tells her. The hero places the legendary weapon in her hands. She grips it, settling into a battle stance. A familiar yellow aura ignites around her as she holds the sword ready. With a determined cry, Hari raises the blade. She swings it high above her head. The sword carves a massive yellow arc through the air right before the royal pair. Your movements are far too wide, Leon remarks, his eyes fixed on her. He looks at the holy sword. Was that the full extent of your skill? Yes, Your Majesty, she replies, handing the weapon back. Leon takes the sword, his expression unreadable. He lifts it above his head. When using a sword, you must be powerful, he explains. But your movements must be concise. A chilling blue light flashes in his eyes. With a single strike, the hero unleashes a wave of pure blue energy that tears across the landscape. Hari stares in absolute shock. Leon turns to her. This is well within your reach, he says calmly. Simply practice this strike 10,000 times a day. Hari's soul just about leaves her body. What do you think, Beatrice? Leon asks the queen. She rises from the bench. Her control over fire is insufficient. She answers with grace, walking toward them. Fire energy dissipates too easily, she explains. You're not just imbuing the sword with mana. She draws her own blade, a magnificent rapier. You must concentrate it. Beatrice holds the impossibly sharp sword. It glows with a brilliant pink energy. Hari can only stare at the weapon, mesmerized. The queen plants her foot, drawing a line in the air. Concentrated energy doesn't scatter so easily, she says, her voice like a teacher's. To demonstrate her point, Beatrice performs several elegant swings. When you release the condensed flames, she explains while executing another perfect slash, you must focus it for a single deadly blow, like a stab. With lightning speed, Beatrice thrusts forward. A massive sphere of pink energy erupts at the tip of her sword. Hari watches, captivated by the breathtaking display of power. You just need to concentrate the heat to this degree, Beatrice concludes her lesson. It's not that difficult, is it? She asks, glancing at Harry. Impossibly difficult. Hari thinks, her jaw hanging wide open. That night, a completely exhausted Hari slumps in her office chair, staring at her laptop. The sheer volume of work is crushing. I have to report to the section chief and the association president, and I need to source potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new recruits. Her head is spinning. This is an impossible workload. And new weapons and equipment? Where do I find a blacksmith and the taxes? What about the taxes? Hari clutches her head. She lets out a scream, begging the heavens for mercy. The academy never taught me any of this. Suddenly, a familiar robotic voice cuts through her despair. Accounting, work, processing not possible. Hari jolts in her seat. In surprise and terror, she screams, Sir, yuppie! Looking up, she sees the small robot perched on her head in its usual spot. Requesting division of accounting work for maximized efficiency, it states. Wait, that's right, Hari thinks. Sir Yuppie is a real-life supercomputer. This impossible task will be nothing for him. She quickly outlines all her duties for the robot, referring to big data, applying hunter administration laws, calculating hunters' meal costs, equipment and armor production, registration complete. A bright red light glows on the robot's front panel. System initiated Naju plan. Crop Price Increase Act, processing special support and tax benefits. Application available for Pantheon Farm Division. Benefits confirmed. Hari stares at her metal assistant stunned.
Extra tax benefits applied, sir. Yappy continues its tasks, its voice a constant stream of updates.
You're a lifesaver, Hari exclaims, clapping her hands with glee. In truth, the girl had no idea what the robot was actually doing. Report any further issues for immediate processing. It tells her ever so efficiently. Suddenly, Hari remembers something vital. Sir Yappy, she calls out. I need to get clothes for my servant duties.
Query, do you require a maid uniform? The robot asks. Instantly, it pulls up all the necessary data.
The Lionheart kingdom, much like middle-aged European realms, had a standard for servant attire. A reasonable theory. Hari is overjoyed. That's amazing, she cheers.
I was so worried I'd be scolded for looking like some kind of cosplayer. Order reasonable maid uniform with reference to big data,
the robot inquires. That would be absolutely wonderful, she replies, glowing with happiness.
But Hari had no clue what big data Yappy was referencing, which was a compiled database of online brands. It opened a page for an online adult costume shop.
Ordering best-selling item, Sir Yappy announced. A blurry, censored image appears on screen. The user reviews told a different story. My boyfriend absolutely loved it. I need to wear this more often. The dark influence of big data strikes again. Meanwhile, a passenger bus arrives at the city station. A young man steps off. This is Huo, a cadet from the prestigious Hunter Academy. The blonde guy behind him whistles.
Whoa, way more people showed up than I expected.
He's identified as Kim Yak, another Hunter Academy student. Well, after what we witnessed, Huo replies with a cheerful laugh. Can you really blame them? A few days prior, the legendary Leon had visited their academy. There, before the grand institution, Leon folded his arms and delivered a world-shaking speech. I'm not here to train mere soldiers, he declared. I'm looking for the seeds of true knights. I will teach you the sword, the spear horsemanship, and theology. The students were utterly baffled. Theology, Kim Yak thought to himself, completely lost. One student shot up his hand, standing to protest. Sir, we are archers here, that's our specialty. Leon simply pointed a finger at him. You're failed, he said coldly. An attitude like that is fit for a common grunt. The young man sat down, stunned by the sheer audacity. At first, every student bristled at Leon's arrogant demeanor. But the hero continued. And for those of you who study my theology, I can teach you simple divine laws. The students were confused. Theology. Divine law? Was he trying to turn them all into priests? But then Leon showed them. He extended his hand, and a brilliant golden energy began to glow from his palm. Behold, he commanded. The instant that power washed over them, the cadets knew. This was something on an entirely different level. They were soon crushed by his overwhelming strength. Back in the present, Huo and Kim Yak stand before the bus. It was a total shock, Kim Yak says, still reeling. He's letting everyone use that magic. That's not magic. A sharp voice cuts in as a girl disembarks. Her expression is intensely serious. You can't call it something so simple. She is Shinon, an A-class student from the academy. Shinon, you're here too, Kim Yak exclaims. You didn't seem too happy when he called you a commoner, he adds. The girl's eyes flash, recalling the incident perfectly. She had been absolutely furious. What about the Divine Sword Guild? Hyo asks her. You're the guildmaster's granddaughter, aren't you? Shinon holds out her phone. How could I not come? After seeing this, she asks them. On the screen, the young men see Pantheon TV, displaying a video about divine laws and fluctuating gates. It's a popular channel, and among the latest uploads is a video explaining how Class C hunters managed to survive inside a variable portal. Huo squints at the screen, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Wait, is that Hari? His shock is immense. His friend looks over concerned. What's wrong? You out of money again, huh? The phone screen shows a red-haired girl battling monsters with a blazing sword. Why are you still using this old piece of junk? I donated everything to the orphanage, Hyo explains quietly. Both you and Harry are working so hard. She's on dispatch at the Pantheon now, right? Yak watches the heroic girl fight on screen. Huo nods, a small smile on his face. Yeah, I'm sure she's doing a great job. The scene cuts back to Hari, in an outrageously revealing outfit. The item description is on full display. Sexy cutie maid uniform 5-piece full set, used for a special event for your partner. The satisfaction rate, 9.98 stars. But the girl does not look happy. Blushing furiously, she struggles to cover herself with her hands, asking the robot, Are you sure this is okay? I referred to the big data, the machine replied flatly. The numbers do not lie. Dependability rate, 99.999%. Are you doubting my big data? Elsewhere, Harry and a robot are in a heated argument. They're debating the reliability of the machine's information, but their discussion is cut short as a group approaches their door. Suho hears Hari's voice from inside and instantly recognizes it. He knocks on the door, a wide grin on his face. He's hoping to give her a pleasant surprise. But inside, Hari clings to the robot, frozen in sheer terror. The robot Jagspin recalls that they are expecting guests. It announces that protocol dictates all guests must be greeted immediately. "Wait, don't open the door!" Hari screams in desperation. But it's too late. The robot is already carrying out its duty. Suho's beaming face appears in the doorway, but his smile instantly vanishes. His eyes lock onto Harry, who is frantically trying to cover herself. She's using her hands to hide as much as she possibly can. Mortified, the girl somehow musters the courage to greet them. "Hi, guys, you must have had a tough journey," she stammers. Suho is completely speechless, unable to process the scene before him. "Hari! What are you wearing?" he shouts instinctively, trying to cover his comrade's eyes. "I didn't choose to wear this," the girl desperately tries to explain, but the robot chimes in at the worst possible moment. "Query," it says flatly. "Are you questioning my big data with the flawed judgment of an organic life form?" Suho stares at the robot, completely bewildered. "Don't pull my skirt," Hari shrieks. Just then, Leon appears. "What are you wearing?" he demands, his voice dripping with fury. "Your Majesty..." The girl stammers, her face beat red as tears well in her eyes. "Change your clothes immediately." He roars, his glare sharp enough to kill. Hari, clutching the small robot, quickly agrees. "I understand, I'll do it right now." Words can't possibly describe her humiliation. She wishes the ground would swallow her whole. "Second term training. Food time," the robot announces. "Must distribute salt water." And at the same instant, it zips out of her arms and flies off, supposedly on some urgent business. All Hari can do is let out a heavy sigh. A mixture of disappointment and pure indignation. Suho watches helplessly as the hero scolds Harry. His reunion with his respected sister was turning into the absolute worst-case scenario. Jeju Island, red portal. "In the end, we ended up here," says a man in peculiar, well-protected shoes. "The second money was mentioned you were on a flight at dawn. You really are greedy, so," a girl with a side shave remarks. "Oh dear sister, our guild's finances aren't looking so pretty right now, as you know," the thug replies. He's leaning against a bus, a thick gold chain around his neck. "We lost everything back at the Jinju Gate. We have to make up for it somehow." This is none other than the guildmaster of the Golden Lion Guild, Hwang Jum-kal. He's brought 40 of his subordinates with him. "Long time no see," a voice calls out. Jum-kal and his sister turn to look. Their expressions are anything but friendly. "Well now, who is this?" the Golden Lion's master says, smiling ominously. "You vanished after that government blackmailing incident. Were you chosen for this raid, Li Hanshang?" The man who was just named frowns. "At least I didn't have to watch my own guild members die," he retorts sharply. His words strike a nerve, and Jum-kal's face darkens with rage. The two guildmasters stand face to face, trying to intimidate each other with hollow laughter. "The payment will be split 50-50, Jum-kal asks, grinning. "What is this nonsense?" Hansong wonders. "It's obvious you won't be doing as much work." "But who else would help a traitor like you?" Jum-kal sneers. "Don't cross the line," Hansong threatens. They stand there arguing. 60-40, I won't go any higher. "Okay then. You can buy your own food." Jum-kal's sister watches the two of them with a weary expression on her face. "How lame," she mutters. "Are they children? What's the point of this fuss?" "True," a voice agrees from right behind her. The girl jumps in surprise. "You'll be the death of me," she screams, whirling around. "Honey, please make at least a little noise." "You'll give me a heart attack with that entrance," a voice scolds the stunning brunette. "This is no ordinary woman. She's an S-class hunter. From the prestigious Phoenix Guild, her name is Ho Yuri. Looks like the whole crew's here," she remarks to her oddly coiffed colleague. They stand at the threshold of a menacing dungeon, a colossal red portal pulsating before them. 3 S-rank hunters and 1 nearly at their level. This lineup should be more than enough, the Hunters Association representative declares, to clear a low-tier black S-rank gate. Yes, this should be plenty. Hoyuri agrees with a confident smile. But Yangan stares ahead in abject terror, unable to utter a single word. Before him lies a field of fallen warriors clad in heavy armor. He stands at the vanguard of his own squad as the other hunters freeze behind him. Before them looms an opponent in a knight's helmet. Gripping his heavy hammer, Jemal snarls the enemy's name, Geovrik. His sister stares at the knight, her face pale with horror. "I am the Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight Geovrik," he declares as a powerful green aura explodes from his form. "And I will bestow divine punishment upon you." He roars, preparing to charge into the fray. A massive shield forms before him as he raises a colossal hammer. A system alert flashed above his head. "Quest, save those being slaughtered." The knight's eyes ignited with a green fire beneath his helmet. Another window appeared. "Clear condition. Defeat the magnificent Geovrik." The hunters who had just stepped through the portal stared at their foe, their eyes wide with terror. Outsiders! Geovrick's voice boomed as jets of green energy swirled around him. He leveled a colossal hammer at the hunters. Explain why you harmed the soldiers of the royal army. What my warhammer does next depends entirely on your answer, he warned. A girl with a wild hairstyle cracked her knuckles, her face a mask of rage. What the hell is this buckethead spouting now? She snarled. Lee Youngin quickly moved to diffuse the tension. He raised his hand, forcing a smile. There's been a terrible misunderstanding. The knights of the royal army attacked us first, he explained. We were only defending ourselves. A young knight beside Geovrick sneered.
What, you're nothing but a pathetic mercenary. He began to rage, but his words were cut short. Dalian, silence! The warlord's voice thundered.
With a sudden move, he slammed his massive hammer into the ground. I warned you that your arrogance would lead to no good. How dare you defame the name of the goddess with your rash actions? Dalian immediately lowered his eyes in fear, apologizing profusely. Outsiders, I apologize on Dalian's behalf, Geovrick declared. Young and smiling, placed a hand on his chest. Then the misunderstanding is settled, he replied, thinking to himself. This is much easier than I first thought. This should be a walk in the park. But in the very next instant, the mercenary realized his fatal error. He stared at Geovrick in shock. For an inferior mercenary to kill 6 soldiers of the kingdom, the sin is severe, the knight stated, his green aura flaring. Let's do the math, he said ominously. The mercenaries instinctively tensed their hands, flying to their weapons. 6 of our people are dead, Geovrick continued, raising his enormous hammer high above his head. That means I must kill 60 of you, he concluded coldly. The scene shifts to a farmhouse, the headquarters of Leon's guild. We see Hari and a group of newly arrived recruits, including her younger brother Suho. This is just some ordinary countryside, one of them thought. There aren't any modern facilities, not even a medical lounge. And why are those people only drinking water? We're here, Hari exclaimed, her voice full of joy. But the new recruits had clearly expected something far grander. Suho's face was a mask of horror. What is this place? He asked. It's the soldier training grounds, Hari replied joyfully, seemingly blind to the carnage around her. Real horror was unfolding here. Trainees were locked in desperate combat, sparing neither themselves nor their opponents. What is this? Suho asked again in shock. Training? The girl repeated, smiling. What kind of training is this? Another recruit wondered. He saw fighters using vicious techniques, moves that were banned everywhere else. They were literally trying to cripple each other. There's a deeper meaning behind this kind of training, Hari said with sparkling eyes. You can all experience. I think His Majesty said the knight's training manual is different. You're all so lucky, she shouted with glee. But Ihek, one of the recruits, wasn't feeling lucky at all. He wanted to escape this nightmare as fast as possible. A calm voice suddenly spoke from right behind him. I see everyone has gathered. Ihek nearly jumped out of his skin. The invited youths turned to face the hero in fear. Only Hari greeted him with a beaming, joyful smile. We have students visiting today, Leon announced to his cadets. Pause your training and take your seats. Instantly, Hari placed a luxurious purple cushion on the ground, inviting His Majesty to sit. The recruits were baffled. Your Majesty? They couldn't believe there were still monarchs on Earth who required such treatment. Harry sat beside Leon like a loyal dog, but he motioned for her to join the recruits. The girl hesitated, but he was firm. You must also prepare for missions. Strive for higher goals. Hari's face lit up with pure bliss. Okay, Your Majesty, she said, walking toward the cadets with an unsteady gait. Well, then let's begin, Leon announced, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I will choose the most talented among you to take in as my disciples, the hero declared. Those who are chosen will be taught by me personally. It's an honor, Hari whispered, poking her brother in the chest. He called out her name, completely confused. You must never ever be rude to His Majesty. Do you understand me? She whispered fiercely, covering her mouth. I'm only telling you this because I'm worried about you. Suho just stared at his sister, completely bewildered. But first, Leon's voice cut in. I want to take a look at your skills. He looked sternly at the potential students. Raise your swords and attack me. He said it so simply. For some reason, tears started streaming down Harry's face. Suho was completely lost. A time limit. Very well, Leon mused. The test will end when the last one of you falls. Chenan gripped his sword, but the others were frozen. I possess the Holy Grail, the hero told them, so do not be afraid of getting hurt. Leon stood calmly in the middle of the training ground, waiting for them. The young warriors, including Harry and Suho, braced for the attack. There are about 40 of you, Leon noted with a smirk. I'll be impressed if a single one of you can even land a hit. Let's go, Hari roared, leading the charge. But the hero's smile turned dangerous. One of the students froze his eyes wide with terror. Leon's fingers were blurring towards him, coiled and ready to strike. A flick. That was all it took. With a thunderous snap, the young man was sent flying through the air. He crashed onto his back, completely dazed. What? I didn't see a thing, He groaned, a massive red welt already blooming on his forehead.
Weapons, draw your weapons now, Leon commanded. Come at me, he challenged, holding up the very fingers that caused the destruction.
The air filled with the sickening thud of impacts and the pained cries of students. We see you now, sporting that same humiliating lump on his forehead. Ice. Suho was down too, a new bump just off-center on his scalp. Beside him lay a whole pile of unconscious students, each decorated with the same mark of defeat. You all have a long way to go, Leon mused. I expected you to be at a knight-errant's level at least. We didn't hold back, right? Suho asked his comrades. Yeah, Ihak grimaced. He gingerly touched at his own throbbing lump. I was shocked at first, but I went all out after that. Even Harry was defeated. He's on another level, she breathed. It felt like fighting a raid boss, and we couldn't even scratch him. Mustering their courage, they drew their blades and charged again. Leon watched their desperate attempt with an amused glint in his eye. His hand shot out, catching one student's blade with his bare fingers. He effortlessly sidestepped another, who stumbled past him off balance. 2 more went down in a blur of motion. But then, descending from above, Hari appeared. Her sword blazed with a power poised for a decisive strike. Her eyes locked onto the hero, her resolve absolute. A massive wave of energy erupted, but with a casual smile, Leon sidestepped, and the mighty blade was now pinned beneath his hand.
Hari screamed in frustration as another warrior Soyeon rushed in to attack. Not bad, Leon commented.
A flicker of true battle spirit ignited in his eyes. It seems you've all recovered. Good, Leon said calmly. I'll continue my explanation. Training a soldier is simple. You just push the body to its absolute limit. That's it. The students sat on the ground listening intently. Their eyes were wide with a mix of awe and exhaustion. But a knight, he continued, is different. Group 1. The ones who endured to the end must reach the level of a kingdom knight. An image of a warrior in full plate armor flashed through their minds.
The rest of you will need to improve by at least 2 levels. Your Majesty, a voice called out. I don't quite understand.
Your standards. It was Soyeon, her hand raised to get his attention. In my kingdom, knights are divided into 5 tiers, Leon explained. First, the knight-errant who has yet to be formally appointed. A vision of a rookie warrior appeared. Next are the kingdom knights who have proven their worth and earned their station. Another more seasoned warrior was shown. Then come the war knights who command entire battalions, and after that, mission knights. They are the ones who wander in search of a god's quest, the hero explained, leaving everything else behind. The image shifted to a lone figure in plain clothes standing stoically in the rain. You must be prepared to wander for decades. I myself embarked on such a journey, Leon revealed. I received and completed a divine quest from the goddess Ariana. A look of pure reverence crossed his face. And so I became a knight of the Grail. Your Majesty, Suho interrupted. Does that mean the Grail Knight is the highest rank? Leon paused for a moment. I suppose there is one more thing to explain. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. The Grail Guardian, he announced. A title bestowed upon only a single Grail Knight. The one who succeeds the king of Lionheart. Leon stood before them, a vision of his royal self radiating power. To seek this title is to challenge my throne. He placed a hand over his heart. And I will without hesitation kill any who try. Remember that. A cold dread washed over the students, realizing he was dead serious. But then he smiled. However, now is the perfect time to challenge me. I'm not nearly as strong as I once was. Right now, I am merely a Grail Knight. Weaker Yuhak thought in utter disbelief. But, Your Majesty, he stammered. Just how strong are the Grail Knights then? Leon considered the question. The power of a Grail Knight. A flashback began. We see a man named Geov Rick facing down a group of hunters. They dared to challenge him and were utterly broken. Hwang Junchol lay defeated on the ground as Geov Rick raised his mighty hammer. It would be difficult for you to even comprehend. Leon finished his thought. The scene shifts. Hwang Yoncha. The girl stared blankly at the ceiling, her head wrapped in bandages. She tried to recall something, anything. Pushing herself up, she found herself on a straw bed. Ugh, my head is splitting, she groaned. Why was I unconscious, she thought, clutching her skull. Damn it, I can't remember a thing. Just then the curtain at the entrance rustled. Yoncha flinched as it was pulled aside. Ah, you're awake, said the girl who had just entered the room. A new voice suddenly asks, Who are you? I'm Hildur Shaman of the Woodling tribe, the girl answers. Looking at Yona, she says, You are a heroine. Yona looks back utterly confused. Yes, Hildur affirms, her gaze steady. You protected us from the kingdom's ruthless soldiers. Just then, the curtain is pulled aside by another person. It is Jamal, the wounded warrior's brother. My sister is alive. This is incredible. He exclaims, overcomes with joy. What are you talking about, you fool? Yona retorts, her head pounding. Hero Hwang Yona. You have returned, Hildur greets her warmly. Yeah, I guess I managed to shake them off, a man replies. Shake them off? Yona asks, clutching her head in pain. I don't remember anything, she confesses. What's the last thing you recall? Her brother asks gently. The huntress struggles, her memories shrouded in fog. I remember the ground being pulverized, the forest, a battlefield covered in haze, and a huntress from the Phoenix Guild holding a grenade. The inscription on it read, Smoke. We were saved, Yona asks, bewildered. So you've lost your memory of the entire day, says Jamal. He stands with his arms folded, his expression grim. But considering what happened, it's understandable. A flashback, a grenade arcs through the air right at Geovric's face.
After that spell failed, we somehow managed to escape, Jamal recounts. The scene shifts to the hunters in a desperate retreat.
They were just infantry, so they had trouble pursuing us, he explains. But that monster, he was completely out of his mind. He was talking about Givric. He chased us without end. The knight's helmet returns its eye sockets burning with a predatory green aura. And it was at that very moment that the woodling tribe came to our rescue, Jamal concludes. You took a direct hit from that monster's hammer. A shiver of pure dread runs down Yona's spine. The terrifying truth dawns on her. She was on the brink of death. Be grateful to my sister, Jamal tells her. For 2 whole days you hovered between life and death. And the highly respected shaman before you is the one who saved you. Hildur smiles warmly at the acknowledgement. 2 days, Yona shouts in disbelief. Where in the world were our own doctors this whole time? For some reason, their healing wouldn't work on you, Jamal replies thoughtfully. Geovric, the Grail Knight. He can curse his enemies, Hildur explains sadly. He prevents their wounds from healing. His power twists recovery and regeneration into their opposites, she says, gently touching her charge's shoulder.
Yona flinches in surprise at the contact. What? Is this? The huntress asks amazed, holding the shoulder the shaman touched.
I imprinted a recovery spell upon you, Hildur clarifies. These markings are what aided your body to heal. We see a figure whose body is covered in magical drawings. Apparently, it's a unique skill of the local tribes, with each marking having a specific effect. Back in the tent, the conversation takes a serious turn. Sister, are you able to stand? Jamal asks. We're having a general meeting. Yona gives him a thoughtful, determined look. It's a war council, and Yangon is also present, having barely escaped Geovric's hammer. A muscular, bearded man with a necklace of teeth begins to speak. For years, the Crown's army has slaughtered and pillaged us, branding us heretics. This is Beldy, the chieftain of the Woodling tribe. They skinned our comrades and executed them in gruesome ways, he continues. The hunters listen with somber faces to his woeful story. We stood our ground, and we resisted. A tear carves a path down Beldy's face. He recalls a terrible fire that consumed the people he held dear. They destroyed 3 of our tribes, he reports. Ultimately, we turned to the gods for help. A slender girl stretches her hands towards the sparkling night sky. As a result, the leader declares, our prayers were answered, you are the heroes. Yangan watches Beldy with a thoughtful expression. That guy was unbelievably strong, Jamal says, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We had 3 S-class hunters, and a 150-person raid team, Yangan's assistant confirms. Geovric has armor that can withstand a blow from a giant bull, Hildur reports, and regenerative abilities that heal even charred flesh. His army gains a similar boon as long as he lives. We see Jovrik standing at the head of his legion. Indeed, Yangan enters the conversation. The only thing that worked on him was Yona's V-brace. Well, yes, says Yona. This weapon is designed to penetrate armor. Maybe we should continue to use something armor-piercing, Hildur asks, trying to understand the strategy. Basically, it's something that breaks through their defense, Yona tries to explain.
Our tribe's molar marking might have a similar effect, the shaman tells the huntress. An information window appears.
Mazer's molar markings. 35% increased armor penetration and a 20% increase in strength and endurance. This is amazing, Yangan exclaims with excitement. With this, we might just stand a chance against that beast. It seems the preparations are complete, Beldy declares, his expression grim. Heroes, please save us, he begs. The hunters he spoke to can only offer a somber gaze. We'll do everything in our power, the leader vows. A white horse lets out a powerful neigh. Whoa, a real horse, someone exclaims in awe. June Ranch, Jeju Island, Leon's potential. Students gather by a fence watching horses graze peacefully. After grueling tests and basic training the academy cadets, Leon brought his cadets to a sprawling ranch on Jeju Island. This is my first time seeing a live horse, Kim Yak exclaimed, buzzing with excitement. Your Majesty, you've arrived. A voice called from behind, causing Leon to turn. You have some magnificent horses here, he remarked, recognizing the man who had greeted him. Thank you for accommodating us on such short notice. You must have heard. I'm in the market for a war horse. Oh, what an incredible honor, the old man replied enthusiastically. Our breeding stock is truly top-notch, boasting lineages from the most renowned racehorses. A steed is only as great as its sire. the hero stated with a smile, placing a hand on the old man's shoulder. I'll be taking a very close look. Then, turning to Suho, and Ikleon's expression hardened. The young warriors flinched at the sudden shift in his tone. For a knight, the hero explained, a horse is a lifelong partner. He gestured to the majestic animals grazing nearby. It's vital that you forge a bond and move as one single entity. Seeing Leon's sincere gaze, the young cadets felt a surge of inspiration. Now approach a horse that calls to you, connect with it, and then you will ride. With the hero's command, the cadets eagerly dashed past the fence. I'm counting on your expertise today, Leon said to the old breeder. I will give it my absolute all, he replied with a bow. Oh my, there are so many horses, a familiar voice chimed in. It was Beatrice, looking as gorgeous as ever. Behind her, Hari dutifully held an umbrella over the queen's head. My queen, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, Leon said, approaching Beatrice to kiss her hand. Your Majesty personally invited me, she replied with a gentle smile. How could I possibly refuse? May I have the honor of assisting a noble lady such as yourself? The hero asked politely. With pleasure, Beatrice answered. Standing just a few steps away, Harry watched the queen with a flicker of envy. She remained silent, but a sting of disappointment washed over her. In the center of the ranch, 3 horses stood before them, one peacefully nibbling on grass. Leon and Beatrice both agreed it was a fine-looking animal, perhaps even a great one. Would you care for a ride? Leon asked with a charming smile. Of course, Beatrice answered. Will your Majesty recommend a horse for me? How about that black stallion? Leon suggested, pointing to the magnificent creature. The hero then turned to Harry. You should choose a horse as well. The girl looked up, surprised by the command. Her eyes scanned the field of grazing animals. She seemed drawn to a beautiful white horse, but Leon pointed to another. That yellow one. It's strong and well-muscled. Yes, sir, Harry replied obediently. As she took a closer look, she had to admit the horse had a certain charm. But then Leon noticed something. Step aside, woman, he said sharply, pushing past her without a second thought. Hari stumbled back as the hero offered his hand to someone else. Allow me to assist you, my lady, he said to Beatrice, helping her mount the horse. How cruel, Hari thought, her heart sinking as she watched the scene unfold. Beatrice now sat gracefully atop a bay horse held steady by Leon himself. Hari stood forlornly beside the yellow steed. Suddenly, a voice shouted Leon's name, and he whirled around. A young man, completely out of breath, was sprinting towards him. What's so urgent, the hero demanded, that you had to risk spooking the horses? The man gasped for air. A mobile phone screen lit up, displaying an emergency alert from Kanghak. Sir, the young man panted, the association president is on the line. It's an urgent matter. I see. Put him through, the hero commanded. Greetings, your majesty, a voice crackled from the device. I trust you are well. This is Kanghak. What happened? Asked Leon, his face appearing on a massive screen in the association's headquarters. Your majesty, I must ask for your assistance. Kanghak said, his expression grim. It appears a dungeon break is imminent. Helping is not my responsibility, Leon replied with cold indifference. I'm not here to clean up your messes. I understand that, Kanghak conceded. I am only calling because I believe this particular case might capture your interest. The goddess of life and abundance, he revealed. Leon's eyes widened in shock. A man claiming to be her knight is also the portal's main boss. The scene flashed to a chamber pulsing with green energy, where a man named Geo Rick stood sword in hand. Before them lay a bizarre, blood-red field, crackling with raw power. From a newly opened portal, Leon and his companions emerged. Hari, who was with them, stared in horror at the scene before her. What cruelty? She whispered, gazing upon dozens of poles where corpses had been impaled. Crows circled overhead, a common sight for Leon and Beatrice. But the gruesome spectacle was too much for the younger warriors. One of them scrambled off his horse and began to vomit. Leon's gaze fell on someone on the ground. Is that him? The hero asked. Yes, replied Association President Kanghak. He's one of the few survivors from this gate. They were standing over a young man clearly broken from the battle. We've sedated him for now, Kanghak explained. If you'll just wait a moment. That won't be necessary, Leon cut him off. Beatrice stepped forward, sensing her moment. Is it time for me to intervene? She finally asked. Leon turned to her. I'll leave it to you, he said to the queen. The girl extended her hand, and a brilliant white energy began to radiate from her palm. Beatrice was preparing to unleash her sacred aura upon the wounded man. A man wrapped in bandages lies motionless. There's nothing to it, Leon assures her. Just create a new space, inside his dreams. A powerful purple aura ignites around Beatrice. For the creator of this world, trapped in endless cycles. That was without a doubt you, my hero. The bed under the wounded man erupts in a blinding light. Beatrice closes her eyes, bowing her head. A knight with a warhammer. The queen recounts what she witnessed within the man's memories. He claims to be a knight blessed by the goddess of life and fertility herself. Her words take Leon by surprise. Can you find out this knight's name? He asks. Beatrice delves back into the man's mind. Geo of Rick, she answers. It seems he was called the majestic Geo of Rick. Leon stares ahead, his mind racing. Leon and Beatrice ride their
horses through a desolate town. A long time has passed since the execution grounds were erected.
Do you think they were hunters? The queen asks. From the looks of it, I doubt it, the hero replies grimly. After executing, they're scorched. Earth tactics, they slaughtered everyone. Before them lies a scene of utter ruin. Their goal wasn't just to win. It was to erase every last seed from this land, Leon explains. You seem to know a great deal about this, Beatrice remarks. I did the same when I exterminated the orcs. Leon admits, his eyes cast downward. They finished their work here long ago, the hero observes, surveying the devastation. The young knights with him
stare at their commander with awestruck eyes. If we follow the trail of destruction, we'll find our answers, Leon concludes. Against a backdrop of a city engulfed in flames, their horses gallop onward, riders moving with purpose through the ashes. Your Majesty, Beatrice calls out to the hero. Yes, speak, he allows. You seem to be in an incredible hurry, the queen notes. We've been separated from the squad, and even Sir Yeppy. What is it? What's happening? It seems I've been inconsiderate, the hero answers. As I said, half-baked skills are a liability. Leon gallops far ahead of his squad, the other riders struggling to keep pace. It's because a Grail Knight is here, Leon declares. Are you referring to Sir G of Rick? Beatrice asks. Before them are Demra and G of Rick. Demra's beloved. Sir G of Rick was a Grail Knight 3 generations before me, Leon explains. His martial arts were the foundation for my entire generation. 800 years ago. Leon's story continues. Sir G of Rick was said to have ascended to heaven while hunting a savage tribe. Ascended to heaven, Hari dazedly imagines the knight, blasting into the sky like a superhero. It's a poetic way of saying he died, Suho explains to her. We see a grand white palace in the clouds. But Sir G of Rick never went to heaven, Leon states coldly. A Grail Knight is a saint who basks in God's love. But his soul was not accepted. How is that even possible? Asks Beatrice, riding beside the hero. I even traced the energy of his sacred items, but I couldn't find him or his troops anywhere. Leon replies, his gaze sharp. I have 3 theories, he continues. First, Sir G of Rick may still be alive. Eek and So also listen intently. Second, the hero goes on, his soul could have become lost. And finally, Leon's expression darkens. There's no need to say it, Beatrice pleads. He crossed over to the other side. The hero finishes his thought. Jets of golden energy erupt around his form. This is a matter involving a Grail Knight of immense power, Leon announces. If a battle breaks out, it will not be on the mortal plane. Determination burns in his eyes. Whatever the truth is, the hero declares, as we raid this gate, we will get to the bottom of it all. The hunters arrive before another set of posts, with yet more corpses tied to them. They're doing this on purpose. So we'll see it and feel fear, Hari says, trembling. Leon and Beatrice approach the pillars, their eyes fixed on the dead. What an atrocity! Leon snarls, his voice thick with fury. This is absolutely unforgivable. Whoever did this must be annihilated. Hari stares at her commander in awe. His Majesty is truly outraged by such evil, she thinks. He might be a bit strange, but his heart is righteous. All of you, listen to me carefully, Leon commands. Yes, sir, Hari shouts, stepping forward. Whatever happens from now on, just follow my lead. The hero orders. Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your own mind. Is that clear? The young knights shout their unified reply. They understand their commander and will follow only him. Good, Leon says. Now we hurry. I believe they are already close. We see another settlement being ravaged by heavily armed knights. It is a painful, heartbreaking sight. One of the attacking soldiers laughs with a crazed look in his eyes. Kill them all, he roars. Spare no one, he screams to the heavens. Leon's squad finally approaches the burning village. Your Majesty, this is a village, Hari shouts in horror. They're murdering the villagers. Leon's eyes blaze as he stares at the inferno. He can hear the screams of the dying as knights in dark helmets cut down defenseless people without a soul. A terrifying rage contorts Leon's face. Damned scum, he screams. Creatures, friendly forces in danger, butcher them. The hero is the first to charge the village. Hari screams his name, but he's lost in a blind rage, unable to bear the sight of this slaughter. He gallops far ahead of the squad, and Iwa shouts to her comrades that Leon is moving too fast for anyone to follow. This is the fury he unleashes, the same rage he showed against the orcs.
An indescribable wrath burns on Leon's face as his eyes and sword erupt with golden energy. Wait a minute, Hari thinks to herself. Orcs, Leon surges forward, holy spear aimed his face, a mask of pure madness. This can't be right, Harry realizes in terror. A battle rages before the burning village. Knights in full plate armor are crushing villagers whose gear is pathetically outmatched. The bald chieftain leading, the villagers hears a thunderous sound and turns. He stares in disbelief as Leon bears down on him at impossible speed, riding a magnificent white steed. Glory to Lionheart! The hero screams in fury. The very air tears apart with streaks of golden light. Hari is desperate trying to call out to him, but Leon only roars, I will kill all my enemies. But with dawning horror, Hari realizes he's charging in the wrong direction. A blinding flash of yellow energy explodes as Leon's weapon finds its mark. Hari stares, unable to believe her eyes, trying to scream out. To his majesty, the hero's spear has just pierced an unarmed man. You are nothing but insects, Leon bellows with contempt. I refuse to even listen to you. He raises his spear and strikes again. Next prey! The hero screams that same crazed look, twisting his features. Forward, stallion! What is happening? A stunned Hari shouts. Has he truly gone mad? The girl can't process what she's seeing, tears streaming down her face. This is impossible. He's fighting for the soldiers, she thinks in despair. Leon, mounted high, continues his brutal slaughter of the villagers. This is all wrong, Hari, says her voice filled with outrage. I have to stop him? But just then, she notices something strange. Beatrice is watching her, with perfect calm. The queen gestures through the air, leaving a trail of purple light. Miss Harry, wait, she says. Believe in his majesty. There is always a reason for his actions. You think so? Harry asks, her gaze fixed on the queen's finger, where a small, beautiful star glows. Meanwhile, Leon continues to cut down villagers, laughing like a maniac. He impales the unfortunate souls on his spear, cackling as he counts his kills. Are you sure he's not just driven by resentment? Harry asks Beatrice, still reeling from the shock. He does get a bit excited, the queen replies with a mysterious smile. It seems we have no choice, says Ye-un, who is also clearly disturbed by the scene unfolding before them. We wouldn't be able to stop him anyway, Sohan adds. But Hari still can't accept it. To her, Leon looks like a truly insane villain. The reason they didn't intervene despite the cruelty wasn't because they lacked a sense of justice. It's because those people are fakes. Suho thinks, though the carnage is still hard to watch, the non-player characters inside a gate are all artificial beings created from memories of the past. Only a very few are actual survivors. The monsters and people within these gates are nothing more than echoes, remnants of a tragedy that once occurred. Leon continues to annihilate the artificial villagers. Therefore, whether they are massacred or executed, it's not considered a sin. Yu looks on in horror at the unfolding scene. He seems truly furious with them, he thinks. I will kill every last one of you, screams a completely unhinged Leon. Die in misery and pain. The streets of the burning village are now littered with the bodies of those slain by the hero. The very knights who started this massacre in the first place now appear before us. They cautiously approach Leon's party. The knights remove their helmets, their faces grim as they look at the man who finished their work for them. A red-haired young man at the front drops to one knee as a sign of respect, and his comrades immediately follow his lead. I greet the Grail Knight, the living saint, the Red Knight says with reverence. Stand, Leon commands. His madness is gone, replaced by a cold authority. We are still on a battlefield. I am Tuscott Wendell, brother of Lord Wendell, and says the Red Knight, and I am affiliated with the Labine Dawn Knights. Velik, Leon says, his mind racing. That's the city near Linnell. Your brother is its lord. I was the only one whose talent as a knight was acknowledged. Tuscott answers, It seems you have yet to embark on your pilgrimage, Leon observes thoughtfully. Yes, I was about to begin, the red-haired knight admits, standing tall before the hero. I see, Leon says, but his inner thoughts are a different story. He has no memory of a Tuscott of Velik. If he had become a Grail Knight, they would have certainly met back in paradise in the palace that flashes through his mind. This can only mean Tuscott either failed his mission or died during the raid. Leon gazes intently at the knights before him. I don't recognize a single face, he thinks. It seems these dutiful knights were never able to carve their names into history. I am Leon Draconia Lionheart. The hero introduces himself. Tuscott looks up at him. With all due respect, he announces, I am the Lord of Dragonia, and the wielder of the Lionheart chosen by the Goddess of Light, and Justice Ariana. The hero is enveloped in his signature brilliant aura. Tuscata and his comrades stare at Leon, utterly stunned. You are shrouded in a glorious holy light, says Lord Velik's brother. Am I supposed to take this as some kind of jest? A joke? Leon turns from the Red Knight, his displeasure clear. What kind of knight would dare impersonate the King of the Lion?
Heart and me.
He questions sharply. Harry's eyes widen in surprise as she watches them. I see, she realizes. In their time, the king
Of the Lionheart must have been someone else. Yet in that very moment, Tescata declares his faith. I will believe you. Hari is completely bewildered by this sudden trust. Leon fixes the knights with a stern gaze. My information states
that you came here to raid the barbarians. Is that correct? He demands. Tescata replies, Your Majesty's information is entirely accurate.
And am I also correct, Leon continues, in saying that the War Knight here, a familiar ominous light begins to glow in his eyes.
Is the Grail Knight of Life and Fertility Sergio Rick? Tescata, slightly taken aback, confirms again. Everything is as you say. Beatrice looks at Leon with sorrow in her eyes. I must meet him. Immediately, the hero commands. Tescata, where is he? The knights flinch, looking fearful. This group, they're hunting for the remnants, he thinks, above the tense conversation. Crows peck at the skull of a crucified barbarian. Considering the flayed skin, the hero muses grimly. The horrors taking place in this land. At last, Leon gets his answer. Sergio Rick is currently marching to battle. The barbarians, reports the knight beside Tescata. He will soon slaughter every last one of those filthy savages. I see, thank you, Leon replies. His calm seemingly restored. The Grail Knight Rick will meet his end in this war. Before them lies a military camp. Tents are fortified behind a high wooden palisade. It's clear they've prepared for a siege, fortifying their position as best they could. There are even watchtowers manned by sentries with spears. And here are the hunters who entered the portal to stand against Geo Rick. What a formidable army. They're all here, Gemchiel says, his tone predatory. The enemy commander is here himself. Before them, a knight sits astride a winged horse. This is the man they've been looking for. A line of knights stands ready armed with spears and shields. Are you sure this is a red portal? Yona asks darkly, as she cracks her knuckles ready for a fight. To me, this feels more like a black one. We can handle it if we give it our all, says Hai. From the Phoenix Guild. All the tribes in this region have united against us because we systematically attacked every single one. We see barbarians poised to defend their homes and families. But there are still far more of us than them, Yuri declares. And one more thing, she thinks, glancing at the glowing mark on her hand. A status window materializes, detailing its power.
Mazer's Muller marking has been engraved. Defense penetration increased by 35%. Stamina and concentration have increased
by 20%. White Tiger Tribe's seal has been engraved. Trait pace has been imbued. Agility increased by 15%.
Iron Bear's first skin seal has been engraved. Trait monstrous strength has been imbued. You now possess sturdy skin.
Black Eagle's claw seal has been engraved. Reduces enemy resistance by 30%. It has. Trait air resistance has been imbued. Yuri continues to examine the seal on her hand. This is a blessing you receive for worshipping the beast gods. The gods these tribes pray to. The hunters stand ready for battle, brimming with confidence. This should be doable, Yuri thinks with conviction. Geo Rick gazes down at his opponents. They look like the mercenaries who fled the last battle. He sneers. They may be weak, but I let them escape out of mercy. What are you doing here? Geo Rick demands of the hunters. From atop his winged steed. What are we doing here? Yangan fires back with a smirk. We're preparing to take you down, of course. The guild leader draws his bow. The condition to close this portal is to defeat Geo Rick, he thinks. So it has to be done, one way or another. The knight glares at his foe through the slit of his helmet. I will give you
one final chance, he declares. Lay down your weapons and leave this place. You bear no great sin. Yangan stares back.
At Geo Rick, unflinching. Sin, you say? You're in no position to speak of sin, he retorts. You flay people alive.
And execute them. You spare no one, not the elderly, not even children? Is that what you call justice? Before them stand pillars displaying the executed.
Barbarians! Geo Rick's face contorts with absolute fury. He hefts his colossal hammer over his head. I, Geo Rick, he roars. Have nothing to be blamed for, and nothing to be ashamed of. It seems this monster truly believes his own twisted words.
My every action is justice, he roars. A brilliant green aura explodes from both him and his weapon. You have
crossed the line. Geo Rick screams, now receive divine punishment. Hildur summons a warrior, her excitement palpable. A nearby ally urges them to cast a protective spell. This power Geo Rick wields is a double-edged sword, one that cannot be used lightly. If we can just block this one attack, he yells. And then we see it, the terror that has gripped the defenders of the camp. high above the very sky, rips open birthing, a swirling vortex of emerald energy, as a hand raises its sword toward the heavens. For those who swore an oath to protect the kingdom and left their fates in the hands of the gods, that unshakable faith is now being focused into a single point. We see 3 knights, their blades already raised high. One of them roars a fiery prayer. We, the knights of the kingdom who obey the honorable Grail Knights, we offer our power to erase all evil from this land. Directly beneath this celestial storm, we find Georic, mounted on a winged horse, his face twisted in religious bliss, before the glory of his gods. He screams like a madman. Witness the moment a miracle is made manifest. And in that instant, the heavens fell. A pillar of pure green light crashed into the earth. A deafening explosion shakes the very ground the knight on his winged horse caught in its powerful aftershock. Once again, our eyes are drawn to Georic sitting atop his steed.
Power is only given to those chosen by the gods, to knights who have ascended to become saints, blessed by the goddess of light and justice.
The knight's eyes glow with an emerald fire looking down upon his enemies as he delivers their divine punishment.
Before us lies a massive crater in the earth, its edges still smoking. Yangan stares into the abyss, unable to believe his own eyes.
A divine law wielded by a holy order. Its effect changes depending on the god the Grail Knight serves. And for a Grail Knight of life and fertility, it brings utter annihilation to the land. This can't be happening, Yangan exclaims, stumbling back from the edge.
What the hell was that? A shocked Soyeon screams. Beside her, Yuri is frozen in disbelief. That single attack, Gemcall murmurs, evaporated 3,000 tribal warriors.
I suppose it's a good thing we weren't its target. The chasm is impossibly vast. It's a miracle the hunters weren't swallowed by it. Damn it, is he even human? The survivors can only gaze at Georic soaring above them. It seems we have no chance against him. The knight calls upon his goddess, placing his hammer's pommel on his helmet, as streams of green energy swirl around him. Please protect us on whatever earth we step upon, he prays. Please be the foundation we can stand on and carry us forward. Even his enemies, including Hildur, are captivated by his prayer.
For those who have strayed onto the wrong path, please give them a chance for purification.
Georic's eyes burn with zealous rage, becoming completely unhinged. Die, you filthy pagans, he shouts. Yangan glares back at his enemy with both fear and hatred. Seeing the knights begin their charge, he bellows his commands. Main dealers hold them back. Meet them head on. Surround them. We still have the upper hand in terms of numbers. However, the knights are completely unfazed by their numerical disadvantage. They advance with chilling confidence. Horsemen lower their massive spears, crashing into the barbarian foot soldiers. But then, Georic spots something unexpected right beside him. Within a heartbeat, he's forced to block a crushing axe blow from one of the hunters.
Sparks erupt from the shield. You're too strong for an ordinary mercenary, Georic says. Is it because of that pagan design etched upon you?
He asks as the hunter realizes his strike was completely neutralized.
The hunters had overlooked one critical thing.
A look of despair flashes across the hunter's face. They might not have walked the honorable path in their quest for the gods. The hunter's axe has already lost its power. The knight shoves him back with ease. His blade gleams, describing a brilliant blue arc in the air under the watchtower. But they were still honorable heroes who had traveled across the entire continent, all in an attempt to prove themselves worthy. We see a warrior sword on his back, walking under the scorching desert sun. Against such garbage, the knight sneers, covering one of his helmet's slits with a gauntlet. Dismount your horses, get into formation. The orders come from a young warrior with blonde hair. In his right hand, he holds his helmet, in his left, a shield. This is a true knight of the kingdom. Now, this man stands beside his horse, preparing to face the same barbarians that Georic and his army had just exterminated moments earlier. For decades, they have wielded their swords. A knight who could take pride in his experience has likely survived around 100 years of battle. The knights of the kingdom line up in perfect formation. These are the warriors who massacred the green-skinned beasts, purged the sickening heathens, and stopped invasions from outside forces. It looks like the kingdom's young knight is ready to charge into battle. They had plenty of experience fighting against beasts who were overwhelmingly strong. Glory to the Pantheon, the blonde knight furiously shouts. This is insane, Yangan curses involuntarily. The soldiers from his rear are coming this way too, says Gemcall. We're going to get completely wrecked. I know, Yangan answers him. If we intend to escape, then this is our last chance, Gemcall suggests. What are you about to run away? Yona asks him indignantly. We can't even do anything about a group of knights, let alone the field boss, her brother answers. Just us isn't going to cut it. But then Yangan comes up with an idea. If only it were possible to get support from other guilds.
Top 10, he mused. But a chilling realization hit him first. A dungeon breach was imminent. We see Sir Geo of Rock standing firm with a colossal shield.
He was guarding the portal's exit. There's a cleaner way to handle this, a voice rumbled. It was Gemcall, a massive hammer resting on his shoulder. What are you talking about? Yangan demanded. Arana, the goddess of light and justice. Demra, the goddess of life and fertility. Have those names ever reached your ears? Gemcall pressed. No, I'm not exactly the religious type, Yangan admitted.
How could a portal be tied to religion? The king of the Lionheart, Gemcall stated plainly. You've never seen his YouTube channel.
The name jolted Yangan's memory. The Pantheon TV page flashed in his mind. It seems our so-called king is from the realm beyond this portal. Exactly where we are now, Gemcall confirmed. I knew something was off. All their talk about gods, knights, and whatnot. If their king of knights hails from here, Yangan thought, then retreating is our only sane option. Just then, a voice cried out his name. Yangan! It was Hildur. The guildmaster turned, acknowledging her. You're leaving? She asked, pure horror filling her eyes. You're really abandoning us. We're going to get help, Yangan insisted. He couldn't meet her gaze. For now, we have to fall back. He finally forced himself to look her in the eye. What's the point of talking to an NPC? He thought bitterly. At his words, Hildur collapsed to her knees, completely spent, defeated. She knew this was the end for her people. Tell all guild members, we are retreating, the hunter's voice echoed. We have to get out of this portal now. The shaman clasped his hands in prayer. He whispered a solemn truth. So the monsters will not be vanquished. Not this time either. Yangan's gaze fell on the broken girl. Miss Hildur, he began. She bit her knuckles, trembling. You were never able to close this portal.
Her face twisted with such rage she was unrecognizable. The sweet girl from moments before was gone.
You are disgusting creatures, she shrieked, her voice raw with fury. What's wrong with you? Yangan yelled, trying to snap her out of it. It seems I must resort to an expedient measure. Hildur hissed, her voice deathly cold. Even though he will be displeased. She began to transform her fingers, weaving a strange sign. This is all your fault, she screamed. You weren't strong enough. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a sickening pink aura erupted around her. The Royal Knight Commander watched his face paling. That's dark magic, he roared in terror. Nearby, one of his soldiers' eyes rolled back, his jaw unhinging. A geyser of blood erupted from his throat. His eyes bulged, ready to burst from their sockets. The great beast god is bestowing his blessings upon them. The barbarian elders roared with glee, their fists clenched. Soon we too shall receive his gift. Before them, monstrous beasts appeared, their eyes burning with malice. Behind them, a pillar of vile pink energy tore through the sky. What have you done? Yangan bellowed, enraged and confused. But Hildur had regained her composure. She stood calmly amidst her allies, writhing in agony. Resisting my magic is futile, she assured them. This marking is still new, she explained. But that is only a matter of time. A look of pure manic joy spread across her face. Yangan fought desperately against the influence, grinding his teeth against the immense pressure. Hildur clapped her hands together. Now, my darlings, she cooed. Kill every last knight. We must begin anew. The hunters, now little more than mindless puppets, surged forward to attack their former allies. Hildur's insane laughter echoed through the chaos. We've been to so many worlds, yet none could slay them. The wave of possessed hunters crashed against Jovruk. He swung his hammer, sending barbarians flying, but something felt terribly wrong. The knight braced his shield against another blow, barely withstanding the impact. The sheer force was unnatural. These bastards, Jovruk growled, realizing the true threat. Their strength is immense. They might actually win this. You've accepted the heathen's marking. He bellowed at Gemcall, whose eyes were now vacant voids. A feral growl escaped Gem's lips. He looked ready to tear the knight limb from limb. Their skin. Where the marking is, the knight roared. That's their weak point. But Gemcall was already attacking, swinging his massive hammer. The very ground warped under the pressure of that potent pink energy. Sohn and Yansha, a crazed light in their eyes, charged straight for Jovruk. He tried to retreat, but there was no escape. Yona struck with a devastating fist, and the knight, along with his heavy armor, was sent flying dozens of meters away. He soared through the air, the local god's pink energy overwhelming him. His own green aura had vanished. Somewhere above, a massive explosion ripped through the sky. Yangan's face was a mask of pure fury, ready to rip the knights apart with his bare hands. Jovruk was forced onto the defensive. His strained posture told the whole story. He was barely holding on. He cursed the hunters, calling them pathetic parasites, but knew deep down that the situation was dire. Looking at the advancing horde, a grim resolve formed. He had to send his remaining allies back to the kingdom, even if it cost him his own life. He slammed the handle of his hammer into the ground. From that spot, a brilliant green energy began to spread, a plague not seen in ages. Come to me, you pathetic creatures, he roars, and the hunters obey. They don't need to be told twice, throwing themselves at him. Glory of Lionheart echoes across the chaos. A brilliant beam of golden energy slams into the ground. Jovruk stares in utter shock. Who are you? He demands as Leon appears from thin air. He stands, massive spear in hand. Turning to Jovrik, the hero declares he is the king of Lionheart Draconia. Lionheart. The scene shifts to Beatrice soaring on a winged steed. A system window flashes. King's reigns. The majesty of Lionheart's authority can tame the wildest beast and awaken ancient bloodlines. Leon slams his spear into the earth, cracks spiderweb from the impact point. Just leave the reins to me and join the fight, the queen declares. This is exactly what I'd expect from his majesty. Sir Stallion, was it thank you for letting me guide you? She says to the winged horse. 5 minutes. Earlier? They're like rats, Leon shouts in fury as his horsemen charge across the plains. No matter how many we cut down. Their numbers just keep swelling. The hero fumes. But to skin even the small children, that's just too cruel, Hari cries out riding behind Leon. The kingdom and its knights are not fools, he snaps back. They're skinned for the markings. The girl looks horrified. It's a symbol of their loyalty to the animal god. Leon explains, a cold fire glinting in his eyes. They receive the marking. And when they draw on its power, their very souls begin to fade. Hari imagines a terrifying, shadowy beast. That's no different from a demon, she whispers. Leon's rage is palpable. Remember this, he growls. Your pacifism and naive ideas about human rights. They mean nothing in this merciless war. Hari and the others from her world look on stunned. We need truth and absolute justice, he bellows with a fanatical glare. The view returns to Beatrice, on her Pegasus. Then I too must fulfill my duty. She vows, spotting strange winged creatures on the horizon. She extends a hand, fingers spread wide. Her targets are revealed. Monstrous eagles, each now trapped within a glowing blue sigil. Stay back, the queen commands, her power flaring. Leon, Jovrik calls out. The hero turns, his mind racing. The enemy's markings are still active despite the Holy Grail's presence, he thinks. This means something is wrong with Sir Juvrik's divine law. Leon stands before him, spear ready. Grail Knight of Demra. He begins, his voice firm. We must overcome this trial first. Jivrik looks at him with newfound respect. I agree, he says. But why? Leon looks to the distance. First, we sever the connection between those fools, he replies, referring to the hunters still, mindlessly charging under Hilder's control. He holds out his hand, and a small golden orb of light appears, above his palm. I am the king of Lionheart, Leon declares. And I have come to lead you all to paradise. Jovrik's eyes go wide with disbelief. How is the Holy Grail here? The knight cries out in astonishment. The glowing vessel materializes in Leon's grasp. Great divine law, the hero chants, unleashing waves of energy. Diamond light. The Holy Grail erupts with blinding rays, bleaching all color from the world. A powerful flash engulfs the battlefield. Javrik shields his face, unable to comprehend the sight before him. As the light finally fades, Leon stands tall, the sacred vessel in his hand. Wounded knights find themselves made whole. Miraculously, one even regrows a severed hand. The sinister pink energy is purged, fleeing from the hunters' bodies. Yancha collapsed on the ground, groans in agony as the influence breaks. This is a true divine miracle, Jovrik thinks, staring at Leon in awe. How could I have been so blind to this? The knight looks to the heavens. Divine power, he whispers. A voice echoes from above. My child, my lost knight. Jovrik knows that voice. Lady Demra, he calls out. The goddess herself appears, bending over him with her hands clasped. Her immense white wings fill his vision. Go, aid the king of knights, she commands. Beneath Geovrik's heavy helmet, his eyes burn with renewed purpose. I have no more questions, no more doubts, he proclaims. I will carry out your orders. Rising to his feet, he declares, only obedience remains. Leon glances back at Geovrik's towering shield. I'm glad we stand on the same battlefield, Sir Geovrik, he says with a slight smile. I shall fight, alongside you, guardian of the Holy Grail. The knight answers, his voice booming. Leon hums, looking pleased. But across from them, Hilder seethes with pure rage. Behind her, a grotesque pink mass churns and writhes, monstrous heads protruding from its surface. All the dead beasts are gathering into a single host, she snarls. Damn it, a half-blood Grail Knight. An enemy with a bound soul is trouble enough. But what is that, she wonders. We see the menacing grin of a monstrous bear. Oh, great Iron Bear, the girl calls out. I offer these slaves as a sacrifice to you. The beast lets out a furious, earth-shaking growl. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, it bellows in pure rage. Lionheart, I will devour you! And it's not alone. A horde of enraged bears stand with him. Their fury is a tangible force. I shall open a path for you, Beatrice says with a confident smile. We see the wing of her magnificent steed, and then its full form carrying the blonde horsewoman. High above, a violet sigil burns into the sky, crackling with raw energy.
A vortex of power swirls from its center. Far below, a smiling Leon stands ready. Something bright as a new star ignites in the heavens.
A system alert flashes into view. Great prophecy eye of death. Beatrice extends her hand towards the enemy army.
From that false star, a devastating violet beam lances downward. It strikes the earth with cataclysmic force.
Right in the heart of the enemy ranks. The massive bear recoils, covering its nose with a clawed paw. Lionheart, it growls. You again. The beast is gargantuan, but before it lies a furrow in the earth of equally epic proportions. We see Leon's signature boots step into view. Listen, my brothers and sisters, he calls out. The hero closes his eyes for a moment, and with a familiar flourish draws his blade from a subspace rift. Glorious knights and loyal soldiers. His expression shifts, a righteous fury burning in his eyes. It is time to punish these vile pagans. The scene shifts to the forest. Hildur is running for her life, breathing heavily. A magical sigil glows on her forehead. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. She screams curses at the monsters, and at the Grail Knight who ruined her plans. The shaman replays the moment Leon's spear finished the bear, the beast she had put all her faith in. That halfling Georic was one thing, she thinks. But where did this Lionheart king come from? And that witch? Where are you rushing off to? A voice suddenly asks. She freezes in her tracks. Hildur looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief at the person who called out to her. We see a hand holding a massive glowing purple gemstone. I believe they call this a monostone, the owner of the hand asks.
I've heard it's a new resource, brimming with concentrated mana. It's Queen Beatrice, as beautiful and commanding as ever.
She stands before Hildur, a picture of elegance. These stones are found in portal raids, she says. But the yield from this gate was unusual. The numbers are off the charts, as if hundreds of thousands, no millions of monsters were slaughtered here. So what? Hildur spits back furiously. Beatrice gazes at the stone, captivated. This gate is in a time loop, she muses. Just like I was. You don't appear to be a demon, but your actions certainly are. Hildur glares at the queen, a dawning horror on her face.
Beatrice smiles. I have so many questions for you. She begins to advance slowly on the shaman.
Could she possibly know that I'm not an NPC? Hildur thinks, panicking. The queen closes the distance, looking her directly in the eyes. It's not a power I particularly like, she says softly, but I hate to let such potential go to waste. Is this seduction? Hildur wonders. She feels an unnatural pull, a force she can't resist. Master? She whispers involuntarily. Beatrice's smile widens. That's right. You disappoint us? Again. A deep voice booms from above. Hildur spins around, confused. High in the air, images of demons with glowing eyes begin to form. Have you already forgotten your true master? The voice echoes. She looks up, muttering incoherently in pure shock. A deep blush spreads across her face as she turns from Beatrice, her eyes now burning with hatred and rage. The queen, however, simply smiles. She places a gentle hand on Hildur's shoulder. Your slave is now my slave. She pulls Hildur into a tender embrace. So what will you do now? Beatrice taunts the voice above. You wicked breed of pleasure, the god roars. It's clear he's losing his grip on Hildur, his loyal servant. The image in the sky warps into a truly menacing form. I will devour you! It bellows, cracks spiderweb across the ground as Beatrice holds Hildur tight. No! The shaman screams, struggling. The queen finally releases her. Hildur looks to the sky in terror. The gods! They will descend. This portal is the beast gods' territory. I know it's not their true forms, but if all the remaining beast gods descend, this entire gate will... This is very bad, Beatrice says grimly, understanding the catastrophic implications. The earth is fractured, still pulsing with raw magical energy. The hunters, now freed from the beast god's control, are receiving aid. Leon is speaking with Georic. The 11th king of Lionheart. He spoke of you often. You met him, the knight asks, stunned. Yes, Leon clarifies. In the paradise of the gods. Georic stares at him, utterly speechless. Hari joins the conversation. Do you remember anything? She asks the knight, who falls deep into thought.
After a tense moment, he claims to remember nothing. Our only mission, he declares, is to annihilate the barbarians.
A young woman turns to Leon. Your Majesty, she pleads. They deserve to know the truth. The hero simply tells her to speak. With a single tear tracing her cheek, she lowers her eyes and presses a fist to her heart. You and all the other knights, Hari reports, can never leave this portal. The men she addresses stare back, their faces filled with worry. You are all just characters, she reveals, bound to the confines of this gate.
Commander of this detachment, she states, to close this gate, we must take you down Sir Javik.
The knight lowers his head, a strange rumbling sound escaping his helm. Hari stares bewildered as he actually begins to laugh, unable to stop. Your Majesty, he roars, slamming his hammer's hilt into the ground. He strikes his own chest with a gauntlet to stifle the laughter. It seems that for a very, very long time, I have never once known defeat. Leon smiles.
Closing his eyes, he replies, I see. If you had lost, you never would have met me. But then, something tears through the sky above.
Everyone gathered looks up in pure shock. A monstrous roar echoes from the heavens. I will chew you to pieces, seize and spit you out.
Terrifying, monstrous shapes materialize in the clouds, the presence of the region's animal god. It has begun, Leon says grimly.
Is there any way to prevent the Incarnation's descent? He turns his gaze, falling upon a single figure. It's Hilder, bound by the energy flowing from Beatrice's graceful finger. The shaman just cackles manically. You should expect no such miracle. This gate is already finished, she sneers. The beast gods will use all their power to utterly annihilate this place. I see, Leon murmurs, looking thoughtfully into the distance. Then I must fight. I cannot abandon these glorious knights. Your Majesty facing them head-on is madness, warns the hero Beatrice. There is no other option, Leon answers firmly. If a dungeon break occurs, they will pour into our world. Geovric, too, stares grimly at the sky. Then he suddenly speaks, cutting through their conversation. There is one way, he says, standing. With his back to the king, he lifts his gauntlet, gazing at it for a moment, then plunges it deep into his own chestplate. Harry, seeing only the knight's back, cries out, desperate to understand what's happening. Geovric has torn something free.
From beneath his armor emerges a large purple crystal, just like one they had seen before. The condition for this gate to close
is the fall of myself, Geovric, the knight proclaims. Ethereal streams of energy begin to bleed from the gem, clutched in his hand. Please fall back. Use your power for the living, he tells Leon. There's no point in fighting in a gate. That is destined to vanish, your majesty. Leon grinds his teeth in fury, while Harry covers his mouth, horrified. Geovric addresses his knights. My brothers, my sisters, this is our final battle. His comrades meet his gaze with steely resolve. Their expressions are unwavering. The king of the Lionheart, the glory of the gods, is here with us, Geovric roars. Leon and Harry watch in sorrow. And so we the dead shall sacrifice ourselves for the future of the living. Geovric solemnly concludes his address. Are you with me? He bellows to his squad. The hunters from Earth stare, in a mixture of shock and profound sadness. His men look upon their commander, a true hero in their eyes. One by one, they raise their hands. Leon's eyes widen at the unbelievable sight before him. Knight after knight steps forward, and in each of their hands is a large purple crystal. Your loyalty, it puts me to shame, the hero says, his hand to his chest. It's a sign of immense respect. You've left me with a great task, your majesty, but I have one more favor to ask, says Geovric, who is also holding a crystal. Please wait a moment. Leon is completely at a loss as the knight seems to chuckle under his helm. He raises his warhammer and swirling streams of verdant magical energy erupt around him. Dear goddess, Demera, Geovric cries out, please grant my wish. He hoists the hammer high above his head. Chosen by Demera and loyal to the king of the Lionheart, he shouts. Through this hammer, I shall impart my powers. The weapon begins to pulse with its own energy. Instantly, the crystals in the knight's hands transform from purple to a vibrant green, burning, as if set aflame. We see the head of Geovric's warhammer. The knight offers the legendary weapon to Leon. Standing before his warriors, he asks the king to take it. Until one worthy of this hammer appears before you, your majesty, Geovric adds. Leon's hand closes around the handle. I don't know if anyone exists who can wield this hammer as well as you, Leon says quietly. His hand comes to rest on Geovric's gauntlet. He nods with deep respect. It was an honor and a glory to fight alongside you, your majesty, he solemnly declares. I will remember your honor, Sir Geovric, the hero promises. Having completed his words with Leon, the knight turns to the soldiers of his squad. They listen with absolute attention. My cavalry, Geovric's voice booms. This is my final order. Protect the king until the last one falls. Leon, turning away with the hammer in his hand, hears their unified reply. Yes, sir, they roar, rejoicing at being given such an honorable task. We are retreating, Leon says gravely, when he finds himself next to Harry. The hunters begin to gather on one side of the ruins, while Geovric and his squad prepare to march in the other direction. The knight holds his head high with pride, taking his sword in his right hand. He holds it with the blade facing down. His men kneel, grasping the blade. Then the tip of the sword flies up. I, Geovric, the knight solemnly declares, have killed more than 10,000 enemies. I have defeated more than 5 million foes. As a war knight, I have protected the motherland against 300 invaders, 1,000 orcs, and seized victory's hand in the war against the ogre chief. The goddess Demra has shielded us, and the goddess Aerins has guided our blades. He strides through the ranks of his knights. We have brought glory to the god Pedos and the indomitable knight of Montreal.
From the heavens above, a colossal paw of crimson energy descends upon the fiery speaker Geovric.
The knight continues. The Grail Knight of Life and Fertility. With his squad, he charges into the fray. Let's go, my brothers and sisters. Today we die for justice. Monstrous limbs erupt from all sides as a beast resembling a chumchu, reptilian behemoth claws its way across the land. May the gods watch over us, exclaims Geovric as he leads the charge against the giant reptile. The knights rush forward as one. For the glory of the Lionheart, Geovric bellows. Hearing his name, Leon turns his green aura flaring. I told you to leave, he says with a sharp edge.
Hari, who called to him, tries to justify herself. I felt I had to see this through to the end, she says.
If you insist on staying, then stay, the hero snaps. Together, Harry and Leon watch the life or death struggle unfold. The hero grips the axe in his hands, a final gift from Geovric. Your Majesty, says Leon. Hari, not yet, he replies, his face an unreadable mask. Not yet. The camera shifts back to Geovric, his body a monument of muscle. Though his armor is gone, his helmet remains. Not yet. The helmet begins to disintegrate, revealing the warrior's face beneath. He lets out a furious roar, pouring everything into destroying his foe. And suddenly, Leon understands. Soan, standing beside him, feels it too. What is happening? She asks as the giant lizard throws its head back howling. He's in pain. An impenetrable darkness falls over Leon's face. Your Majesty, Harry begins. The hammer in the hero's hands starts to smolder. Sir Geovric has ascended, Leon announces, his voice heavy with sorrow. A wild rage contorts his features. He thrusts out his hand, fingers clawing at the air as he lets out an inhuman scream. You will pay for this. The beasts you worship will know the most pathetic, violent end imaginable. We're leaving, he commands the hunters, his voice now eerily calm as a red. Portal burns into existence before him. The Grail Knights impose their will through divine law. But what power do the words of this fallen guardian truly hold now? A wicked fire ignites in Leon's eyes. I will remember this day, he vows. Leon walks toward this portal, his squad falling in behind him. Those words will be brought to life by the actions of this Night King. Leon grips a sword, his training swings heavy with sorrow. He lets out a deep sigh and lowers his weapon. I'm so tired, he whispers, clutching his head. Not even massacring all those demons left me this exhausted, he thinks. So why now? Why does it hurt so much now? He sees images of Harry Beatrice and the other hunters, and a terrible realization dawns on him. That's it. That's what this feeling is, he says, his head still in his hands. It's the fear of losing everything I hold dear. A cascade of horrifying images floods his mind. Monstrous creatures, fallen hunters. Hari's lifeless body and fields of skeletons. I'm afraid of a future where I have to fight alone all over again. The hero knows it. And yet this is a burden I must carry by myself. Leon gazes into the distance, raising his sword into a battle stance. How could I ever share this weight? He wonders. Your Majesty, you're here. A voice cuts through his thoughts. He turns. Conhari Leon recognizes the girl. She glances toward the training grounds. It's gotten so late, she says. You're usually resting by now, Leon notes, hiding his sword. Hari gives an awkward laugh, unable to hide her embarrassment, and mutters something. She looks away a little guilty. I just felt I should train a little more, she says. Why the sudden urge, Leon asks. It's not sudden at all, she replies, a blush rising to her cheeks. Leon's gaze is searching and tense. It just feels like many of us have realized and learned so much recently, Hari explains. Surprise flickers across the hero's face. Is that so, he asks. Without waiting for her answer, he commands, take up your sword, show me what you've learned. Hari is stunned, but she recovers in an instant. It would be a great honor, she says, clasping her hands before her. When is she ever going to drop that ancient dialect, Leon thinks to himself. Hari stands ready, sword in hand. Raise your sword, Leon instructs her. Yes, your Majesty, Hari replies, leveling her weapon at him. Try to block this, says the hero, who also raised his blade. In the next instant, he's gone. The girl stares in shock at the empty space, where he just stood. Leon is already behind her, a true battle fury burning in his eyes. Somehow, Harry manages to get her sword up to meet Leon's strike. He's so strong, she thinks, staring at her opponent. Without letting up the pressure, Leon gives her crucial advice. Your hands must always be above your navel. Any lower, and you're already 0.2 seconds too slow. Lower still, and your speed will plummet, costing you everything. The training is grueling, but she grits her teeth, vowing to follow the hero Leon's every command. He raises his sword high, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. The girl can only watch in horror as a blinding flash of power erupts. Somehow Hari manages to block the strike. Don't just defend with your arms and sword. Leon's voice cuts through the clash. Hari listens intently. Plant one leg back. As the hero teaches, she obeys his command. Don't let the blades push you back. Wait for an opening. She parries another heavy blow, screaming from the sheer effort. But then, a triumphant smile. She actually blocked it. In a flash, Leon vanishes, reappearing with his palm raised just inches from her face. Hari freezes, completely bewildered. Your movements are too wide, Leon tells her. How many times must I repeat myself? Be fast and be precise. He sounds genuinely annoyed. What logic is there in creating an opening for your enemy, he demands? To use my abilities? Hari answers with a hint of hesitation. Don't start that again. The hero sighs, turning his head away. Don't ever think that the only path to victory is through your skills, he says. His brow furrowed. What's the point if you just die? Hari stares at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that true? She asks, completely stunned. What Leon doesn't catch her meaning. The girl quickly turns away, saying it was nothing special. But Leon insists she explain. Her words. Hari falls silent, standing at attention before the legendary hero, unsure of what to say. At last, she finds her voice, and Leon listens with focused intensity. I just thought... The girl begins that you'd tell me to sacrifice my life, if the situation demanded it. For honor, for glory. The hero processes her words in silence. Stupid Leon says finally. Hari winces in shock. Do you even have anyone to dedicate that honor and glory to? He asks, recalling the fallen Giovanni. What's the point of copying them when there's no one to dedicate it to? Ari thinks her mind racing. Leon looks at her, a faint smile on his face. That's enough for today, he says, turning toward the exit. Go get some rest. Okay, Your Majesty, Hari replies. She watches the heroes retreating back, feeling more confused than ever before. His Majesty has been lacking energy these days. A voice echoes inside the farmhouse. In response, Jagged Spin lets out a mechanical squeak. Affirmative. Abnormal biological reaction detected from His Majesty. Due to immense pressure, the robot translates. Hari, who spoke first, lets out a sigh. Couldn't you have just said that more simply? She asks the robot. High stress levels detected. Distress protocol required, it reports. Stress? You might be right, the girl says, looking at the robot, which is now perched on a cabinet. Do you happen to know what His Majesty enjoys doing? Jagged Spin seems lost in Shan thought. This is true. Countless columns of data scroll within its processors. Information research complete, the robot announces. Biological beings enjoy entertainment. Games are a required activity to elevate mood during periods of rest. The perfect method to alleviate distress. His Majesty plays games, she asks, perplexed. I can't even imagine what he might enjoy. Can you suggest something? The robot processes the request. Games optimized for organic dopamine. Increase are not part of my consideration, it replies, which is a really complicated way of saying, I don't know. Hari thinks, staring at her metal companion. But then an idea sparks in her mind, and she happily declares that she knows what His Majesty might enjoy. The robot lets out a questioning squeak as the girl explains her idea. After careful consideration, Jagged Spin states that Hari's plan appears reasonable and it will not object. However, it adds, this was merely a coincidence. A biological creature could never hope to match my computing abilities. Hari bursts into cheerful laughter. Yes, yes. Of course, she says playfully. It's clear the robot dislikes her tone. It appears you are mocking me, it states. That is not the kind of attitude a mere organic being should take. Oh, but I will, Hari replies with a grin. We find ourselves before the same farmhouse, but now we see the goddess Ariana holding scales with two bowls. Dear knight, your selfless volunteering brings joy to the gods, she says to Leon, who is kneeling before her. However, I am worried. The hero places a hand on his chest and apologizes to Ariana. You have fought so hard for 200 years without rest, she continues. You should enjoy some entertainment. It is about time you took a break. The goddess gazes at the hero with genuine tenderness. Entertainment, he repeats. I haven't heard that word in a long time. Yes, please think about it, Ariana asks him. There seem to be many different forms of amusement in the world you now find yourself in. Although, of course, I am not sure if any of them will be to my knight's liking. However, I do know of one universal entertainment that is relevant in all times. And what might that be, the hero asks, with surprise, his hand still held respectfully over his chest. Sleep with a woman. Ariana answers herself, sitting in a very tempting position. It seems the queen would be a suitable match for you, and you should also consider that red-haired girl, the one always by your side, Goddess Yans. But she's just a child, Leon protests, thinking of Hari. He sees her as nothing more than an impulsive girl. How could you even suggest it? She is of age and perfectly mature, Ariana counters. In the goddess's eyes, Hari is more than ready. Mortals find both pleasure and pain through intimacy, after all. As they speak, Hari herself becomes the topic between god and king. And remember, Ariana reminds him, you have a duty to restore the royal bloodline. It is an act of relaxation and enjoyment, she tells Leon. Striking an alluring pose, the hero kneels, hearing how this duty will rebuild his family line. But Leon remains unconvinced. His mind is clouded with doubt. When a sudden shriek shatters the silence, he whips around to find the source of the commotion, and there she is, Hari, the subject of their earlier discussion. I told you to watch your manners, Leon snaps. But the girl remains undeterred by his cold tone. Your Majesty, you must listen, she insists. I have prepared something. Suddenly, Hari collapses to the floor. Her sentence is cut short, but the meaning hangs heavy in the air. Leon observes her with a steely gaze. He clicks his tongue, looking down at her sprawled on the ground. You possess transcendental physical power. Yet you move like a fish gasping for air, the hero says with biting arrogance. So what is this thing you've prepared? He demands an answer from Hari, whose face flushes red with shame. I have prepared something for your Majesty, she stammers. She repeats her earlier words strangely. Leon's eyebrow quirks in surprise. For me? He asks, intrigued.
I received Mr. Yep's advice and help, Hari proclaims now, wearing a delicate white nightgown, having forgotten her recent humiliation.
It's hard to tell what Leon is thinking, but his imagination runs wild with an indecent thought. His advice and help he seethes with rage. Grabbing Hari by the hair, he shouts that if she ever appears in that outfit again, he will make her run around the castle naked. I didn't mean it like that.
Hari screams desperately, her face a mask of shame and false accusation. The scene shifts to a vibrant green portal.
A large crowd has gathered around it. Kim Jinsu, who is also present, spots Leon and offers a quiet, respectful greeting. Hari mentioned something to me. The hero says his eyes on her. What is it you wish to offer? He asks Hari, who is now back in a familiar black dress. She has quickly changed her attire. Yes, your Majesty, Jinsu interjects. Allow me to explain. The association has come together to assist Manager Hanari with an event she has planned. The young man continues, the green portal glowing ominously behind him. She planned this, the hero asks again, his mind racing. With Sir Spin's help, it shouldn't be anything too strange, he reasons internally. Hari stands nearby, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Your Majesty, please step into the portal, she begs, clenching her fists. I'm certain you will enjoy what's inside. The hero studies the swirling green vortex for a moment. Very well, he agrees. Hari beams with joy. She is absolutely sure her plan will succeed. Inside, they find themselves in a lush green forest, where a ladybug rests on a leaf. Leon isn't alone in the clearing. A dozen members from the Hunters Association stand with him. The hero is still deeply confused. Why was he brought to this place? Before him stand Hari Jinsu and a bald guard wearing glasses. The girl looks ready to speak. She prepares to finally reveal the purpose of this outing, as Leon waits patiently for an explanation.
I'll explain everything now, Hari announces. This portal is called Su. From behind the trees, a deer, a hare,
and a strange green monster wielding a wooden club cautiously peek out. All kinds of animals and monsters live here, Hari explains. Your Majesty, please look at this. She gestures to a sheet of paper held by Jinsu. It outlines a scoring system for hunting the creatures in this forest. Small animals are apparently worth 1 point. Medium ones are worth 3 points, Jinsu adds with a cheerful grin. And orcs are worth 10 points, as they are quite rare. Leon hums thoughtfully. He strokes his chin, putting the pieces together. So this is some kind of hunting competition for the hunters, he deduces. Yes, it's a grand hunt, Your Majesty, Hari confirms joyfully, touching her index fingers together. I thought that in the world you came from, hunting might have been a fashionable pastime. It's difficult to read the emotion on Leon's face. He looks at the girl, a slow smile spreading across his lips. So you prepared these hunting grounds just to help me unwind? A pleased expression forms on his face.
That's quite considerate of you. Hari giggles, delighted by his reaction, as the hero feels a wave of nostalgia.
How long has it been since I've hunted for sport? He muses, his gaze drifting off. I wonder if my skills have dulled at all. Sunlight pierces through the treetops. In that instant, an arrow slams directly into the forehead of a red-eyed, green-skinned orc. Leon's hunt has begun. With a wild laugh, he fires his bow like a machine gun. This is way more fun than just fighting. He roars with glee, but the orcs in their village just stare clueless about their impending doom. Suddenly, an arrow sings through the air, finding its mark. A tribe member falls. His comrade roars. Who dares? Leon charges toward the orc settlement's fence. How dare you, filthy beasts, grin at me, he thunders. Die, you monsters. Hari watches, in absolute shock. He's actually enjoying this, she realizes. I suppose that's a good thing. A hint of envy crosses her face. Leon snaps the tusk from an orc with an arrow buried in its skull. One must always take a souvenir. From a good hunt, he declares. The ground is littered with dozens of orc corpses. Your Majesty, Hari calls out timidly. The hero turns, acknowledging her. You're incredible with a bow, the girl stammers. Up until now. She truly believed Leon despised long-range combat. "It seems you've misunderstood," Leon says thoughtfully. "Just because I am a knight does not mean I am unskilled with a bow." A memory flashes from his past life. "Hunting is a virtue and a pastime for nobles," he explains, "especially for wandering knights on missions. We must be able to provide and food for ourselves, no matter the terrain. Therefore, every knight becomes an expert hunter." Hari stares at the results of his hunt in total shock. "But you're a frankly unbelievable shot," she says. Leon closes his eyes, a hand to his chest.
"I was known as the strongest champion of all time," he states. "But I was also the second most
skilled hunter of that era." "The second most skilled?" Hari asks, her surprise limitless. "Then who was—" "The first another Grail Knight." "I wouldn't call her a Grail Knight," Leon answers with a wry smile. "The goddess of the moon. And the hunt watched over her personally. She was more hunter than she ever was a knight." He pulls the arrow from the dead orc. Leon recalls a certain girl, her eyes fixed on an arrow just like this one. She was the high priestess of the Temple of the Moon. Her arrows flew like falling stars. If she had used her full power, a single arrow could have sailed clear over a mountain. Doubt clouds Harry's face. Maybe in his world, she thinks. But in ours? "But why did you only kill orcs?" the girl asks. "I couldn't have my people hunting down mere animals now, could I?" Leon replies. He stands over the corpse, a quiver of arrows in hand. "My apologies, Hari, but to win this competition, one must score as many points as possible, correct?" Hari looks at him stunned. That's right, she realizes. He really does see these orcs as nothing more than game. "But I found something strange here," Leon says, revealing a peculiar object to the girl. "I believe it's cursed." "You're right, Your Majesty," Hari agrees, examining it. "It's a curse totem. These are quite rare." In Leon's hand is a cross glowing with a sickly green light, its horizontal arm unusually short. The hero tosses the totem into Harry's hands. "Sell it. Give the money to the men who looked after the animals." "Are you sure, Your Majesty?" she asks, shocked. "This is worth at least 100 million. I'm sure. A bonus for those who had to come here and toil like dogs in this heat on their day off." We see the handlers truly suffering in the unbearable sun. "Now follow me," Leon commands. "I see tracks from the orcs that fled." Amazement dawns on Harry's face once more. "What, you're going to keep hunting?" she asks, incredulous. "Those creatures still draw breath, and their foul presence poisons this forest." The hero answers, his eyes burning with conviction. "They may not be real, but an orc must be destroyed no matter its form." Hari closes her eyes on the verge of tears. "Let's go," Leon says, urging her on, paying no mind to her emotions. "I will show you the true way of the bow." Hari scrambles to follow him. "But—" The hero halts, turning to look thoughtfully at his companion. "I'm truly glad that you're feeling better now," the girl says with a sincere smile. Leon studies her, gauging her emotions. "How long has it been since someone was kind to me?" Without wanting anything in return, he wonders. Leon's mind drifts to his past life. "I'm proud of you," he says to Hari as they walk the forest path. "Sorry I didn't quite hear you," she replies. "Use the techniques. I've showed you to take down at least 3 orcs," he commands her, "or I will be displeased." Wisps of energy dance above, the verdant forest shimmering under the summer sun. "I'm sorry," Hari says, flustered. "I've only used a bow a couple of times." "Your Majesty." Ahead of them, a sign reads, "Pantheon Guild Training Base." Sometime later, Harry is pushing a cart loaded with the box of new swords. She wears an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. It's all because Leon is feeling much better thanks to her surprise. "Kim Jinsu," a voice calls out. The girl stops. "Section Chief?" "What brings you here?" she asks, surprised. "The tractor broke down. I had to visit the supply room," he answers. Jinsu notes, "No one's used that place since the Naju incident." "Then I'll go with you," Hari tells him cheerfully. "The Pantheon." Guild warehouse. In front of the massive sliding gate, Jinsu holds a tablet while Hari stands ready with her cart. "So this is where Siegfried's hammer is stored?" the man asks. "Yes," the girl replies excitedly, clasping her hands together. "For the knight to achieve nirvana? Don't you think that's a bit mixed up?" she asks. "Jinsu, you just combined Buddhism with Christianity, and then crossed yourself." Suddenly the door creaks open. "The hammer was here the whole time," Jinsu whispers in shock. "Yes," Hari confirms. "Since no one can use it, we're securing it here for now." "The warehouse gate is completely open," a subordinate reports. But a moment later, her eyes widen. Something is terribly wrong. The one thing that should be there is gone. All that remains is the faint outline of Jovrik's hammer. She can't believe it. A cold sweat trickles down her spine. Elsewhere, a luxurious limousine glides to a stop on a busy street. Immediately passers-by flock to it snapping selfies. The door opens and a man steps out. "Hookuk, is this the place?" he asks. His thuggish-looking companion nods. "All right then, let's get a look at the most powerful epic item in the entire country." A sudden robotic whirring sound makes both men jump out of their skin cursing. "Jagspin!" The leader points a shaky finger at the robot in disbelief. "What is he doing here?" "I know for a fact he belongs to the Pantheon Guild," he exclaims. "Hammer Challenger." The robot inquires of the startled men. They can only nod in the affirmative. "I welcome you," the robot states, displaying a bizarre upside-down smile on its monitor. "Thanks," the leader replies, utterly bewildered. The men move past the strange machine and the one who isn't. Hookuk asks, "Boss, what's wrong?" "It's nicer than I imagined," he mutters. Just then, Jagspin's light begins to glow ominously bright. Hookuk and his companion flinch again, completely clueless as to what the soulless machine wants from them.
What's the matter now? The boss yelps, practically climbing Hookuk like a tree. Entrance fee, the robot says, its red light shining.
"You must pay before entering," Jagspin explains, pointing one of its legs toward a pillar with information. The sign states the ticket price for hunters is 5 million won, while for ordinary civilians, it is only 500,000. "That's outrageous!" Hookuk's boss shrieks indignantly. "Why do you only take 500,000 from civilians but demand 5 million from us?" "Civilians appreciate hunter fees to upkeep holy relics," the robot answers. It had somehow climbed on top of the pillar. The boss glares at Jagspin, his eyes practically popping. This is a total ripoff. He thinks, but considering the value of an epic item. "Do you take Samsung Pay?" he asks, pulling out his phone. "Bank transfers accepted," Jagspin answers flatly. Hookuk and his boss, practically crying with resentment, move on. "Well, welcome." They hear the phrase for a second time and flinch just as hard, surprised. They look towards the one who greeted them, their eyes widening at the shocking sight. "I am Assistant Manager Han Hari, from the Korean Hunter Association's Management Team 3. A girl in an incredibly strange costume informs them. The men seem to know exactly who this is. This whole situation started a week ago, the day the hammer disappeared. "So this is where it was," Leon muses. He observes as a local strongman tries to lift Jovrik's hammer from the ground. The man's face is crimson with effort, but he can't make it budge. "It doesn't move, Your Majesty," an aide tells Leon. "The hammer appeared this morning, and this crowd has been here ever since." The hero, standing beside Beatrice,
Gazes thoughtfully at the weapon of the fallen knight. He steps forward, takes it by the handle, and calmly
raises the hammer to the absolute shock of everyone present. "What are you trying to do?" Leon asks as golden energy swirls. Streams of power surround the hammer, revealing intricate runes etched on its surface. Suddenly, the weapon tears itself from the hero's hands. It traces a luminous arc through the air before landing right back where it started. The crowd's amazement knows no bounds. "Quite impressive," remarks Beatrice, who stands behind Leon. "It seems to want something," the hero suggests. "Can a hammer truly have a consciousness?" Hari asks in disbelief.
She points a finger at the weapon's hilt. "A holy relic like this can," Leon answers her, "especially an item that has been with a paladin for a very long time." Leon respectfully lowers his eyes and puts a hand to his chest. "It develops its own will and can become hard to handle," he explains. "However, when I first received this hammer, he thinks it didn't seem to have a mind of its own." We see a flashback of Javrik lifting a hammer glowing green. "Chosen by Demra and loyal to the king," Geovrik the Lionheart shouts. "Through this hammer, I shall impart my powers." In that moment, Leon understands everything. "Do you want me to find you a new owner?" the hero asks the hammer. It glows with a brilliant yellow light, as if signaling its agreement. "Hari, inform the association," Leon commands with a smile. "And what should I tell them?" the girl asks, completely bewildered. Leon thinks for a moment, then declares, "The hammer will go to the one who is worthy to lift it." Hari, already typing furiously on her phone, asks again. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Could the terms of the deal really be this simple? After getting confirmation, she reports that the association is sending an appraiser for the hammer, while Leon just closes his eyes, humming thoughtfully. Later, an elderly man in spectacles arrives, and the moment he sees the item's description, he lets out a ground-shaking roar. A glowing blue system window appears before him. "What is it?" she asks, before screaming herself, her eyes nearly popping out. "It's epic rank," the appraiser gasps, as if he'd never witnessed such a sight. The girl asked again, her own disbelief echoing in her voice. The information was repeated just for Leon, but he simply mused, is that truly the case? Hunters required special equipment to battle monsters. For clarity, their gear was ranked accordingly. Normal, rare, unique, and legendary. The lower tiers are forged by common blacksmiths, but unique items born from endless effort and immense financial backing lead to the rank of legendary. In the last 30 years, only a handful of items have surpassed them. Artifacts known as epic. The Shan Mountains Master's Heaven Destruction Sword.
the 12-ring kakara, a great mage's staff.
A weapon said to unleash world-altering calamities. The Frost Queen's heart, which even now relentlessly expands the frozen fields of Siberia. And the wandering demon sword lost to the world since the Black Gate. Disaster in London. These are relics of tremendous power, capable of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. We see Geovric's hammer glowing with a divine green energy. Right before their eyes was an epic item. Are you really giving this away to anyone who can lift it? Unable to process the words, the appraiser cried out. Harry, just as stunned, hesitantly confirmed it for the old man. His statement was entirely true. He dropped to his knees, examining the unbelievable treasure up close. Yes, anyone who lifts this hammer becomes its master. The hero's calm confirmation sent the appraiser into a frenzy. Your Majesty, he protested, the value of this hammer is beyond measure. Please just look at this. An information window materialized, displaying its secrets. The system message glows intensely. Hammer? Rank epic. Description: a divine hammer, blessed by the very soul of Geovric, the Grail Knight of Demra. Demra, the goddess of life and fertility. Its wielder would receive divine power directly from the goddess herself, granting them perfect vitality. You will never tire. Goddess's blessing. Defense will increase by 400% while on the earth. Healing. Power will be increased by 300%. The defense power of all subordinates increases by 200%, and their healing power by 150%. Saint painting. The ability to use divine law depending on your faith and divine power, Geov. Rick's will, unable to evaluate. Damn it, Hari whispered, involuntarily reeling from the overwhelming information. Leon considered it for a moment. My decision remains unchanged, he declared. The appraiser's jaw hung open. The old man glanced at the divine hammer, then pleaded, Can you excuse me for a moment? I need to make a call. His phone screen lit up. The caller ID appraiser Lee Changgu, the president of the Hunters Association, answered. He announced himself. Yes, Mr. Lee, the president replied, listening intently to the frantic voice on the other end. The information relayed over the phone sent a shockwave through him. An epic item, he roared in utter ecstasy. The Goro Daily newspaper headline exploded: an epic item free for the taking, the first for Korea. And only the third in all of Asia. This news was why countless hopefuls swarmed the Pantheon Guild's territory. Back in the present, we find Harry facing off against a man in a gaudy suit. Where is Geovric's hammer? His companion demanded. I want to see it. The girl's eyes flashed with anger. Watch your tone, she warned. That is Sir Geovric's hammer. When you speak of one so revered, you address them as you would a knight. But it's just an object, the man scoffed in his mind. Even his partner seemed confused by Harry's fierce declaration. I'd like to challenge Sir Geovric's hammer. The older of the two corrected himself wisely, adding the requested title. A spark of joy appeared in Harry's eyes. Giggling, she showed them the way. She led the hunters toward the very reason they had traveled in their fancy limousine. Whoa, what an aura, the man in the suit muttered, approaching the legendary weapon. It's radiating from the hammer. He looked on in shock. My God, it's not even doing anything yet it emits such pressure. He smirked, rubbing his hands. Well then, time to give it a try. The hunter reached for the handle and was instantly struck down as if by lightning. A powerful discharge of energy sent him flying onto his back. A moment later, he staggered to his feet. But he was a completely different man. In place of his sleek hair, a massive, ridiculous afro now sat on his head. The hunter was dramatically transformed. What? The hammer can do this! He screamed in pure rage. It does that to people it deems unworthy, Hari explained calmly to the victim. I probably should have mentioned that sooner. The owner of the very outdated hairstyle was furious. The hammer decides for itself, Hari continued as the visitors stared in shock. So even we do not know the exact conditions. Just then, Jagspin rolled back onto the stage. What is it now? The hunter yelled. He was clearly not thrilled to see the robot again. Will you pay the tithe? Jagspin demanded with a squeak. Another tithe? Kukuk scoffs in disbelief. We already paid the entrance fee, and now they want a donation. A tithe for the goddess's holy relic, his comrade declares. Yes, I'll do it, he roars, slamming a fist into his palm. Kukuk stares completely bewildered. A payment terminal materializes before the robot. Payment accepted. I've transferred 10 million, the kneeling hunter proclaims. Are you insane? Kukuk screams at him. Thank you for your tithe, Jagged Spin announces. 10 million, one. The hunter growls, irritated. He reaches out and grasps the hammer's handle. Look, he touched it. A scream rips through the crowd. Impossible! The hunter's face twists into a mask of pure ecstasy. He's contorted by an insane power. Standing up with his mouth agape, he grips the legendary weapon with both hands. This can't be happening. The onlookers cry out in shock. A moment ago, he was nearly incinerated, and now he holds the weapon like it's nothing. The robot stands before the hammer, observing the chaos. The crowd looks on, their minds reeling. Collecting tithes for the Pantheon Guild's construction, Jagged Spin reports. Every contender for the hammer suddenly freezes.
Their eyes widen, seeing a new path to power. A glimmer of opportunity shines in their expressions. Suddenly, cash and phones fly through the air. Take my money. I'll transfer now. A tidal wave of donations floods in from everyone. Harry watches in absolute shock as madness unfolds. Move it, someone yells. I paid first. What are you talking about? I paid more, so I'm next, Sir Yappy. The girl asks the robot. Is this allowed? This feels like sacrilege. Jagged Spin, meanwhile, navigates the storm of excited people. He emerges from the chaos unfazed. Do you question my efficient funding methods? He asks, appearing beside Harry's cat costume. You simply need to trust my plan. But Harry, watching the greed-fueled pandemonium, knows this is anything but normal. The crowd's roars grow louder. More, we need to pay more. The hunter's eyes begin to glow, looking just like a monster's. This is pure evil, Harry whispers. The robot beside her beeps once more. The hammer is money, Jagged Spin declares. A glowing dollar sign illuminates its faceplate. And so Yappy the Pantheon Guild's treasurer had just begun his grand scheme. Before them stands the two-story Pantheon Guild headquarters. Sir Yappy, Hari shouts excitedly. Starbucks wants to build on our land. They've already sent an application. Report on tithes. The robot commands, ignoring her. The girl stares at him surprised. Lately, the Pantheon Guild had become a global sensation. Hunters flocked to their gates, hoping to lift the hammer. But many discovered a pleasant side effect healing. One hunter was cured of an ingrown toenail that tormented him for 10 years. Another found his cavities had simply vanished. The healing aura of the Pantheon drew people in by the thousands. We see Hari, still in that ridiculous costume, posing for photos. Elsewhere, the robot sits atop a mountain of gold bars and coins. Yappy relentlessly gathered funds and resources, his goal to secure funding for the guild. To spread its fame and expand its influence. Everything was for the sake of one thing, this facility. A truly impressive high-tech structure looms before them. Harry, with the robot perched casually on her head, stares in awe. She's completely stunned by the scale of the building. Sir Yappy? What is all this? She asks. A high-intensity forging facility, the robot answers. Inside are strange electrical panels and what looks like a massive reactor. Are you sure this is a smithy? Harry asks, approaching the bizarre device. A cylinder of pure light hums between its two halves. This is the lowest level forging facility in my database, Yappy states. It's the best I could construct with Earth's pitiful level of metallurgy. Harry has no idea what he's complaining about.
To her, the equipment looks like something from the future. That's because you have a brain made of organic matter.
The robot's comment stings. You're unbearably rude, she shouts, offended. After calming down, she asks, Sir Yappy, you're the Grail Knight of the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, right? Correct, the robot replies from its perch on her head. Can you make me a sword? She asks. Her eyes fixed on a giant pink crystal inside the machine. No, Jagged Spin answers flatly. The girl's face falls in disappointment. I see. I'm just an outsider to you, she says sadly. That is not the reason, the metal being states. Hari listens, a spark of hope returning.
This industrial facility is not yet complete, the robot explains. An additional facility is required to work with adamantite. Joy drains from Hari's face. I see, she murmurs.
I need to earn more money, the robot declares, hopping off her head. Good luck, the girl says, watching him go. Yappy walks toward a small opening in the door, sized just for him. Minimum level forging facility, operational. Seed money obtainment, complete, he states. The robot gazes at massive wall monitors displaying complex data. A look of intense focus is on his faceplate. Today, he says, I will once again become a righteous thief. The stock market is in total meltdown. We see a chaotic stock exchange filled with brokers screaming in fury. Why is every article the exact opposite of our plan? Can't you do your damn job? I paid you a fortune, and for what? You're telling me you can't even rig the news? Who the hell is this monster? One of the brokers roars, glaring at his phone.
On the screen, an article describes a ghost-like entity, one that crashes stock manipulation schemes and ruins everything.
It obliterates the timing of their sales, snatches all the profits for itself, and vanishes without a trace. And of course, that entity is none other than Yappy. The little robot gazes at a world map covered in red alerts. The next asset Yappy has targeted is food. In the 21st century, humanity's food supply is dangerously unstable. Too much of the land has been tainted by demonic energy since the dawn of the Great Change. The world's powerful nations, in the West and East Asia, adapted well. However, in poorer countries, dungeon breaks are a daily nightmare. Nations already torn apart by conflict like Eastern Europe and the Middle East. The world map comes into view again. Yappy has been buying up all this worthless, corrupted land. Our focus zooms in on a single point of interest. The first target was Hongzhong's grain industry. This is the area where an environmental catastrophe struck after the Shanghai disaster. 20 years ago, the corruption level of Hongzhong, one of the 50 warlord nations, became severe. Yapi acquired a part of it and began spreading the faith of Demra, the goddess of life and fertility, purifying the very soil itself. Although it couldn't purify the land at Leon's incredible speed, the soil would slowly be reborn. Soon it will be able to produce blessed rice corn and similar grains. It's destined to become a massively profitable grain industry once more. We see Yuppie standing proudly on a table next to a keyboard. The Pantheon Guild will monopolize all food resources, he declares. The robot turns to the screen stating, "The problem is a high probability of intrusion." The map highlights potential attack vectors aimed at the brightest red dot. Yapi calmly analyzes the incoming data. "Global politics and wars are an illogical waste of national resources," he says. Meanwhile, gates across the world are escalating in threat level. The robot's voice is laced with cold fury. A logical human leader would not engage in such a useless show of force. This land will rise. Suddenly, a newsflash blares from the TV. A coup d'etat has occurred in Goryan. Breaking news floods the screen. "Has the war started?" Hari asks, looking at Yapi, who stands on the table next to her meal. He doesn't answer. Instead, he lets out a sharp squeak, a sound of pure frustration and disbelief. "I'm only offering this to you, Hari," the robot says. The girl turns completely bewildered. Now we see them sitting together on a bench. "I own a private equity firm," Yapi reports matter-of-factly. "It is a consistently rising asset management method." Then comes the direct sales pitch. "I will manage your funds. Register today." Harry can't believe her ears. "Are you asking me to invest?" she asks. "I manage your funds," Yapi repeats. "Oh, cool. So you also work in the stock market. Considering your weak financial state, you require professional support for your asset management," the robot states bluntly. Hari stares at him wide-eyed. "What are you talking about?" she protests. "For my age, I've saved a lot. You have saved only 15% of an average A-rank hunter's savings." The robot retorts, a digital smirk in its voice. "You have a pitiful salary, and you donate most of your bonuses. From clearing gates to charity." Harry looks down in embarrassment, clenching her hands. She explains that she gives all her extra money to the orphanage where she grew up. "Proper financial management is required to offer even larger donations," Yapi points out logically. Hari just smiles, beginning to say she doesn't need all this, but her words are cut short by a painful rap. The girl nearly flies right off the bench. "For a human in modern civilization, being lazy with financial studies is basically giving up on life," he scolds. "You should be grateful I am offering to do this for you." Harry quickly hides the hand he just smacked. "But I only have 2 million won," she says timidly. 20 million chai. The robot declares its tone, leaving no room for argument. "And sell the basement in Seoul." Harry looks in, utter amazement at this audacious little machine. "This is Sir Yi," she thinks. I can probably trust him." On the verge of tears, she agrees to do exactly what he demanded. The robot seems pleased. "You are now a silver member," it announces. "I was nice and leveled. You up from bronze." This conversation never ceases to amaze her. "Silver member?" she asks. "Bronze members are guaranteed a 100% return, and silver members 200%, Yapi explains. "Do you want a higher level?" "No, this is amazing," she says, smiling happily. "If you register 5 other members, I will level you up to gold," the robot joyfully declares. "Your profit rate will become 300%. Hari stares at her benefactor in pure shock. "Really?" she asks, clenching her fists. It's as if she can't comprehend the good fortune that's just fallen into her lap. Han Hari, 20 years old, fresh into society. She was undeniably naive. Model, to see the trap for what it was, a classic pyramid scheme. The real problem, the others trusted her completely. And that trust was her weapon. We see Hari on the phone, her face beaming with boundless enthusiasm. "Yes, Suho, it's me," she chirps. Before her lies a list of 8 new names. "So what will you do?" she asks, a predator's smile in her voice. "You're thinking exactly what I hoped." The scene shifts back to the robot. Yapi's scheme had snowballed faster than anyone could imagine. A sleek car pulls up, right outside the Pantheon Guild's headquarters. A man in a sharp suit emerges, adjusting his tie with an air of cold authority. He wasn't alone. Flanked by 2 others, they were official representatives from the district court. Their target was Leon, with Yapi perched silently on the table beside him. "We have an order," the man states flatly, "for the confiscation of all assets." The words hit Leon like a physical blow. What Yapi remains silent, but a flicker of awareness suggests it knows. This is all its fault. The robot is visibly on edge. The court official, clipboard in hand, stares intently at Yapi. It lets out a high-pitched squeak as a menacing red light flashes across its panel. Leon sits before a crowd. his face a mask of controlled fury. "What is going on?" he demands, his voice dangerously low, fingers steepled before him. "Explain it to me, now!" The robot, its red light still glowing, begins to beep. The situation was catastrophic. First, failure to pay. The interest on a loan taken in the Pantheon Guild's name, skip most of Pantheon's members were now. Drowning in debt from investing in Yappy. Leon stares into the distance, the pieces falling into place. "This private investment fund, it crashed, sir." "Yappy? My 87 million won," one of the victims cries out, turning on the robot. "I gave it everything after paying my rent." Hari explains, finally bursting into tears. The room is filled with the broken clutching their heads in despair. The cries wash over Leon. "My money, even my wife's savings, gone. My 5 years of savings for an elixir." Leon's gaze falls on an old woman, his expression pained. She had lost her land. An old man beside her tries to offer comfort. "The young master will figure something out. He always does." He turns to the robot, his face buried in his hands. "Sir Yappy, what is the total loss?" The robot beeps erratically. Before delivering the devastating news, the total loss over 870 million won. The debt is climbing at a rate of nearly 50 million. One per hour, a 72% loss. The numbers ignite the room. Pure rage explodes. Some turn on Hari, their despair turning to violence. "My money, take anything you can. Take a pillar, just take something." A man sprints from the warehouse, a massive cleaver clutched in his hands. It was an item from a portal raid. "There's still valuable stuff in there," he roars.
We can take it as compensation. Yappy springs into action, flying up and deploying a laser wire.
It expertly disarms the looter. "Stop," it commands, its voice cold and menacing. "Do not touch, this is private property." Hari can only watch tears streaming down her face as the chaos intensifies. Suho and another guild member squat nearby, trying to console each other in misery. The air is thick with accusations and threats from the ruined investors. The message was painfully clear. "Boss, I feel sick," someone mutters to Leon. He turns his fury on Hari, ordering her to snap out of it. A dangerous light begins to glow in the hero's eyes. He calls her name again, his mind screaming. How tired he was of these worthless people. He rises from his chair. A low growl escapes his lips, silencing the entire room. "Stop panicking!" The command freezes everyone in place. His voice alone saves the robot from being torn apart. "Sir Yappy," the hero says, his voice now calm and icy. "Yes, your majesty," the robot replies, currently dangling from the hand of a guild member. A wicked glint flashes in Leon's eyes. "You claim to possess superior intelligence," he tells the robot. "I certainly hope so. Because you are going to fix this." "How soon?" Leon's voice is steel. The robot, now held by two angry investors, remains silent for a moment. Then it responds, "The problem will be resolved within the next day." Hearing this impossible claim, the men release Yappy. "Great, get to work," Leon commands. "And in the name of King Lionheart, I will personally guarantee your debt," he declares to the stunned crowd. Then he turns to Harry and Jinsu. "You two get out of my sight." They stare at him in disbelief. "Okay," Jinsu whispers. "Fix everything in a single day," the girl thinks. Is that even possible? Elsewhere, Yappy is on the move, its tiny form radiating an incredible fury. We return to the familiar industrial
complex of the Pantheon Guild. A pink light bathes the facility. "Emergency detected," the robot announces. "Ignoring security protocols."
Activating exoskeleton with integrated weapons platform, K1, and we know exactly what that means. This is a humanoid combat mech armed to the teeth. The front of its helmet glows, with a red light identical to the one on an angry Yappy. Operation Code background recovery. Target north end of East Asia. The scene shifts to a ruined cityscape, skyscrapers torn asunder. A bored-looking green orc sits at a table yawning. Meanwhile, in the Gillen Republic, we meet Corporal Ruka of the army. "Boss, where are all the enemies?" one of his lackeys asks. "What?" the orc grunts back. Two massive fangs jut from his lower jaw as he speaks to his underlings. One wears a stained white t-shirt. The other is bare-chested, covered only by leather straps holding up his pants. "The humans from the next town over are so boring," the one in the shirt complains.
"We came for a good fight, but they all ran away. Humans are weak. They don't know the honor of a warrior."
The second orc spits in agreement. "Hey, as long as we have plenty to eat, who cares?" the boss answers dismissively, casually picking his nose.
"After a big feast, we'll rally the troops and crush the neighboring country." "Ooh, I like that plan,"
says the orc in the t-shirt, practically drooling. "It's been too long since I've tasted jellied human flesh." A savage roar erupts from the orc horde. They leap and cheer with bloodlust. "What a thrill. Let's raid them and eat them all." "Excellent," the boss says, lounging smugly in a stolen wheelchair. "After we feast, we will—" But his words die in his throat. A crimson glow in the sky has stolen his attention.
An object streaks across the heavens, trailing a terrifying red aura. As it gets closer, it takes on a familiar shape.
Like a massive sharpened spear aimed directly at their city. The orc's face twists in pure terror. A meteor, he thinks.
A cataclysmic explosion rips through the occupied city. Whatever was left standing before is now utterly vaporized.
In an instant, it's all gone. What the rod of God has been hacked? U.S. Secretary of Defense. Julius screams, his eyes bulging with shock. He's referring to America's ultimate weapon, an orbital satellite cannon. The secretary stands in a high-tech command center. Giant monitors flicker around him. Who authorized this launch? He bellows. Only 3 people know the activation codes. The White House and the Special Hunter Command both report they know nothing. An engineer confirms his worst fears. Sir, it was a genuine hack. Julius slams his fist down. Another engineer reports from his station. The encryption key changes every minute. There are 100 million possible combinations. A specialist in a white coat exclaims. He stares at his monitor in disbelief. Even with the world's fastest supercomputer, it would take 13 years to crack. A cold sweat trickles down Julius's spine. His face is a mask of pure shock. Then who in the hell? He whispers. He glares at the massive screen showing the satellite. Damn it, abort the strike now, he commands. It's impossible during the firing sequence, sir, they reply. The encryption, it's become even stronger.
I estimate over 10 billion combination patterns now. The screen fills with an endless cascade of numbers. That's absurd. The minister's face contorts with rage. Secretary Rush's strategic weapon, the Grizzly, has also been activated.
Another engineer reports, his voice trembling. The lens is shifting. It's beginning its countdown.
On screen, a second satellite looms in orbit. A blinding sphere of energy gathers at its core, preparing to fire in sync with the rod of God. The first engineer's face pales with a horrifying realization.
He sees the target coordinates for both superweapons. They're both aimed at the Jilin Republic. Why there of all places? The Secretary of Defense asks, bewildered. Just then, his assistant rushes over, phone in hand. Sir, you need to see this. What is it now? Julius shouts, snatching the device. On the screen is a live broadcast titled Emergency Negotiations. And there he is, a perfect image of himself standing before the Department of Defense seal, declaring that the
United States will violate peaceful relations with the Jilin Republic. Then a high-ranking Russian official appears on screen,
vowing not to tolerate provocations from his brash neighbors. He then invites the Americans to form an alliance to combat a common enemy. Is that me? Julius asks, stunned. Yes, sir, it's a flawless fake, his assistant confirms. The minister stares at his own face on the screen, unable to spot a single flaw. A deep fake? Julius breathes, his eyes glued to the image. Suddenly, the engineer at the radar station sees something. A single blinding point of light. He yanks his hands from the keyboard in sheer terror. And across the command center, every specialist freezes.
All eyes fix upon this colossal screen as an unbelievable message begins to materialize.
It blazes across the display in every known language. I have come to end this war. What is this? Julius whispers in utter disbelief. The scene suddenly shifts to a mighty orc, clutching his head in despair, slumped over the ruins of a command table. What happened? He mutters, tears streaming down his face. This is none other than the feared king of the Jilin Republic, Lai and Kassak. The orcs held a council of war with Kassak, presiding over his new throne. Victory is ours, he declared. But what follows is endless war. One subordinate trembled. Boss, what do we do? Are we doomed? Kassak's face fell a mask of grim defeat. Take what gold remains and flee, he sighed. We'll find a new meadow, raise our children, and begin anew. But the orc to the king's right slammed his fist on the table. Start over, Ba. A brilliant idea. First, we organize a hunt for human women. A savage glint ignited in his eyes, a thirst for chaos. Suddenly, the meeting shattered in an instant. The very same robot from the Pantheon Guild Enterprise had arrived. A crushing blow landed on the back of an orc's head. The monster's face met the table with a sickening crunch. What is this? His comrade roared, watching an iron hand pin his brother's skull to the splintered wood. Target detected. The machine's voice boomed, its presence violating the sanctity of the Orc Council. Species non-human, type orc. It ground a fallen warrior under its heel, a statement of utter dominance. A menacing red light flared to life on its faceplate. It stood before King Kassak, extending its left hand in a silent demand. Give me a break, the king scoffed, pointing a shaky finger at the crimson glow emanating from the machine's visor. Outside the building bore a gaping wound in its roof. 2 massive cannons were now aimed directly at the Orc King's throne. I don't know who you are, the monster growled, but you've got courage, I'll give you that. A furious glare met the robot's cold stare. His threats weren't empty. Warriors brandishing colossal axes materialized behind the intruder. But the robot was already in motion, leaping as their blades whistled past, leaving glowing trails of energy in their wake. Activate assassination mode. The familiar voice of the pilot echoed through the machine.
A formidable weapon system prepared for battle. The robot unleashed hellfire from all barrels. Bullets rained down on the orcs,
Tearing massive holes through their green bodies. The clever ones scrambled for cover behind chunks of rubble. An orc charged the machine, firing wildly.
Die! He screamed, raising his shield to block the coming storm. The robot simply extended one of its many arms.
It moved to intercept the raging monster. For a moment, the orc's raw strength sent the robot's arm flying upward. But not before it fired a single fatal shot, ending the attacker's charge permanently. The robot stood amidst its fallen foes. It ejected a spent shell casing. Special modification ultra-high mass 12-gauge bullet set. The ominous red light swept across the room. The robot aimed its entire arsenal at the terrified survivors. Each one was perfectly in its sights. Conditional firearm restriction. Released, it announced. All weapons free to use. Expend all ammunition. The source of the red glow was now clear. A terrifying number of bullets descended upon the orcs. Fire erupted from every barrel at once.
The shells ripped chunks of green flesh from the monsters, who were now powerless against this mechanical demon. Countless casings rained onto the stone floor, mingling with the rivers of crimson flowing from the perforated orcs.
The robot surveyed the result of its work, its red optics scanning the carnage. Cease fire! It commanded itself. The volley's effect was absolute. The entire chamber was a graveyard of broken monsters. One entity remains, the robot stated coldly.
Through the smoke, a new silhouette appeared. In this orc's hands was a masterfully crafted double-edged battle axe.
Not bad, the hulking monster praised his foe. The ones you just slaughtered, they were to be the generals of my new army. Resume assassination protocol. The robot declared, its weapons locking on. Do you even understand what assassination means? The orc roared. The robot offered no debate. It simply opened fire again. With a furious growl, the orc answered with his own attack. He swung his massive axe in a devastating arc. The monster's strike connected, and one of the robot's arms was sheared clean off. The machine blocked with its second arm, which barely stopped the fearsome weapon. Material detected, adamantite, the robot analyzed. It now understood the source of the incredible damage. The orc grinned a cruel and joyous sight as he raised his axe for another strike. That's right. This axe is forged of pure adamantite. Even a dragon's hide cannot withstand its edge. The monster boasted, his smile widening. Another blow landed, inflicting even more serious damage upon the machine. Assumed rank, S, the robot calculated internally. Its red light flickered. Insufficient ammunition. One of its arms, now sparking violently desperately, held back the monster's blade. Extending its remaining limb towards its enemy, the robot analyzed the orc. Then, out of nowhere, it delivered a powerful punch to the monster's face. But the orc didn't even flinch. He laughed a deep, booming sound. A good hit, he admitted. In the same motion, he slammed a fist the size of a boulder into the robot's chest. You think a mere chunk of metal like you has any chance against me, I who have been blessed by the warrior god Helen? The orc snarled, his face a mask of rage. He raised his colossal axe high above his head, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow upon his enemy. The strike found its mark. A thick glowing gash split the robot's faceplate. Insufficient time, the robot's voice glitched. Scenario? Failure. The voice of his conqueror, Jahagbin, echoes around him, but the Orc King cannot comprehend the situation. He has every reason to be terrified. His entire body is ensnared in glowing threads of energy, the unmistakable signature of Jahagbin's power. Even his legendary axe, forged from pure adamantite, is trapped uselessly in the web. A robot stares down the monster, its single red eye completely unfazed. In his final moments, the ensnared king looks up in astonishment at the small drone-like being hovering before him. With data from real-world combat, my big data skill has achieved perfection. What madness are you spouting? The bewildered orc roars, completely lost. A brilliant golden energy erupts around Jag. It issues a cold command, Jahagbin Tactical Art, Divine Law. The white threads binding the king erupt with blinding light. The monster's fate is sealed. In a flash of pure energy, the threads slice him into 1,000 tiny pieces. The battlefield is instantly painted in orc blood. Yeppy surveys the carnage, his eyes falling upon the magnificent double-edged axe of the slain orc. Adamantium antimatter protocol activated, the robot intones. Eliminating all witnesses. Assassination. Complete. A flicker of satisfaction crosses the robot's optic sensors. On a nearby screen, news flashes across the nation. The Gillen Republic's coup d'etat incident has been suppressed. The newly established Gillen government issues a formal apology for the recent turmoil. Meanwhile, blessed crops have been discovered in the rice paddies of Betawam. Wow, not bad at all, Sir Yeppy, the android Hari remarks with admiration. The war is officially over. She reports, scrolling through her phone. The small robot chirps in agreement. Then the girl spots another incredible story. Investment funds show a 220% return. Yeppy squeals with delight while Leon in the same room sips his tea and reviews a status update on his tablet. Swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horsemanship. It appears all his skills have seen a significant boost. Leon's attention then shifts to the personal file of a particular cadet. I need to connect him with the gods soon, he muses. Although, he must first prove his faith. Leon takes a sip of tea. There's no time to waste. He thinks, his eyes glued to the tablet. The gods have permitted a simplified process. I must move quickly. His gaze then falls upon the profile of a girl we recognize. Shinon. He murmurs her name. Her file reads age 20 from the Hunter Academy. It also states that the girl is a B-class hunter whose main weapon is a sword. Note, granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guildmaster. A knight. Must always walk the path of virtue, Leon reflects. Suddenly a realization dawns on him as he stares at the text of her
Personal file. Her lineage, he thinks. I assume this affluent child signed up because of the divine laws.
A painful memory surfaces. A dark-haired girl, her voice laced with accusation. You killed him. You the greatest king. In Lionheart's history. Soyeon, she reminds me of someone, the hero thinks sadly. But just then, something shatters his concentration. He's jolted from the cadet's personal affairs. He realizes Jorik's hammer has just moved. Who could have possibly done this, Leon wonders.
He explodes into action, nearly bowling Harry over as he bolts for the door. The girl cries out, Your Majesty, what
happened? But she'll get no answer. The small robot's sensors whir with intense curiosity. We cut to a training, field the very spot where Jorik's hammer just moved of its own accord. We see the legendary weapon, and as Leon approaches it, satisfied grin spreads across his face. This is unexpected, he says. Before him stands a single student who has managed to lift Jorik's hammer. It's a massive struggle, but he holds the weapon high. We are at the Dang Fields near the Naju Plains.
A horse is casually munching on Harry's red braid, but the girl pays it no mind completely. Focused on the person addressing her and the
other cadets. It's Leon. Today we are accepting a new student, he announces with a grim expression. These words cause a stir among the cadets.
What now? All the other academy students should have already joined.
The guilds, says Ye Hook. Who could it be? Asks the guy beside him. The cadets notice an unfamiliar young man standing nearby and turn towards him. He will train with you, Leon declares, to become a knight in the future. Harry stares at her new classmate with her mouth agape.
He's on a horse but can barely stay on as the animal clearly doesn't obey him.
The young man finally manages to guide his mount toward Leon and the others. I'm Gang, he introduces himself. First generation, student of the Man-at-Arms Division. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper, the headquarters of the Korean Hunters Association. The president standing between the desks is receiving a critical briefing. Eastern, Sea Fleet and 7 American fleets, as well as Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, have all checked in. Dragon Palace? Okuk says thoughtfully. It seems we can no longer doubt that it is real. He's referring to a portal in the middle of the ocean called the Dragon Palace. A gate was discovered in the ocean off Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. At the time, people believed that gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites set up to search the seas. So humanity was completely unaware. Remember the price of negligence. The Tokyo Bay gate was ignored until a dungeon break ripped the city apart.
Tokyo fell into ruin, a modern-day Godzilla story. Nearby beaches were corrupted, twisting ocean life
into grotesque monsters. It was a disaster etched into history, forcing nations to finally cooperate on raiding these dimensional threats. Just then, an urgent report reaches Kang Hauk. Hurricane Nabi, once bound for the Pacific, has violently changed course. It's now barreling straight for Allen Island. Forecasters are calling it the storm of the century. Of all the times, Kang Hauk mutters, his anxiety rising. On screen, a reporter stands battered by the elements. On the coast, drenched in torrential rain. Winds are clocked at 64.5 meters per second, he yells. That's on par with the legendary Hurricane Mimi from 2003. The report continues. Catastrophic damage to Alon Island is inevitable. The association president. He turns his face a mask of grim determination. Get me His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild, he commands. The order is absolute. A massive monitor displays dozens of data streams. 30 minutes later, a familiar red-haired hunter materializes behind the president. Just us, he asks, sizing up the room.
Kang Hauk studies the newcomer Lee Yangen, noticing a change. You've grown serious, he observes. You used to even
ignore the draft entirely. Beside him, Ha Yuri smirks into her fist. Yeah, why is our guild the priority draft candidate? Yangen challenges him. There are stronger guilds out there. It's hard to find a guild as great as Pantheon. Kang Hauk counters smoothly. We're still recovering from the Jeju Island incident, Yangon reminds him sharply. The association president just smirks. I'm sure you're feeling much better now. The condescending reply ignites Yangon's temper. This damn old fox. He thinks flexing his authority just because of Leon. I assume you're not sending us in alone, he says aloud, probing. Is your ace card finally making a move? Ace card, Kang Hawk plays dumb, a master of deflection. His Majesty's power is not for someone like me to discuss, he replies smoothly. I see. Yangon's face falls. The disappointment is palpable. Damn it, this isn't going as planned, he grumbles to Yuri, stepping away. Yuri just smiles. Well, you reap what you sow, she says wisely. Yangon shoots her a furious glare. His anger fades, replaced by a sudden memory. A knight his armor pierced through offering his own steed. Take him, the knight had said. Even if your skill is lacking, he will heed the king. Yangon stares at the noble warrior, utterly shocked. May you live an honorable life, and may the gods bless you. Damn it! Yangon thinks now his back to us. My soul feels so tarnished. Just then, the president's bald assistant approaches, holding a comms device. He leans in to whisper to Kang Hawk. The VIP has arrived. They'll be here momentarily. A VIP? Yangon wonders. He finds it strange. Kang Hawk is nervously fixing his tie. Even more, the president himself is using a breath freshener. Yangon can't comprehend it. What kind of person could make these powerful men so flustered? Then the doors open. We see an immaculate shoe step into the room. And then, the king himself appears. It is Leon, flanked by Hari and Kim Jinsu. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your Majesty Kang Hawk greets with a deep, respectful bow. You'd better have a damn good reason for dragging me here. Leon replies, his smile effortlessly confident. Of course, the association head assures him, gesturing forward. This way. Your Majesty, I will explain everything. It's clear enough, Leon says calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. A gate in the middle of the ocean. And a hurricane closing in. A raid under these conditions will be treacherous. The hero had grasped it all instantly. Exactly, Your Majesty, Kang Hawk confirms. He presses a button on a remote. On the main screen, images of warships appear. The US and Japan are sending their fleets to assist, the president explains. The other guilds will remain on standby. This is an opportunity to further raise the honor of the king. Of the Lionheart. Kang Hawk lowers his gaze, his voice filled with reverence. Please bestow upon us the greatness of your power, he asks humbly. He then stands and bows deeply before Leon, who sits enthroned in a chair. A slight smile touches the hero's lips. You certainly know how to choose your words. He praises Kang Hawk. Very well, I agree. But a king's worth is not cheap. He warns, his tone shifting. You must prepare a worthy tribute. Kang Hawk, now behind a small podium, inquires if there is something specific His Majesty desires. Leon smiles, turning to leave. A king does not count coins. You may discuss the details with Sir Spin. Yes, Your Majesty, Kang Hawk replies, bowing once more. He just gave me an empty promise, he thinks to himself. The head of the Korean hunters understands. This man is impossible to control. He watches the trio retreat through the skyscraper doors. Outside, Leon glances thoughtfully at his tablet. Now then, model, I will name those who will participate in the raid. Write it down, he says to Harry, who stands beside him. Yes, Your Majesty, the girl readily answers. The hero looks at his papers. First for the students, Han Seho Kim. Yaki-san. For the soldiers, Kim Gapu, Hwang Jinu Park Chalan, and Mao. Hari obediently writes, but then surprise flashes in her eyes. She scans the list again, confirming her suspicions. Your Majesty, she says to the hero. Speak. Without even a glance in her direction, he gives his answer. Tears begin to stream down Harry's face. You haven't named a single woman, she says, her voice trembling. Leon looks at her, his expression one of pure bewilderment. Harry is baffled by the king's reaction. A spark of resentment ignites within her. Even if he draws a line between ladies and women, she never thought he'd be so discriminatory. In a situation like this, isn't the answer obvious? Leon asks as they move on. Huh? A woman on a ship? Is bad luck, Leon declares. He sounds like some fossil from a forgotten age with his outdated ideas. Harry can only stare at him in utter disbelief. Suddenly the scene shifts. A squadron of combat helicopters thunders overhead. Below them, a massive naval warship cuts through the ocean. This is the pride of South Korea, the First Fleet. The helicopters touch down, greeted by a delegation of high-ranking naval officers. A figure emerges from a chopper, clad in black sunglasses. For the first time, we see the massive force of hunters Leon brought with him. They approach the waiting military officials. Are you the commander of this base? Leon asks the officer at the head of the formation. Yes, Your Majesty. I am Lieutenant General Cho Yang of the First Fleet, the officer replies, his voice full of respect. It is a profound honor to meet you, the officer says, standing ramrod straight before Leon. My granddaughter was cured of her illness thanks to the crops from Goddess Demeter. I would be grateful if you would convey my thanks. A slight smile touches Leon's lips as he removes his glasses. Anyone who is grateful for her blessings, he says, is a brother to me. That is a great honor, Your Majesty, the officer exclaims, his face breaking into a wide grin. Please follow me, before I begin the briefing, he says, as Leon coolly puts his glasses back on. I would like to introduce the Allied forces. We cut to a heavily fortified building. It seems Leon and his hunters weren't the only ones to arrive. We now see Yang standing just behind our hero.
Are those the American raiders? He asks, gesturing to a group of hunters speaking amongst themselves.
Indeed, the general answers. They flew here on cargo aircrafts, arriving as fast as they possibly could. The U.S. raid team is known for being cautious. This is a surprise, Yang mutters. Taking a closer look, he recognizes a familiar face. Is that Reynolds Sherman? He asks in shock. The master of the American Magic Tower. You are correct, the officer confirms. There stands the long-haired old man we had almost forgotten. Why would a legend like him come here in person? As if on cue, Sherman turns and sizes up the Koreans. So my fame has even reached Korea, he thinks with a sinister smirk. He still clutches that strange purple orb in his hand, never letting it go. A pleasure to meet you, Korean hunters. I am Reynolds Sherman, master of the Magic Tower, invited for this gate raid, he announces. But suddenly, the smug smile vanishes from his face. He spots someone. It's Leon standing stoically behind the other hunters. Sherman freezes in pure panic. It feels like his end has come. Great one, what do I do? The American magician cries out mentally. He's shaking with terror. He is right in front of us. A voice emanates from the sphere. Calm yourself. Knowing him, you would already be a corpse if he had sensed my presence. We have not been discovered. Have faith in my power.
Trust the ring that I crafted for you. Sherman glances at the ring on his index finger. As expected of the great and wise demon himself,
he thinks rubbing his thumb over the jewel that is saving his life. With this ring concealing all demonic mana, we can't be found out. But just then, the unthinkable happens. The evil magician sees it. A wisp of violet energy leaks out from under the ring. A fresh wave of panic grips him, and he mentally screams for his master. The voice returns, laced with annoyance. It's being worn out. His divine power is overwhelming it, the sphere tells Sherman. We see streams of golden aura flowing around Leon, who is now watching the American with a look of confusion. Move away from him, immediately his master commands. But Sherman is frozen in place right in front of Leon. I'll look suspicious if I make any sudden movements, he thinks desperately. You incompetent fool, the orb curses him. Stealing his nerves, the old man tries to play it cool. He forces a smile at Leon. It is an honor, Your Majesty. Your reputation is known even in our distant lands. I have wanted to meet you for so long. Sherman nearly offers his hand for a handshake, but catches himself just in time. A handshake would expose him instantly. The hero just smiles a mysterious glint in his eye. It seems you know your place. Very well, he says with a hint of malice. Leon turns and walks away completely satisfied. Sherman wonders if he was just played. We have to get out of here. The old magician pleads silently with the purple sphere. Surely you can see that this is our only way out. Sherman, drenched in sweat, glares at the orb. But its reply is chilling. The old man must stay. Our mission is far too critical. There is no other path. We will enter that portal. Sherman gazes down at his hands in utter despair. Damn it all, he thinks. Why did I ever get tangled up with this cursed demon?
Elsewhere, Harry is storming through the docks absolutely fuming. His Majesty refuses to allow women on his ship, she seethes.
But suddenly she stops dead. Her eyes widen in absolute surprise. Hunter gang, she calls out, recognizing a familiar face among the workers. She rushes over to the young man as he unloads a truck. He turns, recognizing Harry, and offers a bewildered greeting. She buys him a cola from a vending machine. Why are you doing all this back-breaking labor, she asks. The association is supposed to handle this. Desing cracks open the can, quenching his thirst. No, he answers simply. I believe I should lend a hand. A couple stands nearby watching them. But you're a knight trainee now too, Harry insists. I'm sure His Majesty wouldn't force you into such menial tasks. Desing just smiles, rubbing the back of his neck. It's not that special, he says humbly. I feel like I'm getting far too much praise just for lifting that hammer. Not special. Hari snaps back, her frustration boiling over. I couldn't even budget an inch. Over 1,000 people tried, and you were the only one. You were chosen by the goddess herself. Desing stares at her, his face a mask of pure disbelief. That can't possibly be true. She's about to explode, but then a mischievous idea sparks. She decides to impersonate the king. I bet His Majesty would say, how dare you? You lowly peasant doubt the decision of a king. How dare you question the divine judgment of the goddess, unseen by her? The very king she is mocking Leon is standing right behind her, taking in every single word. Desing frantically tries to warn her. But Hari is completely lost in her parody. This will not stand, she proclaims in a deep, booming voice. Your doubts stem from a body that isn't properly forged. In my day, we trained without a single moment of sleep. Her caricature of Leon paints him as a complete tyrant. And he has just stepped right up behind her. D-Sing does everything he can to save her. "Assistant Manager Han!" he yells, hoping to break her trance and stop her from saying more. But the air grows cold. A horrifying thought dawns on Harry. "He's right behind me, isn't he?" she asks in a tiny voice. Her eyes widen in sheer terror as she realizes the dreadful truth. In that instant, a hand violently grabs her by the hair. "How utterly insolent!" the hero roars with fury. "You dare mock the king himself!" Tears stream down Harry's face as she apologizes profusely. "Please just kill me on the spot," she begs. Suddenly, Leon's rage vanishes. He lets her go and sighs, folding his arms across his chest. "To think you're the one who received the blessing," Leon says, his voice dripping with pure disgust. Harry can't believe her ears. "By the divinity of sea and waves," the hero clarifies with a scornful look. "PMA has chosen you to be her new saintess." D-Sing and Hari stare at the king completely stunned. "You will be joining us on this raid," Leon declares, shooting Harry a sideways glance. She should be overjoyed, but a cold dread washes over her. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes that tells her something is terribly wrong, and her instincts were right on the mark. Moments later, she finds herself bound tightly in thick rope. "This is a mistake," she screams in despair. "You said I was a saintess?" She is unceremoniously carried past Yangan, who watches from the warship's deck. Hari continues to shriek that it's completely unacceptable to treat a chosen saintess in such a disgraceful way. Yangan recognizes Hari, though only her head is visible from the bundle of ropes. She begs the hunter to help her, but Leon has no intention of easing her suffering. With a twisted smile, he explains his logic. "A woman on a ship is bad luck," he tells Yangan. "However, there is a way to deceive the spirits." Yangan's face pales, realizing with horror what Leon is planning. "A figurehead," the hero announces with a deeply satisfied smirk. A blood-curdling scream of terror and despair tears from Hari's throat. "This is wrong," she wails, her head poking out from the top of the wooden post she's now tied to. "I agreed to help, but this wasn't part of the deal." Then she spots a familiar face among those carrying her. "Suho," she screams. "My own little brother." "I'm sorry," he mutters, unable to meet her desperate gaze. "Traitor!" Hari shrieks at the hunters carrying her post. She refuses to surrender, desperately crying out for help. Anyone with a shred of conscience left, please stop them. But her pleas only make her captors quicken their pace, breaking into a run toward the ship's bow. Shockingly, one of the carriers is Harry. She hears every last one of Hari's desperate cries, but says absolutely nothing. The pillar is slammed down onto the deck with a thunderous crash. At the bottom, only Hari's feet are visible beneath the ropes. The huntress lets out a final desperate scream from the very front of the ship. She is horrified, unable to believe this nightmare is real. In front of her, there's nothing but an iron railing, and beyond it, the vast, unforgiving expanse of the endless blue sea. A sharp whistle pierces the air. The order is given. Release the mooring lines. Sailors stand at attention on the bow, saluting those left behind on the shore. The warship pulls away, and on its prow stands a pillar, with a red-haired girl bound to it. As the vessel gains speed, Hari's desperate cries for help echo across the stormy seas. Savage waves crash against the hull. Hurricane Nabi is closing in fast. A panicked shout from the deck. Wind speed 64.5 meters per second. Tied to that cruel wooden mast on the ship's bow, Hari screams in absolute terror. Her pleas are swallowed by the raging storm. But amidst the chaos, Leon stands calmly at the railing, a simple fishing rod in his hands. He turns to the girl and commands her to be quiet. Confused, Hari can't believe her ears. "Shut up, you'll scare all my fish away," the man says casually, lifting his sunglasses. "Fish you're fishing now while I'm tied up here." The girl is utterly dumbfounded. "Silence!" Leon hisses, reeling in his line. Seems they all scattered," he complains. "There's no way. Any fish would be near a warship like this," Hari snaps back. But just then, the man's fishing line suddenly goes taut with immense force. She can't believe her eyes. With a single pull, Leon yanks a massive redfish from the churning sea. "A magnificent catch," he declares, holding his prize by the tail. "Lieutenant General, prepare what I requested earlier," he commands. "Yes, Your Majesty," the officer replies, bewildered. Moments later, the massive fish is laid upon a ceremonial table. Leon kneels before it, hand pressed to his heart. Behind him, hunters, sailors, and even knights in full armor gather. The hero closes his eyes in reverence. "O graceful master of the sea," he intones, "appear before us who have dared to set foot into your sacred domain." A blinding light suddenly erupts from the fish. Brilliant rays shoot out as a pillar of light bursts from the deck, rocketing into the stormy heavens. In the command room, officers stare in disbelief. "What is that? Have you ever seen anything like it? Is that a wave?" A sailor's eyes widen in terror as he gazes out at the sea, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. A colossal tidal wave dwarfing the warships looms over them. It threatens to engulf and crush the entire fleet in an instant, but then its crest transforms into a swirling azure vortex. And from within the whirlwind, a voice booms, "Lionheart, my beloved watchtower, protector of my temple. Pagma divinity of Ithacean waves." Leon finishes with a confident smile. He had summoned this very deity. The spectral form of a colossal shark materializes high above. The naval officers can only stare mouths agape. "This sea is quite mundane," the divine presence remarks. As Pagma mentioned, "I sense no divinity in this land, this vessel. It doesn't even have sails." The massive shark sneers, hovering over the 21st century warships. "None of you understand the grace of the sea." "It can't be helped," Leon replies, his hand still humbly on his chest. "This world has yet to receive your teachings, so please, show them mercy and watch over them." The shark lets out a thunderous laugh, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Why should I watch over those who have no faith in me?" it booms. "Only through fear and respect can you receive my grace." Leon simply closes his eyes, tilting his head slightly. "By the way, why did you choose that child as your saintess?" Tears stream down Harry's face as she looks from her pillar to the divine beast. The shark laughs loudly once more. "I barely managed to convince Pagma," it replies, its form glowing against the dark sky. "But it was worth it. She is an exceptional vessel." Hari has no idea what the divine beast is talking about. Leon ponders this, his gaze fixed on the heavens. "Not as good as you, of course," the shark adds. A flash reveals Leon's powerful physique, crackling with golden energy. "You could contain all the divinities inside you." "I sensed her fate was steeped in misfortune, and it seems I was correct," Leon says, glancing at the bound Hari. "This is a blessing. Why call it misfortune?" the shark demands. "The attention of the gods can be a poison to a mortal who lacks faith," the hero explains. Meanwhile, Hari is desperately trying to process this impossible conversation. These mythical beings. It's all too much. The deity in shark form laughs again. "I trust you will take care of that," it tells Leon. The spectral predator's form seems to grow even larger as it looms over the Korean fleet. "Kim Hari," it calls out, addressing the girl on the pillar. "My saintess." "Who? Me?" Hari still can't believe it. She's been given some incomprehensible but clearly incredibly high status. The Azure Phantom hovers directly over the warship's bow, where the pillar and the girl stand. "I grant you authority over the waves, and the blessing of water that," the shark proclaims. "Accept this gift with joy and spread my teachings far and wide." "Yes, I agree," Hari answers happily. "But could you maybe untie me first?" Her request seems to genuinely confuse the deity. "With my saintess as the sacrifice, no wave shall harm your vessel," the spectral beast declares with grave finality. Harry is completely lost. "I'm sorry, what?" she stammers. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning rips across the sky. "What is that sky?" the girl gasps in bewilderment. From behind the pole, her brother watches her with pure admiration. She's bound fast as a monstrous hurricane descends. Panic erupts on deck as 10-meter waves crash around them. "We're going to be swept away!" people scream, fleeing in terror. But Harry, still a prisoner, can only stare in horror. The waves surge closer. She cries out, screaming for help. "You don't have enough faith," a calm voice says. It's Leon. He leans casually against the iron fence. His sunglasses are still on, defying the storm-racked sunless sky. "Your Majesty," Hari asks, completely stunned. "However PMA likes you." The hero declares, a smirk playing on his lips. "I guess he's willing to overlook your lack of faith." "I don't need forgiveness," Hari shouts back in rage. "Just set me free." "Calm down," Leon says with a cool smile. He turns to the sea, seemingly admiring the symphony of chaos. "Leave yourself in the hands of great nature, then the endless nature will embrace you." He stands on the very edge of the ship's bow. His arms are spread wide as if to hug the storm itself. "Your Majesty, I want to live," Harry desperately screams behind him. But then the girl notices something impossible. "Don't you think this is strange?" Leon asks, his gaze turning to Harry. "Such a terrible hurricane," he muses, scratching his head. "And not a single wave has reached us." His words sink in. And it's true. The ship isn't even rocking. The massive waves simply vanish before they can touch the vessel. This is all a grand display. PMA is using the Saintess as a medium to pacify the waves, Leon explains. The ship glides on, nestled in a pocket of impossible calm, while the sea rages just beyond its divine protection. "Is that true?" Hari asks in sheer amazement. Leon smiles. No one believes in him, so there was no choice but to use the Saintess. "She is the medium," he clarifies. "I see," Hari says, beaming with relief. "So he didn't tie me up because he's a misogynist," she thinks. Suddenly, she feels the rope holding her slacken. In the next second, it snaps, and she's free. She crashes onto the deck, hitting her butt painfully. Leon just watches her, a thoughtful look on his face.
But her freedom is cut short as a colossal wave finally crashes over the ship, launching the bow skyward.
Hari squeals in horror, flung into the air as the deck disappears from beneath her feet. "Excuse me?" she yells at the prince. He's balancing perfectly with one foot on the railing. "Tie me back up, I hate all this." Her cry echoes from the heart of the storm. Sometime later, Leon had tied her back up. Before us now is a formidable warship slicing through calm seas. It's an American Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. On its deck stands Sherman holding a pulsating purple sphere.
"I thought the ship was going to be flipped over just now," he says. "But we're safe as long as we follow that ship."
The glowing sphere answers him. That bastard used the authority of the sea and waves. A ship blessed by that divinity will always witness a rich harvest and will never be sunk by storms. "It's clear," Sherman replies. But he secretly thinks his own patron is completely useless in this situation. "Captain, we have bad news," an announcement blares. The magician turns his head toward the loudspeaker, straining to hear exactly what happened.
The Murasama-class ship that left from Sasebo has capsized from the hurricane and is being rescued at the moment.
Hearing this, the magician's face darkens. "We've lost a third of our forces before the raid has even begun. You just need to focus on this gate," the purple orb tells him with irritation. "That's what's important." "Okay," the magician says. He looks at the sphere as a voice booms across the sea. "This is Guangeto the Great. We will proceed with the mission." Sending in the raid team on boats. Before them, an inflatable boat appears, carrying knights clad in full armor. "Let's enter the portal." A group of ships has gathered before a swirling crimson-black vortex. Boats filled with landing parties advance. One by one, they detach from the main ships and sail toward their otherworldly target. A boat of hunters is about to cross the threshold. Now, Leon and his team are at the front. The hero stands calmly on the bow of his boat's sunglasses, firmly in place. "The mission begins," he announces. "The Pantheon Guild enters the portal," Ding shouts, cupping his hand to his mouth. Knights brace themselves in the boat next to him, but Harry continues to cry, her fear growing in the portal's red light. Alarming cries and screams of horror echo from within. Hari, with a spiky creature sitting on her head, stares at something in shock. Before her eyes, a tornado of incredible size has formed, sucking in all the people who had already entered the portal. It spins them furiously in its grasp. "What is this?" the girl screams in horror, as she too, still tied to her post, is pulled into the whirlwind.
Harry lies unconscious on a tropical shore where she was apparently washed up by the waves.
"I told you, the kimchi is here," she mutters, tasting the salty water that floods her nose and mouth. It's too salty. She finishes her thought, and her senses return with a jolt, realizing that something has gone terribly wrong. The scene cuts back to Hari. She gets on all fours and spits out a mouthful of seawater. "Ugh, so salty," the girl cries out. After catching her breath, Harry struggles to remember what happened. "We were all swept up into that massive tornado," she thinks frantically. "Where is everyone?" She turns her head and sees her comrades lying unconscious all over the sand, just as she was a moment ago. She pushes herself up and shouts their names. Her voice is weak, but it works. People are starting to wake up. Dazed and disoriented, their senses are a complete mess. Hari collapses onto the sand beside her brother, both of them just clawing their way back to consciousness. He clutches his head, a splitting pain racking his skull. "That tornado, did we get sucked in?" He groans the words barely escaping his lips. "Is this everyone who made it?" She murmurs, her gaze sweeping over the scattered survivors. Then a chilling realization hits her. "His Majesty, I don't see him." On this desolate beach where the hunters washed ashore, the king is nowhere in sight. The girl also realizes Sir Yeppy and many others are missing. "Calm down, everyone is safe." A voice suddenly echoes inside her head, making her jump in shock. This feeling is completely alien. She's never experienced anything like it in her life. Hari trembles, a mixture of exhilaration and disbelief flooding her system. The unreality of the situation is staggering. "Look below you," the voice advises, its tone firm and knowing. She frantically scans her surroundings, trying to understand her patron's cryptic message. "A turtle?" she asks, bewildered. "Yes, my saintess," the celestial being confirms. "I have sent a small messenger to aid you." Harry and her brother stare at the tiny reptile. "It's so tiny," Hari observes. "Insolence." The god booms with indignation. "You should respect a divine creature." Taking a closer look, the girl notices something strange. A faint red light glows from the turtle's head, pulsing with a gentle stream of energy. "You said everyone was safe, didn't you?" "Do you know what happened?" She presses for answers. The god hums mysteriously. "I carried them to a safe land with the authority of the waves. However," he continues, "I couldn't prevent you from being separated from them." We then see the other hunters trapped in bubbles floating near the ghost shark. "You're incredible, that's amazing." Harry says, her voice filled with awe. "This body," the turtle complains, "is rather inconvenient for movement." And just like that, it's confirmed. The god protecting Harry Poma has possessed this tiny turtle. "Lend me your shoulder," he demands. The girl sighs reluctantly, agreeing already tired of being a divine taxi service. What now? She thinks, adjusting the reptile on her shoulder. Suddenly, Harry's danger sense goes wild. She's not alone. The distinct sound of skittering claws emerges from the tree line. The other hunters on the shore feel it too, their hands flying to their weapons. All eyes lock onto the jungle's edge. A command rings out. Everyone get ready. And from the shadows, huge crabs come pouring out. Monster attack! One of the hunters screams. These arthropod horrors don't just scuttle on the ground. Some of them take to the skies, rapidly closing the distance. Without a second thought, Harry unsheathes her sword, and it erupts in flames. Jinsu, standing beside her, orders the knights to raise their shields and form a defensive wall. They didn't even give us time to recover, the girl thinks. I'll try to get rid of them. Harry grips her flaming sword, preparing to unleash a fiery attack. She gets into a battle stance. But just as she's about to strike, she watches in amazement as her flames are instantly doused by water from nowhere. A saintess blessed by the ocean and waves is using fire. The god's voice is dripping with pure, unadulterated offense. What Harry is completely lost, unable to understand the complaints coming from the divine turtle on her shoulder. It turns its head away, clearly insulted. Are you telling me I can't use fire? She asks. Then I don't want to be your saintess. She shouts in frustration, throwing the turtle off her shoulder. That's impossible, Poma cries out. Now put me back. The girl grabs the animal by its tail and begrudgingly pulls it back onto her shoulder as the hunters form a shield wall on the beach. They prepare to clash with the advancing crabs. But up ahead, they see another one, smoke rising from its damaged shell. Standing over it is Reynold Sherman, a sinister purple sphere clutched in his hands. He's surrounded by dozens of dead crabs. That took care of them, he mutters. A voice from the orb answers him. Things proceeded just as they did in the beginning. It's fine now that we're away from that monster. Leave the rest of the American hunters here to construct a shelter. We have work to do. Yes, higher being, Sherman answers obediently. The magician then turns his attention to the smoking crab before him. A purple sphere materializes in his hand, pouring its corrupt energy into the monster. Rise, Sherman commands, and a glow appears. In the eyes of the giant arthropod, it's alive again. And it seems this dark resurrection was not a one-time trick. A huge leg moves from behind the magician's back. Guide me to the stone statue. Sherman orders dark energy flowing from his eyes. Is this the stone statue we need? The magician asks the purple sphere he's holding. Before them stands a strange monument. Its upper part is crowned with a large pink ball. Yes, the sphere answers. You must find a few more of these, she tells Sherman. The old man then begins to channel his magic again, a pink energy vortex appearing in his hand. Wait, a voice cuts in, interrupting his spell mid-cast. Sherman looks around to see who dares to bother him. Magic Tower Master? Do you know what that is? It's Old Man Yan, flanked by several hunters from his Yongin guild. Yuri, I'm glad you're okay, Sherman says with a disarming smile. But mentally he speaks to the purple sphere. I didn't expect them to get here so quickly. At least it's not that monster, the orb replies. I'm sure you saw the quest too, the magician says to Yan. We're supposed to destroy these. Yes, of course, the hunter answers, nodding respectfully as the screen reveals the system quest assigned to them all. As the hunters scour the island, they confront the statue of Rakar the Great. 0 divided by 3, Yangon declares cryptically. Visions of the Jeju Island portal blaze through his mind. The true purpose of that red gate was to bring down Gyo Ryok. But there was a deeper layer to it. In other words, their knowledge of these quests is dangerously incomplete. Yangon stares down the magician, his voice firm. The intel we have on this portal is far from satisfactory. Sherman looks utterly baffled. Explain yourself, he demands. What if this statue is nothing but a trap? Asks the guildmaster his subordinate standing guard. We must first uncover the truth behind this Rakshasa. Yangon insists, his glare fixed on the magician. He hums, lost in thought. That does make sense, Sherman concedes to his floating purple master. Fall back for now, the sphere advises him. You cannot win against all of them. The magician lets out a chilling laugh, his eyes narrowing. How logical, he sneers. I'm impressed by your wisdom. Yangon and Yuri exchange puzzled glances, then look at each other. Then let's return to the beach, Sherman suggests. The Maverick Guild members are waiting for us there. Harry sheaths her sword with a sigh of relief. Finally, we killed them all. Any casualties? She asks her brother. No, we're all fine. He answers, his eyes shining with admiration for his sister. Hunter Park Dosik, are you okay? Yes, our squad is secure too, reports the man with curly hair holding a heavy shield. Ding turns to the girl, her expression filled with concern. The two young women look at each other. A tiny turtle remains perched on the girl's shoulder. We can no longer sense His Majesty's aura, Ding says, her voice trembling. This is just disgusting, Hari grits out. His buffs were a massive advantage for us. That's not the issue. The hunter explains, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. We've tested it. His Majesty's aura. We know its range. the demonic resentment buff stretched out for 30 kilometers. But right now, he says with dread, none of us are under its effect. Harry stands frozen before the knights trying to process what she just heard. This island is definitely smaller than 30 kilometers in both length and width. She thinks her mouth agape. This means His Majesty is not on any other island in this portal, she declares, gesturing to the archipelago around them. Coma. Hari turns to the turtle, sitting on her shoulder hoping for some kind of answer. The connection seems to have been severed from my end as well, God answers. Hari's fist clenches in frustration. This is very bad, she whispers. We're also missing many of our people. The girl walks to the edge of the ocean, staring into its depths as if expecting an answer. Where are you, Your Majesty? Asks Harry. Deep beneath the waves sounds echo from the abyss. A passage appears with stairs leading into the dark. A glowing yellow sphere illuminates the path. Yes, it is time I ended my long slumber, a malevolent entity declares. There we see Leon, the very one they're all searching for on the surface. He stands in his signature sunglasses, calmly gazing forward. A monstrous beast with enormous teeth, glowing red eyes, and a crown of powerful horns emerges from the darkness. Feasting on just fish for 5 centuries, it growls has made me sick and tired of seafood. Writhing tentacles emerge from its body. They reach out toward Leon. Yes, I'm curious to see what a Knight of the Gods tastes like. Inside the robot, a system alert flashes. BIOS booting failure. Unrecognized materials in device. This is followed by 3 notifications about a failed reboot. Attempting to reboot again with restricted resources. Yeppy, sitting on a small pedestal, is suddenly approached by an army of crabs. He lets out his signature squeak, which sounds like Kiri. A bright glow appears behind the arthropods. They raise their claws into the air and begin to mimic the sound, Kiri. The robot is at a loss, as its own sound signal is repeated back to it. Hearing Kiri again, the entire crowd of crabs begins to chant. Yeppy has no idea what's happening. He lifts his left leg up and sees the crabs doing the exact same thing, all while continuing to chant Kiri. Everything repeats when the robot raises its left leg. Yeppy lets out another bewildered, Kiri? I can't find Kim Do-han and Yuck, Harry, tells the hunters gathered around her. I haven't seen Section Chief Kim either. I never expected the trainees and soldiers to go missing. So-yoon says grimly. I'm sure they're fine, Suho reassures her, clenching his fists with determination. Hari turns to another group of hunters and thanks them for their assistance. Thank you, Americans, she says. Thanks to you, we easily defeated the monsters. The eldest among the Americans salutes. Greetings, Korean hunters, he says. My call sign is Mistel. I'm from the Maverick Guild, and I'm Cha Hae-in, the girl answers him joyfully. However, a memory suddenly sparks, and her face becomes concerned. Wait a minute, Mistel? That name is familiar, she says. Hari remembers seeing this face on the cover of a magazine. Alan Taylor, she exclaims with delight. You're the S rank hunter ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. The American coughs, cutting through her excitement. What's the point of a call sign if you're just going to call me by my real name? He asks. Harry quickly asks for forgiveness and promises to call her colleague by his call sign. He laughs and the girl responds in kind. One of the Korean hunters gasps in admiration, recognizing the American from YouTube. He confirms the S-class hunter will not interfere with their party inside this gate. I didn't know you were part of the raid team, Hari says, clenching her fists tightly. Weren't you notified? I guess we left in a hurry. Alan answers for some reason, turning away from the girl. He then faces her again, explaining that the head of the Pantheon Guild isn't with his hunters right now. Even offers to organize a search for the missing man. But Harry smiles, her faith unwavering. There's no need to worry. The god of the sea has blessed us, she says. If His Majesty wanted to find us, he would have found us much earlier. The American just scratches his head in total bewilderment. That's right, His Majesty has his own Pegasus, joyfully echoes. Her sister Suo. God of the sea, Pegasus, a lion can't make heads or tails of what these Koreans are talking about. Suddenly an alert appears. The first wave is beginning. The hunters on the beach look up in alarm. A wave! We have to defeat a wave of monsters, Hari asks in astonishment. But Alan doesn't seem the least bit afraid. We'll talk later, he says coolly. First, we need to deal with the monsters. From the depths, something terrible begins to rise. We see another alert first wave monsters. Incoming. Remaining time 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 34 seconds. A colossal octopus surfaces as a strange monster storms the shore with a pitchfork in hand. A-rank field bosses right from the start, one of the hunters shouts. This is going to be a real grind. The octopus looks truly terrifying, its maw lined with massive sharp teeth as it closes in. The hunters stand their ground on the shore, ready to repel the assault from the sea. Harry and Alan fight off the swarm of monsters, but the girl is having an incredibly difficult time. Shield wall now. Dang orders his subordinates taking the front line. He stands before everyone and takes the full force of a huge claw. You can see the immense strain. It's almost impossible to withstand. We're so much weaker now that we don't have His Majesty's buffs, he thinks. But despite it all, the guy is trying to block the attack of the monster that charged him. Then the giant octopus joins the fray. One blow from its tentacle is enough to shatter the entire shield line that was covering the main group. Dang flies backward as someone screams his name. It was Hari. She rushes over to the fallen shield bearers asking if they are okay. Dang insists that nothing is wrong and tells her to keep fighting. If only I could use my fire-type skills, she thinks, looking at her enemies with pure hatred. Gripping her sword, she boldly rushes towards them. With every swing, the bodies of sea monsters are torn to pieces. She carves through the enemy ranks, screaming a prayer to her god. E Toma, I'm your saintess. Don't I get like a super tsunami skill or something? You watch too much anime, the tiny turtle answers her. Harry is indignant. You're the one who looks more like an anime character than me, she shouts. Suddenly she notices that the monster about to strike her from behind dies from a strange silent attack. Don't get distracted, Korean. Huntress, says Alan Taylor, smoke rising from his finger, like the barrel of a freshly fired pistol. Thank you, Harry says with relief. At this very moment, she realizes something and looks at her American colleagues in complete surprise. Have you already killed them all? She asks, looking at the beach littered with the corpses of sea monsters. They weren't that strong for A ranks, Alan says calmly. Suo and Soan stare at the head of the dead giant octopus with wide eyes. He is so strong, Suo says, looking at Alan. Yes, this is what you'd expect from the best hunter guild in the USA. Soan answers him. Let's get rid of the remaining guys too, Alan says, putting his hands in his pockets. There aren't many of them left. A warning appears. The third wave is over. The mangled bodies of sea monsters with claws and human torsos float in the water before the beach. We see Yuppie again, and he makes his signature sound once more. 36 hours have passed since Yuppie was rescued by the crab monsters. Yuppie managed to stop the monster waves with those very same creatures, who suspiciously obeyed him with extreme willingness. We see the crabs, one of which is sitting on a robot. They all repeat the sound Kiri. The waves come at 12-hour intervals, says Yuppie, analyzing the situation he's in. These crustacean monsters grow and multiply at abnormal speeds. Here, a crab is being studied by a robot, living. Things need time to obtain nutrients and expand their skeletal structure. But these monsters are completely different. Suddenly, Yuppie hears someone calling out to him and once again lets out his characteristic squeak. What is it, Kimi-hoo? He asks. Our old friend, the red-haired cadet, smiles and replies that a new system window has appeared. None of the Reikar statues have yet been destroyed, he says. Yuppie immediately checks this information. We are told that the guy was rescued from the beach on the first day. Anyway, I didn't know that the survivors can't see the system windows, says Yuppie, who is looking at his blue window. It is true, Yuppie's friend answers him. Information sharing from the system is necessary in this place. So the mission's objective is to destroy these statues, the hunter muses studying the quest window. My theory? The crab monsters have been locked in an ancient war with another faction. He voices his suspicion. The masterminds behind these monster waves must be the ones targeting these statues. Strolling through the shallows past the carcasses of slain beasts, he notes, something feels off. The statues have to be their ultimate goal, right? That makes the most sense, chirps Yuppie from atop his head. So many of the Kiar tribe perished. Can we really keep holding back these waves? Johan asks. Impossible, the robot flatly replies. The waves are growing stronger with each assault. At this rate, we're doomed to fall by the fifth wave. Even with you here, he asks, glancing up at the robot on his head. Impossible. We need weapons, Yuppie insists. Weapons? Johan ponders. Are we supposed to arm the crabs with knives? Yuppie, I found something, he exclaims. The robot lets out a curious beep. It chirps again as Johan carries it towards a stunning waterfall. Hidden deep in the jungle, there's a cave behind this waterfall, he declares, peering inside. It's a vast cavern within the mountain, its floor submerged in water. Johan ventures deeper into the darkness. Yuppie transforms into a handy flashlight illuminating the path. At last, the hunters arrive at their destination. Look, Johan says excitedly to the robot. The Kikir tribe, they were far more advanced than I ever imagined. Before them lies a breathtaking sight. Brick buildings, traffic lights, and colossal skyscrapers glowing with light. All of this on the ocean floor where anglerfish drift by. What a pain, Leon groans, removing his sunglasses. This is no ordinary seabed, he thinks to himself. These are the ruins of a civilization, a fallen world. Encased in a golden aura bubble, the hero approaches a monument of majestic columns. Leon's eyes dart around. The moment our boat capsized, Paimon's authority vanished, he realizes. Her power must have been suppressed. Because we've trespassed into another being's domain, which means we're facing a god, or a demon lord. An unimaginable creature materializes before him with 4 massive horns, countless spikes, and leathery wings. Leon's fist tightens as it crackles with golden energy. "Show yourself, you foul creature," he commands. A deep, mocking laugh echoes around him. The entity seems to be looking down upon the heroes. "Lionheart," it rumbles. "The hound of the gods. With the heart of a lion, successor to the Dragon Slayer, the greatest demon killer of all." Leon remains silent, unmoving. Within his protective bubble, he sees menacing eyes flicker in the dark, surrounded by horrifying tentacles. "The Knight of Knights," the voice continues. "The King of Kings, guardian of the Radiant Kingdom." The monster draws dangerously close to Leon. "And yet, you appear before me weaker than you've ever been," it sneers. "Do you know me?" Leon asks, surprised. What demon doesn't know? Of the King Lionheart. "You were a legend among our kind." The monster snarls, its red eyes blazing with fury. Leon stands firm inside his golden aura, deep beneath the waves. Countless heroes have sought this place. "But not one possessed the strength to defeat me," the grotesque creature boasts. "Are you any different?" The monster bares its fangs. "How dare a filthy demon discuss my worth?" the hero asks, his voice unnervingly calm. At these words, the creature erupts in booming laughter. Its immense scale is revealed, towering over Leon far below. Suddenly, glowing chains materialize, binding the creature's tentacles. "Lionheart." It says, "I owe you my gratitude, because you defeated Malice. I was granted this opportunity." The monster is referring to someone Leon knows. "Malice?" the hero asks, stunned. The gargantuan beast looms over the tiny hero. "Now the 5 centuries of waiting finally come to an end," it declares. "The 4th wave raid." Hari dashes through the shallows, kicking at the water playfully. The turtle on her head looks down completely baffled. The girl slaps the water's surface as if expecting some profound result. The reptile sighs wearily. "If you're just going to play in the water," it says, "you might as well do it naked. It would certainly be more entertaining for me." Those words sting Hari. "Don't say things like that," she yells back, furious. "I'm working my butt off trying to awaken." "And all you do is mock me," the turtle retorts, clinging to her forehead. "No matter how much you splash around, you won't awaken a thing." With a heavy sigh, Hari lifts her hands from the water. "I heard that for Goddess Ariana," she explains. "You have to perform many acts of justice or honor to grow closer to her." "Sounds just like her," Paimon says. "Always a bit too narrow-minded. And for Goddess Demeter, you have to farm the land and give thanks to the earth," Hari continues. "For Hephaestus, it was winning battles with flames of determination." Or something along those lines. "Since you're the divinity of the sea and waves, I figured I had to do something with water." Perched atop a pensive Hari's head, the turtle scoffs at the ocean. "Simply playing on the beach won't be enough." "Then tell me what will..." Hari retorts, her finger pressing down on the tiny turtle's shell. "You're the one who said we must save His Majesty." "That is true," PMA answers thoughtfully. "But I don't believe he is trapped on land, nor does he seem to be." "Underwater? Then we must hurry," Hari insists. "I need to awaken and find him." "You're right," the turtle concedes. Now sitting in her palms, it looks up at her. "This will all be over if you just tell me how to awaken." She demands, her gaze locked on the reptile. "I can't read this creature at all," she thinks. The turtle, deep in thought, finally looks at Hari. "Hari, my saintess," it declares. Hari waits breathless for the rest. "For you, learning the creed of the sea and waves is simple, and building your faith will be effortless. The sea is a wellspring of infinite life. We see those hunters playing in the shallows. Just being thankful for that gift will grant you immense faith," the turtle explains. Hari absorbs every word. "However, Hari, my young saint, how could you believe the path of a believer is the same as a saint's? How can you compare the knowledge of a simple soldier to that of a knight?" The words hit her like a physical blow. The truth begins to dawn. "You're right," she whispers. Clutching the turtle to her chest, she vows, "I will try harder." But just then, a familiar voice calls out her name. It's Suho running up from behind. "What is it?" Hari asks her brother. "We found it." He pants, struggling to catch his breath. "The statue of Rekar." Still holding the turtle, Hari stares at Suho in pure amazement. "The Maverick Guild." "Found it," declares Alan Taylor with immense pride. Before them stands the very statue they've been seeking. At its peak, a massive red crystal glows with an ominous light. Sherman clutches a purple sphere, his eyes fixed on the scene. They're still. Guarding it, he communicates to the orb. Their resolve is strong. Indeed, a crowd has gathered before the imposing statue. "Why are they doing something no one asked them to?" the magician scoffs internally. Sherman observes Yangun and Hayuri's expressions. He can see it clearly. Doubt is creeping into their hearts. "Should we destroy it in secret, at night?" Sherman asks the sphere. That would only make them suspicious of you, it replies. Be patient, a reason to destroy it. Will present itself soon enough. Hey, you Korean guys, a loud voice booms. Yang shoots a sideways glare at the American hunter. Shouldn't we just destroy that thing already? Being careful is fine, but it's been 3 whole days. This is the only statue. Around here too. This is Minuteman, an S-Class hunter from the formidable Maverick Guild. And he is adamant about one thing. The statue must be destroyed. Yangan glances at his colleague Yuri, whose expression is just as cold. However, Yuri leans in whispering to the Phoenix Guildmaster. She reminds him that their options are dwindling. He sighs. She's right, of course. Fine, let's destroy it, he announces, looking down at the Americans. A triumphant smirk spreads across Minuteman's face. He was born for this. The S-Class hunter raises his fist, which begins to glow with crackling energy. He unleashes a devastating blow. Stone fragments explode in every direction. And just then, a system notification appears. The statue of Rakar the Great has been destroyed. 2 of 3 statues remain. The quest demands they destroy the statue of Rakar the Great. The red crystal, once glowing with power, now lies dull and lifeless on the ground. Its light has been completely extinguished. See, I knew destroying it was the right call. Minuteman boasts, smiling before the rubble. Yangan sighs, reading the system window. It seems he was right. He admits to Yuri, avoiding her gaze. Well, okay, she replies, resigned. It's not like we had another choice. Yangan, we need to start preparing. Ready, she says. The Guildmaster looks away, a new worry on his mind. It feels like the next wave is almost upon us. They've spent far more time here than he anticipated. Yangan and Yuri stand in a heavy silence, hands shoved in their pockets. Confusion is etched on both their faces. It's not coming, the Guildmaster states, his subordinate by his side. A voice calls out to Yangan. It's Sherman. See, destroying the statue was the correct move. He claims it prevented the next wave. Yangan turns away fuming, but grudgingly admits he's relieved by the outcome. The magician's smile is slick as he raises a finger. Well then, he says smoothly, let's summarize the situation, shall we? He gathers the hunters around him. I believe there are 3 statues scattered across this island. We need to find the others and destroy the remaining statues as quickly as possible. All right, let's do this, Yangan said with a heavy sigh, his eyes cast downward. He etched a crude diagram into the sand with a nearby stick. There are 3 islands in total, he explained, and 2 statues essentially left to destroy. We'll split up, each team taking a different island. The magician, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, added, the first team to destroy a statue can go help the other. Moving between islands shouldn't be a problem, Yangan pointed out. There are boats here. Awesome, Minuteman exclaimed with a grin. He was always thrilled at the prospect of destruction. Let's go smash the last 2, he roared, cracking his massive knuckles. We're heading out, Yangan declared, and soon their boat was cutting through the waves. But as they approached their destination, they saw that dozens of other boats were already sailing towards the island's shore. One of the first hunters to land stopped dead in his tracks. Yangan, stepping onto the beach, saw his expression. What is it? But a moment later, he understood completely. His comrade's shock was justified. The entire beach was a graveyard of strange, twisted debris. Was there a war here? One hunter whispered. Gears, armor plating, and other metallic scraps littered the sand. Is that a cannon? Yangan thought, his eyes wide. He realized instantly that this island was nothing like the one they'd just left. The guild leader scanned the horizon, his mind racing. We have to go back, he ordered Yuri, his voice tight. This island? Something's wrong. I have a bad feeling about it. Let's get properly equipped and then return. But just then, a chorus of sharp clicks echoed from the tree line. Yangan's head snapped towards the source of the sound. Some of the hunters instinctively drew their bows and let fly a volley of arrows. Yangan's gaze followed their path and landed on the leg of a giant robot. His mind reeled in disbelief. And now the source of the clicking was revealed. They were crabs, but crabs armed with a massive arsenal of military hardware. Cannons and other weapons were mounted directly onto their shells. Watch out! They're armed with firearms! Someone shouted. Yangan prepared a flaming arrow, thinking once again how alien this island felt. I need to stay calm, he told himself. On the previous island, the monsters were primitive. They had no weapons to speak of. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the weapons were just for show. But then the cannon on one of the crabs began to glow with a terrifying red light. It unleashed a powerful crimson beam of energy. Yangan could only stare in utter shock at the raw power before him. An enormous wave of seawater exploded into the sky behind him. In that horrifying instant, the hunter understood. These weapons were real. He looked out at the endless army of mechanical monsters. If they all fired at once, his squad wouldn't stand a chance. Yangan stared at his opponents, his eyes filled with despair. Damn it, he thought. It looks like we're finished. On your knees, a new smiling voice echoed across the beach. The hunters froze, turning to see a man with fiery red hair. This newcomer, the Herald, pointed dramatically towards a robot sitting atop the largest crab. The chief of the Kiari tribe, Lir Sir Yapiyak. A strange sound, the very one that gave the tribe its name, echoed from the crabbots. Surrender, mortals! The robot commanded, its voice metallic and cold. It sat upon a throne of glittering blue crystals. You have no hope of victory. The hunters who had ceased their attack could only stare at the approaching army. Jag Spin, Yangon whispered in utter bewilderment. I know that guy. Ha! Yuri scoffed beside him. He's from the Pantheon too. The devastating truth finally sank in. The Phoenix Guild was completely and utterly defeated. And that is where the chapter ends. If you've stuck with us to the very end, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and leave us your thoughts. We'll see you in the next video.